Once, the goddess who looked down upon me has now come to my company seeking employment. One day, when the tiger returns to the mountains, I shall ensure the skies are stained with blood one day. When the dragon raises its head, I shall make the yellow river flow backward. When I was in the 5th grade, my father took me for a paternity test. Once the results were revealed, he divorced my mother and left for the southern regions to work, never to return. After my father departed, my mother also vanished. Had it not been for my uncle, I would have perished from hunger. At that time, my uncle was still serving in the military and would send me a small amount of living expenses every couple of months. The funds were meager, and life was exceedingly tight. Without money for new clothes, I wore a single old garment repeatedly, filthy and unwashed, resembling a beggar. My classmates distanced themselves from me, and over time, I became profoundly silent, often going an entire day without uttering a word. In truth, I did not realize then that I might be suffering from depression. During high school, there was a girl in our class named Zhou Qing, one of the 3 beauties, renowned for her striking appearance and fair complexion, her voice sweet and gentle. Such girls easily stir the hearts of boys. Every night, I fell asleep thinking of her, sometimes clutching my blanket as if it were her, dreaming of her embrace. I harbored these unrequited feelings for the entirety of my high school years. Of course, these were mere fantasies. A person like me could hardly catch her eye, as she mingled only with boys from affluent families who were handsome in appearance. I remember nearing graduation, I accidentally bumped into her desk while passing by, causing her pen to fall. Startled, I hurriedly picked it up and handed it to her. Zhou Qing frowned, her face reflecting disdain as she looked at me. She shook her head and uttered a remark that has lingered in my memory for many years. "I do not want this pen, throw it away." The pen appeared nearly new, likely a recent purchase, yet why did she reject it? I understood all too well. She looked down upon me and deemed the pen tainted due to my touch. Her words were deeply hurtful, striking at my pride. I stood there, momentarily frozen, my face burning with embarrassment. As for the pen, I never discarded it. I kept it hidden at home, primarily as a source of motivation to strive for a better future, to return it to Zhou Qing with dignity one day. After graduating from high school, I did not pursue further education and instead chose to navigate the world, washing dishes in a restaurant, living aimlessly like a dog. I would occasionally take out that pen to gaze at it, pondering when I might finally transform into someone of substance. Fortune smiled upon me one evening after work. On my way home, I encountered a car accident involving a Mercedes. I rushed the bloodied driver to the hospital, and by the following day, his family sought me out, presenting me with a reward of 100,000 yuan. In those days, 100,000 yuan was a considerable sum, enough to purchase a house in our county. Yet, at that moment, I was still young and uncertain about how to utilize this windfall. Coincidentally, my uncle returned from military service and decided to use this money as seed capital to embark on a business venture that I was raised by my uncle since childhood, and naturally, I listened to him attentively. At that time, I thought that even if he lost everything, it would not matter. He could always start anew. As it turned out, after years of hard work in the military, my uncle proved to be remarkably capable. He swiftly transformed his finances, establishing a small clothing factory that, within a few years, boasted millions in revenue and became a celebrated enterprise in the county. In essence, life improved day by day. Throughout this journey, my role was rather insignificant, as I possessed little in the way of skills and could only assist my uncle in minor tasks. Nevertheless, he did not neglect me. He designated me as the factory's largest shareholder and ensured that my annual dividends were the most substantial. Despite the newfound wealth, my character remained largely unchanged. I was still reticent and introverted, seldom engaging with others. Even the factory employees perceived me as merely an ordinary driver. Eventually, due to business needs, my uncle invested over 500,000 in a mid-range Audi A6. As I had ample free time, he often entrusted me with the task of driving this vehicle to transport clients and run errands. Although the Audi A6 might have become commonplace on the streets at the time, it was quite an impressive symbol of status. However, I was not one to flaunt my possessions. After completing my official duties, I would return to the factory to await further instructions. One day, after dropping a client off, I passed by the Human Resources Department and unexpectedly encountered a girl I had longed to see for years. Zhou Qing. After several years apart, she had matured considerably, appearing even more beautiful than before. She wore a fitted white trench coat that accentuated her graceful figure. However, her expression was troubled, and her eyes were slightly red as she hurried past me. I hesitated for quite some time, ultimately deciding against greeting her, fearing she might not even remember me. Later, when I visited the Human Resources Department, Manager Chiao informed me that Zhou Qing was there for an interview, hoping to secure a position in the finance department. Unfortunately, the finance department was already at capacity, so she was directed to try her hand on the production line. Zhou Qing seemed quite displeased, muttering under her breath that she did not come to work as a laborer. Manager Chiao reprimanded her, advising her not to aim too high while being unqualified, asserting that this was not a place to showcase beauty and that they did not hire mistresses. The two exchanged a few heated words. Manager Chiao had a sharp tongue, yet she spoke the truth. In a vital department like finance, only the trusted confidants of the higher-ups typically gained entry. I could easily have mentioned Zhou Qing to my uncle and facilitated her employment there, but at that moment, I was merely curious about how she had come to apply for this position. I recalled that she had maintained good relationships with several boys from well-off families, whose parents owned businesses that could have easily arranged a job for her. However, considering that it had been 5 years since I graduated from high school, it was likely that much had changed among classmates during that time. As the days continued to pass, the new year approached. In addition to the substantial dividends I received, my uncle also bestowed upon me a generous red envelope. On the first day of the new year, while wandering the streets, I inadvertently bumped into an old high school classmate, Li Lei, who had once come from a similarly modest background. In those days, we had shared a mutual understanding, and he could be considered a friend. After several years of separation, Li Lei greeted me with considerable warmth, engaging me in conversation for quite some time. He later mentioned a class reunion on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year and urged me to attend. Initially, I contemplated declining the invitation, as I had lost touch with them over the years. However, I could not resist Li Lei's earnest entreaties and reluctantly acquiesced. Upon returning home, I unearthed the fountain pen from those bygone days. It remained intact. I pondered that perhaps it was time to return the pen to Zhou Qing. The 5th day of the Lunar New Year arrived swiftly, and the gathering took place at a mid-range restaurant. Due to a shortage of parking spaces, I had to leave my car a bit farther away. As I strolled towards the entrance of the restaurant, I noticed several old classmates clustered around a vehicle, animatedly discussing its features. A classmate named Wu Yunfeng was enthusiastically explaining the car's functions and advantages. It was a Honda Accord, valued at over 200,000 yuan. In an era when vehicles were a rarity, owning an Accord indeed commanded attention, and the others gazed at it with envy, occasionally touching the door and even climbing inside. During my school days, Wu Yunfeng hailed from a well-off family and was regarded as a leader among our peers, always surrounded by admirers. As for someone like me, a marginal figure, he likely had little recollection of my existence. Predictably, as I approached, no one noticed me. They remained engrossed in their conversation about Wu Yunfeng's car. I refrained from initiating dialogue, and upon entering the restaurant, I heard a woman's voice exclaim, "Wu Yunfeng, you bought a new car. Is it an Accord? It's truly stunning." The voice was both unfamiliar and yet oddly familiar. Turning around, I found Zhou Qing standing there. Compared to a few months ago, she had not changed much. She retained her beauty, now enhanced by an alluring charm. Her arrival ignited excitement among the boys, who showered her with compliments about her looks. Wu Yunfeng, beaming with pride, affirmed that it was indeed his new car and encouraged Zhou Qing to take a seat inside. After a brief exchange, they appeared as familiar with one another as in the past. Wu Yunfeng inquired if Zhou Qing had found a job, to which her demeanor noticeably darkened as she shook her head, indicating that she had not. Wu Yunfeng seemed poised to say more, but Zhou Qing appeared reluctant to elaborate, waving her hand for them to continue their conversation while she turned to enter the restaurant. Upon lifting her gaze, she fortuitously spotted me. It seemed that Zhou Qing recognized me. Her expression reflected surprise as she called out to me and approached. In that moment, I felt a surge of anxiety, gripping the fountain pen tucked in my pocket. I had long awaited this moment, however. When Zhou Qing truly drew near, I found myself at a loss, uncertain whether to return the pen to her. Soon, she stood before me, yet it was evident she had forgotten my name. After a moment's hesitation, she politely acknowledged me as an old classmate, exclaiming that it had been a long time, while extending her hand. I offered a wry smile, releasing the pen from my grasp as I took her hand. After all those years of anticipation, I realized with a tinge of absurdity that she barely remembered me, referring to me simply as an old classmate. Nevertheless, Zhou Qing had transformed significantly. She had never conversed with us before, yet now she not only greeted me, but also initiated a handshake. It was evident that she had matured considerably. I found myself hesitating to introduce myself when suddenly a girl nearby called out to Zhou Qing, a classmate with whom she shares a close bond. Zhou Qing flashed me a smile before heading over to the girl, who discreetly inquired about my identity. Zhou Qing quietly replied that she was unsure but thought I looked familiar, which prompted her greeting. The two girls swiftly ascended the stairs, leaving me standing awkwardly in place. Just as I was about to follow them upstairs, I overheard Wu Yunfeng and his companions discussing Zhou Qing outside the restaurant. Someone asked Wu Yunfeng whether he had managed to win Zhou Qing over, to which he disdainfully retorted that he had long since lost interest, inciting a chorus of mocking howls from the group. Previously, Wu Yunfeng and Zhou Qing shared a close relationship in class, leading many to speculate about a potential romance between them. However, hearing such derogatory remarks from Wu Yunfeng left me with an indescribable sense of sorrow. Yet, apart from my melancholy, there was little I could do. I could only sigh and proceed upstairs. The gathering took place in a hall on the second floor, where a considerable number of attendees had already arrived. Groups of 2 or 3 chatted amiably, creating a lively atmosphere. Naturally, no one paid any attention to my arrival, and I blended into the background like a mere wisp of air. However, I had grown accustomed to this and felt no discomfort. Soon enough, Li Lei spotted me and beckoned me to sit beside him. With Li Lei present, I felt a modicum of reassurance, yet he, too, was a social butterfly, unable to remain seated for long. He flitted about the hall, greeting one person and engaging another in conversation, often leaving me to my own devices. There exists a distinction among social butterflies. Some possess a deft charm, while others can be rather vexing. Li Lei clearly belonged to the latter category, as his modest background and lack of notable achievements post-graduation rendered him less favored, and his excessive enthusiasm often proved off-putting. As the saying goes, one should not force oneself into circles where one does not belong. Yet Li Lei, lacking self-awareness, persisted in mingling with others, frequently subjecting himself to disdainful glances and jests. I was likely the only one who considered him a friend. I had often cautioned Li Lei, but he dismissed my concerns, claiming that he was paving the way for his future while continuing to enthusiastically greet everyone. After a while, apart from those unable to return from distant locales, nearly all my classmates had arrived. To my surprise, our former high school homeroom teacher was also present. I later learned that her attendance was customary for class reunions, which in essence served as a farewell banquet. Being my first time at such an event, I was unaware of this. The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, and while I didn't hold a strong impression of her, I remembered her as a kind-hearted individual who was always smiling at everyone. Once everyone had gathered, we took our seats in an orderly fashion. Naturally, those fortunate enough to share a table with the homeroom teacher were deemed the elite former prominent figures from our class, or those who had since experienced considerable success, such as Zhou Qing and Wu Yunfeng. Li Lei and I, on the other hand, found ourselves at a different table, though Li Lei, clearly envious, kept casting glances toward that table, revealing his aspirations. During the meal, the atmosphere was quite jovial, with witty banter flowing from one person to the next, often eliciting hearty laughter from the homeroom teacher. Naturally, someone like me, who is not particularly loquacious, remained largely silent. As Wu Yunfeng raised his glass to propose a toast, urging everyone to express gratitude to the teacher for her nurturing guidance, the gathering reached its pinnacle. The teacher's eyes glistened with emotion as she repeatedly uttered her thanks, expressing her hopes for the well-being of each student. As the evening progressed, toasts were exchanged freely among the attendees. Some toasted Wu Yunfeng, others the teacher, while some attempted to cozy up to the attractive female classmates in hopes of fostering connections, each harboring their own ulterior motives. In contrast, I, being somewhat socially inept, remained seated, while Li Lei, ever the social butterfly, flitted about, particularly gravitating towards the teacher's table, toasting each person there with platitudes about enduring camaraderie. It was evident that Wu Yunfeng held Li Lei in disdain, frequently poking fun at him with barbed remarks and assigning him menial tasks, such as fetching drinks and cigarettes. Watching Li Lei bow and scrape in response made me uneasy, yet I felt powerless to intervene. Eventually, it was Zhou Qing who spoke up, urging Wu Yunfeng to ease up on Li Lei, which prompted Wu Yunfeng to relent somewhat. I must admit, after several years since graduation, Zhou Qing has changed significantly. She is no longer as acerbic, and now seems capable of considering others' perspectives. Wu Yunfeng, however, remains unchanged, firmly believing himself to be superior. After a while, the homeroom teacher, accompanied by Zhou Qing and Wu Yunfeng, made her rounds, toasting each table while engaging in conversation and inquiring about everyone's recent endeavors. When she reached my table, she paused momentarily, seemingly struggling to recall who I was, but quickly composed herself and casually asked where I was employed. I replied that I worked at Chief and Garment Factory, overseeing logistics. I did not feign humility. My role indeed involved logistical responsibilities, occasionally even entertaining clients. However, the teacher seemingly misinterpreted my position and assumed I was merely a janitor, offering a dismissive "oh" and stating that all jobs, regardless of status, require manpower, before turning to inquire about others, clearly not taking me seriously. After completing her rounds, the teacher appeared to recall something and turned back to Wu Yunfeng, mentioning that her son was graduating this year and inquiring if he could assist with employment opportunities. Wu Yunfeng readily agreed, suggesting that Zhou Qing, who was also seeking work, could join her son at his father's company. The teacher expressed her gratitude, while Zhou Qing lowered her gaze in silence. At this juncture, several classmates self-recommended for positions at Wu Yunfeng's family business. Wu Yunfeng chuckled, remarking that his establishment was too small to accommodate so many gods, and deftly shifted the topic, leading to a natural cessation of the conversation. After the meal, we proceeded to a KTV for singing, which was rather uneventful, just a cacophony of voices, with a few enthusiastic singers unwilling to relinquish the microphone. During this time, Lilei took it upon himself to lecture me on my shy demeanor, suggesting that I should engage more with others, as someone might be able to assist us. I remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Even so, I find myself quite grateful to Lilei, for he remains the only one willing to pay me any heed. It was not until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, after our homeroom teacher delivered a few polite remarks, that he finally declared the gathering over, promising that we would reunite in the coming year. As everyone clustered around the teacher and made their way outside, a few tears were shed, creating a poignant scene of farewell between students and their mentor. I had intended to return the fountain pen to Zhou Qing, but the opportunity never presented itself, and I found myself unable to acclimate to the atmosphere. Thus, I resolved to wait until everyone had departed before making my exit. I lingered in the lounge, sipping tea for a while. When it seemed that most had left, I finally stepped out of the hotel and walked a few hundred meters further until I located my Audi sedan and settled inside. At that moment, the sky suddenly unleashed a flurry of snow, which intensified rapidly, rendering the road nearly invisible. I drove cautiously, activating the windshield wipers and the hazard lights, progressing slowly. In the distance, I spotted a bus stop where a young woman stood. It was unmistakably Zhou Qing. Beside the bus stop, a black sedan was parked. It was Wu Yunfeng's Accord. Wu Yunfeng exited the vehicle, attempting to usher Zhou Qing into his car, yet she persistently waved her hands, clearly unwilling to comply. Ultimately, Wu Yunfeng, left with no other choice, returned to his car and drove away, leaving Zhou Qing standing alone, shivering in the snow as she awaited the bus. Given the heavy snowfall, it seemed unlikely that any buses would be running. I was uncertain as to why Zhou Qing refused Wu Yunfeng's offer. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to drive over to her. 003 The threat of Wu Yunfeng. My intention in approaching her was not to play the role of a gallant hero, nor to curry favor with any ulterior motive. After attending a class reunion, I found myself pleasantly surprised by Zhou Qing, particularly because she had stood up for Lilei, which piqued my interest in her. I merely wished to inquire if she needed a ride. If she did, I would be glad to take her along, and if not, that would be the end of it. I drove my car to the bus stop, lowered the passenger window, and called out Zhou Qing's name. Initially, she did not realize the car was meant for her, but after a couple of attempts, she bent down in surprise. Upon recognizing me in the driver's seat, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you." Clearly, Zhou Qing had forgotten my name, which left me somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, I invited her to get in, asking where I could take her. At that moment, I did not truly expect her to accept my offer, especially since she had not even chosen to ride with Wu Yunfeng. To my surprise, after a moment's hesitation, she mentioned she was going to the Fuxing community and inquired if that was along my route. I assured her it was, and she nodded, opening the door to join me. I rolled up the window, turned on the heat to its maximum, and proceeded cautiously down the road with my hazard lights flashing. Truth be told, sitting beside someone I once regarded as a goddess made me quite anxious, and I was at a loss for words. Zhou Qing appeared somewhat ill at ease as well. She brushed the snow from her hair and scanned her surroundings before asking when I had purchased this car. noting that it looked quite nice. I replied that it was actually a company vehicle. At this point, she recalled my earlier mention of working at Chiefing Garment Factory and asked if I was a driver. I nodded, acknowledging her assumption. Zhou Qing's expression dimmed slightly as she remarked, "That's still quite good." I had applied at Chiefing, but unfortunately, I wasn't hired. I certainly remember that day. I had been waiting outside when she exited the HR department, and I was aware of her altercation with Sister Chiao. However, I chose not to bring it up and instead suggested that she call me if she decided to apply again. Perhaps I could assist her in some way. At that time, being a driver was considered a respectable position, typically reserved for the trusted confidants of leaders, so Zhou Qing did not doubt my credibility. She responded with enthusiasm, eager to save my number. After I recited my phone number, she noted it down but hesitated, unsure of how to save it. Casting a slightly awkward glance in my direction, I dismissed her discomfort with a smile, introducing myself as Zhang Long. Upon hearing my name, Zhou Qing seemed to recall me, saying, "Oh, so it's you." She looked me over in disbelief, exclaiming, "You've changed so much." Indeed, I had undergone a significant transformation. In the past, I often lacked even a clean shirt and was perpetually disheveled. Now, at least I was dressed decently. However, I preferred not to dwell on my past, simply nodding in acknowledgement before shifting the conversation. I mentioned having seen Wu Yunfeng earlier, preparing to give her a ride, and asked why she hadn't accepted his offer. Zhou Qing fell silent for a moment before softly replying, "Wu Yunfeng is not on my route." Her demeanor revealed that she was not being entirely truthful. Yet I refrained from pressing further, recognizing that we were not intimately acquainted, and she owed me no explanation. In my heart, I pondered that perhaps they had once been romantically involved, making it awkward for them to sit together. Then I recalled Wu Yunfeng's remark about having exhausted Zhou Qing, which left me feeling somewhat uneasy, prompting me to remain silent. We traversed the journey in silence until we reached the entrance of the Fuxing community. I intended to escort Zhou Qing downstairs, but she declined, alighting the vehicle with a grateful expression and saying, "Zhang Long, thank you. I will reach out when I apply at Chiefing again." After uttering this, she braved the wind and snow as she entered the community. Throughout the ride, I refrained from retrieving the pen, sensing that Zhou Qing had likely forgotten the matter, and there was no need to revisit old topics. As for her last statement, I dismissed it as mere politeness, considering that Wu Yunfeng had promised to arrange a job for her. She might not hold my position in high regard. To my surprise, a few days later, Zhou Qing indeed called, expressing her desire to work at Chiefing and inquiring if I could assist her. Having made bold claims, I felt compelled to act. I contacted my uncle, sharing Zhou Qing's situation and her interest in the finance department. After a moment of contemplation, my uncle asked about the significance of this classmate. If she was important, he could facilitate her entry into the finance department, but if not, it would be advisable to place her in a different department, as entry into finance was not granted to just anyone. I contemplated saying she was crucial, but recalled her past actions and her connection with Wu Yunfeng, so I altered my response, stating she was of moderate importance. My uncle then suggested she start in the sales department for training, with the option to reassess later. The sales department, being vital to the factory's order acquisition, often yielded tangible results, and several managers had emerged from its ranks. However, the role required diligence, frequent overtime, and the audacity to approach clients, attributes many with a timid disposition struggled to embody. Nevertheless, I did not oppose the decision. As a classmate, I felt an obligation to support her. After concluding the call with my uncle, I reached out to Zhou Qing to inform her that securing a position in finance was challenging and she would need to join sales instead. I anticipated she might be reluctant, given her ambitious nature, evidenced by her earlier confrontation with Sister Chiao. To my astonishment, she readily accepted and inquired about when she could start. I mentioned that she could come immediately if it suited her. Zhou Qing acted swiftly, arriving half an hour later, clearly eager to secure employment. As she was unfamiliar with the factory, I guided her through the onboarding process and showed her around the premises, including the workshops, canteen, dormitories, and office buildings. Being a local, Zhou Qing did not require accommodation, but she could take a midday break. While no one at the factory was aware of my familial connection to my uncle, my role as a driver garnered respect, allowing everything to proceed smoothly. Eventually, I escorted Zhou Qing to the sales department and returned to my dormitory. The thought of my once-cherished goddess, now working for a company under my name, was a surreal experience, stirring an indescribable sensation within me. Later that evening, after work, Zhou Qing called to invite me to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. I accepted the invitation without hesitation, delighted at the prospect of dining with the woman I had long admired. However, as the moment drew near, I found myself surprisingly composed, perhaps a sign of my maturation. It would be disingenuous to assert that I harbor no feelings for Zhou Qing. After all, she is the object of my affections, cherished in silence for many years. However, I have learned to exercise restraint, possibly influenced by a sense of inferiority, which renders me hesitant to reveal my emotions or indulge in excessive fantasies. During our meal, Zhou Qing repeatedly expressed her gratitude, to which I modestly replied that it was no trouble at all. Then she posed a question that had long puzzled me. Why did you not take a position at Wu Yunfeng's company? Given your relationship, it would be quite effortless, wouldn't it? Zhou Qing replied with an air of nonchalance. I wish to rely on my own capabilities. Much like when I previously inquired why she did not accept a ride from Wu Yunfeng, I sensed a hint of deception in her words. Yet I refrained from pressing further. After our meal, out of courtesy, I offered to drive Zhou Qing home. She seemed taken aback, questioning whether I could simply take a vehicle from the factory. I assured her that it was permissible, as General Manager Zhang does not concern himself with such trivial expenses. In the factory, I refer to my uncle as General Manager Zhang. Firstly, due to the regulations governing state-owned enterprises, and secondly, I prefer to keep my familial ties discreet. Zhou Qing smiled and remarked, You both share the surname Zhang. Could you be relatives? I humorously replied that I wished we were. Zhou Qing, initially jesting, did not pursue the matter further. Since there were no buses at that time, she acquiesced to my offer to drive her. On the way, we engaged in further conversation. She inquired how I became a driver, to which I explained that I began working shortly after graduating from high school and fortuitously met General Manager Zhang, gradually attaining my current position. Zhou Qing expressed her sentiments on the significance of timing, lamenting that despite her university education, she struggled to secure employment. At that time, the value of a university degree was still quite substantial. Regrettably, Zhou Qing's chosen field was somewhat niche, resulting in her subsequent struggles to find a suitable path. From that day onward, Zhou Qing commenced her employment at the factory. For her, this opportunity was hard-won, and she approached her work with diligence. Coupled with her natural beauty, she possessed an inherent advantage in client negotiations, leading to impressive performance. Within a month, she secured several significant contracts, garnering praise even from my uncle, who privately acknowledged my discerning eye in bringing a talented individual to the factory. Zhou Qing had indeed transformed. Her previous sharpness had softened, replaced by a sense of composure and maturity. Dressed in her uniform, she would greet me warmly whenever our paths crossed. Upon receiving her first month's salary, she treated me to a meal, once again expressing her gratitude, stating that without me, she would not have achieved her current success. I humbly countered that her accomplishments were solely the result of her own efforts. Zhou Qing appeared genuinely pleased, indulging in a few drinks, though her low tolerance for alcohol soon rendered her slightly inebriated. After our meal, I dutifully drove her home. Since my vehicle could not enter her residential complex, I parked outside and assisted her as we walked to her building. This marked my first experience of such close proximity to Zhou Qing. Previously, I would not have dared to imagine such an encounter. The delightful fragrance she wore wafted into my senses, causing a slight flutter in my heart. Nevertheless, I remained grounded, aware that I was no longer a naive youth, but a man in his 20s, capable of exercising self-control. Moreover, the words of Wu Yunfeng echoed in my mind, instilling a sense of reluctance towards my feelings for Zhou Qing. After escorting Zhou Qing to the entrance of the building, I turned to leave the community. However, I had scarcely taken a few steps when a figure suddenly emerged from the bushes beside me. A tall silhouette lunged toward me with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger. Seizing my neck with a vice-like grip, with a menacing glare, he snarled, "How dare you lay a finger on my woman? Are you tired of living?" At that moment, I was utterly taken aback. It was my first encounter with such aggression, and I found myself at a loss for how to respond. Only by the dim light of the street lamp did I realize that the menacing face before me belonged to none other than Wu Yunfeng. Holding my throat, he continued, "Zhang Long, do you even know what you are? Do you think you have the right to steal my woman?" With that, Wu Yunfeng spat a thick glob of phlegm squarely onto my face. I am a victim of injustice. To my astonishment, Wu Yunfeng recognized me as Zhang Long. I had presumed that, apart from Li Lei, no one in our class remembered my name. When Wu Yunfeng unleashed his first insult, I had intended to clarify my position, explaining that I had merely assisted Zhou Qing in securing a job, without any ulterior motives. However, upon hearing his second tirade, my anger surged. Who did he think he was to speak to me in such a manner? When he spat in my face, I could no longer contain myself. The humiliation was unbearable and utterly revolting. How could I endure such an affront? In a surge of fury, I delivered a powerful punch to his nose. "To hell with you," I nearly roared. We are both in our 20s now, and my physique has considerably improved since our school days. So my punch resulted in a stream of blood from Wu Yunfeng's nose, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. He likely did not anticipate my retaliation. Once he regained his composure, he charged at me with further insults, leading to a scuffle between us. In a confrontation between two adults, victory is not easily determined. Unlike in childhood, where growth disparities often dictated outcomes. Now, even those who are shorter or slimmer possess considerable strength, and I am neither short nor slim. After wrestling for a while, we appeared evenly matched. He managed to split my lip, while I gave him a black eye. However, this was my first fight, and unlike Wu Yunfeng, who had considerable experience as a schoolyard bully, I was at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he kicked me to the ground and departed, cursing as he went. He warned me that even if he and Zhou Qing were to break up, it was not my place to interfere, threatening to incapacitate me if I persisted in my association with her. Our altercation drew the attention of several residents in the community, who emerged to witness the spectacle. Murmuring amongst themselves, Zhou Qing pushed her way through the crowd, and upon recognizing me, gasped in shock and rushed over to help me up, inquiring about the situation. In truth, my injuries were not severe, but my face was smeared with blood and dust, rendering me quite disheveled. Most distressing was the spittle on my face. I cannot express the extent of my disgust. I wiped my face and glanced back at Zhou Qing, still feeling a tinge of resentment. Were it not for her, I would not have found myself embroiled in an inexplicable fight with Wu Yunfeng. If there were any genuine connection between Zhou Qing and me, it would be one thing, but there is nothing between us. Her ambiguous relationship with Wu Yunfeng has somehow drawn me into the fray. I felt a wave of irritation and brushed Zhou Qing aside, muttering that I was fine, before striding out of the community. Upon returning home, I tended to my wounds, tossed my bloodied clothes into the washing machine, and lay down asleep. This evening was particularly vexing. The mere thought of Wu Yunfeng's arrogant demeanor ignited my fury. Did he believe we were still in school? Recalled all the shots. We have all matured, yet he remains so childish. The following morning, I donned a mask before heading to work, fearful that my uncle might notice my injuries. Given his volatile temperament, I imagined he would seek to exact retribution on Wu Yunfeng. Upon arriving at the factory, my uncle inquired about my well-being, to which I replied that I was feeling somewhat under the weather. After blending into the surroundings, I retreated to my dormitory, intending to remain there unless necessary. A short while later, Zhou Qing unexpectedly called to ask where I was. By then, my irritation had subsided considerably, so I informed her that I was in my dorm. Within approximately 10 minutes, she arrived, bringing along steamed buns and soy milk, inquiring whether I had had breakfast. In truth, I had not, so I began to eat, though I did not engage in conversation with Zhou Qing. Standing beside me, she sighed and said, "Zhang Long, I'm aware of what transpired last night. I truly apologize. Wu Yunfeng is simply deranged. Do not pay him any mind." Upon hearing this, my frustration resurfaced, and I retorted that their breakup should not involve me, as I felt quite wrong by the previous night's events. After reflecting on the situation, I surmised that their relationship had reached an impasse, leaving me as an unwitting pawn in their drama. Zhou Qing, noticing my discomfort, quickly clarified, "I am not involved with Wu Yunfeng." This statement left me bewildered, prompting me to ask her for the full story. After a moment of silence, she began to explain that during their school days, she and Wu Yunfeng had shared a good rapport, and he had indeed pursued her. However, at that time, she considered herself too young and suggested they revisit the matter post-graduation. Last autumn, both graduated. However, circumstances changed as Wu Yunfeng's family arranged a marriage for him, allegedly to benefit their business significantly. Wu Yunfeng did not oppose this arrangement. Thus, it seemed their fates were misaligned, and parting ways was inevitable. Yet, Wu Yunfeng remained undeterred, attempting to maintain a clandestine relationship with Zhou Qing, even promising her a job. Zhou Qing, of course, vehemently rejected his advances and declined to work at his family's company. Consequently, Wu Yunfeng continued to harass her, often waiting outside her building, which led to the events of the previous night. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Qing would not confide such matters to me, as she found it difficult to articulate, which explained her prior reticence. However, after the incident, she felt compelled to clarify the misunderstanding. Upon hearing her account, I was filled with indignation, cursing Wu Yunfeng as a scoundrel. His audacity was astounding. His family had arranged a marriage for him, yet he relentlessly pursued Zhou Qing, even attempting to maintain her as a mistress. I had never encountered such shamelessness. Nevertheless, despite my anger, I felt a twinge of delight in my imagination. A girl as beautiful as Zhou Qing must have had numerous suitors and perhaps several relationships, possibly even having lost her virginity. Now I discovered that she had never dated and that her interactions with Wu Yunfeng had lacked any substantial development. Thus, when Wu Yunfeng claimed to have sullied Zhou Qing's reputation, it appeared to be mere bravado. Strangely, this revelation brought me joy, perhaps indicating my own budding feelings for Zhou Qing. I suggested, if he continues to harass you, you should report him. Zhou Qing shook her head, sighing. Reporting him won't help. I was momentarily speechless, realizing that Wu Yunfeng's family was influential enough to evade the law. I said, then go tell his family. I refuse to believe they can't manage him. Zhou Qing merely shook her head, replying, let it be. He lacks shame, but I still have my dignity. I felt a pang of anxiety and asked what her plans were, as she couldn't possibly allow herself to be ensnared by him indefinitely. I was perplexed by the transformation in Zhou Qing's character. During high school, she had been so fierce and domineering. It appeared that society had dulled her edges, rendering her timid and cautious now. Just as I was contemplating offering her some advice, Zhou Qing stood up and said, Zhonglong, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. You needn't escort me home anymore. I shall handle this matter myself. After uttering those words, she turned and exited the dormitory. I made no attempt to stop her, for I was not obligated to interfere in her affairs. However, as she stepped outside, I noticed 2 breakfast portions on the table, one presumably belonging to her. I hastily picked one up, intending to deliver it to her. Upon reaching the doorway, I overheard Zhou Qing on the phone, her tone tinged with urgency. Wu Yunfeng, will you ever be done? I've already told you, there is nothing between Zhonglong and me. He merely works at chiefing and introduced me here. Do not tarnish his reputation with your vile assumptions. He is just an ordinary driver, lacking your resources and connections. Please, do not make things difficult for him. Consider it a plea. As long as you refrain from harassing him, we could discuss anything. All right, we'll talk more when we meet tonight. Although I could not hear Wu Yunfeng's voice, I could imagine the depths of his shamelessness and the sordid demands he was making of Zhou Qing. Such a person scarcely deserved the title of human. As Zhou Qing's voice faded into the distance, I ultimately remained where I was, my grip on the breakfast growing tighter. It seemed that Wu Yunfeng intended to trouble me as well. If he was seeking confrontation, he would not find me lacking in resolve. The day passed swiftly. By dusk, the entrance of Chiefing Garment Factory was bustling with activity as employees finished their shifts. Some rode bicycles, while others boarded buses. In those times, private cars were still a rarity, preventing the streets from becoming overly congested. Amidst the crowd, a young, beautiful girl emerged, wearied from a day's work. However, compared to her fatigue, another matter evidently weighed heavier on her mind. She was about to meet that scoundrel, Wu Yunfeng, and was uncertain of what the evening would entail. Just as the young girl approached the bus stop, intending to take public transport home, A gleaming black Audi suddenly pulled up in front of her. Upon seeing the vehicle, Zhou Qing gasped in surprise. Simultaneously, the driver's window lowered, revealing a face marked by determination, accompanied by an undeniable command. "Come, I will take you home." Once again, let me clarify. My intention was not to play the role of a knight in shining armor, nor did I plan to seize this opportunity to develop a romantic connection with Zhou Qing. My sole desire was to confront Wu Yunfeng and ascertain the extent of his capabilities. Now that we have reached adulthood, it is rather childish to behave in such a manner. I intend to make him aware that this is no longer the time for schoolyard bravado, and this county town is certainly not his stage for ostentation. Of course, my intentions remain unknown to Zhou Qing. Upon seeing me approach in my vehicle, she hastily remarked, "Zhonglong, I appreciate your kindness, but truly, it is unnecessary. Wu Yunfeng is still waiting for me at the entrance of the community. He is not someone to be trifled with." Growing somewhat impatient, I insisted, "Get in the car. I wish to see what he intends to do." Beneath the waning glow of the setting sun, my expression became increasingly resolute, exuding a robust masculine aura that left Zhou Qing momentarily stunned. Ultimately, she could not resist my will. After a brief hesitation, she opened the car door and took her seat. As I sped towards Zhou Qing's neighborhood, a sense of confidence enveloped me. Despite my relaxed demeanor behind the wheel, Zhou Qing was visibly anxious, repeatedly advising me against confronting Wu Yunfeng, insisting that I stood no chance against him and cautioning me against provoking his ire. I calmly reassured her, stating, "Rest assured, those school days are behind us. Wu Yunfeng is not as formidable as you perceive him to be." Indeed, during our school years, Wu Yunfeng commanded respect. A mere whistle from him could summon dozens of admirers. Back then, I was without connections or influence, often opting to steer clear of him. However, times have changed significantly. Zhou Qing shook her head, retorting, "Even now, you cannot provoke him. Do you know what his family does?" I was aware that Wu Yunfeng's family operated several small factories and had connections with various unsavory characters, with his father, Wu Loxi, notorious for his ruthless demeanor. Zhou Qing's concerns stemmed from her fear of Wu Yunfeng's powerful background and potential retribution against me. Noticing my silence, she continued, "Zhonglong, perhaps you've been fortunate these past few years, with the CEO of Chiefeng treating you well and allowing you to be his driver. Nonetheless, you must understand that Zhang will not confront the Wu family on your behalf." In response, I chuckled, asserting that the outcome remained uncertain and that we would see how it unfolded. My confidence was bolstered by the support of my uncle, who had been managing factories and mingling with both legal and illicit circles. I am not one to seek trouble, yet I refuse to allow Wu Yunfeng to dominate me, nor will I permit Zhou Qing to jeopardize her well-being for my safety. Seeing my stubbornness, Zhou Qing fell silent, sighing in resignation. As we approached her neighborhood, I spotted Wu Yunfeng's Accord parked at the entrance, with him leaning casually against the hood, arms crossed in a display of bravado. Undeterred, I drove directly towards him, halting just a few meters away. In those days, tinted windows were not common, allowing Wu Yunfeng to clearly see Zhou Qing and me inside the car. His expression darkened instantly, and Zhou Qing quickly exited the vehicle, nervously exclaiming, "Wu Yunfeng, please don't misunderstand. Zhonglong is merely giving me a ride home." It was evident that Wu Yunfeng dismissed her explanation, pointing a finger at her and hurling insults. "You shameless harlot, have you moved on to another man so quickly? And it's Zhonglong of all people. Have you forgotten what he was like? Why choose him? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Throughout their school years, Zhou Qing had never wronged Wu Yunfeng, and they had shared a close friendship until she refused to acquiesce to his unreasonable demands. Yet, he chose to demean her. While I could tolerate his insults towards her, his derision directed at me was intolerable. I was acutely aware of his disdain for me. But the tides of fortune have shifted. I am no longer the same Zhonglong of the past. However, I am now an adult and have no intention of engaging in trivial disputes. I suppressed my anger and confronted Wu Yunfeng, saying, "Since you are already betrothed, you should proceed with your marriage and cease your entanglement with Zhou Qing." At that moment, I did not wish to escalate the situation. If I could persuade Wu Yunfeng to retreat, then the matter would end there, and no one would need to mention it again. Yet Wu Yunfeng, accustomed to his domineering ways, disregarded my counsel and redirected his ire toward me, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Just because you drive an Audi A6, you believe you are someone significant? That car is not yours. Don't think I don't know you're merely a driver for chiefing. I tell you, Zhou Qing has long been exhausted by me. If you wish to take over, you must first seek my permission." Zhou Qing, her cheeks flushed with anger, shouted, "Wu Yunfeng, stop spouting nonsense. I have no relationship with you." I was perplexed by Wu Yunfeng's audacity to shout in public, seemingly unafraid that his words might reach his fiancée's ears. His outburst attracted a crowd, and while he displayed no shame, I still possessed some dignity. I retorted, "Wu Yunfeng, you are nothing but a rabid dog. Go home, for the earth is no longer suited for you." With a furious cry, Wu Yunfeng lunged at me, his aggressive demeanor unmistakably reflecting his history of brawling. Before arriving, I had anticipated a confrontation, but I had not expected it to unfold so swiftly. Zhou Qing, terrified, urged me to flee. I found it somewhat absurd. Wu Yunfeng was already in his 20s, yet still acted so childish, always resorting to violence, showing no signs of maturity. Nevertheless, since I had come and boasted earlier, I could not retreat now, especially since I had prepared for this encounter. I had assessed our physical similarities, yet I knew I was no match for him. His fighting experience far surpassed mine. If I were to defeat him, I would need a weapon. As he charged at me, I swiftly yanked open the car door and retrieved a steel pipe from the back seat. With a forceful swing, I struck Wu Yunfeng in the abdomen, causing him to bend over in pain. Following that, I raised the pipe high and brought it crashing down onto his back. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, emitting a series of anguished cries, unable to rise. But that was not the end. I delivered a firm kick to Wu Yunfeng and warned him, "I caution you, do not pursue Zhou Qing again. Otherwise, next time, the consequences will be far graver." Witnessing the once formidable Wu Yunfeng now sprawled at my feet was a rather satisfying experience, akin to the feeling of a fish turning over. Of course, my audacity stemmed from newfound confidence. In my school days, I would have gone out of my way to avoid Wu Yunfeng, fearing he might target me. However, in my eyes, he no longer held any significance. Those around us, witnessing the escalation, quickly distanced themselves in fear, while Zhou Qing appeared pale, her lips trembling incessantly. Though Wu Yunfeng lay on the ground, he remained defiant, wailing in agony while hurling insults at me. "How dare you, Zhonglong, strike me? If you have the guts, don't flee. Watch how I deal with you." However, I paid him no heed. After placing the steel pipe back in the car, I called emergency services, informing them that someone was injured at the entrance of the Fuxing community, urging them to dispatch an ambulance promptly. Turning to the visibly shaken Zhou Qing, I said, "Let us go. I'll take you home." Yet Zhou Qing was paralyzed with fear, her face ashen and her legs trembling uncontrollably. I grasped her arm, reassuring her, "It's all right, let us go." Supporting her as we walked into the community, Zhou Qing frequently glanced back, the echoes of Wu Yunfeng's cries resonating in the air. Gradually regaining her composure, she stammered, "Zhonglong, you've really stirred up trouble. Wu Yunfeng will not let this go. His family has connections with many in the underworld. You should leave the area for a while." In stark contrast to her anxiety, I maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Don't worry, just head home. I'll handle the rest." After escorting Zhou Qing to the ground floor, I urged her to return home. She grasped my hand tightly, her voice laced with urgency. "Zhonglong, you must run far away. Truly, he will kill you." Despite my feelings for Zhou Qing having faded significantly over the years, her sudden grip sent my heart racing and my face flushing. She had once looked down upon me, refusing to accept anything I touched. Now, she was holding my hand. How could I remain composed? This was the goddess I had fantasized about for 3 years. Nevertheless, I feigned nonchalance, patting her shoulder and assuring her, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Once Zhou Qing ascended the stairs, I strolled leisurely toward the community exit. Upon reaching the entrance, I found Wu Yunfeng had vanished, though his Honda Accord remained, likely having been taken by the ambulance. Only then did I retrieve my phone to call my uncle. inquiring about the next steps now that everything was settled. Prior to my arrival, I had relayed the entire situation to him. Over the years, while I had made some acquaintances through my dealings, in times of trouble, my uncle was my first thought. Wu Yinfeng had an impressive background, so I needed to consult my uncle. Without hesitation, he declared we must act. After all, they had come after us. I expressed my concerns about what would happen once we dealt with Wu, but he reassured me that he would handle it. It was precisely this assurance that emboldened me to confront Wu Yunfeng. The techniques I employed to strike him were taught by my uncle, proving to be efficient and effective. Now that the confrontation was over, I needed to ask my uncle what to do next. He first inquired about my well-being, and upon my confirmation that I was unscathed and had been the one to strike Wu, he felt relieved. He instructed me to turn myself in at the police station in half an hour, assuring me that he had everything arranged. Trusting my uncle implicitly, I harbored no doubts. After waiting for half an hour at the community entrance, I drove toward the county police station. In my imagination, my second uncle had everything arranged for me. However, as I drove through the gates of the police station, I sensed an unusual atmosphere in the courtyard. Surrounding me were no fewer than 30 or 40 young men from the streets, some with dyed blonde hair, others donning sunglasses, all exuding an intimidating presence. Just as I brought my car to a halt, a voice rang out. "It's this vehicle. He is the one who injured Yinfeng." No sooner had the words been spoken than the throng of young men surged towards me with an aggressive intent. 006 impeccable, yet I felt no fear. My uncle assured me that everything was arranged, and I placed my trust in him. Moreover, this was the police station. I hardly believed they would dare to act here. Although I had been inactive over the past few years, I had developed a composed demeanor. With a calm gaze, I exited the vehicle, scrutinizing the throng of youths surging towards me like a relentless tide, each one exuding an air of menace, as if they longed to dismember me. However, before long, a faint voice rang out, "Stop." This voice, though unassuming, possessed an undeniable authority, compelling those seemingly reckless youths to halt. The crowd parted, revealing a middle-aged man nearing 50, who toyed with two gleaming iron balls, his expression shifting between shades of gloom and brightness, betraying no discernible emotion. I recognized him. He was Wu Yunfeng's father, the notorious Wu Loxi. In the past, he had frequently intervened to clean up his son's mess, and his indulgence was well known. I stood tall, fixing my gaze on Wu Loxi as he approached me. "Are you Zhang Long?" Wu Loxi inquired, scrutinizing me from head to toe. I nodded in affirmation. "You possess quite the audacity," he remarked lightly, leaving me puzzled as to why he would commend me. Only to continue, "You even dared to strike my son." A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the crowd erupted in a chorus of outrage, clamoring for my dismemberment. In such an atmosphere, it was impossible not to feel anxious, yet I endeavored to restrain my emotions, maintaining a calm demeanor while facing Wu Loxi. I trusted my uncle had already spoken with him. Soon, a voice of authority rang out from the entrance, where a stern-faced officer rebuked Wu Loxi, questioning whether he had the audacity to create a scene in a police station. Wu Loxi quickly turned, his demeanor shifting to one of subservience as he replied, I wouldn't dare." The officer grunted in response before retreating. Once the tension subsided, Wu Loxi produced a document and handed it to me, requesting my signature. Upon inspection, I realized it was a mediation agreement. It stated that the matter between Wu Yunfeng and myself was purely a personal dispute, which had now been privately resolved without further recourse to the authorities. Wu Yunfeng had already signed, and now it was my turn. I was astounded by my uncle's influence, realizing that even Wu Loxi had yielded. I took the pen and inscribed my name. Upon receiving the document back, Wu Loxi coldly remarked, "This time it was Zhang Zong who intervened, and my son was not severely injured. Otherwise, I would not have let you off so easily. Mark my words, there will be no next time, unless you wish to gamble with your life." His voice was frigid, devoid of any semblance of emotion. A threat, an unabashed threat. Yet, I dismissed it. Wu Loxi had suffered a significant loss, and allowing him a moment of reprieve was inconsequential. Clutching the mediation agreement, Wu Loxi turned and strode back into the police station. The surrounding crowd shot me a fierce glare before dispersing, and I returned to my vehicle unscathed. departing the police station with a sense of calm and composure. As I stepped outside, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Yet, I swiftly dialed my uncle's number, inquiring with surprise, "Uncle, how did you manage this?" To claim that my uncle's influence surpassed that of Wu Loxi would be an exaggeration in our county. They stood as equals at best. Thus, I was utterly perplexed as to how my uncle had persuaded Wu Loxi, who had always indulged his son, to relent and willingly sign the mediation agreement. Upon learning that I had safely departed from the police station, my uncle chuckled and remarked, "In this world, there is no problem that money cannot resolve." Money? My heart sank as I inquired about the sum my uncle had paid Wu Loxi. 10,000. Hearing this figure, my skepticism grew. Could mere 10,000 yuan truly sway Wu Loxi? That would render his son rather undervalued. My uncle continued, of course. There was a touch of intimidation involved. I warned him that if he dared to pursue this matter further, I would expose his son's indiscretions to Song Dainiu. Song Dainiu? I was familiar with him, another entrepreneur in our county, owning iron and mining factories, with influence surpassing both my uncle and Wu Loxi. How was he entangled in this affair? My uncle elucidated, Wu Loxi's son is betrothed to Song Dainiu's daughter. My uncle swiftly clarified, Wu Loxi has recently fallen on hard times, with several factories incurring losses. Only Song Dainiu could assist him in navigating this crisis. I understood then. Wu Yunfeng's fiancée, he was indeed Song Dainiu's daughter. And if Song Dainiu were to discover that Wu Yunfeng was entangled with other women, he would undoubtedly be furious, leading to the collapse of the Wu family. My uncle had astutely leveraged this point, compelling Wu Loxi to relinquish his grip for the sum of 10,000. Truly, experience is a formidable teacher. My uncle's meticulousness was commendable. With this ruckus, Wu's son should remain subdued for a while. My uncle gravely added, however, we must remain vigilant against any underhanded tactics. Do you understand? I nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the need for caution. Back in school, Wu Yunfeng had indeed been quite scheming. Vigilance was essential. Moreover, my uncle continued, starting tomorrow, you're tasked with safeguarding Zhou Qing, responsible for her commute to and from work. She is a precious asset in our sales department, and we cannot afford any missteps. Do you comprehend? Certainly. I accepted the assignment with a sense of joy, though I was unsure why I felt so elated. Perhaps, on some subconscious level, I yearned to draw closer to Zhou Qing, and now I had a legitimate reason to do so. That night was also a sleepless one for Zhou Qing. She was deeply concerned for my safety. As a former close friend of Wu Yunfeng, no one understood the Wu family's capabilities and influence better than she. To her, it seemed effortless for the Wu family to deal with an inconspicuous driver like me. Thus, Zhou Qing could not fathom why I had acted so impulsively and provoked Wu Yunfeng. Deep down, she harbored a vague suspicion of the answer. Yet she was reluctant to explore that avenue of thought, too preoccupied to delve into it. She simply wished for my well-being, hoping not to become a burden to her. Yet, she was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. The Wu family would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. Thus, Zhou Qing spent the night in a state of anxiety, caught between dreams and wakefulness. However, when dawn broke, she rose from her slumber in a daze, knowing that regardless of the circumstances, she had to go to work, not to mention her desire to check on my situation at the office. After hastily gathering her belongings, Zhou Qing stepped outside, her eyes shadowed by dark circles. As she approached the entrance of the community, intending to take the bus to Chiefing Garment Factory, she was taken aback by a startling sight. A sleek black Audi was parked at the gate, a car she recognized all too well, having ridden in it several times before. At that moment, a figure stood before the vehicle, wearing a broad smile as he beckoned her. Get in. Zhang Long. Zhou Qing was a mixture of surprise and joy as she rushed over. Are you all right? She exclaimed. Of course I am, I replied, leaning against the car with a gentle smile. I told you yesterday that I was fine. I'm here to pick you up, so hop in. Without hesitation, Zhou Qing opened the door and slid into the car, eager to pose a multitude of questions. As the vehicle pulled away, she bombarded me with inquiries, persistently steering the conversation back to Wu Yunfeng and the Wu family. Her curiosity piqued about how I had managed to escape their clutches. I refrained from divulging too much, merely stating that President Zhang had resolved the matter and that he had entrusted me with the responsibility of ensuring her safe commute, thus sparing her from further harassment and entanglement with Wu Yunfeng. President Zhang is truly a remarkable person, Zhou Qing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I must express my gratitude to him and contribute diligently to chiefing. I smiled silently, choosing not to respond. From that day forth, I became Zhou Qing's dedicated chauffeur, escorting her to and from work daily. The cost of fuel paled in comparison to her contributions to chiefing. As my uncle had remarked, she was indeed a precious gem in the sales department. For Zhou Qing, her gratitude towards me deepened, as I had not only helped her secure a job, but also assisted in resolving her troubles with Wu Yunfeng. With my daily drives, her appreciation grew, often treating me to meals. Gradually, our relationship blossomed. She would jovially pat my shoulder, call my name in front of others, and hand me leftover ice cream to enjoy, while I feigned nonchalance, my heart racing with excitement. I cherished every moment spent with her, relishing the closeness to someone I had once dreamt of being near, something I could scarcely have imagined just a few years prior. I also learned of the hardships Zhou Qing faced. Her father had passed away a few years ago, and her mother had been chronically ill, leaving the weight of the household responsibilities squarely on her shoulders. This was why she worked with such fervor. Occasionally, I would bring fruit to her home, assist in replacing gas cylinders, and even fix faucets. Over time, her mother became familiar with me, often expressing her gratitude and referring to me as a reliable and steadfast man, almost as if she viewed me as a prospective son-in-law. There have been several moments when I found myself in a daze, feeling as though Zhou Qing had truly become my girlfriend. I often pondered that if one day my dreams were to materialize and my former goddess could indeed be by my side, I would dedicate myself entirely to her and her mother. In our lives, we have been progressing positively, our relationship blossoming day by day. At times, it feels as though I have stumbled upon a treasure. Zhou Qing has never been in a relationship before and remains untouched, a rarity indeed. Forgive my antiquated notions, but which man does not wish for his beloved to possess perfection? As for that pen, I have long cast it aside, and it is best to forget that unpleasant incident. Besides, Zhou Qing doesn't even recall it, so why bring it up? Unfortunately, I have yet to muster the courage to confess my feelings, hesitating to take that crucial step, as I remain uncertain of Zhou Qing's true feelings towards me. Although our relationship is quite amicable, and we spend considerable time together, it has not transcended the boundaries of ordinary friendship. Zhou Qing appears to regard me merely as a close friend. However, circumstances soon took a turn. During this time, although Wu Yunfeng had ceased to contact us, Zhou Qing found herself entangled in a new predicament. One day, while I was at the office, my uncle suddenly called, informing me that Zhou Qing had been assaulted, urging me to swiftly head to the sales department to assess the situation. 007. This is a colossal whale. Zhou Qing has been assaulted. This news truly astonishes me. For a considerable time, Zhou Qing, with her exceptional professional capabilities, has become an indisputable figure of prominence at Chiefing Garment Factory. Everyone is aware that she is a favorite of the boss, who would dare to trouble her or even strike her within the factory premises. Moreover, if Zhou Qing has indeed been attacked, it should fall under the purview of the security department. Why then has my uncle summoned me? However, I have no time to ponder these matters. Once my uncle's call ended, I swiftly dashed out, making my way to the sales department. The sales department is an independent entity, occupying a spacious office within the building. Upon my arrival at the entrance, I found a throng of people gathered, heads peering inside from various departments. Several uniformed security personnel were among them, yet they did not venture in, their expressions fraught with concern, as if the individuals inside evoked their apprehension. I immediately inquired about the situation. Although I hold no official position at Chiefing, everyone recognizes me as the boss's driver, so they did not underestimate me and promptly recounted the unfolding events. It turns out that Song Danyu's daughter had arrived, explicitly accusing Zhou Qing of seducing her fiancé. She stormed in and slapped Zhou Qing twice, declaring her intent to tear the mouth of that bitch apart. The two women are now in a standoff. Given Song Danyu's esteemed status, no one dared to confront his daughter, Thus they sought my uncle's guidance, who instructed that I come to handle the matter. Captain Wang from the security department, visibly tense, urged me, "Zhang Long, you must exercise caution. That woman, Song Xiaoyu, is exceedingly fierce. Song Xiaoyu is indeed Song Danyu's daughter and the fiancée of Wu Yunfeng." Inside the office, the sound of a fierce argument between the two women echoed, unmistakably intense. Meanwhile, my uncle's call came through again. "Nephew, you have arrived at the door, haven't you?" He cheerfully inquired over the phone. "I am aware of your fondness for that young lady, Zhou Qing. Seize this opportunity and strive to win her over at once." Understood. My uncle, astute as ever, could easily perceive my sentiments. Though Song Danyu holds a distinguished position, his daughter causing a ruckus at our factory allows us to expel her without repercussion. Yet, my uncle is keen to present me with this heroic chance to rescue the damsel, thereby subtly fostering a deeper connection between Zhou Qing and me. It is commendable that he thought of me so swiftly. For the sake of my lifelong affairs, my uncle indeed spares no effort. However, I must be cautious not to jeopardize the amicable relations between us and Song Danyu. A peaceful resolution to this incident would be ideal, I acknowledged with a hum. Indicating my understanding, and after ending the call, I turned to Captain Wang, saying, "All right, I'll take it from here." With that, I stepped into the office. In my imagination, the confrontation between Song Xiaoyu and Zhou Qing would certainly yield mutual victories, for in my memory, Zhou Qing is not one to easily capitulate. During our school days, her demeanor was quite assertive. At the very least, no one dared to bully her. Upon entering, I was utterly astonished by the scene before me. Zhou Qing had been cornered, her face swollen and flushed, marked with fingerprints, her eyes brimming with tears, clearly having suffered greatly. Glancing at Song Xiaoyu, I immediately understood the reason for Zhou Qing's misfortune. The name Song Xiaoyu evokes images of sweetness and innocence, yet in reality, she was quite the contrary, standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.7 meters and weighing at least 170 pounds. Her quaking flesh made her a figure of intimidation, leading one to think she should be named Zhang Juqing rather than Song Xiaoyu. Indeed, she resembled a colossal whale rather than a mere fish. Given Song Xiaoyu's formidable physique, I could not even guarantee a victory against her, let alone Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, standing at merely 1.6 meters and weighing no more than 90 pounds, despite having once exuded a tough demeanor, was now reduced to a mere shadow in the presence of the imposing Song Xiaoyu, destined only to be crushed and beaten. In a sudden moment of empathy, I began to sympathize with Wu Yunfeng's plight, comprehending why he would shamelessly cling to Zhou Qing even after becoming engaged. I could vividly envision the nights of torment he would endure post-marriage, weeping into his pillow until dawn. Who would have anticipated that the once-envied second-generation wealthy heir, Wu Yunfeng, held such a woeful and desolate side beneath his glamorous facade? Would those classmates who incessantly flattered him at gatherings still envy him upon seeing Song Xiaoyu? At that very moment, the whale-like Song Xiaoyu had Zhou Qing cornered, gripping her neck and hurling a flurry of vicious insults. Words like slut and homewrecker echoed in the air. Zhou Qing, bereft of any strength to retaliate, could only weep and feebly deny the accusations. I didn't tea yet. Her frail denials seemed utterly powerless against the overwhelming presence of the colossal Song Xiaoyu. I was uncertain who had relayed the information to Song Xiaoyu, but it was clear that she was somewhat lacking in judgment. A modicum of investigation would have revealed Wu Yunfeng's true character, sparing Zhou Qing from such harassment. Witnessing Zhou Qing in this state pained me deeply. The spirited Zhou Qing of our school days, who once commanded respect, have been reduced to this in just a few short years. The realms of academia and society are indeed starkly different. Over time, Zhou Qing had grown increasingly significant to me, to the point where I had secretly begun to regard her as my girlfriend. Even my uncle had noticed, which led to this chance for me to play the hero. Now, seeing Zhou Qing humiliated, I could not remain indifferent. I was filled with a fervent desire to rush forward and send that Song Xiaoyu flying. Although such an endeavor might prove to be quite challenging, if I were to attempt such a kick, perhaps I would find myself rebuffed instead. Nevertheless, she was a woman, and I a man. In terms of physical prowess, The male gender still held an advantage. Nevertheless, I quickly composed myself and refrained from acting impulsively toward Song Xiaoyu. For my uncle had previously advised me to resolve matters amicably and to avoid provoking Song Danyu. Thus, despite the fury that coursed through me, I forced myself to remain calm. After a brief moment of reflection, a clever idea struck me. I took a step forward, feigning surprise, and exclaimed, "Song Xiaoyu." The colossal creature, oh no, that little fish, upon hearing her name, slowly turned her head, looking at me with a hint of surprise. "Who are you?" "It's really you." I smiled, adopting a demeanor of innocence, and replied, "I'm a classmate of Wu Yunfeng. He has spoken of you, and I recognized you from the photographs on his phone." "What? Wu Yunfeng has my picture on his phone?" Song Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of undeniable excitement, her grip on Zhou Qing's neck loosening as she eagerly inquired, "How did he introduce me?" Zhou Qing, freed from her restraints, collapsed onto the ground, looking up at me with eyes filled with despair and sorrow. I signaled to her with my gaze that all was well, while my mind raced to devise a strategy. The words I had just uttered were mere fabrications. My relationship with Wu Yunfeng was not of such closeness, nor had he ever shown me images from his phone. My intention was solely to capture Song Xiaoyu's attention, and I could distinctly sense that she was likely accustomed to Wu Yunfeng's indifference, which explained her heightened excitement upon hearing my words. I continued to play along, stating, "Indeed, there are photos of you on Wu Yunfeng's phone. He even mentioned that you were his fiancée." "What else?" Song Xiaoyu was evidently more agitated now and took a step closer to me. It was clear that she possessed a certain naivety to the point of being somewhat gullible, which allowed her to trust me completely. Given this, I cannot be blamed for my cunning. I pretended to recall further details and continued, "There's nothing much else, just that your family could assist his, and he became engaged to you for familial reasons. Oh, and Wu Yunfeng also remarked that you are unworthy of him after your marriage. He intends to take 10 or 8 concubines to compensate for himself." "What?" Song Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her round face contorted with fury, and it was clear that this formidable creature was on the verge of an eruption. Indeed, this woman was quite gullible, easily falling for my ruse. It was no wonder she had come here without discerning the situation to confront Zhou Qing. I feigned a slip of the tongue, hastily waving my hands in denial. No, don't take it seriously. I was just rambling." However, my demeanor only served to heighten her suspicion, and she was instantly enraged. With a furious stomp, she declared, "Wu Yunfeng, that scoundrel, I will not let him off easily." She then darted past me, charging out the door, forcefully pushing her way through the crowd, vanishing in an instant. This enraged giant was indeed a terrifying sight, and her agility was remarkable. One could easily envision the tribulations Wu Yunfeng would face this evening. However, he deserved it. This was the fate he had brought upon himself. At long last, I succeeded in deceiving Song Xiaoyu, and a looming crisis dissipated into nothingness. I let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached Zhou Qing, extending my hand to support her, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" Suddenly, Zhou Qing sprang up and threw herself into my embrace, sobbing on my shoulder. The tears of Zhou Qing swiftly soaked my shoulder. It was evident that she was genuinely terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps this was the first time in her life she had faced such violence, especially from a woman as formidable as Song Xiaoyu, which could easily become an indelible nightmare. My heart ached for Zhou Qing in this state, so I gently patted her back, reassuring her that everything would be all right, that she need not fear any longer. However, my attempts were in vain. She continued to shake, akin to a leaf caught in a relentless wind. Outside the office, whispers filled the air as onlookers speculated. Realizing the need for a more suitable environment for Zhou Qing to recuperate, I attempted to assist her in leaving, but her legs had turned to jelly. Resolutely, I scooped her up in my arms, striding toward the exit as the crowd parted for us. My sudden action startled Zhou Qing. Her face flushed deeply, and she murmured, "Put me down." Yet, I feigned ignorance and continued forward. Faced with my insistence, she had no choice but to bury her head in my shoulder, too shy to glance at the people we passed. In truth, my heart raced as well. I could scarcely believe I possessed the audacity to carry Zhou Qing in public. It seemed the phrase about a man's boldness in the face of desire was indeed true. What would he not dare to do? Upon reaching the office's exterior, I instructed Captain Wang of the security department, if Song Xiaoyu returns, prevent her from entering the premises. Although I was not his superior, my position as the driver for the general manager afforded me a degree of respect amongst the staff. Captain Wang nodded in agreement, continuing to carry Zhou Qing. I felt the warmth of her soft back and smooth legs within my embrace, her fragrant presence enveloping me, leaving me somewhat entranced. It was surreal to hold the woman I once idolized so closely. I could hardly fathom that this was reality. I brought Zhou Qing to my dormitory and gently laid her on my bed, our faces both flushed with color. Maintaining an air of composure, I suggested, "You should rest for a while." She nodded and turned away. I placed a glass of water on the bedside table, and a prolonged silence ensued. Zhou Qing remained motionless on the bed, and I found myself at a loss for what to do. Though desire lingered, courage eluded me. I could only gaze at her profile, lost in thought. I mused that if it were another more experienced young man in my position, he might have taken the opportunity to draw closer, but I lacked the confidence to take that step, feeling somewhat inferior in her presence. After an indeterminate amount of time, I noticed Zhou Qing shivering slightly, accompanied by the faint sound of her sobs. Alarmed, I hurried to her side, only to find her face streaked with tears, her eyes still filled with fear. I realized that Zhou Qing had yet to recover from the fright inflicted by Song Xiaoyu. Instantly, I felt a wave of shame wash over me for my earlier fanciful thoughts. Zhou Qing remained in a state of helplessness while I was preoccupied with my own desires, which was indeed ignoble. I hurried to console her, urging her to cease her tears, saying, "Rest assured, such an incident shall not occur again." Zhou Qing remained silent, her tears cascading down like pearls, evoking profound sorrow within me. My heart swelled with empathy, and I grasped her shoulders, locking my gaze on her eyes, earnestly proclaiming, "Zhou Qing, I, Zhang Long, vow that I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm again. Will you trust me just this once?" Throughout this ordeal, Zhou Qing was unjustly wronged, first entangled by that scoundrel Wu Yunfeng, and then inexplicably slapped by Song Xiaoyu. Who could remain unaffected in such circumstances? The more pitiable Zhou Qing appeared, the more my heart ached for her, and thus my words were not born of impulse, but of a genuine desire to protect and cherish her. Zhou Qing was evidently taken aback by my oath, clearly not anticipating such a declaration from me. Yet, she was ultimately moved by my steadfast expression, her tear-filled eyes slowly nodding in agreement as she sincerely thanked me. Under my soothing presence, Zhou Qing gradually ceased her tears. Though her spirits remained low, she requested a mirror to inspect the imprints on her face. Her delicate skin bore the brunt of Song Xiaoyu's slaps, and it would likely take 2 or 3 days for her to heal. To spare her mother from seeing her bruised visage, Zhou Qing decided to stay in the dormitory at work for a few days. However, with her mother unwell and often requiring care, the responsibility fell upon me. Fortunately, Zhou Qing's job was typically quite demanding, and when she mentioned a business trip, her mother harbored no suspicion. I made periodic visits to her home during lunch and dinner to check if her mother needed assistance. If so, I would help, and if not, I would take my leave. Thankfully, the days passed without incident. During this time, Zhou Qing continued to work normally. Yet the once vivacious girl who loved to chat and laugh now wore a heavy heart, often saying little throughout the day. The shame of the incident weighed heavily upon her. Despite her innocence, who could predict what her colleagues might say? With the rightful partner confronting her, it felt akin to a muddy stain on her dignity. Whether it was filth or not, who would listen to her defense, and how many would believe her? Such is the fear of public opinion. Furthermore, Zhou Qing struggled internally with her own turmoil, frequently sighing at her workstation, often unable to complete a single task throughout the day. My uncle privately remarked that this could not continue. A promising individual should not be allowed to falter so easily. One must not let personal matters intrude upon professional life. This is a fundamental principle in any workplace. I reassured him, asserting my belief that Zhou Qing would gradually mend with a bit more time. During that period, I remained by her side, vigilant against any further emotional harm, occasionally sharing light-hearted jokes to lift her spirits. For someone as inarticulate as I am, managing to tell a few jokes is quite a feat. Although the results may not be remarkable, I have indeed put forth considerable effort. I sincerely hope that Zhou Qing recovers and is no longer troubled by that incident. This situation persisted for about a week. One afternoon, after work, I went to the sales department as usual to fetch Zhou Qing for lunch, only to discover that she was absent. Upon inquiry, I learned that she had gone to eat with another girl, a beauty whose looks rivaled Zhou Qing's. A beauty? Who might that be? I was utterly perplexed, but when I arrived at the cafeteria, everything became clear. It was Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi was also a classmate from high school, one of the three renowned beauties. Her appearance certainly did not pale in comparison to Zhou Qing's. In fact, she had blossomed into an even more elegant woman, radiating gracefulness far beyond her school days. Moreover, Cheng Yi hailed from a wealthy family, her affluent background allowing her to dress in an exceptionally fashionable and striking manner, resembling a proud peacock, always the center of attention wherever she went. During our school years, she was never short of admirers, and I could only imagine that she now attracted even more suitors. However, I held a certain disdain for Cheng Yi due to her sharp tongue, which was far more caustic than Zhou Qing's had ever been. After all these years since graduation, Zhou Qing had changed significantly, while Cheng Yi remained the same. At the last class reunion, she, much like Wu Yunfeng, was quick to criticize others, perpetually adopting an air of superiority. Of course, my feelings towards her were inconsequential. What mattered was her close relationship with Zhou Qing. They had been inseparable in school, even going to the restroom together. Now, seated together for lunch, they appeared as if they were one, whispering and giggling with delight. Indeed, after a week's absence, a smile finally graced Zhou Qing's face once more, and it seemed Cheng Yi's presence played a substantial role in this uplift. Seeing Zhou Qing's spirits improve brought me some relief. However, I had no intention of approaching them, as I was not keen on conversing with Cheng Yi. Just as I was about to turn away, it was too late. Zhou Qing had already spotted me and waved. "Zhang Long, over here." I could not pretend not to see her, so I reluctantly made my way over. Sure enough, before I could utter a word, Cheng Yi immediately launched in her tirade. "Zhang Long, why are you running away? Afraid to speak to this princess?" Back in school, she had a penchant for referring to herself as this princess, and even after all these years, she still clung to that notion, oblivious to the source of her unwarranted confidence. If she were to visit Disneyland, I could only imagine her refusing to leave the castle, necessitating the staff to forcibly escort her away with a stick. The sight of her made my head spin, yet I managed a forced smile and replied, "No, no. I didn't TC you two nonsense." Cheng Yi retorted, hands on her hips. "With both of us being so beautiful, we are undoubtedly the focus of the entire cafeteria. Who could possibly enter without noticing us? Unless you are blind." Cheng Yi's relentless banter left me speechless, and my own clumsiness rendered me at a loss for words, resulting in an exceedingly awkward moment. In the days of our school years, Zhou Qing would have been indifferent to me. However, the present circumstances are quite different. Zhou Qing promptly nudged Cheng Yi's arm and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Yi, please don't make things difficult for Zhang Long. How could he possibly outshine you? Oh, you two haven't even established a rapport yet, and you're already defending him?" Cheng Yi glared, clearly displeased. Zhou Qing's face flushed, and she stammered, "Yi, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, Cheng Yi burst into laughter, turning to me and saying, "Zhang Long, I've heard that you've been quite attentive to Zhou Qing lately. Haven't you? Quite impressive. I remember when you were rather timid back in school. I never imagined you'd grow the audacity to stand up to Wu Yunfeng. However, let me make this clear. Don't think that helping Zhou Qing a few times grants you the privilege to pursue her. You're simply not worthy. Don't be a toad yearning for a swan's flesh." Clearly, the bond between the two girls is strong, as Zhou Qing confides in Cheng Yi about everything. I was somewhat taken aback by Cheng Yi's praise, yet her subsequent remarks stripped me of all pretense, bluntly labeling me as a toad. Unfortunately, she was right. I had indeed been fantasizing about Zhou Qing these past few days. Her words pierced through my facade, leaving me feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing for a pit to swallow me whole. I had believed that after graduation, I had transformed into someone entirely different, if not reborn, at least a far cry from my former self. Yet, Chung-Yi's comment swiftly reverted me to my original state, like a sharp blade plunging into my heart, leaving me feeling as cold as ice and utterly despondent. It was as if I had returned to that high school classroom, to a life resembling that of a wandering ghost, invisible to all, treated as mere air in an environment where no one acknowledged my presence. Just as I felt my face flush with embarrassment, Zhou Qing nudged Chung-Yi again and softly said, Please don't speak of Zhonglong like that." Attempting to shift the conversation, she continued, "By the way, don't you have something to ask Zhonglong? Something to ask me? What could Chung-Yi possibly want from me?" "Zhou Qing, don't jest. How could I be of any assistance to her?" I was still in a daze when Chung-Yi raised her voice slightly. "Yes, my father is encountering some financial issues, so he asked me to inquire with General Zhang about possibly delaying the payment for 2 months. But Zhonglong is merely a driver. How could he possibly make such decisions?" Zhou Qing, somewhat exasperated, shook her head and replied, Zhonglong has a good relationship with our general manager. It might just work out, so don't speak of him like that." "Is that so?" Chung-Yi's eyes brimmed with disdain as she turned to me and asked, "Zhonglong, can you assist me with this favor? If you can help, I shall regard you with greater esteem in the future. 009 is truly a disappointment. I understand now that Chung-Yi's father owes Chiefing a considerable debt, and the time for settling accounts has arrived. However, he is currently facing financial difficulties, which is why he sent his daughter to negotiate a 2-month extension. Upon her arrival, Chung-Yi evidently hit a wall, as our factory also needs to recoup its funds. Thus, Zhou Qing suggested that Chung-Yi seek my assistance, knowing that I have a favorable relationship with the president of Chiefing, which might prove beneficial. Unfortunately, Chung-Yi looks down upon me, not believing that I possess such influence, and even remarked that if I could assist her, she would regard me with greater esteem in the future. Setting aside my familial ties with my uncle, I am also the largest shareholder of Chiefing, and advising my uncle to delay a payment would be a trivial matter. The crux of the issue is, why should I assist her merely for the sake of her acknowledgement? I am not a fool. Chung-Yi's regard holds little value. Since she holds me in contempt, let her do so. I am utterly indifferent. Therefore, I chose not to respond, merely letting out a cold snort before turning on my heel and walking away. Chung-Yi, brimming with self-satisfaction, turned to Zhou Qing and remarked, "See, I knew he was all bark and no bite, merely fortunate to be the driver of the president of Chiefing." Zhou Qing quietly admonished, Please refrain from speaking so harshly. Zhonglong is quite a decent person." Chung-Yi scoffed disdainfully. "What good is being a decent person? Can decency put food on the table?" "Zhou Qing, I must advise you, with your looks, you could attract any wealthy heir. Do not allow yourself to be blinded by this empty shell. Keep those superficial, hollow individuals at arm's length. Just because he drives an Audi does not mean it belongs to him. If you were to be with a driver, think of the embarrassment it would bring among our classmates. Such a beautiful flower would be wasted on a pile of dung." I had no intention of engaging with Chung-Yi, but her words grew increasingly intolerable, and I could no longer remain silent. Though my demeanor is typically composed, I'm still a man with a spark of youthful indignation, especially provoked by Chung-Yi. I felt that to walk away without a response would be too humiliating. Gritting my teeth, I turned back to confront Chung-Yi and Zhou Qing. My expression was stormy, resembling a boiler on the verge of explosion, causing Zhou Qing to flinch. Fearing I might strike Chung-Yi, having witnessed my violent confrontation with Wu Yunfeng, she quickly rose to intervene, urging, "Zhonglong, do not act impulsively. Yi means no harm. She simply has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Do not take her words to heart. No malice?" Chung-Yi's disdain was palpable. How could one claim there is no malice? What sharp tongue and soft heart? In my eyes, both her words and heart are equally venomous. Meanwhile, Chung-Yi also stood, grasping Zhou Qing's arm, saying, "Zhou Qing, do not concern yourself with him. Let him strike me if he dares. Am I mistaken? Is it not just a toad wishing to feast on swan meat?" Before she could finish her sentence, I interjected, Chung Yi, what is your father's name? Chung Yi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating my inquiry. With a perplexed expression, she asked, "What do you call my father?" Zhou Qing, however, seemed to have an epiphany and nudged Chung Yi, saying, "Zhang Long is here to assist you." Chung Yi quickly grasped the situation, exclaiming with a teasing tone, "My father is Chung Wangji. Zhang Long, let me reiterate, if you can truly aid me, I shall undoubtedly regard you with greater esteem in the future." Her demeanor was increasingly irksome to me. Without uttering a word, I retrieved my phone and dialed my uncle's number, placing the call on speakerphone in front of them both. The call connected swiftly, and my uncle answered, "What is up, Long?" He typically addressed me solely by the name Long, which reflected his affection for me. I inquired, "Mr. Zhang, is there a boss named Chung Guangji who owes our factory a substantial sum for goods?" In the presence of others, I consistently referred to him as Mr. Zhang, fully aware that he understood my habit and recognized the company of others around me. He replied, "Yes, why do you ask?" I continued, "Boss Chung's daughter, Chung Yi, is my high school classmate. She has approached me, stating that her father is experiencing some financial difficulties and is hoping to postpone the payment for 2 months. Upon hearing this, Chung Yi immediately grew tense, biting her lips, her eyes fixed on me, likely feeling her heart race. My uncle replied, "Our factory is also facing financial constraints. We need to pay the workers and continually replenish materials, and moreover, Boss Ching owes quite a considerable amount, over several $100,000. As my uncle spoke, Chung Yi's expression turned disdainful. With a scoff, she remarked to Zhou Qing, "See, he is just a mere driver. How could he possibly have such influence?" Zhou Qing, appearing helpless, silently shook her head at Chung Yi. Yet at that moment, my uncle unexpectedly shifted his tone, adding, however, "Since it is your high school classmate's father, postponing for 2 months should not pose a problem, although the interest will be in accordance with industry standards. The industry interest rates are generally higher than those of banks, nearly akin to loan shark rates." Nonetheless, upon hearing this, Chung Yi brightened instantly, her eyes gleaming with excitement, and eagerly urged me, "Yes, that is fine. Zhang Long, please inform Mr. Zhang that I accept the terms. Even if the interest is higher, it doesn't matter, as long as my father can endure these 2 months." It was evident that her father had pre-established the conditions before her arrival. However, I chose to disregard Chung Yi and continued speaking to my uncle. "So it's settled then?" He affirmed, "No problem. She is your classmate." "Yes." Chung Yi was nearly bouncing with joy, shaking Zhou Qing's arm vigorously, who responded with a smile of relief. Yet, they appeared to be celebrating prematurely. I resumed the conversation with my uncle, "Mr. Zhang, immediately request this payment from Boss Chung. Do not extend any favors on my behalf. Do not delay even a single day, and not a penny less." "Huh?" My uncle seemed utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend my intent. I refrained from further commentary, directly terminating the call, then lifted my gaze calmly to Chung Yi. Chung Yi was utterly stunned, as was Zhou Qing. Chung Yi's mouth, still agape, failed to close in time. Her smile froze at the corners of her lips as she stood there, completely dazed, gazing at me in disbelief. To be honest, if Chung Yi had approached me with a semblance of civility, I would have been willing to assist her. Yet now, such thoughts were futile. To offer her help would render me a fool. Nonetheless, before I declined, I intended to demonstrate my capabilities, only to subsequently refuse her request, as a means to vent my pent-up frustration. It may appear rather juvenile, but I dismissed such concerns. My own satisfaction was all that mattered. Chung Yi remained in a state of shock while I scoffed and turned away. After walking a distance of several paces, I was met with her anguished cry, "Zhang Long, you truly are despicable." I paid her no mind and headed straight back to my dormitory. I had yet to have a meal, though my appetite had vanished, for I was already filled with indignation. Upon arriving at the dorm, my uncle called, inquiring about the situation. I did not conceal anything, recounting the events in full detail. Upon hearing my tale, my uncle was equally infuriated, cursing and declaring, "I will demand the debt from Lao Chung immediately. Not a single cent less, not a day longer." More than half an hour later, Zhou Qing called again, predictably seeking to intercede on Cheng Yi's behalf. She relayed that Cheng Yi's father had learned of the incident and had scolded her severely, stating that she now recognized her mistakes. Zhou Qing urged me to show some compassion and assist her just this once. Logically, given Zhou Qing's personal appeal, I should have obliged her request. However, the memory of Cheng Yi's sharp and caustic words sent chills through my heart, prompting me to respond coldly. Did she not look down on me? With her considerable abilities, let her seek help from others. I had resolved firmly that regardless of the circumstances, I would not extend my assistance to Cheng Yi. After hanging up, I lay down to rest, slowly easing my inner turmoil. Meanwhile, downstairs in the dormitory complex, Cheng Yi sat on the steps, wiping her tears incessantly, her lips trembling in distress, clearly feeling deeply wronged. This reaction was understandable. After all, her father, who usually indulged her, had just unleashed a torrent of anger upon her, even uttering words like you could keep goldfish in your head, which left her feeling utterly aggrieved and sorrowful. Yet, that was secondary. Cheng Yi was acutely aware that the substantial sum of money was crucial to her father, and whether they could weather this storm depended on whether the general manager, Qi Feng, would show leniency. Zhang Long is truly despicable. Cheng Yi sobbed, "We are still old classmates. You can't even lend a hand in this small matter." Beside her, Zhou Qing replied helplessly, "You really cannot blame Zhang Long for this. You were indeed excessive. Your words were overly harsh. I could hardly bear to witness it. I told you to stop, yet you insisted on continuing. I mentioned that Zhang Long has a good relationship with our general manager, but you refused to believe it. Now that things have come to this, who can you blame? It was well past the start of working hours." Yet Zhou Qing had taken a leave of absence specifically to accompany Cheng Yi. "I'm not doing this for you." At this point, Cheng Yi grew even angrier, exclaiming, "You look so beautiful. It's not that I don't want to keep you from being wasted on someone unworthy." Zhou Qing shrugged, saying, "Zhang Long has never expressed any intention to pursue me. It is merely your one-sided, wishful thinking. My dear sister, it is apparent to any discerning individual what Zhang Long desires. Otherwise, has he lost his mind to treat you so well, not only assisting you in dealing with Wu Yinfeng, but also personally escorting you to and from work every day?" At this point, Cheng Yi seemed to recall something, grasping Zhou Qing's hand and imploring, "Zhou Qing, Zhang Long must indeed have feelings for you. Could you possibly do me a favor and intercede on my behalf? Otherwise, my father will truly chastise me to no end." Zhou Qing shook her head, replying, "I just attempted that. Did you not witness it? You have truly messed this up. Given my relationship with Zhang Long, your father's issue would have been resolved without difficulty. It is solely your fault for indiscriminately berating him. Now, it is too late for regrets." Cheng Yi understood that she had offended him deeply this time, and it would likely take a considerable amount of time to earn his forgiveness. With a sigh, she released Zhou Qing's hand. However, soon, Cheng Yi's eyes sparkled with an idea as she leaned closer to Zhou Qing and whispered. After listening, Zhou Qing expressed her confusion. "Is that really feasible?" Cheng Yi confidently replied, "Absolutely, it will work." Zhou Qing nodded. "Very well, I shall assist you in this endeavor. But my dear Yi, please do not mess this up." The desire for reconciliation seemed utterly futile. It must be said that Cheng Yi was truly infuriating. Even though the incident had transpired hours ago, my heart remained heavy with resentment. Words spoken in anger can wound like a bitter winter. This was precisely the sentiment I felt. I lay in my dormitory for several hours, unable to shake off the anger, when just before the end of my shift, Zhou Qing called, inquiring if I was still upset. Naturally, I was. However, in her presence, I refrained from expressing too much, merely holding my phone in silence. Zhou Qing offered a few words of comfort, suggesting that Cheng Yi was simply that kind of person, inherently kind-hearted, and advised me not to hold grudges against her. While Cheng Yi might indeed be amiable towards her friends, her demeanor towards strangers was excessively harsh. I had no desire to continue discussing this with Zhou Qing, so I suggested we change the subject. With a sigh, Zhou Qing acquiesced, saying, "All right then, come pick me up after work." During this period, I had been regularly escorting her to and from work, and today was no exception. I rose and drove to the office building to collect her. Cheng-yi was absent, presumably having gone home, and I couldn't be bothered to inquire further. I simply took Zhou Qing to her residence. On the way, Zhou Qing proposed we dine together, to which I readily agreed, eager to spend more time with her. After our meal, she expressed a desire to go karaoke and invited me to accompany her. Dining is a common activity among friends, but singing together carries a hint of intimacy. This was the first time Zhou Qing had suggested such an outing. My heart raced, almost disbelieving the invitation. As for whether to go, that was a rhetorical question. Of course, I would seize such a rare opportunity. I drove according to Zhou Qing's directions and arrived at an impressively decorated KTV establishment. Although Zhou Qing had invited me, I felt it was only right to cover the cost, so I approached the front desk to book a private room. I recalled that the owner of this KTV had a good relationship with my uncle. Perhaps mentioning him could even secure a discount. Just then, Zhou Qing approached, informing me that the room was already prepared and we could head straight in. Surprised, I sensed that Zhou Qing might have had this planned all along. But I had little time to ponder as I followed her into the room. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by the sight of 7 or 8 people, both male and female, all familiar faces from our high school days, and to my astonishment, Cheng-yi was among them. The moment we stepped inside, Cheng-yi eagerly approached, her face glowing with delight as she exclaimed, "Zhang Long, Zhou Qing, you two finally made it. We've been waiting for you forever. Come in." Her enthusiasm was almost overwhelming, as if she were welcoming long-lost kin. Realizing the situation, I comprehended that this was clearly a scheme orchestrated by Cheng-yi, an attempt to draw me in for reconciliation, with Zhou Qing evidently complicit in the plan. Without Zhou Qing, I would not have come. I turned to her, and she, somewhat sheepishly, explained, "Today is Cheng-yi's birthday. We're all just here to celebrate. Please don't be upset. Yes, today is my birthday. Let us enjoy this together." Cheng-yi chimed in, playfully linking arms with both Zhou Qing and me. Glancing at the table, I indeed spotted a birthday cake, confirming the festivities. I sighed inwardly, contemplating that since I had already arrived at the entrance, it would be rather petty to simply turn away. Thus, I decided to accompany Zhou Qing into the private room. I was uncertain whether today truly marked Cheng-yi's birthday, yet the preparation seemed quite ample. 7 or 8 classmates had gathered, adorned with streamers and balloons, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Wu Yinfeng was notably absent. Cheng-yi and Wu Yinfeng maintained a decent relationship, and logically, he should have been invited to the celebration. Yet, Cheng-yi shared a closer bond with Zhou Qing, necessitating a choice. It was evident that Cheng-yi had not informed others of my presence. Given her nature, she would never disclose her father's financial troubles, let alone seek my assistance publicly. Therefore, upon our arrival, her warm greeting towards me elicited incredulous expressions from our peers. A few began to murmur among themselves. Some failed to recognize me, questioning who I was and how I could be with the stunning Zhou Qing. Others whispered, "Did you not hear Cheng-yi call him? This is Zhang Long." One individual expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "Zhang Long? The same disheveled boy who couldn't afford a new outfit and scarcely spoke a word?" Indeed, it was I, who had attended a recent class reunion, a fact some had seemingly forgotten. Goodness, I hardly noticed. His transformation is remarkable. What is he doing now? When did he become so close with our 2 most beautiful classmates? I recalled him mentioning during the reunion that he worked in logistics at a clothing factory, primarily handling menial tasks such as cleaning. It seemed improbable that someone in such a position would be seen with Zhou Qing, let alone receive such warmth from Cheng-yi. I had heard that Zhou Qing also worked at that very factory, presumably in sales. Perhaps their paths had crossed fortuitously. As for Cheng-yi, it was indeed her birthday. As the saying goes, guests should be treated with warmth, which was entirely reasonable. Oh, I thought as much. Zhang Long's previous demeanor hardly suggested he would achieve anything remarkable. The crowd engaged in a cacophony of chatter. Some comments reached my ears while others did not. Yet, I remained indifferent, quietly taking a seat in the corner. Over the years, my disposition had grown increasingly reserved, and I generally refrained from engaging in conversation. Zhou Qing, meanwhile, was drawn aside by a few other girls, who whispered inquisitively, occasionally mentioning the word driver, clearly inquiring about my occupation. Once I had settled, Chung-yi promptly summoned the waiter to bring forth drinks. Despite her family's substantial debts amounting to hundreds of thousands, her generosity remained unabated. She ordered a variety of beverages, white wine, foreign drinks, and beer, estimating the total to be well over 1,000 yuan. Inwardly, I lamented her extravagance. However, for Chung-yi, spending such a sum to procure my forgiveness, while simultaneously alleviating her father's predicament, seemed a worthwhile investment. Yet, her calculations would prove futile, for I had silently vowed that regardless of her efforts, even if she laid bare the heavens, I would not grant her forgiveness. Do not accuse me of being petty. Try enduring her harsh words for yourself. Once the drinks were fully served, Chung-yi entered a state of self-indulgence, clutching a microphone as she stood at the center of the private room. A beam of spotlight illuminated her crown, glimmering above her head, rendering her a vision akin to a princess emerging from a Disney fairy tale. Setting aside all else, Chung-yi's appearance and figure were indeed extraordinary. The truth remains unshakable. Those who were beautiful in school often blossom into stunning adults, a reality exemplified by both Chung-yi and Zhou Qing. With a microphone in hand and a subtle touch of makeup enhanced by the lighting, she radiated an enchanting charm. The room fell silent as she spoke with heartfelt sincerity. First and foremost, I want to express my gratitude for your presence at my birthday celebration tonight. You are my forever friends. The crowd erupted in cheers, applause, and enthusiastic shouts, while I remained unmoved in the corner. Continuing, Chung-yi declared, "Tonight, I have no other wishes but for everyone to eat well, drink well, sing well, and dance well." The audience responded with another round of raucous cheers, their excitement nearly shattering my eardrums. Chung-yi led by example, launching into a lively song and dance from a Korean girl group, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Not to mention, her vocal prowess and dance moves were of exceptional quality. With a bit of polish, she could easily debut, captivating countless admirers with her beauty. A girl of lesser looks, if she were to possess such a sharp tongue, would likely have been dragged out and dealt with harshly. Her beauty and wealth undoubtedly served as her currency. Yet, regardless of her allure, it bore no relevance to me. No matter how loud others shouted, I maintained my indifferent demeanor, observing coldly. As the performance concluded, the crowd cheered for over a minute before finally settling down. Chung-yi approached me, beer in hand, and with a beaming smile said, "Zhang Long, let us share a drink." I was fully aware of her intentions. She sought reconciliation, hoping I would assist her father, believing that in front of everyone I would not embarrass her. Yet the others were oblivious. They witnessed Chung-yi proactively toasting me, the first to do so after her dance, leaving them in astonished silence, mouths agape. Apart from Zhou Qing, no one understood the underlying reasons, and two young women could hardly elucidate the situation to the rest. The room suddenly fell into an eerie quiet, all eyes fixated on the scene, bewildered. Chung-yi, still glistening with sweat from her recent performance, exuded a vague sensuality that only enhanced her allure, complemented by her perhaps trained sweet smile, an irresistible temptation for any man. But I could resist. I would never forget how this seemingly sincere and enthusiastic woman once looked down on me with such disdain and sharpness. There would be no reconciliation. Thus, I replied coldly, "I'm sorry, I have to drive." Chung-yi held her cup suspended in midair, caught in a moment of indecision, neither placing it down nor taking a sip, resulting in an atmosphere that was palpably awkward. Given Chung-yi's disposition, it was a considerable feat for her to adopt such a humble stance and apologize to me. Under different circumstances, others might have taken the opportunity to step down gracefully. Yet, I could not shake the thought that my ability to assist her father was the sole reason for her demeanor towards me. What if I were unable to provide help? How would Chung-yi react then? If I were merely an ordinary driver, ungratefully accompanying Zhou Qing to this birthday celebration, would she mockingly pour the drink over my head as a display of disdain, or perhaps publicly belittle me, leaving me utterly humiliated? The mere contemplation sent a shiver down my spine. Thus, I resolved to remain steadfast, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, treating others as they treat me. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Chung-yi stood motionless with her wine glass, her eyes slightly reddened, while Zhou Qing sighed softly. The others remained silent, perplexed by the unfolding drama. I chose not to elucidate the situation, instead absently rubbing the car keys in my pocket, contemplating whether I should simply leave. Just then, a beer bottle crashed violently at my feet, sending frothy white foam and golden liquid cascading down my trousers. Nearby, a burly young man rose, glaring at me with hostility, and shouted, "Zhang Long, aren't you just a mere driver? Why act so high and mighty? If you're not going to drink, what are you even doing here? Keep yapping, and I'll smash another bottle over your head." In the dimly lit private room, a sense of tension enveloped the air as Hu Haidong, a towering figure with a formidable presence, stood up abruptly. His size resembled that of a small mountain. I had long avoided him, just as I had evaded Wu Yunfeng, who, while wealthy, bore a different demeanor. However, the years had not softened Hu Haidong's domineering temperament. A mere disagreement would provoke him to hurl a beer bottle. Yet, his fierce loyalty to Cheng Yi was evident, as he remained infatuated with her despite never winning her affection. The moment he perceived Cheng Yi's distress, he could scarcely contain his anger. As the bottle flew through the air, a mixture of anxiety and amusement gripped the onlookers, eager for the unfolding spectacle. I remained indifferent, unperturbed by Hu Haidong's threats. If he dared to act against me, I was resolute in my determination to retaliate. "Hey, are you deaf?" he bellowed, his voice resonating through the room. As he approached, sleeves rolled up and curses spilling forth, I remained seated, unwavering. Zhou Qing sprang to her feet, attempting to restrain Hu Haidong, but her efforts were in vain. He forcefully shook her off, advancing towards me, while our classmates looked on with expressions of morbid curiosity. Whispers floated through the air. "He deserves it. He even disrespects Cheng Yi. Let us see how Hu Haidong deals with him." Just as Hu Haidong was about to confront me, a clear voice commanded, "Stop." It was Cheng Yi. Although Hu Haidong often disregarded others, he could not ignore her. Surprised, he retorted, "Princess Yi, he disrespects you. Let me deal with this scoundrel." Cheng Yi, who occasionally referred to herself jokingly as a princess, had unwittingly given Hu Haidong a serious interpretation of her words. With a stern expression, she replied, "This matter does not concern you. Furthermore, Zhang Long is my friend. You must apologize to him immediately." The revelation that Zhang Long was her friend stunned everyone, especially since it was unheard of throughout our 3 years in high school. Though Hu Haidong had never won Cheng Yi's heart, he had served as her protector for 3 years, fostering a significant bond between them. Now, Cheng Yi was publicly reprimanding him for my sake. Surprise and confusion filled the room, with whispers exchanged among peers, each seeking to understand the unfolding drama. Hu Haidong, fueled by anger, had initially intended to unleash his frustration on me, yet now he was being compelled to apologize. His face reddened with indignation as he begrudgingly uttered an "I'm sorry" before he huffed back to his seat, clearly displeased. Throughout the entire ordeal, I remained motionless, as if this matter had no bearing on me. After expelling Hu Haidong, Cheng Yi let out a sigh, collected her emotions for a moment, and raised her glass towards me, declaring, "Zhang Long, I acknowledge my fault. I apologize and hope you can forgive me." The onlookers, entirely oblivious to the situation, were taken aback. None could comprehend what wrong Cheng Yi had committed that prompted her to offer an apology to me. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that someone of Cheng Yi's disposition would voluntarily express contrition. During our school days, she had quarreled with countless individuals, and never had I witnessed her bowing her head to anyone. It was utterly shocking and unfathomable. Even Hu Haidong gaped in disbelief. However, what astonished the crowd even more was my continued indifference. I even impatiently replied, "I've already stated my intention to drive. I cannot partake in alcohol." This was, in essence, a tacit rejection of Cheng Yi's apology. Cheng Yi's eyes brimmed with tears once more, cascading down her cheeks as she sobbed. "Zhang Long, I have apologized. How long must you make this difficult for me? We are classmates, and we will encounter one another many times in the future. There is no need for this." Zhou Qing approached as well, advocating, "Indeed, Zhang Long, Yi has recognized her mistake. Please extend your forgiveness this once." As she spoke, She patted Cheng Yi's back and tugged at my sleeve, whispering, "Please do it for my sake, one to you." I was genuinely taken aback by Cheng Yi's tears. In my memory, she was exceptionally domineering, always the one to bully others, never the victim. Of course, this indicated that her father's situation was indeed troublesome, if left unresolved. It would overwhelm her. Otherwise, she would not have humbled herself. As Cheng Yi wept, my heart softened, as a normal man would. And with Zhou Qing also urging me, my resolve wavered. I thought perhaps I should let it go. Clinging to this matter seemed rather petty. With that in mind, I lifted my glass, preparing to share a toast with Cheng Yi. However, at that moment, a thunderous crash erupted as Hu Haidong, that madman, kicked over the coffee table before him. Not only did the bottles and glasses shatter, but the glass coffee table also splintered, seemingly taking 2 microphones down with it, all engulfed in a scene of chaos. "Damn it! Who do you think you are?" Hu Haidong bellowed, rising to his feet in rage. "Princess Yi is being gracious to you, and you think yourself of any significance? I do not know what transpired between you, but listen to me, Princess Yi. You need not apologize to him. Given his status, even conversing with him is an elevation. If that scoundrel remains ungrateful, I shall twist his head off." With Hu Haidong's outburst, the other students began to murmur among themselves, asserting that they too were perplexed by Zhang Long's arrogance. After all, he was merely a lowly driver. Given Cheng Yi's courtesy towards him, his haughtiness was unwarranted, and he was indeed deserving of Hu Haidong's reprimand. As a devoted admirer of Cheng Yi, witnessing my goddess in such a submissive state, with tears streaming down her face, Hu Haidong could no longer contain the fire brewing within him. In that moment, he erupted, disregarding Cheng Yi's prior admonitions, and stormed towards me with seething anger. He was determined to defend his goddess, refusing to allow her to endure even the slightest indignity. Little did he realize that his actions would push Cheng Yi, who was on the verge of reconciling, back to the brink of failure. However, his remark about my status, suggesting that merely conversing with me was a form of elevation, jolted me into awareness. Indeed, given my position, if I were not able to assist Cheng Yi, would she even glance my way, invite me to her birthday celebration, or plead with me to share a drink? The scene of her previous humiliation in the cafeteria vividly resurfaced in my mind, hardening my heart once more. Thus, rather than harboring resentment towards Hu Haidong, I found myself grateful to him for clarifying the stark reality. I pushed the cup of alcohol away, my expression cold as I declared, "I shall not partake in this drink." Cheng Yi observed the transformation unfold before her eyes, fully aware that Hu Haidong had disrupted the situation. Enraged, she turned to him and exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? I've already stated that this is none of your concern, so why do you interfere? I truly should not have invited you tonight." Hu Haidong, who had intended to confront me, stood frozen, bewildered by Cheng Yi's reprimand, stuttering, "Princess Yi, get out." Cheng Yi pointed towards the door. Hu Haidong, who had been acting on her behalf, was now being ordered to leave by her. He stood there utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Cheng Yi. At that moment, other classmates could no longer remain silent and rose to defend Hu Haidong, insisting, "Hu Haidong is only looking out for your best interests. He simply cannot bear to witness this." Indeed, we too were unable to tolerate the situation. What right did Zhang Long have to be treated with such deference? Hu Haidong may have restrained himself, but we were ready to explode, itching to confront him. Even if you're kind-hearted, you should not allow others to bully you. If anyone should leave, it is Zhang Long. Why is he even here? He ought to have the decency to reflect on his own standing, as he should not be present in such a setting. Each voice joined in condemnation of me, asserting my lowly status, that I had no place at this gathering, and that I should not display disdain. Yet, regardless of their words, Cheng Yi's resolve remained unchanged. She continued to point at the door, directing her ire at Hu Haidong, stating, "I told you to leave. Do you hear me?" Zhou Qing whispered, "Hu Haidong, you should go for now. We will explain later." The burly young man, his anger causing his lips to tremble slightly, retorted, "Fine, I will go, I will go." He then turned to me with a fierce glare, saying, "Zhang Long, this is not over. Do not let me encounter you outside. or you shall regret it." With that, he puffed out his chest, assuming an air of righteous indignation, and strode towards the exit. Yet, before he could reach the door, it was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang, and a dozen brutish men stormed in. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, his countenance dark and foreboding, with a conspicuous scar marring his left cheek. Upon entering, he imperiously pointed at everyone in the private room and declared, "You dare to wreck my establishment and think you can leave? Unless I receive an explanation, no one shall depart from here today." The mention of his establishment left the crowd in stunned disbelief as they collectively turned their gaze towards the shattered coffee table, broken bottles, and microphones strewn across the floor. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon them. The thoroughly wretched Prince Zhao, clearly. The earth-shattering kick delivered by Hu Haidong had previously drawn the attention of the waiter stationed at the entrance. Upon witnessing the chaos within the private room, he immediately reported to his superiors. Subsequently, this scarred, ominous man and a group of fierce-looking brutes appeared. However, they had evidently misconstrued the situation. Hu Haidong had no intention of causing trouble, but merely sought to intimidate me. Yet, at this juncture, words held no value. The other party demanded accountability, not explanations. Regardless of the era, individuals capable of operating such entertainment venues invariably possess connections. With the arrival of these intimidating figures, the previously menacing and aggressive Hu Haidong instantly wilted, his countenance pale and his eyes filled with trepidation, resembling a dog with its tail between its legs, frozen in place. I had once thought him formidable, but it turned out he was merely a bully who feared the strong. Moreover, my high school classmates, who had just moments ago been vociferous in their accusations, now stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by the unfolding scene. They had never encountered such a spectacle. Only Chung-yi seemed somewhat accustomed to the world, quickly rushing forward, extracting her wallet and addressing the scarred man. "I apologize. Today is my birthday, and my classmates have had too much to drink, leading to a misunderstanding." As she spoke, she produced a stack of cash, seemingly over 3,000 yuan, and handed it over. The scarred man glanced dismissively at her offering and scoffed. "This paltry sum is merely fit for beggars." Chung-yi bit her lip and cautiously inquired, "Then, how much do you require?" The scarred man tilted his head, and a man behind him stepped forward to scrutinize the room, before declaring, "The damage amounts to over 10,000. Upon hearing this figure, I sensed something amiss. The glass coffee table could not possibly exceed a few hundred yuan. Even if it were a luxury brand, it would max out at most in the thousands. The two microphones, even if imported alongside a few scattered cups, surely could not justify a sum exceeding 3,000. Yet, as the opposing party had stated this figure, no one dared to voice dissent. In this line of work, who among them was not formidable? "Oh, for 10,000. For us, freshly embarked on our careers, it represented a substantial sum, but with some effort, we could collectively manage to gather it." Hu Haidong, now feeling the pressure, hastily pulled out his wallet, producing over 1,000 yuan, while the other classmates began to rummage through their wallets, prepared to accumulate the requisite amount. Fortunately, we were all employed and possessed a modicum of financial capability. However, at that moment, the scarred man spoke again. "Over 10,000 is merely the material loss. Compensation for emotional distress remains unaccounted for. How can I, Prince Zhao, maintain my reputation if word spreads about a disturbance in my establishment?" Prince Zhao. This scar man was none other than Prince Zhao. In this small county, no one is unaware of Lord Zhao. During our school days, his name was as resounding as thunder. It is said that at the height of his glory, he had around 100 brothers following him, commanding at least half of the territory and power in this county. However, after the crackdown on organized crime a few years ago, he has washed his hands of such affairs and now runs a moderately sized KTV. Upon hearing the name Lord Zhao, everyone's heart in the private room trembled. Clearly, Lord Zhao was not merely after 10,000 yuan. This truly is a nefarious establishment. Yet, it is only natural for Lord Zhao to be involved in such dealings. It would be peculiar otherwise. No one dared to utter a word, and all actions of reaching for wallets ceased as they anxiously gazed at the relentless Lord Zhao. He seemed to relish in the fear he instilled in others. casually pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips, while someone immediately stepped forward to light it for him. After leisurely exhaling a puff of smoke, he slowly declared, 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. If you cannot produce it, none of you shall leave. 100,000 yuan. I had only compensated Wu Yunfeng a mere 10,000, and Hu Haidong was demanding a staggering 100,000 for a broken coffee table. Upon hearing that figure, I recalled a long-standing joke circulating online about a military leader who, after breaking a cup at a bathhouse, was charged 100 yuan and, in a fit of rage, ordered his subordinates to demolish the establishment. Alas, jokes remain just that, mere jokes, never to materialize in reality. Upon hearing the amount, everyone present was left in stunned silence. While gathering 10,000 yuan might be manageable, 100,000 was utterly impossible. It was equivalent to the price of a house in our area. Cheng Yi's complexion turned ghostly pale. Although she was a wealthy second-generation offspring, 100,000 yuan was no trivial sum, especially considering her father still owed several 100,000 in debts. At this moment, managing to scrape together a few thousand yuan was already a considerable challenge for Cheng Yi. The room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone understood that 100,000 yuan was an outrageous demand, yet no one dared to oppose Lord Zhao, whose face bore the mark of scar. Although Lord Zhao had ostensibly retired from the underworld, his lingering influence and reputation remained intact. His words still held significant weight. Nevertheless, 100,000 yuan is not a trifling amount. No one in attendance was capable of producing such a sum. Even those who might be considered relatively well-off would be reluctant to part with their money in such a manner. Cheng Yi, on the verge of tears, felt as though misfortune had compounded. Her father's troubles were unresolved, and now she faced Lord Zhao's demands. It seemed that in times of adversity, even drinking plain water could become a source of discomfort. With reddened eyes, Cheng Yi implored Lord Zhao, Uncle Zhao, my father is Cheng Guangxi. Could you perhaps show leniency for my father's sake? Cheng Guangxi, also known as Boss Cheng, is a figure of some renown in our county. He had been trading in coal and steel since the 1990s, accumulating a fair bit of wealth. But alas, his gambling addiction and a spendthrift daughter drained his resources, leaving him in a precarious situation. Before Cheng Yi could finish her plea, Lord Zhao interrupted, visibly surprised, saying, You are Boss Cheng's daughter? Cheng Yi, filled with a flicker of hope, eagerly nodded her head and replied, Yes, yes. However, Prince Zhao let out a cold snort. Your father, that gambling fool, is barely able to save himself. How dare you invoke his name to intimidate me? Let me make this clear. If you cannot produce 100,000 yuan, do not even think about leaving. The notorious ruthlessness of Prince Zhao was well known throughout the county, unmatched to this day. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yi felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being chilled to the bone, speechless as tears streamed down her face. The other students fell silent, each letting out sighs of despair, utterly at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Hu Haidong, the instigator of this calamity, suddenly steeled himself and, gritting his teeth, declared, Prince Zhao, it was I who knocked over the coffee table. Let them go. I alone will take the blame. Though Hu Haidong was known for his cowardice, he displayed a moment of bravery, attempting to embody the spirit of a man. Unfortunately, his boldness was met with a resounding slap. Crack! A burly man standing nearby struck Hu Haidong hard across the face, rebuking him. You dare address him as Prince Zhao? Is Lord Zhao? Yes, Lord Zhao, Hu Haidong murmured, covering his face, humbled. Only then did Prince Zhao leisurely respond. I do not care who brings the money, but tonight I must see the cash. Otherwise, none of you shall leave this place. Prince Zhao's actions serve as a stark testament to his merciless and brutal nature. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence once more. Cheng Yi bowed her head, wiping her tears, while Hu Haidong remained silent, a visage of guilt and shame, recognizing that his impulsiveness had led to this dire predicament. The others in the private room were equally mute, their hearts heavy with anxiety, as an air of unease and dread enveloped the small chamber, weighing upon each individual. Cannot produce it? Prince Zhao suddenly shattered the silence with a cold laugh. I have a splendid idea. All eyes turned to him, and a glimmer of hope ignited in Cheng Yi's gaze. In a swift motion, Prince Zhao seized Cheng Yi by the collar, dragging her before him with a lascivious grin. "My dear, if you spend the night with me, I shall consider the debt forgiven. What do you say?" At this sight, everyone was struck with shock. Prince Zhao, old enough to be Cheng Yi's father, was now demanding her company for the night. He and Cheng Guangji were of the same generation. When Cheng Guangji had still been wealthy, Prince Zhao would not have stooped to such despicable acts against his daughter. The depths of Prince Zhao's depravity had indeed reached unprecedented heights. Naturally terrified, Cheng Yi's eyes widened with fear as she cried out, "No, please no," struggling to break free from Prince Zhao's grasp. He tugged and berated her. "A night with me is worth 100,000 yuan. Where else can you find such a splendid deal? Come with me." In the face of this sudden turn of events, the others in the private room were left in stunned silence, yet none dared to intervene. Only Hu Haidong, in a fit of rage, lunged at Prince Zhao. "Let her go," he bellowed, like a mad wolf. Hu Haidong indeed exhibited the demeanor of a true man. Yet, regrettably, he was no match for Prince Zhao. He did not even require the prince's intervention, for a single man sent him flying. Subsequently, a throng surged forward, delivering kicks and punches to Hu Haidong. Among ordinary individuals, Hu Haidong was deemed robust. However, when confronted by this cadre of seasoned fighters, he had no choice but to succumb and endure the beating. Meanwhile, Prince Zhao continued to drag Cheng Yi towards the exit, her terrified cries echoing, interspersed with faint pleas for mercy and sobs, clearly indicating her utmost fear. Yet, no one dared to intervene or obstruct. All present trembled in a state of paralysis. The sole individual brave enough to stand in their way now lay motionless on the ground. Seated beside me, Zhou Qing grasped my arm, her voice tinged with desperation and on the verge of tears as she implored, "Zhang Long, please call President Zhang and save Yi." In the dim corner, I too rose at the opportune moment, calling out, "Uncle Zhao." My second uncle, the proprietor of Chief and Garment Factory, has experienced remarkable success over the past 2 years, becoming a prominent figure in the county. Zhou Qing firmly believed that my uncle could handle the situation with Lord Zhao, which prompted her to request that I call General Zhang. However, I felt confident in my ability to navigate this scenario myself, as I am acquainted with Lord Zhao. My uncle shares a close friendship with him. They often indulge in drinks together, although I am puzzled by the camaraderie between a garment factory owner and a KTV operator. Nevertheless, their frequent meetings have inevitably led to my interactions with Lord Zhao. He is one of the few in the county who is aware of my connection to my uncle. On several occasions, I have even driven him home after he had been drinking. In my recollection, Lord Zhao has always been amicable, greeting me with a warm smile that led me to perceive this once-dreaded figure as a mere paper tiger. It was only this evening that I witnessed the true, fearsome nature of Lord Zhao, an individual capable of profound cruelty, even deceit and shamelessness. He demanded a staggering sum of 100,000 yuan for a broken coffee table, and insisted that Cheng Yi spend a night with him. It was appalling to see how he took advantage of Cheng Yi's father's misfortunes, revealing a character steeped in malice. How could my uncle associate with such a person? Of course, I speak from a place of privilege. I recognize that in a small town, maintaining a favorable relationship with someone like Lord Zhao is essential for business success. Otherwise, one could face significant complications. Initially, when Lord Zhao entered the room, I had no intention of intervening, believing that Hu Haidong was merely reaping the consequences of his own actions, and that Cheng Yi deserved her fate. I planned to greet Lord Zhao briefly and then leave with Zhou Qing, remaining silent throughout and seated in a position where Lord Zhao could not see me. However, when Lord Zhao attempted to forcibly drag Cheng Yi away, I could no longer remain passive. While I held no affection for her, I could not stand idly by and witness her humiliation. This was a matter of basic human decency. Thus, I rose promptly and called out, "Uncle Zhao." Upon hearing this address, Lord Zhao paused, turning his gaze toward me, curious about my identity. The dimness of the private room enveloped us, and amidst the astonished looks, I stepped forward and reiterated, "Uncle Zhao, it's me." In that moment, I experienced a surge of anxiety. Despite our previous encounters and his awareness of my relationship with my uncle, I was uncertain whether he would extend me any courtesy after witnessing his more sinister side tonight. My classmates appeared equally bewildered, surprised that the driver they often looked down upon had chosen to stand up. Yet, they had no choice but to place their hopes in me. Chung-yi, with tears streaming down her face, gazed at me with desperation, her fear driving her to grasp at any semblance of salvation. Even Hu Haidong, who lay battered and broken on the ground, lifted his head in disbelief, staring at me. After a moment of recognition, Lord Zhao regarded me and, with a softened tone, remarked, "Ah, it's you, Xiaolong." My uncle affectionately refers to me as Long, while Prince Zhao calls me Little Dragon. These are simply their customs. Regardless of the name, what matters is that they recognize me. I exhaled deeply, nodded, and affirmed, "It is I." Subsequently, I took a few steps forward, linking my arm with Prince Zhao's, and suggested, "Uncle Zhao, let us converse outside." Prince Zhao released Chung-yi, leaving a room full of anxious individuals, and accompanied me to the corridor outside the private room. Uncle Zhao, that was a high school classmate of mine, and tonight, as soon as we stepped out, I began to speak fervently, not expecting Prince Zhao to grant me much favor, but at the very least, I hoped he wouldn't indulge Chung-yi and perhaps minimize any financial repercussions. However, before I could finish my thought, Prince Zhao interrupted me with a smile, saying, "I'm already aware." "You know," I exclaimed, my expression one of astonishment. "Indeed," Prince Zhao nodded. "I spotted you upon your arrival at the KTV, but since you did not approach me, I refrained from seeking you out. Nevertheless, I instructed the waitstaff to keep an eye on your private room and attend to your needs." The outcome was, "Here." Prince Zhao let out a gentle sigh, revealing a hint of exasperation. It was evident that he was fully aware of the happenings within the private room and understood how my former classmates had treated me. With another sigh and a shake of his head, Prince Zhao remarked, "It vexes me greatly. How can the nephew of old Zhang be subjected to such mistreatment?" I immediately called your uncle to inquire about the situation and offered to assist you. However, your uncle mentioned that you prefer to keep a low profile, avoiding unnecessary attention, and suggested I employ alternative means to aid you. Hence, I orchestrated this little performance simply to allow you to shine before your classmates. So that was the case. I truly appreciated the goodwill of both my uncle and Prince Zhao. "What about Chung-yi?" I asked, puzzled. "That is out of the question." Prince Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "Your uncle said you possess a kind nature and would undoubtedly not disregard her. Furthermore," Prince Zhao lowered his voice, "if you truly chose to neglect her, I might very well take advantage of the situation. After all, such escapades are not foreign to me." I shivered at his words. Thankfully, I had intervened in time. Otherwise, Chung-yi would have been in grave peril. I then inquired, "What if Hu Haidong hadn't overturned the coffee table?" Prince Zhao chuckled. "Instigating trouble is an essential skill for people like us." I shuddered once more, suddenly realizing that it would be wise to maintain a distance from individuals like Prince Zhao. I offered a wry smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Zhao. This has indeed been quite the spectacle. With such a commotion, who among my classmates would dare to look down on me? They will surely elevate my status, considering even Prince Zhao is willing to extend me a favor." "Very well, let us return inside. The performance must continue," Prince Zhao said, giving my shoulder a friendly pat. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I'll visit the factory to find my uncle later, and I would be glad to share a few drinks with you. Your uncle has been exceedingly busy lately, with a substantial shipment awaiting his attention, and he is only managing a few hours of sleep each day. It has been quite some time since my brother and I last met. Once he finishes his busy days, I plan to visit him and enjoy a few drinks together." Lord Zhao casually engaged in conversation with me, yet my heart felt heavy. I had no idea my uncle had been so occupied. At times, I truly despise my own ineptitude. Why can't I assist my uncle more? However, when it comes to business, if one lacks the skill, there is little one can do. With a heart full of mixed emotions, I entered the private room. Lord Zhao followed closely behind. Chung-yi, Hu Haidong, Zhou Qing, and the other classmates in the room looked at me with tensed expressions, uncertain of what had transpired. I chose silence, returning to my seat, while Lord Zhao stood at the entrance, his voice booming with authority. "You rascals, it's only because Xiao Long is here that I've intervened for you. Otherwise, you'd all be in dire straits. If any of you dare disturb my peace again, I will ensure each of you pays dearly." Lord Zhao's performance was truly remarkable, perfectly embodying the persona of a seasoned rogue. Perhaps he need not act. He simply is what he appears to be. After delivering his fierce warning, Lord Zhao departed with his intimidating entourage. A tempest had quietly passed, although the atmosphere in the room remained tense. It was markedly improved compared to before. For a full 3 minutes, no one spoke, still engulfed in the fear instilled by Lord Zhao, struggling to believe the situation had been resolved. Cheng Yi was the first to regain her composure. In this incident, she had suffered the most, her collar slightly torn, revealing her fair skin at the neck, with her undergarment faintly visible. Nevertheless, having witnessed the world, she approached me first, softly uttering, "Zhang Long, thank you." After saying this, Cheng Yi broke into tears once more, evidently shaken and aggrieved. Simultaneously, Hu Haidong managed to rise from the ground. As the instigator of this event, he had been dealt a harsh blow, his nose crooked, his face smeared with blood. Yet, I understood that this was Lord Zhao's way of avenging me. Hu Haidong approached me, and I expected a word of gratitude, but instead, he exclaimed, "Zhang Long, since you know Lord Zhao, why didn't you speak up sooner? Did you have to wait until I was beaten and Princess Yi almost taken away before you decided to intervene? What is your intent? Do you merely wish to showcase yourself and earn our gratitude?" Bang! I was truly enraged, slamming my palm down on the coffee table before me. There were 3 tables in the room, the largest one having been shattered by Hu Haidong's kick. I could hardly believe Hu Haidong's audacity. Was he out of his mind, or had the beating left him dazed? Irritated, fine. Should I summon Lord Zhao back? Hu Haidong seemed poised to respond, but Cheng Yi cut him off. "Hu Haidong, enough. You're just a thoughtless troublemaker." Zhou Qing added, "Hu Haidong, Zhang Long helped us, and you still speak to him like that? Isn't that too much?" Hu Haidong waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "I simply find him displeasing. Do as you wish, for I shall not concern myself any longer." With that, he strode towards the exit. After Hu Haidong's departure, Cheng Yi raised a glass, her voice earnest as she said, "Zhang Long, I truly appreciate your help tonight. I must toast to you." I hesitated briefly, yet ultimately lifted my own glass, responding, "I have no objection to sharing a drink, but regarding the previous matter, I remain powerless to assist." I refer to her father's debts, a fact Cheng Yi was well aware of, and her expression immediately dimmed. I tilted my head back, downing the drink, uttering my farewells before rising to leave. Behind me, footsteps echoed. Clearly Cheng Yi had pursued me, for the sake of her father's substantial debt. She was willing to set aside her pride. I chose to ignore her and continued on my way. Before I reached the main hall, I was startled by the sounds of anguished cries. Hu Haidong was evidently being assaulted by several burly men. It was apparent that his actions had been swiftly reported to Lord Zhao by the waitstaff, resulting in this brutal retribution. The consequences had arrived rather swiftly. As I walked past Hu Haidong, I half expected him to plead for my assistance, but he remained silent, displaying unexpected fortitude. Unperturbed, I made my way outside the KTV, initially intending to drive home. I recalled having consumed a drink and opted instead to walk, planning to retrieve my car in the morning. After walking a few meters, the sound of hurried footsteps behind me grew increasingly urgent. Zhang Long, Zhang Long. It was indeed Cheng Yi catching up to me, the true, formidable character. With 600 collections, I continue to update. Cheng Yi's pursuit was not unexpected, as I was the only one capable of assisting her with her father's affairs. However, I had no desire to engage with her and quicken my pace. Yet, despite my speed, Cheng Yi matched it, almost jogging as she caught up, urgently grasping my arm and imploring, "Zhang Long, wait." I halted, preparing to refuse her once more, only to notice that her shoulders were exposed, revealing an expanse of fair skin. Although the more intimate areas remained concealed, they were tantalizingly suggestive, and I couldn't help but glance over. Cheng Yi, realizing this, gasped and quickly attempted to cover herself, but it was in vain. Her neckline had been torn by Prince Zhao. With a sigh, I removed my outer coat and draped it over her shoulders, saying, "Cheng-yi, you should go back. I will not assist you." With that, I resumed my stride. Yet, she pursued me again, offering a reward of 5,000 yuan upon successful completion of her request. She continued, "I heard that as a driver. You earn merely 2,000 a month. 5,000 is equivalent to 3 months of your salary. Please, help me with this." If I were truly just an ordinary driver, I might have been tempted by that sum. However, that was not the case. I earned substantial dividends each year, amounting to hundreds of thousands. And that was merely from my family's factory's earnings. How could I betray my own kin? My uncle would be utterly disappointed if he knew. I shook my head, replying, "Cheng-yi, you are mistaken. I'm not the person you believe me to be." I continued walking, but she remained persistent, calling after me, "Zhang Long, if you help me, I will assist you in pursuing Zhou Qing." What do you think? Cheng-yi was aware of my affections for Zhou Qing, which was not surprising. Even my uncle had noticed. However, her words ignited my irritation. "What do you take Zhou Qing for? A mere bargaining chip. Are you willing to sell out your friend just to gain my assistance?" Seeing my anger, Cheng-yi quickly clarified, "No. I believe Zhou Qing seems to have some feelings for you as well, but you both lack a spark. If I could facilitate a conversation, the odds of success would be greatly increased. After all, I am Zhou Qing's closest friend." Upon hearing her words, my heart swelled with sweetness, realizing that Zhou Qing indeed harbored some feelings for me. It made sense. If she had no interest, why would she spend so much time with me? If I could truly develop a relationship with Zhou Qing, it would be a dream come true, a fantasy I had long cherished during high school. Nevertheless, I felt that such matters should not be transactional, and I replied earnestly to Cheng-yi, "If Zhou Qing and I are meant for each other, your assistance would be unnecessary. If we are still lacking in chemistry, it simply indicates that fate has not yet aligned. I appreciate your goodwill, but I must decline your involvement. Furthermore, did you not previously assert that I was unworthy of Zhou Qing, akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat? Why, then, would you seek to unite us?" I had resolved that no matter how eloquently Cheng-yi might plead, I would not consent to assist her. Regrettably, my indifference did not deter her. She continued to follow closely, incessantly apologizing and showering me with compliments in hopes of eliciting my compassion. "Zhang Long, through the incident involving Prince Zhao, it becomes evident that you possess a kind heart and are willing to assist others. I am aware that you are still upset with me, and I shall devise a means to make amends. Please, just tell me this once." Cheng-yi spoke as she flicked her arms, the loose fabric of my clothing making her resemble a penguin from the Antarctic. "Look, you are even willing to lend me your clothes, which signifies your inherent kindness. Kindness? Is such a trivial act truly deserving of that label?" Cheng-yi's flattery skills have certainly grown more adept. As we walked, Cheng-yi chattered incessantly, akin to a persistent specter, clinging to my side no matter how I attempted to shake her off. While others might relish the company of such a beauty, for me, it was a torment. For my irritation with her was beyond the ordinary. Unbeknownst to us, we had wandered onto a secluded path flanked by dark, foreboding woods, with the streetlights flickering ominously. Cheng-yi, indeed, appeared somewhat frightened, hesitating as she glanced ahead, reluctant to proceed. Seizing the opportunity, I suggested, "All right, you may return home. Following me is of no use." However, Cheng-yi bit her lip and retorted, "If you do not agree, I will continue to follow you." I pointed towards the path ahead and warned, "Do you dare to walk further? Who knows if a robber might leap out and stab me? And you, with your striking beauty." I spoke while scrutinizing her from head to toe. I did not intend to frighten her, yet such dangers do exist. A beauty of her caliber faces higher risks in the world, particularly since Prince Zhao had previously cast his eyes upon her. Cheng-yi appeared genuinely apprehensive, yet after a moment's hesitation, she squared her shoulders and grasped my arm, declaring, "With you by my side, I am not afraid. You are a man and will surely protect me." Cheng-yi's logic was indeed impeccable. I could only shake my head in resignation, but continued to tease her, saying, "If a robbery were to occur, I would undoubtedly flee faster than you." Cheng-yi fell silent, glancing at her attire, and stubbornly insisted, "I do not believe you. You are not that kind of person. In truth, I might very well be that kind of person. If you do not believe me, then follow along. I shook her off and continued onward. Chung-yi, though frightened, trailed behind, defiantly asserting, "You certainly would not." "Oh, but I certainly would," I replied with a cold smirk. "Enough of this chatter. Neither of you will escape." At that moment, an abrupt voice pierced the air, followed by a rustling sound. From the shadowy woods beside the path emerged a young man with dyed yellow hair, appearing to be in his mid-20s, his face etched with menace. More alarmingly, he brandished a dagger that glinted ominously under the dim streetlight. I was taken aback. We had indeed encountered a robber? Chung-yi and I stood in stunned silence, incredulously staring at the young man before us. What began as a mere jest had morphed into a stark reality. I had unwittingly become the embodiment of the most potent jinx. This location was exceedingly remote. It could be half an hour before anyone else might pass by. And yet, a robber had concealed himself here. I share a physique similar to that of the young man before me. While I might not easily succumb in a one-on-one confrontation, the dagger he brandishes makes the situation perilous. Furthermore, I am accompanied by Chung-yi, although I previously claimed I would flee if necessary. How could I possibly abandon her in such a dire moment? Chung-yi, visibly terrified, had turned pale and instinctively clutched my arm. This evening had indeed been unfortunate for her. She had already faced humiliation at the hands of Lord Zhao in the KTV, barely escaping from his clutches, and now found herself confronted by this highwayman. I took a moment to assess the situation and concluded that we were at a distinct disadvantage, with no possibility of resistance. Generally, I am quite rational and do not act impulsively like a reckless youth. Without hesitation, I retrieved my wallet, extracting over 1,000 yuan, and cautiously placed it on the ground, murmuring, "Brother, you seek money as well. This is all I possess. Take it and let us go." My decision was not born of cowardice, but rather a calculated choice for the safest course of action. Chung-yi, quick to respond, also pulled out her wallet and placed the 3,000 yuan she had intended for Lord Zhao on the ground. If he were merely after wealth, we could resolve this easily. However, I feared he harbored ulterior motives, particularly given Chung-yi's striking beauty, which could be irresistible to men, akin to a living aphrodisiac. In such a case, I would protect her safety with my very life. It is the instinct of a normal man. Yet, to my dismay, the young man with the yellow hair disregarded the money on the ground, instead pacing back and forth between Chung-yi and me, his demeanor darkening as he said, "I assure you, I'm not here for monetary gain." My heart sank, and I furrowed my brow, asking, "Then what is your purpose?" With a sardonic smile, the young man replied, "You two, one named Zhang Long and the other Zhou Qing, are correct. Someone has paid me to teach you a lesson. I have tracked you all the way here and finally found my opportunity." His eyes gleamed with malice as he approached us, dagger in hand. It was evident he was from a rough background, possessing a unique air of menace cultivated over years of rivalry and conflict. Someone had indeed paid him to deliver us a lesson. My mind raced in astonishment, swiftly conjuring the image of Wu Yunfeng. It could only be him. He was the sole person with a vendetta against both me and Zhou Qing, and he possessed the means to hire such a thug for revenge. I had encountered Wu Yunfeng twice. Our first encounter ended in a draw, while in the second, I had bested him with a steel pipe. Although my uncle had intervened with Wu Loxi, Wu Yunfeng surely harbored resentment, and it was only a matter of time before he sought retribution. Just days ago, I had also played a trick on him, and with Song Danyu's daughter, Song Xiaoyu, likely causing him further trouble. It was clear that old grievances had culminated in this present predicament. However, it was apparent that the hired hand had made an error. The girl accompanying me was not Zhou Qing. Steadying my nerves, I addressed the menacing youth, saying, "Brother, I know who sent you. However, this is not Zhou Qing. Allow her to leave, and we can discuss our matters at length. This matter pertains solely to Wu Yunfeng and myself. It would be unfair to involve Chung-yi. Thus, I intended to allow Chung-yi to leave first, leaving me alone as a man, which would facilitate negotiations. Enduring a beating would be of little consequence." However, the youth did not believe my words. Instead, he quickened his pace, rushing towards me while shouting, "Stop with the nonsense. Do you think you can deceive me? If she were not Zhou Qing, would you have lent her your coat? I am being compensated to settle scores on behalf of my employer, and I have promised to deliver a blade to each of you tonight. Neither of you shall escape." Evidently, Wu Yunfeng had informed this youth of my pursuit of Zhou Qing, leading him to this erroneous conclusion that lending my coat to Cheng Yi equated to her being Zhou Qing. In all honesty, I merely sought to shield Cheng Yi's modesty, but it was futile to reason now. The youth was already charging at me, brandishing a dagger. His adept technique and fierce demeanor unmistakably marked him as a formidable adversary. For him, stabbing was as routine as breathing, and Wu Yunfeng had indeed summoned a true menace. I had considered attempting to negotiate with this youth, perhaps offering him double the remuneration to abandon his mission, yet he appeared utterly dedicated, unwilling to engage in further discourse. If I were alone, I could have simply fled. Whether I could outrun him was another matter, but at least there would have been a chance. Unfortunately, Cheng Yi was by my side, and I could not abandon her. Women are indeed troublesome, yet men are inherently tasked with their protection. Gritting my teeth, I abruptly turned, forcefully pushing Cheng Yi several meters away, while shouting, "Run!" Cheng Yi was propelled a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and in that very moment, I felt a sharp chill in my waist. I'd already been stabbed. 015, the old spice of ginger, a cleaver, is designed for chopping, a kitchen knife for slicing, while a dagger is intended for stabbing. Once it pierces, it can endanger one's life. I trust that this young man with the yellow hair does not seek my demise, and Wu Yunfeng would never permit such a fate. The youth himself claimed he merely intended to teach me a lesson, yet that single stab was excruciating. The dagger plunged into my side, and the pain radiated from a single point to encompass my entire being. Cold sweat cascaded down my brow as my strength ebbed away. Unlike the cinematic heroes who, after sustaining multiple wounds, can still sprint away, I fell to the ground after just one stab, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi, propelled several meters away by my actions, stood frozen in place, her face ashen and her gaze vacant, clearly terrified by the unfolding scene, stripped of the instinct to flee. After incapacitating me, the young man turned his grim attention towards Cheng Yi, his dagger glinting menacingly and still dripping with blood, evidently intent on bringing her down as well. Though I could no longer stand, I reached out with both arms, desperately clutching the young man's calf, while screaming hysterically at Cheng Yi, "Run, run!" My frantic voice pierced the night sky, resonating in her ears. Only then did Cheng Yi snap out of her stupor and turn to flee. Though she was not slow, her high heels hindered her, and in her panic, she stumbled after just a few steps, sending one shoe flying. The young man let out a cruel laugh, attempting to shake me off to pursue Cheng Yi. Although I had little affection for her and often found her presence bothersome, that did not mean I would abandon her to danger. I clung fiercely to the young man's leg, repeatedly shouting at Cheng Yi to flee. The young man struggled to dislodge me, but, in his fury, turned to kick my head with great force. It felt as though a massive hammer had struck me, and soon my vision blurred, leaving me disoriented and unable to see clearly. Nevertheless, I summoned every ounce of strength to maintain my grip on his leg, determined to disregard my own safety, willing to sacrifice my life to protect Cheng Yi from harm. At that moment, the latent strength of a grown man surged forth. Driven by primal instincts, I clung to the young man's leg with unwavering tenacity, enduring his relentless kicks. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Yi finally managed to rise and sprint barefoot with reckless abandon, gradually disappearing into the distance. Simultaneously, my own strength began to wane, and I ultimately released my hold on the young man's leg, collapsing onto the ground. He dashed a few steps forward, realizing he could no longer catch up with Cheng Yi. Ahead lay a crowded area, where he would find no opportunity to strike again. In a fit of rage, he turned back and kicked me violently, simultaneously brandishing his dagger against my neck and snarling, "Kid, remember this. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. You, a wretched insect, are only fit to live beneath the feet of others." This tirade was clearly a lesson imparted by Wu Yunfeng. In the eyes of Wu Yunfeng, I was indeed unworthy to contend with him. The last time, it was merely the intervention of the CEO of Qifeng that aided my escape, along with the leverage provided by Song Xiaoyu and Song Danyu. However, this did not imply that he would show me mercy, particularly since I had recently outsmarted him. Upon returning, Song Xiaoyu undoubtedly caused quite a stir for him, and the combination of new grievances and old grudges made his actions unsurprising. After uttering those few words, the yellow-haired boy silently slipped into the nearby woods, taking with him the 5,000 yuan that lay on the ground. Damn it, wasn't he uninterested in money? My mind was clouded, and pain continued to throb in my lower back, while the ground was damp, clearly soaked with my blood. I thought to myself that it was over. With no one around for miles, it was uncertain how long I would have to wait for help. I lacked the strength to retrieve my phone, and with blood pouring from me, it felt as though I might bleed out. When I confronted Wu Yunfeng, at least I had called for an ambulance for him. Yet that yellow-haired boy showed no concern for my well-being. Did he not fear the consequences of a potential manslaughter charge? As my consciousness faded and despair deepened, I contemplated the possibility that I might truly be at death's door. However, I then considered that Cheng Yi had fled. Surely, at the very least, she would call someone or alert the authorities on my behalf. Thus, I clung to the hope of survival. Unless, of course, Cheng Yi had been so frightened that she had sought refuge elsewhere, abandoning all responsibility. In that case, I would indeed be finished. I was unaware of how long I had been unconscious when suddenly I sensed someone calling out beside me. With great difficulty, I opened my eyes to find Cheng Yi kneeling beside me, crying. Her once exquisite face was now marred, her makeup smeared, resembling a calico cat. Cheng Yi pressed her hand against my waist, seemingly attempting to stem the bleeding, yet blood continued to seep through her fingers. Even with her extensive experiences, she had never encountered such a scene before. Trembling in fear, she repeatedly urged, "Zhonglong, wake up. Please wake up." I had no idea when Cheng Yi had returned. The fact that she came back indicated her good nature, but her expression was clearly distressed. Even as I opened my eyes, she continued to sob uncontrollably. With a feeble voice, I managed to ask, "Have you called for an ambulance?" Oh, upon realizing I was awake, Cheng Yi's face lit up with surprise. Prompted by my words, she hurriedly reached for her phone while exclaiming, "I will call for an ambulance right away. You must not die." I looked at Cheng Yi with a mix of exasperation and gratitude. She truly was a woman who often caused more chaos than she resolved. Had I not regained consciousness with my resilient spirit, would she have just watched me perish? Never mind. Considering she had returned, I decided to let it go, focusing instead on getting help as quickly as possible. I felt myself nearing my limits finally. The call was connected. "Please hurry," Cheng Yi, her voice thick with tears, conveyed our location. Seeing that she had summoned an ambulance, I finally felt a sense of relief and closed my eyes, intending to rest for a moment. Content to wait for rescue. Zhonglong, you cannot die. You must not die. Cheng Yi once more threw herself upon me, shaking my chest fervently. This girl was on the verge of breaking down, her face a canvas of tears and snot, wailing in despair. I surmise that her concern for me is not profound. Rather, she fears that if I were to pass away, her father would be unable to cope. I reluctantly opened my eyes and weakly remarked, "If you could refrain from shaking me for a while, perhaps my demise would be delayed." Oh. Upon noticing that I had opened my eyes again, Cheng Yi let out a slight sigh of relief. However, she continuously engaged me in conversation, attempting to divert my attention, as if she feared I would slip into unconsciousness, a tactic she likely learned from the television. But what could she possibly say to me? We shared not a single common interest. The only intersection in our lives was her father's predicament. Yet in such circumstances, it felt inappropriate to mention him, as if Cheng Yi were rescuing me solely for her father's sake. Discussing Zhou Qing would only serve to frustrate me, reminding me of the fabled toad yearning for a swan's affection. After much deliberation, Cheng Yi finally managed to utter, "Zhonglong, do you think I am beautiful? If you do, gaze upon me a little longer, but whatever you do, do not fall asleep again." I made an effort to glance at her. Her makeup was smeared from tears, rendering her akin to a vengeful spirit. "You look dreadful," I replied. "Nonsense," Cheng Yi retorted, her annoyance palpable. No one has ever called me ugly. It seemed her appearance mattered more to her than my survival. You should look in the mirror yourself. Remarkably, Chung-yi carried a compact mirror, and upon retrieving it to inspect her reflection, she gasped in shock. However, given the current circumstances, she found it inconvenient to retouch her makeup and conceded, "If I look ugly, so be it. Just bear with it, but whatever you do, stay awake." That was the best we could manage. Observing Chung-yi before me, I noted that even with her disheveled makeup, she remained more attractive than most women, worthy of her title as one of the 3 flower goddesses. Yet I felt increasingly faint and weak, my eyelids growing heavy. Chung-yi attempted various methods to rouse me, such as slapping my face and calling my name, but to no avail. Suddenly, in a fit of desperation, she tugged at her collar, revealing a swath of alabaster skin. Although it was not overly provocative, it nearly dazzled my eyes. As a man of considerable age, yet lacking in worldly experience, I found myself unable to remain composed. My pupils dilated in an instant, and I began to cough violently, my mind rapidly clearing, banishing any lingering drowsiness. Chung-yi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, clearly embarrassed by her actions, yet with a hint of pride she declared, "I knew exactly what you men are always thinking." I managed to give her a thumbs up, indicating my admiration for her audacity. Even back in school, Chung-yi exhibited a bold demeanor, often frolicking with boys in the corridors. As an adult, she appeared even more liberated, treating such antics as mere child's play. Truly, experience breeds wisdom. Despite the persistent bleeding from my lower back and the unrelenting pain, I found myself wishing the ambulance would arrive more slowly, as it would afford me the chance to witness more enchanting sights. Alas, fate is seldom kind. No sooner had Chung-yi spoken with me than the distant sound of the ambulance pierced the tranquil, interminable night, drawing ever closer. Finally, she has arrived. Chung-yi embraced me in her arms, tears streaming down her face once more. All I could feel was an overwhelming softness. The ambulance arrived, accompanied by the medical personnel, and I was finally lifted onto the stretcher, being rushed to the hospital amidst my cries. Although my injuries were severe, they did not require extensive surgery, merely a standard incision that could be managed at a county hospital. Throughout the ordeal, Chung-yi remained steadfastly by my side, holding my hand and offering continuous encouragement and comfort, making me feel as though I were on the brink of death. Nonetheless, I was immensely grateful for her unwavering support during such a critical moment. Upon reaching the hospital, Chung-yi tirelessly scurried about, settling the necessary fees, and the surgery commenced promptly. The operation lasted over an hour, and, thanks to the anesthetic, I felt no pain. Once I emerged from the operating room, Chung-yi accompanied me to the ward, where it was confirmed that I was out of danger. Only then did she exhale in relief, resuming her attentive care for me. As I was prohibited from drinking water post-surgery, my thirst became unbearable. In response, she dipped a cotton swab in water and gently moistened my lips repeatedly. It was past midnight when 2 police officers arrived to take my statement. It turned out that the hospital had reported the incident, as such knife wounds required documentation. Typically, individuals from the streets would seek treatment from unlicensed practitioners. I recounted the entire episode truthfully, expressing my suspicion that Wu Yunfeng was behind it. The officers assured me they would investigate, but cautioned that without solid evidence, the case would likely be treated as a common robbery. I held little hope. Given Wu Yunfeng's audacity, he had surely orchestrated everything meticulously. After the officers departed, Chung-yi vented her anger towards Wu Yunfeng, condemning his ruthlessness for committing such acts. I remarked that this was hardly surprising, as he had a history of such behavior during our school days. The notorious deeds of Wu Yunfeng were well known among our cohort, with most students able to recount 2 or 3 incidents. Chung-yi asserted, "It is one thing for Wu Yunfeng to ambush you, but he doesn't even spare Zhou Qing. That is utterly outrageous." She was absolutely right. His treatment of Zhou Qing, simply because she refused to acquiesce to his unreasonable demands, was appallingly despicable. Chung-yi's indignation escalated, prompting her to call Wu Yunfeng immediately. As anticipated, he denied everything, evading responsibility during the call, which infuriated Chung Yi further, leading her to berate him mercilessly. Wu Yunfeng was not one to back down easily. He retorted, "Chung Yi, do you really consider yourself a princess? Has your father settled his debts? Your family's downfall is imminent, and you dare to challenge me?" Chung Yi shot back, "Is your family any different? Your father has married you off to Song Xiaoyu to salvage your family's meager business. So what is there to boast about? Go ahead and cuddle with your plump wife." During those times of economic downturn, business was universally challenging. The environment was such that merely avoiding losses was commendable, with only a handful managing to turn a profit. Thus, the two fallen aristocrats, Wu Yunfeng and Chung Yi, could only inflict harm upon one another. After an intense exchange of insults over the phone, it was ultimately Wu Yunfeng who, unable to endure any longer, hung up first. There was no way around it. Chung Yi was indeed sharp-tongued, firmly seizing upon Wu Yunfeng's vulnerabilities. With a mention of Song Xiaoyu here and there, she provoked Wu Yunfeng to the point of fury. For the first time, I found Chung Yi's relentless wit somewhat advantageous, at least capable of riling Wu Yunfeng to the point of sleeplessness. Of course, I cautioned her to be wary of provoking him too much, lest she find herself ensnared in his schemes. Chung Yi puffed out her chest, her two white rabbits quivering in defiance, and boldly declared, "He wouldn't dare." I thought to myself, "Oh, please, you're not the same as before. Even your father can no longer protect you, and Lord Zhao hardly regards him." Naturally, I would never voice such thoughts in her presence. At that moment, Chung Yi seemed to recall something and asked me, "By the way, you're injured. Should we inform your parents?" A pang of sorrow struck my heart, and I turned my head away. After a long silence, I softly replied, "My parents divorced long ago and have been missing for many years." The matter of my parents had always been a painful scar in my heart, a secret I had never shared with anyone, not even with my soul friend, Li Lei. In this world, I have but one relative, my second uncle. He is aware that I am not my father's biological son. He is my father's brother and shares no blood relation with me. Yet he treats me as if I were his own nephew, consistently showing me kindness. At times, I feel a deep resentment toward my mother for her betrayal of my father. However, I harbor no curiosity about my biological father. If he were to stand before me, I would only want to strangle him. He is nothing but a coward. My second uncle has never broached this subject with me, rendering it an unspoken taboo between us, which is why I am most grateful to him in my life. Upon hearing my words, Chung Yi let out a gentle gasp, clearly taken aback. After some reflection, she suddenly understood and said, "No wonder during high school. I knew what she meant. During that time, no one cared for me. Even meals were a struggle. And I had no change of clothes, appearing every day like a beggar. That period remains an unbearable memory in my life, and I had no desire to linger on it." I quickly interrupted Chung Yi, assuring her that it was all in the past. She replied softly, "Then do you have any other relatives? After all, you were injured. Shouldn't someone be notified?" Other relatives would refer solely to my second uncle. Typically, in such situations, he would be the first to be informed, ready to assist me in seeking vengeance. My second uncle is astute. Retaliating against Wu Yunfeng would be a trivial task for him, exacting revenge in kind, ensuring that Wu Yunfeng would have no grounds for complaint. However, recalling what Lord Zhao had said about my uncle being exceedingly busy of late, often sleeping only a few hours a day, I refrained from wanting to distract him further. Moreover, I felt a sense of shame in constantly relying on him, so I decided against informing him this time. Thus, I shook my head once more. Observing Chung Yi's hesitance, I reassured her, "It's all right. You should head back. I could take care of myself." In my opinion, Chung Yi's continuous inquiries about whether I have any relatives seemed to suggest her desire to find someone else to care for me. After all, we have no pretense between us. There is no necessity for her to remain here. However, Chung Yi shook her head, insisting, "No, you misunderstand. It is my duty to look after you, especially since you were injured for my sake. It would be utterly heartless of me to leave." She expressed her sympathy, noting how unfortunate it was for me to be without a single family member by my side. "How have you managed all these years?" I responded with a bitter smile. "I've grown accustomed to it." In truth, Chung Yi and I are not related. Her bringing me to the hospital was already a significant act of kindness. There was no need for her to continue caring for me. Moreover, with her being a woman and me a man, many circumstances would be awkward. Yet, regardless of my protests, Chung-yi remained resolute in her decision to stay and tend to me. There was no way to change her mind. I could hardly stand, let alone push her away. So I reluctantly acquiesced to her presence. Of course, it was only for one night. The doctor assured me that by tomorrow I would be able to return home to recuperate, and I could come back for a dressing change later. Around 12:30, Chung-yi received a text message from Zhou Qing, inquiring if she had arrived home. Clearly, Zhou Qing was unaware of my situation and was merely checking in on Chung-yi. Chung-yi was about to call Zhou Qing to explain everything, but I stopped her. Why? Chung-yi asked, puzzled. I explained that Zhou Qing had already been troubled for a long time due to Wu Yunfeng's issues. Just a few days ago, Song Xiaoyu had caused more trouble, leaving Zhou Qing in a state of distress for an entire week. It was only because of Chung-yi's visit that Zhou Qing had begun to feel slightly better, her long-lost smile returning. If I were to burden her with more news, it would likely frighten her again, so it was best not to inform her. After listening to my reasoning, Chung-yi clicked her tongue and remarked, "It's you, Zhonglong, who thinks things through so thoroughly. You've matured, and knowing Zhou Qing has you to care for her puts my mind at ease." I scoffed, reminding her, "Didn't you say yesterday that I was a toad, wishing to eat swan meat? How quickly your tune has changed." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chung-yi replied, "Oh, back then, I hardly knew you and was worried Zhou Qing might be deceived. Now I understand. You are truly a good person, worthy of Zhou Qing." Although I recognized that Chung-yi was flattering me for her own purposes regarding her father's situation, I couldn't help but feel pleased. After all, my affections for Zhou Qing were not new, and if we could truly be together, it would be a dream come true. I cherished Chung-yi's kind words, hoping that day would indeed arrive. Ultimately, due to my insistence, Chung-yi refrained from informing Zhou Qing about the events of the night. Instead, they exchanged a few casual words before bidding each other goodnight. Chung-yi declared her intention to stay and care for me, yet she fell asleep even faster than I did. With no spare bed in the hospital room, she lay beside my bed, resting her head on its edge. Once a goddess among the 3 golden flowers, Chung-yi was now sleeping mere inches from me, her breaths audible. It was a feeling difficult to articulate. However, my heart was solely devoted to Zhou Qing, and I harbored no thoughts of Chung-yi. After Chung-yi fell asleep, I too gradually succumbed to slumber. As the night wore on, the effects of the anesthetic began to wane, and once more, pain surged through my lower back. I was drenched in sweat. At first, I managed to stifle my cries, but soon I could no longer contain my discomfort and began to softly moan. In a state of hazy consciousness, I felt someone gently wiping my forehead with a damp cloth. Though it did little to alleviate the pain, it provided a modicum of solace, allowing me to drift back into sleep. Perhaps it was our earlier conversation about Zhou Qing that led me to dream of her, an unprecedented occurrence. In my dream, I transformed the blanket into Zhou Qing, holding it tightly in my embrace. The dream felt strikingly vivid, as if a warm, fragrant, and soft presence truly lay in my arms, compelling me to hold on ever more tightly. When I finally opened my eyes the next morning, I was startled by the scene before me. There was indeed someone in my embrace, but it was not Zhou Qing. It was Chung-yi. It is of no consequence, merely a minor injury. Indeed, to my astonishment, Chung-yi is truly nestled in my embrace. This revelation nearly sent my soul into a frenzy. I pondered how my dream could feel so vividly real, where I sensed both her fragrance and softness. It turns out there genuinely exists a woman in my arms. I remain oblivious to the moment Chung-yi slipped into my embrace. Yet it must have been an unconscious act. Perhaps she was sleepwalking or found herself uncomfortable, unwittingly migrating to my bed and subsequently adopting this current position. In any case, it could not have been a voluntary action on her part. The awkwardness is palpable, particularly as I hold her tightly, one arm cradling her head and the other resting upon her waist, our bodies pressed together intimately. Chung-yi leans against my chest, resembling a home-loving kitten, indulging in a deep, sweet slumber, her breath cascading over my torso, igniting a flutter in my heart. By heaven's witness, I have never shared such intimacy with Zhou Qing. Prior to retiring for the night, Cheng Yi had removed her makeup. Now, devoid of any cosmetic adornment, she remains breathtakingly beautiful. From her eyebrows to her nose, her eyes to her chin, every feature is immaculate, complemented by her fair neck, subtly revealed collarbone, and fragrant tresses, enough to drive any man to madness. As a man, particularly one who has yet to experience the touch of a woman, this situation undoubtedly stirs a tempest within me. I felt the heat rise, my body tremble, and my heart oscillate between anxiety and pleasure, a most perplexing contradiction. What is this madness? I have always found her insufferable. Am I truly akin to those men who cannot govern their baser instincts? Realizing the absurdity of my state, I quickly regained my composure. Although I have yet to formally commit to Zhou Qing, I cannot betray her trust, especially not with her closest friend. I exhaled softly, retracting the arm resting on Cheng Yi's slender waist. Despite her delicate and soft form being almost irresistible to hold, I had no choice but to do so. Next, I attempted to withdraw the arm supporting her head, yet this proved somewhat challenging. Even the slightest movement threatened to disturb her. Nevertheless, I persevered, striving to extricate my arm without awakening her. Alas, my efforts were in vain. As soon as I shifted, Cheng Yi furrowed her brow, her eyes flickering, clearly on the verge of awakening. In a panic, I swiftly closed my eyes, feigning deep slumber. Cheng Yi indeed roused, quickly realizing she lay within my embrace. Initially taken aback, she emitted a soft gasp before hastily sitting up and descending from the bed. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful we did not awaken simultaneously. That would have been exceedingly awkward. I slightly opened my eyes, observing Cheng Yi standing at the bedside, nervously checking her clothing. Once she ascertained everything was intact, she exhaled a long, relieved breath. Zhang Long, Cheng Yi called gently, and upon receiving no response from me, she finally relaxed. Then, she placed her hand near my lips. I thought to myself, what is she doing? Is she checking to see if I am alive? I may have been stabbed, but I am not so easy to dispatch. Once I confirmed that I was still alive, Cheng Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. After making a slight adjustment to her makeup, she opened the door and stepped outside. I remained unaware of her intentions. She could have been on her way to procure breakfast, or perhaps to use the restroom. Regardless, it presented a perfect opportunity for me to rise from bed. I opened my eyes and struggled to lift myself up. The pain in my waist persisted, yet I managed to stand, albeit with great difficulty. I attempted to move my body, only to be met with excruciating pain that caused cold sweat to break out on my forehead and tears to well up in my eyes. That yellow-haired man had truly struck with ferocity. Supporting myself with my hand against the bed, I dialed my uncle's number. It was already 7 in the morning, and I knew he must have been awake. He and T indulged in a single lazy morning in years, dedicating himself entirely to our garment factory. My intention wasn't to seek vengeance through him. I understood he was busy and didn't wish to impose. Instead, I planned to request that he postpone the collection of Cheng Yi's father's debts. Just last night, I had resolutely decided not to assist Cheng Yi, yet circumstances had shifted. We had faced adversity together, and she had remained steadfast, caring for me throughout the night. Out of respect for our bond, I felt compelled to extend my assistance. Such is life, ever-changing and unpredictable. Decisions made yesterday can easily transform by today. When I reached my uncle, I recounted the situation regarding Cheng Yi. He expressed curiosity about my change of heart, to which I explained that she had hosted a dinner to apologize and in a moment of weakness. I had agreed to help her. My uncle chuckled in response and granted my request, but he cautioned, "Long, your kindness may lead to being taken advantage of." I smiled and replied, "I'm not afraid, as long as I have you, uncle." He returned my smile, affirming, "Indeed, as long as I'm around. You shall never be bullied." His words warmed my heart. We may not share blood ties, and my father had disowned me, yet my uncle remained unwavering in his support. If I were to claim but one relative in my life, it would undeniably be him. I could disregard my father and mother, but I would never forsake my uncle. After ending the call, I took some time to move about the room. The doctor had advised me to rest for a few days, But I could not afford to wait that long. Numerous tasks awaited my attention. My lower back throbbed with pain, a consequence of being stabbed, and the effects of the anesthetic had completely worn off, leaving me drenched in cold sweat. Nevertheless, I persevered, hoping to acclimate to the suffering. Just then, Chung-yi returned, indeed carrying breakfast. Upon seeing me out of bed, she gasped and hurried over, urging me to rest, citing the doctor's orders that I needed at least a week of bed rest. Chung-yi made no mention of our shared bed and embrace from the previous night. It was best to feign that it had never occurred to avoid any awkwardness. I shook my head, insisting, no, I must leave. I still need to pick up Zhou-Qing for work. Chung-yi appeared momentarily stunned before responding incredulously. Brother, you're injured so severely. And you're still thinking about picking up Zhou-Qing? What performance are you putting on? A lovesick little prince or a tragic young master? I am aware of your fondness for Zhou-Qing. Your desire to shower her with care is evident. However, you must reflect on your own circumstances. If you cannot cherish yourself, how can you extend love to another? Skipping a day of picking up Zhou-Qing will not bring the sky crashing down. Chung-yi, renowned in our class for her sharp tongue, delivers her words with piercing precision, leaving others wounded. Yet, I cannot deny the truth in her statement. One must first love oneself before bestowing love upon others. It seems foolish and irrational for me to continue picking up Zhou-Qing when I am in such a state of distress. Shaking my head, I replied, I'm not performing a tragic play. I simply pick up Zhou-Qing every day. If I fail to do so today, it will surely lead her to unnecessary worries. Given her mental state, which has been fragile since the incident with Wu Yunfeng and Song Xiaoyu, it is best not to give her more cause for concern. Furthermore, that young man from last night may not relinquish his pursuit. Having me by her side offers her some measure of safety. Pausing for a moment, I continued, rest assured, I am fine. It is merely a minor injury. With that, I supported my waist and stepped outside, each movement sending pain coursing through me. Yet I remained silent, suppressing any sound of discomfort. As I walked, a thought struck me, and I turned back to Chung-yi, saying, by the way, I have spoken to General Zhang regarding your father's situation. Let us postpone the repayment by 2 months and pay interest as per industry standards. Thank you for your help last night. You need not accompany me any further. Chung-yi, who had been lost in thought, was now utterly stunned. I had no time to indulge in further conversation. I quickly made my way out, hailing a taxi to the KTV where I had been the previous night, before driving my own car to pick up Zhou-Qing. The journey was undeniably painful, particularly as I settled into the car, feeling as though I were being pierced by countless knives. Cold sweat poured from my forehead, yet I gritted my teeth and persevered, ultimately arriving at the entrance of Zhou-Qing's residential complex. I wiped my brow and rubbed my pale face, striving to restore some color, at least enough to appear normal. After a short while, Zhou-Qing arrived as promised. Today, she seemed to be in significantly better spirits, donning a pure white cotton dress and a floral sun hat, her face adorned with a gentle smile. The more radiant she appeared, the more I felt compelled to conceal my own condition, ensuring she remained unaware of my struggles. As Zhou-Qing opened the car door and smiled, she remarked, You're here quite early today? Indeed, her smile was like 1,000 blossoming pear trees, and I found myself entranced by her warmth. I believed such a girl was worthy of my protection. I mustered a faint smile in response. Isn't it usually early? While speaking, I restarted the car and turned it around, heading toward the factory. Just then, Zhou-Qing quietly remarked, Zhang, look at that man by the roadside. His gaze is rather unsettling. My heart tightened, prickling with unease as if sensing an impending threat. I swiftly turned my head to glance at the roadside, and there he was, the young man from last night, standing ominously on the embankment, his cold eyes fixed on our vehicle. The art of pursuing women is indeed a delicate endeavor. Last night, that yellow-haired fellow who had approached me stood with his hands in his pockets atop the embankment, undoubtedly concealing a weapon within. I anticipated he would not simply relent, and after a night had passed, it became clear he had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual, leading him to seek the true Zhou-Qing today. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Zhou-Qing would have suffered not just physical harm, but also significant psychological distress. I can never forget the vacant expression on Zhou Qing's face after being struck by Song Xiaoyu. I refuse to allow such a tragedy to unfold again. Wu Yunfeng is exceedingly ruthless, relentlessly pursuing Zhou Qing in such a manner. How could someone who once shared a close bond resort to such cruel measures? To destroy her simply because he cannot possess her is utterly deranged. Were I alone, I would have immediately contacted the authorities to apprehend that yellow-haired man. However, with Zhou Qing beside me, I did not wish to alarm her. Thus, I feigned nonchalance, stating, "It's nothing, perhaps just a madman. We need not concern ourselves with him." As I drove, with the automatic locks engaged, I felt no trepidation regarding his potential aggression. Even if he were to charge at us, I would not hesitate to use my vehicle to confront him, testing whether he or the car was more resilient. Indeed, the yellow-haired man remained still, merely watching as I drove away, his eyes betraying a simmering malice. Women's intuition is remarkable, despite our vehicle moving away. Zhou Qing glanced back at him several times, fretfully expressing, "Zhonglong, I don't know what it is, but every time I see him, I feel a deep unease." As if he is after me, I reassured her, suggesting she was overthinking the situation, as such deranged individuals are all too common, lurking on the streets staring at passersby. I advised her to keep her distance from him. In truth, I too observed the yellow-haired man through the rearview mirror. He did not depart until he became a mere speck in the distance. I resolved to remain vigilant in the coming days, ensuring I accompanied Zhou Qing more frequently and punctually. After distancing ourselves from that fellow, Zhou Qing engaged me in light conversation, inquiring about my relationship with Cheng Yi. She was unaware of the events that had transpired after Cheng Yi had pursued me from the private room last night. I reassured her, "Rest assured, Cheng Yi and I have reconciled. I will assist with her father's situation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing smiled, saying, "I told you. Cheng Yi isn't as bad as you think. She just has a sharp tongue, but her heart is quite kind." Had it not been for last night's incident, I would have scoffed at such a statement. However, for now, I could only agree. Cheng Yi is indeed tolerable. Learning of my reconciliation with Cheng Yi lifted Zhou Qing's spirits even higher, and she began to hum a cheerful tune. Reflecting on last night's events, Zhou Qing praised me, expressing her astonishment at my influence, noting that even Prince Zhao had shown me respect. Had it not been for you, we all would have faced dire consequences. Naturally, I remained humble, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. I've dined with Mr. Zhang a few times, and since I drove him there, Prince Zhao is merely aware of me. Ultimately, it is a matter of respect for Mr. Zhang." Zhou Qing nodded and remarked, "Indeed, Director Zhang is quite formidable. It is said that he has connections both within the legitimate and the underworld, making him the most prominent figure in our county in recent years." As I listened to Zhou Qing praise my uncle, a sense of pride welled up within me. Were it not for the persistent pain in my waist, I might have burst into laughter. Despite merely managing a clothing factory, my uncle's extensive network in both the legitimate and illegitimate realms is invaluable in our small, rural area where political power seldom reaches. He has excelled in this regard. Undeniably a remarkable individual. Zhou Qing was in high spirits, chattering incessantly, in stark contrast to my own miserable state. The pain in my waist intermittently flared, excruciating enough to elicit cold sweat and leave my complexion pallid. Eventually, Zhou Qing noticed my discomfort and inquired about my condition, whether I was feeling unwell. I nodded and explained that I had consumed a bit of alcohol the previous night, and perhaps had caught a chill after being outdoors. Zhou Qing suggested, "Once we arrive at the factory, you should head back to your dormitory to rest." I agreed. Once at the factory, I felt secure. The security personnel were vigilant and would certainly prevent that troublemaker from entering. After Zhou Qing went to work, I parked my car beneath the dormitory and prepared to return to my room for some rest. However, the pain in my waist was unbearable. After sitting to drive, it felt as if the wound had reopened. Gritting my teeth, I could only manage to move a few meters, each step akin to walking on sharp blades. And soon I was drenched in sweat. It was at that moment that someone unexpectedly supported my arm. Turning around, I was astonished to see Cheng Yi. "What brings you here?" I asked in surprise. "I came to get Director Zhang's signature. Chung-yi replied with a pout. But first, let me help you back. You look unwell. With her assistance, I finally made it back to my dormitory and lay down. Chung-yi even brought breakfast for me. I was too exhausted to rise and told her to set it aside. She insisted that won't do. A person is made of iron, and food is essential. Especially since you're injured, you must eat to regain your strength. She would not allow me to sit up. Instead, she made me lie in bed while she personally fed me. She began with steamed buns, followed by a bowl of porridge. I was taken aback by her attentiveness and said, Chung-yi, you needn't go to such lengths. I already informed Director Zhang that you could simply obtain the signature. In my view, everything Chung-yi was doing, including her care for me the previous night, was for her father's sake. To my surprise, she became irritated, placing the porridge on the bedside table and retorting, Zhang Long, do you take me for someone who cares for you solely for my father's affairs? You were injured because of me, and it is only right that I take care of you. Why all this nonsense? Eat or not, I will pour it all out. Chung-yi, with her fiery temper, was indeed capable of anything. I hastily replied, I will eat, and she resumed feeding me. It's hot, I exclaimed after taking a mouthful. The porridge had been poured from a thermos and was still scalding. How finicky! Chung-yi scoffed, but as she continued to feed me, she blew on each spoonful before placing it in my mouth, patiently waiting for it to cool. In my memory, Chung-yi has always been a domineering and flamboyant character, so it was quite surprising to discover her nurturing and devoted side, truly an eye-opener for me. However, I suspect I may be the very first recipient of such treatment. Even her father may never have savored the porridge she prepared with her own hands. All of this I have earned through wounds inflicted by a blade. After we had finished our meal, I assumed Chung-yi would take her leave, but to my astonishment, she settled comfortably on the sofa, leisurely engrossed in the television. As if this were her home, and she the mistress of the house. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, Aren't you leaving to sign the papers? Chung-yi rolled her eyes and replied, There's no rush to sign. After all, President Zhang has already given his approval. I can approach him whenever I wish. Besides, can I really leave? You can hardly turn over in bed right now. This princess has graciously come to look after you, so you'd best enjoy it in silence. Chung-yi remained as acerbic as ever. Yet, she was not entirely wrong. At this moment, I indeed required someone to care for me, as even pouring a glass of water had become a daunting task. Moreover, I understood that her willingness to assist stemmed from a sense of guilt and a desire to make amends. Consequently, I tacitly accepted the arrangement, as it served both our needs. Of course, since the entire situation was concealed from Zhou Qing, Chung-yi could not disclose her caretaking role to her. Fortunately, there was little she needed to do, aside from pouring me a glass of water when I was thirsty. Even assisting me to the restroom merely involved helping me to the doorway. My single-room dormitory boasted a private bathroom and even a kitchenette, making everything quite convenient. Chung-yi's primary function was to keep me company and alleviate my boredom. While she watched television, she engaged me in casual conversation. She asked if I usually resided in the dormitory, to which I confirmed. I did have a home in the city, but upon returning there, I was inevitably reminded of my parents' issues. Thus, I spent most of my time in the dormitory. Chung-yi then inquired about the reasons behind my parents' divorce. Her curiosity was rather intrusive, yet I could hardly divulge that my mother had been unfaithful to my father. Thus, I remained silent. Chung-yi recognized that her question had crossed a line and quickly added, All right, let us not discuss that. Shall we talk about something else? What do you think about Zhou Qing? Zhou Qing, she was the goddess of my dreams, and given the recent romantic developments between us, I was certainly eager to discuss her. Gaining any insight from Chung-yi would be invaluable to me. Noticing my interest, Chung-yi did not hold back. She revealed that she had spoken with Zhou Qing and sensed that Zhou Qing did not harbor any dislike for me, even expressing an openness to explore a relationship. This was precisely why Chung-yi held a particular disdain for me. Her impression of me was still rooted in our high school days, where she believed I was a worthless failure, utterly unworthy of being Zhou Qing's boyfriend, a mere flower blooming amidst dung. This explained the harsh words she had spoken to me the previous day. However, after a night had passed, Chung-yi's perspective had shifted. Recognizing me as a man of responsibility, and she now held a favorable view of my potential with Zhou Qing. These matters were indeed discussed by Cheng Yi with me yesterday. However, today she merely elaborated on them. Nevertheless, I would advise against confessing your feelings to Zhou Qing at this moment, as there remains a certain element lacking between you two. It would be prudent for you to exert further effort to deepen your emotional connection. Once the opportune moment arrives, and you ascertain that she reciprocates your feelings, it will not be too late to declare your affection. Cheng Yi is evidently quite experienced, articulating these matters with remarkable clarity. I found myself akin to an eager student, attentively absorbing the lessons she imparted. Naturally, I felt compelled to heed the counsel from Zhou Qing's closest confidant. Cheng Yi continued to elaborate, instructing me on how to be a commendable man, enhance my allure, and pursue Zhou Qing. Her advice spanned from attire and demeanor to lifestyle preferences and gentlemanly conduct. Despite my age, I had not encountered such concepts before, and they struck me as refreshingly novel, providing insights that I could cherish for a lifetime. It turns out that the art of courting a woman encompasses so many intricacies. I could hardly contain my enthusiasm. Were I not seated, I would have eagerly grabbed pen and paper to jot down her wisdom. The more she spoke, the more I admired her, to the point where I began referring to her as Teacher Chung. I looked at her as one would regard an idol, inquiring, "Teacher Chung, with such a wealth of experience, you must have had numerous romantic relationships, haven't you?" Chung Yi proudly replied, "Of course. The number of boyfriends I've had exceeds the fingers on both hands." I gave her thumbs up, exclaiming how impressive she was. Then I casually asked, "What about Zhou Qing? Has she ever been in a relationship?" Chung Yi responded, "Didn't Zhou Qing date Wu Yunfeng? They even discussed marriage. You weren't aware of that?" 019 Kind lies as the first jade pendant of old affections updated. I had no doubt about Zhou Qing's intentions. I swear, I was merely asking casually. However, Chung Yi's response caught me completely off guard, as if I had been struck by a heavy blow to the head. I stood there, dazed and speechless, staring blankly at Chung Yi, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Noticing the change in my expression, Chung Yi seemed to anticipate something, nervously inquiring, "What did Zhou Qing tell you?" She said she had never been in a relationship. I uttered this sentence in a somewhat dazed manner, for indeed, Zhou Qing had conveyed just that to me. She mentioned that Wu Yunfeng had pursued her in the past, but he eventually found someone to marry, thereby extinguishing any possibility between them, as Wu Yunfeng had persistently clung on. At my age, I am no longer overly concerned about a woman's romantic history. After all, we are both in our early 20s, and dating is quite a normal affair. Yet, I could not fathom why Zhou Qing would choose to deceive me. My expression darkened considerably, and I could barely contain my frustration. Chung Yi, who understood men well, realized she had misspoken and attempted to rectify her blunder, nervously saying, "Oh, is that so? I must have misjudged. I thought they had a good relationship and were dating." Unfortunately, no matter how Chung Yi tried to explain, my trust was irrevocably shattered. Misjudged? As Zhou Qing's closest friend, how could she possibly be mistaken about such matters? The phrase marriage discussion is not something to be uttered lightly. Seeing my countenance remain unchanged, Chung Yi grasped that her attempts at damage control were futile and, in frustration, exclaimed, "Zhang Long, are you upset over this? Do you truly like her, or is it something else? What do you think you are? Do you believe you are some sort of emperor selecting a consort, requiring her to be utterly pristine, with no romantic history, to capture your interest? If you choose to step back, then so be it. There are plenty of people who like her and pursue her. I never thought you were suitable for Zhou Qing. It's better that you withdraw." Chung Yi was genuinely agitated. Previously, she had refrained from speaking to me this way due to her father's issues, but now, out of loyalty to Zhou Qing, she unleashed a torrent of insults upon me. Naturally, I was unwilling to endure such unprovoked scorn. I replied earnestly, "I do not consider myself anything special. I am just an ordinary person. I have never demanded that Zhou Qing be without a past. My anger stems from her deceit. Have you ever considered why she would deceive you?" Chung Yi raised her voice several decibels. "Isn't it simply to maintain a good image in front of you? Besides, you two are not truly together. What reason does she have to disclose everything honestly? Zhang Long, You have an inflated sense of self-importance. Who do you think you are, that she should strive to please you? If you let this matter upset you, to be frank, I look down upon you. You, a grown man, are truly petty and narrow-minded. Chung Yi, in her exasperation, ceased watching television and continued to berate me. Yet, amid her tirade, I gradually began to regain clarity. Indeed, I share no relationship with Zhou Qing, and she bears no obligation to disclose the truth to me in its entirety. As Chung Yi aptly observed, Zhou Qing's fabrications serve to preserve her own image, indicating how much she values her standing in my heart. It can be regarded as a benevolent deception. Upon reflection, if I were in Zhou Qing's position, I might also choose to conceal such matters. The day gradually waned, and as dusk descended, I slowly rose from my bed and donned my coat. "Where are you going?" Chung Yi inquired with curiosity. "I'm going to see Zhou Qing. She's off work," I replied nonchalantly. With that single sentence, Chung Yi discerned that my feelings remained unchanged. A smile broke across her face as she approvingly remarked, "That's right. Now you're acting like a man. Zhang Long, I find myself increasingly admiring you. I trust you to take care of Zhou Qing." Chung Yi's ability to shift her opinions was remarkable. Just moments earlier, she had looked down upon me, and now she expressed admiration. Naturally, I had grown accustomed to her capriciousness. Having secured my coat, I took deliberate steps towards the exit, stating, "You may head home. After I see Zhou Qing, I'll return to rest." My injury still throbbed painfully in my waist, though it was somewhat alleviated compared to the morning. At least the wound would not reopen. I struggled to drive, feigning a composed demeanor as I set out to meet Zhou Qing. I pondered that if that blonde youth lingered outside the community, it would present a perfect opportunity to report him to the police. Even a robbery charge would suffice for him to face significant consequences. With this thought, I called the officer who had taken my statement the previous night, who had advised me to report any developments. Upon arriving at Zhou Qing's community entrance, I indeed spotted the flashing red and blue police lights. The blonde youth who had stabbed me the night before was being escorted into a police car. This fool had actually waited at the community entrance. I had come to understand the meaning of muscles without brains, as he seemed to treat me as if I were lifeless, offering no resistance whatsoever. "Ah, it's that lunatic who was staring at us this morning," Zhou Qing exclaimed, pointing at the blonde youth. "Indeed, it seems he has harassed quite a few people," I nodded, nearly bursting into laughter. With the blonde youth apprehended, I felt somewhat safer. Yet I remained wary of Wu Yunfeng possibly dispatching others, so I could not afford to let my guard down. As Zhou Qing stepped out of the car, I unexpectedly grasped her hand. "Wah, what's wrong?" Zhou Qing's face flushed crimson, yet she did not pull away. Looking earnestly into her slightly blushing face, I declared, "No matter what happens, my feelings will not waver." This was tantamount to a half-confession. I was unsure where I found the courage, but those words escaped my lips. Perhaps it was Chung Yi's revelation that Zhou Qing harbored a tentative attitude towards me that bolstered my resolve. Zhou Qing's face reddened further, and she softly uttered an hastily turning away. Watching her retreating figure, I exhaled softly in my heart and turned the car around. When I finally returned to my dormitory, wincing from my waist injury, I was greeted by the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, accompanied by the delightful sounds of clattering utensils. To my astonishment, I found myself wondering if the fabled snail girl had graced my home with a presence. A glance into the kitchen revealed that it was none other than Chung Yi, busily donning an apron and attending to her culinary endeavors. The delightful sounds emanating from her actions. "Ah, you're back," I exclaimed. Chung Yi turned to glance at me, wiped the perspiration from her brow, and continued to deftly maneuver her spatula. "Dinner will be ready shortly. You should take a moment to rest. We shall feast soon." "Why haven't you left yet?" I inquired, my surprise palpable. "Hey, with you in such a condition, how could I possibly leave you to fend for yourself?" Chung Yi playfully made a face at me. "Surely, you cannot subsist solely on cafeteria food?" In truth, I had spent countless days relying on the cafeteria's offerings, with only occasional culinary indulgences alongside my uncle. I leaned against the kitchen door, momentarily lost in thought. The television in the living room hummed softly, while the kitchen was alive with the clinking of utensils and the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. For the first time, my small dormitory felt imbued with the warmth and vitality of a home, a surreal yet profoundly genuine sensation. How long had it been since I experienced such a feeling? Though my uncle treated me kindly, he remained a busy man, engrossed in his career, and thus overlooked the finer details of my care. Watching Chung-yi deftly wield the spatula, I felt an overwhelming wave of nostalgia wash over me. Memories of my father reclining on the sofa with a newspaper, and my mother bustling about in the kitchen, once a harmonious family unit. Where had they vanished to now? Despite the resentment that lingered in my heart, I could not deny the reality of their absence. For years, I had been oblivious to the whereabouts of my parents. Yet I held a belief that my uncle must still be in contact with my father, being brothers after all. However, my uncle had never mentioned my father in my presence, and I had tacitly refrained from inquiring, particularly since my father might no longer acknowledge me as his son. As for my mother, I surmised that any news of her would be even more elusive. It was unlikely that my uncle would maintain contact with her. While I was lost in these reminiscences, my phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket. The caller was Li Lei. As I had previously indicated, this individual was something of a social butterfly. Despite his own lackluster circumstances, he reveled in mingling among crowds. Li Lei had always treated me decently, yet he had never reached out before. I was puzzled as to why he was calling me now. Upon answering, I asked what was the matter. He spoke with urgency. "Zhanglong, where are you?" "I'm in the factory dormitory," I replied. Li Lei continued, "Be cautious in the coming days. Wu Yunfeng may be seeking to create trouble for you. 020 is also a pitiable soul, seeking additional updates for 7,600 collections." Upon hearing this, my curiosity was piqued, prompting me to inquire how he came to know of such matters. Li Lei informed me that he had dined with several classmates that evening, who had shared this information with him. With a sigh, Li Lei urged me, "Zhanglong, you're quite bold to compete with Wu Yunfeng for Zhouqing. I never realized you possessed such capabilities. However, I advise you to reconsider. Not only will you be no match for Wu Yunfeng, but Zhouqing is unlikely to take an interest in you. Just because you two work together doesn't mean you have any hope. We ought to have self-awareness. Women like Zhouqing are not within our reach." Evidently, Wu Yunfeng had disclosed my situation with Zhouqing to several classmates, and it was through them that Li Lei had received this information, prompting him to call and warn me. Yet he was a step too late. The troublemaker Wu Yunfeng had sent had already pierced me, and subsequently, he had been apprehended by the police. Though Li Lei harbored little faith in my prospects, his intentions were nonetheless benevolent, unlike Wu Yunfeng's. I expressed my gratitude to Li Lei, asking him to inform me of any further developments. After ending the call, Chung-yi, while cooking, inquired about who had called. I replied that it was Li Lei, to which Chung-yi scoffed. "What does he want with you?" I understood her disdain for him. Li Lei was the type who fancied himself clever and suave, getting along with everyone. Yet in reality, he was looked down upon by many, particularly by someone as discerning as Chung-yi. Nevertheless, I knew Li Lei was a decent person. I relayed to Chung-yi everything Li Lei had said, including the incident of the troublemaker being taken by the police. Chung-yi, with a hint of concern, remarked, "Given Wu Yunfeng's temperament, he won't let this rest easily. Zhanglong, you should speak with your boss and have him discuss this with Wu Yunfeng's father. Otherwise, this could drag on indefinitely. In our county, many are aware that the general manager, Chi Feng, is a capable individual. In the past, had I been stabbed, I would have promptly informed my uncle. However, knowing my uncle was currently preoccupied, I refrained from disturbing him, saying, 'It's fine. I will take care of myself.'" Chung-yi, having grasped my stubborn nature, sighed and resumed her cooking. Wearing her apron, Chung-yi indeed exuded the qualities of a devoted wife. Few have witnessed this side of her, and I considered myself fortunate. The meal was swiftly prepared and served at the table. 3 dishes and a soup, all visually appealing and aromatic. It was quite surprising that Chung-yi, a young lady of privilege, could cook so well. When I complimented her, she seemed to become disheartened, sighing, "My father is a gambling addict, and my mother plays mahjong every day. If I didn't know how to cook, I would surely starve." I had not anticipated that the seemingly glamorous Chung Yi harbored such an unknown side. She was indeed a pitiable soul. Be grateful, I thought. I don't even know where my parents are. I poured 2 glasses of orange juice, handing one to Chung Yi, saying, "Let us make a toast." Chung Yi, with her carefree demeanor, swiftly emerged from her melancholic state, engaging in light-hearted conversation with me while we dined. Just yesterday, we had exchanged disdainful glances, baring our teeth like adversaries, yet here we were, sharing a table in jovial camaraderie, akin to old friends, a rather remarkable transformation. Of course, I was acutely aware that this newfound rapport was contingent upon my willingness to assist her. Otherwise, she would scarcely spare me a glance. Our principal topic of discussion remained the illustrious Zhou Qing. In a bid to atone for her previous misjudgments, Chung Yi extolled Zhou Qing to the heavens, asserting not only her beauty but also her extraordinary kindness, declaring her the quintessential candidate for romance and matrimony. She even remarked upon my discerning taste, suggesting that winning Zhou Qing's affection was a stroke of luck bestowed upon me through 8 lifetimes of merit. In Chung Yi's narrative, Zhou Qing radiated brilliance, almost comparable to the Virgin Mary. Naturally, I did not voice any dissent. In my heart, Zhou Qing had always been an ethereal presence. Zhang Long, forgive my impetuosity from yesterday. I once again extend my sincerest apologies. Chung Yi lifted her glass, smiling as she continued, "I've observed your feelings for Zhou Qing, and I believe you are truly deserving of her. I eagerly anticipate the day when you both share your wedding sweets." Receiving Chung Yi's blessings filled me with joy, albeit with a tinge of self-doubt as I replied, "Whether we become a couple remains uncertain." In Zhou Qing's presence, I often felt overshadowed by insecurity. "Fear not. It's almost a certainty," Chung Yi assured, her smile unwavering. "Just enjoy a few more meals together and catch a few films, and I guarantee you two will unite." Her words bolster my confidence, prompting me to respond earnestly, "Thank you for your kind words." Our glasses clinked in a toast. After our meal, which extended past 9 o'clock, Chung Yi departed only after ensuring I was truly fine on my own. The following morning, as was my routine, I drove to collect Zhou Qing. My injuries still throbbed, though it was somewhat improved from the previous day. As I drove, my complexion remained ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on my brow. Zhou Qing, concerned, inquired, "Zhang Long, are you all right?" With a smile, I reassured her, "It's nothing, just a slight cold. Perhaps you needn't see me off tonight." I insisted, "Really, I'm fine." Gritting my teeth, I pressed on. The journey was uneventful, likely due to the recent apprehension of the troublemaker, which had disrupted Wu Yunfeng's plans. After dropping Zhou Qing off at the factory, I returned to my dormitory, still experiencing considerable discomfort with each step, as if traversing a path of knives. Just then, a pair of hands steadied me. Turning around, I was astonished to find it was Chung Yi. "You," I stammered. "I just finished signing with General Zhang and couldn't help but come check on you," she replied, shaking her head. "Come on, don't be stubborn. This injury is a result of my actions, so allow me to take responsibility." I relinquished my pride and permitted Chung Yi to assist me back, as I genuinely needed care at that moment. Thus, that day was spent in Chung Yi's company, and in the days that followed, she remained by my side. In the past, I would often accompany Zhou Qing to the cafeteria for lunch. However, due to an injury, it has become inconvenient for me. I informed her that I was dining out with Zhang, but in reality, I was sharing a meal with Chung Yi in the dormitory. Chung Yi is quite the culinary talent, preparing various dishes for me each day. After we finished dinner together, she would depart, only to return the following morning. She also assists me in changing my medication. My injury is located on my waist, so it is not particularly sensitive. Chung Yi is indeed very diligent and attentive in her care, proving that my previous help to her father was not in vain. Although we are 2 young adults sharing a space, we have never crossed any boundaries. I typically rest on the bed while she sits on the sofa watching television, occasionally pouring me a glass of water. Furthermore, Chung Yi has kept her promise, never disclosing our arrangement to Zhou Qing. Each day, she sneaks in and out without Zhou Qing being any the wiser. Zhou Qing, oblivious to everything, has been in increasingly good spirits, fully emerging from her previous gloom. allowing her to devote herself wholeheartedly to her work. According to my uncle, she has been performing quite well, which brings me immense comfort. My efforts have not been in vain. Though Zhou Qing remains unaware of my actions, Cheng Yi has taken notice, giving me a thumbs up daily, praising me as a good man, and expressing her confidence in me taking care of Zhou Qing. As time has passed, there remains no news from Wu Yunfeng, which may be attributed to my cautious approach. After all, what could happen with vehicles coming and going daily? Additionally, my health has gradually improved, and I no longer require assistance. One afternoon, after Cheng Yi helped me with my last medication change, she brought out our meal, marking our farewell banquet. After this meal, we would part ways. "Thank you for your care these past few days," I said, pouring 2 glasses of orange juice and handing one to Cheng Yi. "My injury has yet to fully heal, so I must resort to beverages in place of alcohol." "You're welcome. It was my duty," Cheng Yi replied cheerfully, raising her glass. "I also wish you success in winning over Zhou Qing. May your dreams come true." "Thank you. Have you remembered all the tips I taught you?" "Rest assured, Teacher Cheng. It's all etched in my memory. I guarantee I'll win Zhou Qing's heart," I declared, thumping my chest confidently. "Great. I look forward to your good news." Over the past few days, Cheng Yi has imparted numerous skills for wooing women, particularly since Zhou Qing is her close friend. She has shared many secrets with me, from Zhou Qing's favorite foods and drinks to her monthly cycles. I now possess a wealth of knowledge that will surely be beneficial in the future. Although Cheng Yi is known for her sharp tongue, being her friend has proven quite advantageous. With her assistance, I feel far more confident in my pursuit of Zhou Qing. Our glasses clinked together before we drank heartily. After finishing our drinks, it was time to eat. Just as we picked up our chopsticks, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" I asked, puzzled. "Who would come looking for me at this hour?" "It's me, Zhou Qing," came the voice from outside. "I just ran into Zhang and learned that you didn't go to lunch with him, so I brought you some food from the cafeteria." As fate would have it, I had the chance to encounter 2 dogs. Zhou Qing arrived to deliver my meal. Due to health reasons, I had not dined with Zhou Qing for several days, consistently telling her that I was out with General Zhang. To my astonishment, Zhou Qing happened upon my uncle and brought the meal directly to my dormitory. Upon realizing that the person outside was Zhou Qing, Cheng Yi and I exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. Logically, there was no reason for Cheng Yi and me to fear Zhou Qing's arrival, as our relationship was entirely innocent. However, we had concealed the entire situation from her. Cheng Yi had been here for several days, caring for me and preparing my meals, completely unbeknownst to Zhou Qing. If she were to enter and find us dining together, what would her reaction be? Could we even offer a plausible explanation? This would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the progression of my relationship with Zhou Qing and to the friendship between Cheng Yi and Zhou Qing. Oh heavens, why did it feel as if we were caught in an illicit affair? Fortunately, Cheng Yi quickly reacted, casting me a knowing glance, suggesting that since we had already deceived her, we might as well continue with the ruse, deeming it a benevolent lie. Cheng Yi then stood up and swiftly concealed herself within the wardrobe. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. "Zhang Long? Zhang Long?" I promptly called out, coming. After ensuring the wardrobe revealed no telltale signs, I made my way to the door and opened it. Zhou Qing stood outside, holding several plastic bags, smiling as she inquired, "Why are you taking so long to answer the door?" I scratched my head, replying, "Apologies, I was in the restroom and didn't hear you." "Did you not go out with General Zhang? Why didn't you come find me?" "I was a bit tired and decided to take a nap," I said, accepting the plastic bags from Zhou Qing's hands and smiling. "Thank you for remembering me." I thought Zhou Qing would leave after delivering my lunch. Yet she showed no intention of departing, instead asking, "Aren't you going to let me in?" Her words sent my heart racing. I felt a mix of guilt, knowing Cheng Yi was still hidden in the wardrobe, and a sense of intrigue. Recalling that Cheng Yi had once taught me that when a girl takes the initiative to visit your home, it often indicates her interest in you. This was a prime opportunity to seize. Under normal circumstances, I would have been elated, but this was not the right moment. I quickly stammered, "The room is a bit messy. You men are all the same. It's nothing I can't help tidy up," Zhou Qing replied, stepping into the room before I could even attempt to stop her. As she entered, Zhou Qing slightly furrowed her brow and took a couple of sniffs, stating, "Someone has been here. It smells like a girl's perfume." To my dismay, was a girl's sense of smell truly that keen? I had no idea what Chung-yi was experiencing in a wardrobe, but my heart raced as I could only laugh nervously, saying, "No way, you must be mistaken." Before I could finish my sentence, I noticed Zhou Qing's gaze fixated on the dining table. My mind instantly went blank. On the dining table, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out, but that was not the crux of the matter. It could simply be said that I had a hearty appetite. The pivotal issue was the presence of 2 sets of chopsticks and cups beside me. In a moment of inspiration, I quickly remarked, "I just finished cooking and was about to call you over." As I spoke, I guided Zhou Qing to take a seat at the table. Fortunately, Chung-yi and I had not yet begun our meal. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. It seems my reflexes were rather quick. Zhou Qing sat in the place that had been occupied by Chung-yi, staring blankly at the utensils before her. I promptly poured her a drink, saying, "Here, have a sip. I wasn't feeling well a few days ago, but today I'm almost recovered and glad to share this meal with you." I raised my glass to toast with Zhou Qing, but she remained motionless, staring intently at her cup. "What's the matter?" I asked curiously. Zhou Qing slowly lifted her head and said, "Zhang Long, we are just ordinary friends. If you have someone else you like, please let me know, all right?" I understood her implication, although there was an ambiguous tension between us, hinting at a potential romantic development. We were not in any formal relationship. Both she and I were entitled to seek true love elsewhere. Zhou Qing must have sensed something, yet was reluctant to confirm it, which prompted her question. I could only muster the courage to reply, "Zhou Qing, what are you talking about? I don't have anyone else I fancy." "Then who did you have lunch with today?" "No one." I immediately shook my head. "This meal was prepared just for you. I cooked everything myself." I realized that lying seemed to be a talent of men. Even someone as inherently shy as I was could tell a fib without so much as a blink. There are certain truths that must be concealed, much like how Zhou Qing had her own secrets from me. Zhou Qing fell silent, letting out a gentle sigh. My heart raced, uncertain whether I had successfully navigated the situation. I tried again, lifting my cup and saying, "Come on, let us have a drink." Finally, Zhou Qing picked up her glass. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps I had managed to evade the issue. As long as we could finish this meal without incident, and I could send Zhou Qing on her way, it would suffice. It was merely a hardship for Chung-yi, who would have to remain hidden in the wardrobe for an hour. However, as long as Zhou Qing remained oblivious, I believed she would be agreeable to it. To my surprise, after picking up her cup, Zhou Qing did not clink glasses with me. Instead, she stared intently at her cup, her eyes unwavering. "What's wrong?" I asked, puzzled. Zhou Qing remained silent. Following her gaze, I noticed a faint lipstick mark on the rim of the cup she held, clearly Chung-yi's. This girl, must she not wear makeup? It was akin to digging her own grave. I found myself at a loss for words, unsure of how to navigate this predicament. Before I could say anything, Zhou Qing spoke up, "Zhang Long, I'm not trying to catch you out, as I am not really anything to you. But if you do like someone, please tell me. Don't let me. Let me." Her voice was heavy with melancholy, and as she spoke, she found herself unable to continue. However, I comprehend Zhou Qing's sentiment. She implores me to inform her if I have affections for someone, urging me not to leave her waiting in vain any longer, for she still anticipates my confession. Chung-yi is correct. The relationship between Zhou Qing and myself is indeed separated only by a fragile veil. So, does it truly exist? I am uncertain when it transpired, but Zhou Qing's eyes have grown red, her voice slightly trembling, yet she strives to maintain eye contact with me. Witnessing her in such distress, I instinctively respond, "No. Truly, there is no one else I hold dear." "Are you deceiving me?" "Zhang Long, you're no different from Wu Yunfeng. Both are worthless scoundrels." Zhou Qing suddenly rises, her eyes no longer red, her voice steady, replaced by an expression of fury. She swiftly approaches the wardrobe and yanks it open. In my modest single dormitory, the only hiding place is this wardrobe. Zhou Qing, not a fool, has certainly deduced that someone is concealed within. The moment she flings open the wardrobe, she is intent on exposing my deceit. However, upon realizing who the occupant is, she stands frozen, utterly bewildered. Zhou Qing surmised that someone was inside the wardrobe, but she could never have anticipated it would be Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, trapped within the wardrobe, appears equally helpless, gazing at Zhou Qing with a look of bewilderment, saying, "Zhou Qing, it is not as you think. How could this be? How could this be?" Zhou Qing scarcely registers Cheng Yi's words. She steps back unsteadily, her face paling dramatically, clearly struggling to accept this reality. "Zhou Qing, please listen to me." Cheng Yi emerges from the wardrobe, attempting to grasp Zhou Qing's hand. Although this situation is difficult to explain, a sincere discussion could clarify matters. Regrettably, Zhou Qing is not receptive. She glances at Cheng Yi, then back at me, tears swiftly cascading down her cheeks. What is more unbearable for Zhou Qing than discovering a woman hidden in my wardrobe is the fact that this woman is Cheng Yi, her dearest friend, who, through her, has formed a connection with me. The most devastating betrayal for a woman is to have her best friend encroach upon her affections. It is a sorrow far greater than one can imagine. Well, this is just splendid. Zhou Qing wipes her tears and unexpectedly breaks into a peculiar smile, albeit laced with despair. "I wish you both happiness. Consider me acquainted with 2 dogs. With that, Zhou Qing dashed out the door. "Zhou Qing! Zhou Qing!" Cheng Yi shouted, ready to pursue her, but I restrained her. "What are you doing?" Cheng Yi exclaimed anxiously. "We must clarify everything to Zhou Qing and explain the entire situation to her. This is, at present, the best course of action. Otherwise, I risk losing a beloved. And Cheng Yi will lose a cherished friend, resulting in immense loss for all 3 of us." Yet, I still prevented Cheng Yi from chasing after her. To clarify matters now would render all our previous efforts futile. I can never forget the desolate expression on Zhou Qing's face after being struck by Song Xiaoyu. I refuse to allow her to continue living in fear. It is imperative that she understands her safety before I can explain everything to her. Initially, my intent to conceal the truth from Zhou Qing was to prevent her from succumbing to such a state. Now, I cannot divulge everything for the selfish interests of myself and Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi inquired, "How can we ensure her complete safety?" I remained silent, instead lowering myself to the ground and commencing a series of push-ups, one after another. Cheng Yi gazed at me in astonishment. "Zhonglong, what on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" I assured her I had not. After completing over 20 push-ups in one breath, I stood up, my eyes ablaze with determination, and with gritted teeth, declared, "My body has fully recovered. It is time to confront Wu Yunfeng. I was stabbed by someone sent by Wu Yunfeng. It is inconceivable that I would not seek retribution for this affront. Though my disposition may be introverted, it does not equate to weakness. I have harbored the memory of that pen incident with Zhou Qing for several years, and being attacked in broad daylight is an affront I cannot ignore. My previous inaction was due to my injuries, which render me unable to confront Wu Yunfeng. However, I have since recovered and can now perform push-ups without breaking a sweat. It is time to strike. Eliminating Wu Yunfeng will ensure Zhou Qing's safety and allow me to explain everything to her." Cheng Yi grasped my intent and inquired, somewhat perplexed, about my plans for dealing with Wu Yunfeng. Naturally, my aim is to incapacitate him to the point where he dares not harass Zhou Qing again. As I cracked my knuckles, I stated calmly, "I will subdue him decisively, so he understands that I am not to be trifled with. From then on, he will steer clear of me and refrain from causing further trouble." Though my voice was soft, my demeanor exuded an icy determination, and Cheng Yi appeared somewhat taken aback, having never witnessed me in such a state. After a moment, she cautiously asked, "Do you intend to seek assistance from Lord Zhao?" Following the incident at the KTV, she had come to believe I possessed significant influence, even capable of summoning Lord Zhao for aid. However, the reality is that Lord Zhao respects my uncle rather than me. Should my uncle request his assistance, he might indeed oblige, but I lack the standing to make such a request myself. I shook my head. I am not yet of such stature. I intend to handle this myself. My uncle is quite busy, so I shall refrain from disturbing him for the time being. Once this matter is resolved, he can assist in dealing with Wu Yunfeng, though handling Wu Loxi will require his intervention. I do not perceive seeking my uncle's help as shameful. After all, even the mightiest hero may require allies, particularly when it involves family. In recent years, my uncle has risen in prominence within the county, and while I have not contributed significantly, I have observed his ascent. Unlike the well-regulated metropolises, our remote region often sees the rise to power accompanied by bloodshed and violence. My uncle has never yielded in such matters. A former soldier, his wrath is formidable. I have witnessed him dismantle several rivals in a manner both brutal and terrifying. Those who have crossed him invariably fled the county, none daring to remain and contest his authority. Some even suffered lasting psychological effects, fearing his name. Thus, I aspire to emulate my uncle, employing similar methods against Wu Yunfeng. This is not a matter requiring my uncle's consultation. I know him too well. Had he learned of my stabbing, he would have stormed the detention center to exact vengeance on that young punk, subsequently dismantling Wu Yunfeng piece by piece. However, dealing with a scoundrel like Wu Yunfeng does not necessitate my uncle's involvement. I can manage it myself and later enlist his assistance for the aftermath. Consequently, I have kept myself occupied these past few days, nurturing my wounds while meticulously planning my course of action. Although I have nearly finalized my strategy, Cheng Yi remains unaware of my intentions. Upon hearing that I intended to confront Wu Yunfeng on my own, Cheng Yi immediately exclaimed, "No, Zhonglong, if you cannot enlist the help of Prince Zhao, I strongly advise against taking such a reckless step. Do you know what Wu Yunfeng's father does? This is tantamount to courting disaster." To her, both Prince Zhao and my uncle were figures of immense power, capable of commanding the elements, and thus deemed worthy adversaries for the Wu family. However, I was not naive enough to reveal all my cards to her. "You needn't concern yourself with this matter. Thank you for your care over the past few days. You may leave now. The remaining affairs do not involve you," I stated as I donned my coat and made my way outside. With my appetite having fled, I had no inclination to linger over a meal. I needed to swiftly deal with Wu Yunfeng and subsequently provide an explanation to Zhou Qing, who I assumed was feeling quite heartbroken. Descending the stairs, I opted not for the Audi, but rather took a more inconspicuous pickup truck from our factory's ample fleet. Being a driver afforded me the luxury of choice, and the pickup was less eye-catching than the Audi, making it more suitable for confronting Wu Yunfeng. Just as I settled into the driver's seat, the passenger door swung open, and Cheng Yi hopped in. "What are you doing?" I asked, astonished by her sudden appearance. "I cannot simply stand by and watch you act foolishly," she replied. "You will attract considerable trouble." I wore an expression of exasperation and retorted, "Must you be so presumptuous? Surely, I possess the capability to handle this." At over 20 years of age, I felt it was imperative to approach matters with some level of foresight. While I might exhibit a degree of timidity in matters of the heart, in all other aspects, I certainly embodied the demeanor of an adult. "Are you truly confident?" Cheng Yi regarded me with skepticism. "Absolutely," I declared with unwavering assurance. "Very well." She straightened her posture and fastened her seatbelt. "Since you are so confident, take me along. Let me witness how you intend to deal with Wu Yunfeng. I have harbored disdain for that fellow for quite some time, and if fortune smiles upon him, I would be more than happy to lend a foot to his misfortune." Her willingness to accompany me reflected a newfound respect for my abilities. Given the circumstances, it seemed futile to attempt to dissuade her. "Suit yourself," I ignited the engine. "Just don't be frightened. It may get a bit bloody." "Please, I am no stranger to tumultuous situations," Cheng Yi replied, sitting up straighter. Thinking of Zhou Qing, who was likely still in distress, I realized I could not afford to waste any more time and reluctantly acquiesced to Cheng Yi's presence. As I drove a few meters down the road, an unexpected scene unfolded before me. Zhou Qing stood beneath a willow tree by the roadside, staring blankly at the two of us in the vehicle, her eyes brimming with an unprecedented sorrow. The dappled shadows of the tree accentuated her desolation. Clearly, Zhou Qing had not left. Perhaps she was waiting for my explanation, only to find me in the company of Cheng Yi, appearing as though we were about to elope. How unfortunate. Cheng Yi sighed, slapping her forehead in disbelief. However, she quickly rolled down the car window and called out to Zhou Qing outside. "Zhou Qing, we have something to take care of. We'll explain everything when we return. In any case, things are not as you think, so please wait for us." Zhou Qing said nothing, her gaze fixed vacantly on me and Chung-yi. Seeing her like this pierced my heart, yet I could not utter a word. I needed to eliminate Wu Yunfeng swiftly. Only then would the truth be revealed. Thus, I merely nodded at Zhou Qing to affirm Chung-yi's words and hastily drove away. I couldn't let Zhou Qing remain in sorrow for too long. I had to hurry. I resolved that once I dealt with Wu Yunfeng, I would return to confess to Zhou Qing and officially be with her. I shared this plan with Chung-yi, who expressed her agreement. The pickup truck was certainly less comfortable than an Audi, especially since I was driving it like a plane, speeding over speed bumps without braking, causing a cacophony of noise. In just over 20 minutes, I parked the truck near a luxurious community in the county, casually stopping under a tree's shade. No one would pay attention to an old pickup. Wu Yunfeng resided in this community, a fact that was hardly a secret and could be discovered with a little inquiry. Chung-yi also lived in this community. She asked me what I was doing, if I was waiting for Wu Yunfeng. I nodded in affirmation. Chung-yi, exasperated, remarked, "How long do you intend to wait? Is this your idea of being in control?" I replied, "Wu Yunfeng has a habit of taking walks every afternoon at 4 o'clock, usually for at least 2 hours, which gives me ample time to act." Chung-yi looked at me in surprise. "How do you know this?" I remained silent, slightly curling my lips in a mysterious manner. In truth, I had learned all this from Li Lei. Although Li Lei was quite bothersome and not regarded highly by others, he was thick-skinned and always engaged with people, thus gathering a wealth of information. As the saying goes, even the most mundane items serve a purpose. In the past few days, I had kept in touch with Li Lei, asking him to clarify matters regarding Wu Yunfeng. When he questioned why I wanted to know, I told him to mind his own business and just relay the information. Li Lei was quite loyal to me and shared everything he knew. However, I couldn't disclose this to Chung-yi, as it would be akin to betraying Li Lei, so I feigned an air of mystery. Noticing my silence, Chung-yi refrained from asking further. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Wu Yunfeng wouldn't emerge for another 2 hours. So I took this opportunity to observe the surrounding terrain carefully. Over the years with my uncle, I had indeed learned a thing or two. When 4 o'clock arrived, Wu Yunfeng appeared as expected, holding a leash to a white Samoyed. "Wow, you're something else," Chung-yi exclaimed in delight, and when she turned to me, her face was filled with admiration. I sighed in relief and reached for the steel pipe hidden beneath the seat. This time, I intended to subdue Wu Yunfeng in one decisive blow. However, our expressions soon stiffened, for Wu Yunfeng was not alone. A young man with blonde hair trailed behind him. Indeed, it is that yellow-haired youth who once inflicted a wound upon me. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The young man with the yellow hair has emerged, and it has only been a little over a week. Whether it be for assault or robbery, it seems improbable that he could be released so swiftly. My initial instinct was to call the officer who recorded my statement to inquire about the situation. However, as I retrieved my phone, I hesitated. Was there truly any need for inquiry? It was undoubtedly the Wu family that orchestrated his release. In our small town, where law enforcement is lax, those with power can often manipulate the situation to their advantage. Wu Loxi certainly possesses such influence. If it had been my uncle instead, seeing Huang Mao alongside Wu Yunfeng would have thrilled him, and he would have promptly dealt with both of them, considering it a 2-for-1 accomplishment. Yet, I am acutely aware of my own limitations. While I could manage Wu Yunfeng, Huang Mao posed a significant challenge. Through Li Lei, I had learned of Huang Mao's reputation. Known as Zhuai Zi, he is infamous for his ferocity in our county, a standout among the younger generation, and a frequent visitor to the detention center. Recently, he has been associating with Wu Yunfeng, serving as his bodyguard. Wu Loxi, Wu Yunfeng's father, is a man of dubious morality, maintaining a cadre of aimless thugs. It seems Wu Yunfeng is following in his father's footsteps. With Zhuai Zi being a talent he has unearthed, Li Lei had recounted tales of Zhuai Zi's exploits, revealing that he could easily take on 5 opponents. I, as an ordinary individual, would stand no chance against him, even armed with a steel pipe. My original intention was to confront Wu Yunfeng, but now, with Zhuai Zi unexpectedly in the mix, I found myself in a predicament. At that moment, Chung-yi also recognized Zhuai Zi, exclaiming, "Hey, I sent that." I nodded in response. "Quick, call the police," she urged, grabbing her phone. I shook my head. Although Cheng Yi occasionally exhibited a lack of common sense, she was not truly foolish. She grasped the gravity of the situation without further prompting, furrowing her brow and asking, "What should we do?" She understood that with Zhu Zi around, taking action would be exceedingly difficult. "Let us wait and observe," I suggested. Zhu Zi cannot be tethered to Wu Yunfeng indefinitely. The moment he shows any sign of negligence, I will strike and eliminate Wu Yunfeng. Resolute in this plan, I began to monitor Wu Yunfeng, while Cheng Yi dutifully remained quiet in the car, awaiting developments. Li Lei's information proved accurate. At this time, Wu Yunfeng would often take a stroll, typically for at least 2 hours, and if in good spirits, even longer. The white Samyed led the way, followed by Wu Yunfeng, with Zhu Zi bringing up the rear, effectively creating a robust barrier. Wu Yunfeng, ensconced in this protective formation, appeared utterly secure, leaving me with no opportunity to act. Zhu Zi, as ever, exuded an aura of intimidation, radiating a fierce vibe that warned others to keep their distance. The Samyed, in contrast, appeared quite endearing. Time slipped by, and as the sun gradually sank in the west, casting a warm glow over the land, Wu Yunfeng had already completed 8 laps around the neighborhood with his companion and dog, yet I still found no chance to confront him alone. Zhu Zi remained like a shadow, never straying from Wu Yunfeng's side. His pace mirrored Wu Yunfeng's, whether fast or slow, proving more loyal than the Samyed itself. Indeed, money can make the impossible happen. Otherwise, how could the inept Wu Yunfeng conquer the rebellious Zhu Zi? As dusk approached and the factory was about to close, my original plan to eliminate Wu Yunfeng and return to clarify matters with Zhou Qing seemed increasingly unattainable. Nevertheless, I was reluctant to depart. I intended to keep a close watch on Wu Yunfeng, as an opportunity might present itself at any moment. Thus, I called Zhou Qing, instructing her to return home alone after work, as I would not be escorting her. With both Wu Yunfeng and Zhu Zi present, she would be safe. Unfortunately, Zhou Qing did not answer my call. I sighed, setting my phone down, aware that she was still upset with me. I would have to explain myself to her after dealing with Wu Yunfeng. Meanwhile, the sky darkened. Yet Wu Yunfeng remained at the barbecue stall with Zhu Zi at the entrance of the community, seemingly preparing to have a meal. This was advantageous. His extended time outdoors would surely provide me with an opportunity to act. Surely, Zhu Zi would not follow him to the restroom. Thus I stayed put, continuing to observe Wu Yunfeng from my vehicle, reminiscent of a hunter stalking his prey. The barbecue stall was approximately 20 to 30 meters from our car, allowing me to clearly discern Wu Yunfeng and Zhu Zi's every move, even the dishes they ordered: lamb kidneys, lamb chops, oysters, chives, and enoki mushrooms. However, Wu Yunfeng did not partake. Instead, he fed the skewers to a Samyed, which devoured the food with gusto. Zhu Zi also abstained from eating, opting instead to drink beer from an oversized glass, downing it in one go. It was evident that Zhu Zi was a taciturn individual, rarely engaging Wu Yunfeng in conversation, who, in turn, treated him as little more than another pet. I scrutinized the duo, considering that Zhu Zi's drinking habits would soon necessitate a trip to the restroom, which would signal my moment to strike. At that very moment, 2 faint gurgles reached my ears, causing me to turn my head in confusion, uncertain of their origin. Cheng Yi, blushing, confessed, "I'm sorry, I'm hungry." It turned out her stomach was the source of the sounds. It was understandable, as we hadn't eaten since lunch. I suggested, "There's a small shop nearby. You should go buy something to eat. But be discreet, and don't let Wu Yunfeng see you." Cheng Yi replied, "I want lamb kidneys, lamb chops, oysters, chives, and enoki mushrooms." She swallowed several times as she spoke. I remarked, "Are you really so tempted by what a dog eats?" Cheng Yi nodded vigorously, unabashedly admitting her cravings. I advised her to hold off for a bit longer. Once I dealt with Wu Yunfeng, we would find another place for barbecue. "All right." Cheng Yi brightened, her eyes sparkling. "Let us invite Zhou Qing, and we can all go for barbecue together. Let us make it a night of revelry." Fourth, Cheng Yi, indulging in barbecue, evidently held greater importance than eliminating Wu Yunfeng. Just as I prepared to tease her, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching Wu Yunfeng. Upon encountering this individual, Both Cheng Yi and I were momentarily stunned, for this perfectly epitomized the adage, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." To our astonishment, it was none other than Zhou Qing. Remarkably, she approached Wu Yunfeng. Witnessing this scene startled me. Instinctively, I felt compelled to exit the vehicle and intervene, to prevent either Wu Yunfeng or Zhuizi from causing her harm. However, it was too late. Zhou Qing had already pulled up a chair and seated herself directly opposite Wu Yunfeng, who, along with Zhuizi, not only refrained from confronting her, but appeared rather unfazed, as if they had anticipated her arrival. What was transpiring? My confusion deepened as Cheng Yi beside me began to exclaim, "Zhang Long, hurry and save Zhou Qing." "Please quiet down," I replied, exasperated. "Can't you see? They are evidently in cahoots." Cheng Yi fell silent, her gaze shifting towards the unfolding drama. Just over a week ago, Zhuizi had expressed intentions to confront Zhou Qing, lying in wait at the entrance of her residential complex. Yet now he remained passive, while Wu Yunfeng, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhou Qing, also made no move. Instead, the two seemed to engage in casual conversation, with Zhou Qing and Wu Yunfeng chatting amicably, while Zhuizi sat silently beside them, embodying the adage that silence is golden. "What are they discussing?" Cheng Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued. "How should I know?" I rolled my eyes. I cannot read lips. Yet, truth be told, watching this scene stirred a pang of jealousy within me. Although Zhou Qing was free to associate with whomever she wished, Wu Yunfeng was, after all, her former boyfriend. Even though Zhou Qing and I had yet to officially become a couple, I could not shake the unsettling feeling of being cuckolded, which was undeniably irksome. I harbored concerns that the two might rekindle old flames. However, I deemed this unlikely. Wu Yunfeng was on the brink of marriage, and Zhou Qing would not willingly assume the role of a mistress. If she were inclined to do so, she would not have waited until now. Indeed, merely a few minutes passed before I noticed the expressions of both Zhou Qing and Wu Yunfeng becoming increasingly agitated, as if they were embroiled in a heated argument. In a fit of rage, Wu Yunfeng hurled several skewers to the ground, while Zhuizi glared menacingly at Zhou Qing, seemingly poised to strike. It was evident that their discussion had reached an impasse. Was it possible that Wu Yunfeng sought to reignite a clandestine affair with Zhou Qing, only to be rebuffed? Given Wu Yunfeng's character, this seemed entirely plausible. Fearing for Zhou Qing's safety, I swiftly retrieved a steel pipe from beneath the car seat. Even if I could not best Zhuizi in a physical confrontation, I would not allow him to harm her. Cheng Yi, equally agitated, was eager to assist Zhou Qing, but lacking any weaponry, she hastily grabbed 2 towels from the glove compartment. "What do you intend to do with those towels?" I inquired. "Cover our faces. It will lend us an air of intimidation," she retorted. Yet, before we could exit the vehicle, Zhou Qing had already risen and walked away. Zhuizi appeared ready to pursue her, but was halted by Wu Yunfeng, who fixed a fierce gaze on Zhou Qing's retreating figure. His eyes filled with an intensity that suggested he would not easily let her go. This only solidified my resolve to confront him. After Zhou Qing departed, Wu Yunfeng kicked over the table before storming off, his demeanor furious as he led his dog away, with Zhuizi closely trailing behind him, unwavering in his loyalty. Of course, no payment was rendered. The barbecue stall owner dared not utter a word, silently lifting the table. When confronted by such a tyrant, who possesses the means to counteract, Wu Yunfeng has returned home, leaving me without any opportunity. "What should I do?" Cheng Yi inquired. "We'll discuss it tomorrow," I replied. "You should head home first." "And what about Zhou Qing? Should she suffer a night of heartache?" "You needn't concern yourself with that. I will handle it." "Very well." Cheng Yi alighted from the vehicle, making her way towards the entrance of the community, as her residence was also in that vicinity. I too started my car, yet instead of returning to the factory, I drove in a different direction. Unbeknownst to me, as soon as I departed, Cheng Yi returned, swiftly leaping into a taxi. Pointing at my car, she exclaimed, "Driver, quickly follow him. I am increasingly impressed by you. I could never allow Zhou Qing to spend a night in sorrow." Although Wu Yunfeng has returned home, I have not yet relinquished my pursuit. I must devise a plan to confront him today. In truth, I possess a means to draw Wu Yunfeng out, Yet the thorny issue of the Jue Z remains unresolved and demands my attention. The situation may become somewhat perilous. Thus, I instructed Chung Yi to return home first. I arrived at a bustling commercial street in the county and selected a barbecue stall to take a seat, casually ordering some skewers while I awaited the arrival of my companion. My hunger was palpable, having not eaten since noon, and I anticipated that once my guest arrived, we could converse over a meal. Just as I was settling in, a loud exclamation rang out behind me, startling me so much that I nearly dropped my skewers. Turning around, I was astonished to find Chung Yi standing there, her face flushed with indignation. "What are you doing here?" I asked in surprise. "How can you even ask? We agreed to enjoy barbecue together, yet you sent me home and came alone. Are you really so miserly that you think I would consume all your resources? Fortunately, this princess is clever. I took a taxi to follow you, or else I would have fallen for your trick." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, settled down, and began voraciously devouring a skewer of lamb chop, oblivious to her image. I gazed at her in astonishment. Chung Yi continued to indulge in several skewers, seemingly relishing every bite, before exhaling dramatically and remarking, "Zhonglong, I must say I once thought highly of you for always considering Zhou Qing. However, tonight you have erred. Zhou Qing is at home, feeling heartbroken, while you have come here to feast alone. You are somewhat remiss towards her. How hypocritical. You are here enjoying barbecue as well." I retorted, feeling a bit exasperated. "I am merely waiting for someone. I intend to deal with Wu Yinfeng and sought someone to confer with." Chung Yi's eyes lit up at this revelation. "Who is it?" "Lord Zhao." In her mind, Lord Zhao was a figure of immense power, a former pinnacle of the underworld. And if he were to intervene, Wu Yinfeng would undoubtedly kneel before him. Following the KTV incident that evening, Chung Yi had come to believe in my profound connections, assuming that summoning Lord Zhao would be a trivial matter. However, I shook my head. "Not Lord Zhao. It's another friend." "Who is it?" Chung Yi inquired with curiosity. Yet she did not doubt the prowess of this friend, having been astonished by my previous encounters. It would not be surprising if I had summoned the likes of Master Ma or Lord Song. Just as I was about to reveal my friend's identity, an individual approached us, and I pointed, exclaiming, "Here he comes." Chung Yi looked up and was instantly struck dumb, her eyes wide with shock. It was not merely the stature of the incoming figure that astonished her, but rather the fact that she had never anticipated it would be this person. No wonder she was taken aback. It was Li Lei. Indeed, my good friend, who is amiable wherever he goes yet often overlooked, had arrived. "Ah, Princess Yi is here too," he exclaimed. Li Lei's gaze was intense as he noticed Chung Yi's presence, and he quickly rushed over, unabashedly adopting his familiar approach. "Princess Yi, it has been a long time since we last met. You still look as stunning as ever." Such was Li Lei. Regardless of who he was addressing, he would first shower them with compliments, believing himself to be quite the charmer, though, in reality, his attempts often annoyed the recipient. The art of conversation, it seems, requires a certain innate talent. It is no wonder that Chung Yi held him in disdain. She merely curled her lip in response, saying nothing, while casting a glance in my direction, clearly inquiring why I had summoned him and what assistance he could possibly offer. Yet, Li Lei remained blissfully unaware of his own shortcomings, continuing to chatter away with Chung Yi, extolling her beauty and elegance until I felt a shiver run down my spine. However, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Despite Li Lei's exasperating demeanor, Chung Yi refrained from losing her temper, as he was indeed someone I had invited. Thus, she could only respond with noncommittal sounds. I could no longer tolerate the situation and urged, "All right, Li Lei, take a seat." "Sure," he replied, finally making his way over to join me. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Zhonglong, you're quite the charmer. You failed to woo Zhou Qing, and now you're pursuing Chung Yi? How did you manage to get this little peacock to come out? Share a few tricks with me. I'm increasingly impressed with you." To Li Lei, both Zhou Qing and Chung Yi seemed far beyond my reach. Thus, his curiosity was nearly overwhelming. I had no desire to delve into that topic, so I simply said, "Let us eat something first, then we'll discuss serious matters." All right, he replied, diving into his food with gusto, devouring skewers and downing beer. I couldn't bear to watch him go without. So I asked the proprietor to bring over more. I knew Li Lei's life was quite challenging. After graduating from a mediocre vocational college, he worked as a mechanic earning just over 1,000 yuan a month. With the need to save for a house while managing his own expenses, he rarely indulged. So I encouraged him to eat his fill. At that moment, Cheng Yi leaned closer and whispered, "Zhang Long, what is going on? Why did you bring him here? How could he possibly handle Wu Yunfeng? Just a sneeze from Wu Yunfeng could frighten him to death." I replied, "Just wait and see." Cheng Yi, though puzzled, chose not to press further, obediently sitting beside me. Regardless of her past demeanor, she was now far more compliant in my presence. Once Li Lei had his fill, he patted his belly and said, "Zhang Long, now tell me what you need. I'll help with whatever I can." This was Li Lei's catchphrase. He said it to everyone, attempting to project an image of loyalty and capability. Yet, in truth, aside from his mechanical skills, he was hardly equipped to assist in other matters, which only served to diminish the respect others held for him. Of course, I was not among them. I saw many virtues in Li Lei. I inquired, "Have you heard about the release of the spear?" "Of course. Wu Yunfeng's father is quite influential." "Isn't it just a matter of making a few introductions?" Li Lei, it seemed, was indeed well informed, a veritable walking encyclopedia of local knowledge. I mentioned that the cone had emerged, steadfastly accompanying Wu Yunfeng, which posed quite a predicament for me. Li Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Zhang Long, are you truly intending to confront Wu Yunfeng? I advise you to reconsider. You're simply not on the same level. Wu Yunfeng could easily outmaneuver you." I waved my hand, signaling Li Lei to cease his warnings. "You needn't dissuade me. I am resolute in my intention to deal with Wu Yunfeng. However, the cone presents a considerable challenge. Tell me, is there anyone in the county capable of handling the cone? I am willing to pay, as long as I can eliminate the cone and take care of Wu Yunfeng myself." In my estimation, although Li Lei lacked prowess, he possessed a wealth of knowledge and connections. Indeed, Li Lei affirmed, the cone has gained notoriety in recent years, instilling fear in many, yet he is not invincible. There are few individuals who can contend with him. For instance, De Fei, a seasoned rogue, could dismantle the cone with ease. I was acquainted with De Fei. He had been quite renowned during our school days, particularly around the bell tower and the Ku-E market where he held sway. Though he may not rival the likes of Prince Zhao, he certainly embodied the essence of a rogue, reputed to command a dozen loyal followers, quite different from the solitary cone. De Fei's involvement would indeed pose a formidable challenge to the cone. Cheng Yi nodded in agreement, affirming this conclusion. I immediately inquired, "Can you communicate with De Fei?" While I recognized De Fei's capability to best the cone, I had no personal acquaintance with him. How could I seek him out? Li Lei proudly declared, "Of course. What kind of relationship do you think I have with De Fei? Just a few days ago, he invited me to dinner, but I was too busy to attend." Cheng Yi scoffed, clearly skeptical of Li Lei's claim and regarding it as mere bravado. In truth, I too harbored doubts. Given Li Lei's standing, it seemed improbable that De Fei would extend such an invitation. Nevertheless, Li Lei had a penchant for elevating his own status, living in a world of self-delusion, while others privately regarded him as foolish. Yet, I responded, "Very well, take me to De Fei now." Li Lei stood up, affirming, "All right, let's go." Turning back, I intended to suggest that Cheng Yi should return, but she interjected, "I am coming with you." I grimaced and asked, "What purpose do you have in coming along?" I simply believed that having a woman present would be inconvenient, not out of gender bias, but rather due to the abundance of wolves in this world. A woman, particularly one as strikingly beautiful as she, would undeniably be in peril. That was why I had initially suggested she return. Why, then, did she insist on accompanying us? Cheng Yi pointed at Li Lei and declared, "I do not believe he can speak to De Fei. Today, I shall witness his embarrassment." While Cheng Yi's disbelief was evident, her bluntness bordered on humiliating. Yet, her character was such that no one could alter it. Although Li Lei had a thick skin, he was not devoid of dignity, and his face flushed with indignation. "Cheng Yi, if you doubt me, come along and see for yourself." Cheng Yi agreed. "Very well, let us depart at once." Let us go." Li Lei turned and strode off, with Cheng Yi hastily following suit. With the two of them at odds, I found myself with little choice but to follow along. In the fierce atmosphere surrounding the second jade pendant, a token of my deep-seated affection for old acquaintances, I observed that although Chang-yi appeared to be quite composed in my presence, her true nature remained unaltered. She was still exceedingly harsh towards those she deemed beneath her. As Li Lei advanced, Chang-yi retreated and whispered to me, "Zhang Long, do you genuinely believe he can converse with the Fae?" I replied, "Whether I believe it or not, why not test the waters?" Chang-yi, left with no retort, could only shake her head and proceed forward. Upon reaching my pickup truck, Li Lei intended to take the front passenger seat, but Chang-yi halted him, asserting, "Is that a seat you deserve?" Despite his dissatisfaction, Li Lei recognized that provoking Chang-yi would yield unfavorable consequences, and thus he conceded to occupy the rear seat, while Chang-yi triumphantly settled into the passenger seat. In truth, the back seat was the true throne, signifying one's esteemed status. However, at that moment, no one perceived it thus, believing the front seat to be superior. Furthermore, a dilapidated pickup hardly warranted such distinctions. Guided by Li Lei's directions, I steered the vehicle towards the vicinity of the bell tower. Throughout the journey, Chang-yi's incessant chatter filled the air, dismissing Li Lei's capabilities and urging me not to squander my time. Her remarks were directed at Li Lei, offering him no semblance of respect. With a flushed face, Li Lei refrained from rebuking her, repeatedly asserting, "You'll see when we arrive. The Fae and I are thick as thieves." All he received in response was a derisive snort from Chang-yi. In a sense, Chang-yi and Wu Yunfeng were of a similar ilk. Both relished looking down upon others. I recalled how, during a previous class reunion, they had taken particular delight in belittling Li Lei and commanding him to perform various tasks. Were it not for Zhou Qing, individuals like Chang-yi and I would never have crossed paths. I mused to myself, "Li Lei, you must gather your resolve and strive to vindicate yourself against Chang-yi." Our county town was relatively large, having undergone significant renovations in recent years, divided into old and new districts. With the bell tower nestled within a market in the old town, it could not compare to the grandeur of the new district. The buildings in the old town were predominantly dilapidated, and the streets were narrow, yet they teemed with people, creating a bustling atmosphere. As we neared the bell tower, access became increasingly difficult, and Li Lei guided me until we arrived at the entrance of a billiard hall. The Fae awaited us there. Li Lei leapt from the vehicle, embodying the essence of someone who, while not particularly close to the Fae, had meticulously observed his every move. Chang-yi and I followed suit, entering the billiard hall, which was shrouded in a haze of smoke, filled with numerous bare-chested youths sporting brightly colored hair, unmistakably troublemakers. The moment Chang-yi stepped inside, many young men shifted their gazes toward her, revealing a covetous glint in their eyes. They were undoubtedly a pack of wolves. This was precisely the situation I had feared. Standing beside a beautiful woman invariably attracted trouble. Thus, it often seemed that only formidable men could claim the company of such women. Otherwise, they would struggle to maintain their presence. However, since we had arrived, fear could not govern our actions. I feigned nonchalance, placing my hands on my hips to reveal the Audi key dangling at my side, its 4 rings glinting under the lights. While I am not one to flaunt my possessions, circumstances necessitated that I display my strength. In that era, Audi was undoubtedly a symbol of status, reserved only for those of division chief rank or higher. Even those not in power were not to be trifled with. Coupled with the presence of stunning women, who could not be intrigued, pondering my true identity. No one could ascertain my background, yet they all averted their gazes, reluctant to linger upon Chang-yi. The carefree Chang-yi and Li Lei, in search of the Fae, remained oblivious to the peril that I had silently averted, for their attentiveness paled in comparison to my own. Li Lei scoured the billiard hall and at last spotted the Fae's silhouette. He turned to me and said, "Zhang Long, wait a moment. I'll go greet the Fae." I nodded and handed him a box of cigarettes. Zhonghua, soft pack, worth over 60. Grasping the Zhonghua, Li Lei approached the Fae, while Chang-yi and I lingered in place. Chang-yi, still disdainful, remarked, "Just watch. It's unlikely the Fae even knows him." Yet, I firmly believed the Fae was indeed acquainted with Li Lei. Lillet possessed that rare quality of being affable enough to greet even those unfamiliar to him, particularly those of prominence, with whom he would be even more cordial. Should he encounter someone like Defay on the street, he would certainly exclaim, "Brother Defay." Initially, Defay might not recognize him, but after 2 or 3 encounters, familiarity would surely blossom. Frankly speaking, Lillet would approach even the mayor without hesitation, greeting him with a hearty hello, Secretary X. His audacity was remarkable. Defay might perceive Lillet as somewhat foolish for initiating a greeting, but one does not rebuff a friendly face. Thus, Defay would not trouble someone who approached him with goodwill. Given Lillet's standing, Defay would likely not extend him any favors, yet I was confident that Defay would not refuse a financial proposition that came his way. As long as Lillet could act as my intermediary, the rest would be left to me. If Wu Yinfeng could hire a thug, I could certainly enlist Defay. Hence, I speculated that Cheng Yi was about to miscalculate. Amidst the swirling smoke, I observed Lillet approach a burly man, bare-chested and perhaps in his 30s, adorned with a gold chain around his neck, exuding the quintessential aura of a streetwise individual, arrogant and imposing, with a superiority complex. He was Defay, an old rogue from the bell tower area of the old city. "Brother Defay," Lillet exclaimed, his face beaming as he offered a cigarette. Defay glanced at Lillet, letting out a disdainful grunt, yet accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips. After all, it was a Zhonghua. "See, Defay hardly regards him." Cheng Yi scoffed. "At least they exchanged a few words," I replied with a smile. Lillet, ever respectful, proceeded to light Defay's cigarette and began conversing with him. Throughout their exchange, Defay remained silent, engrossed in his game, only nodding absently once Lillet had finished speaking. Overjoyed, Lillet returned to me, exclaiming, "Zhang Long, Defay wants you to come over." Subsequently, he deliberately cast a few glances at Cheng Yi, as if to convey, "What do you think? Surely I can converse with Defay?" Cheng Yi snorted disdainfully and turned her head away. I suggested that she wait in the car, to which she reluctantly agreed, displaying a hint of trepidation. Her apprehension was justified. The KTV incident had served as a stark lesson, and if Defay were to harbor any intentions towards her again, I might not be able to shield her. Once Cheng Yi returned to the car, Lillet led me before Defay, and I respectfully greeted him. "Brother Defay." Defay was a robust man, his bronze-hued muscles accentuated by closely cropped hair, exuding an aura of competence. Beside him stood a woman clad in attire far more revealing than Cheng Yi's, her cascading waves and luscious crimson lips exuding an alluring charm, her bosom nearly spilling forth. Defay glanced at me, scratching his head with a cigarette dangling from his fingers, and inquired, "You're the driver for the boss of Chiefin?" It seemed Lillet had already acquainted him with my identity. I nodded affirmatively. Defay shook, retrieving a piece of chalk from the woman's colletage to dust the tip of his cue. He then replaced the chalk and executed a shot with a striking flourish. Bang! Clack! The ball failed to sink. Defay straightened up, shaking his head slightly. At that moment, the surrounding proprietor rushed forth, visibly shaken, exclaiming, "Brother Defay, please. You mustn't damage the table. This is the 8th one this month." Defay, with a jovial demeanor, replied, "How could I be so violent?" He appeared utterly harmless. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when he abruptly lifted his cue, jabbing the thicker end forcefully into the pool table. Crack! The resilient surface was punctured, leaving a gaping hole, the cue standing erect like a steadfast pillar amidst the sea. The proprietor sighed in dismay. Only then did Defay recline against the pool table, casually pulling the woman closer to him as he inquired, "So, who do you wish to confront?" "Zuizi," I replied. The moment that name escaped my lips, the once boisterous pool hall fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned towards me in astonishment, and the woman in Defay's grasp trembled with anxiety. The name carried weight, indeed. "Why are you so frightened?" Defay suddenly erupted, slapping the woman to the ground. "Is it just Zuizi that terrifies you so?" She cowered on the floor, quaking in fear. Defay then leisurely addressed me. "Zuizi is not easy to deal with." 3,000, he scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. 5,000. Another dismissive grunt followed, accompanied by a yawn. 10,000, I declared, my resolve hardening as I uttered the figure. Though I had some savings, parting with such a sum to confront an individual still weighed heavily on my conscience. Deal. DeFay opened his mouth and chuckled, expressing his disdain. I have long been irked by that scoundrel, taking advantage of his youth to flaunt himself in the old district. Damn it, who isn't T. Bin Young? Isn't it merely a reckless pursuit of life? Or is he when I was making my way? To earn a fortune while putting that fool in his place. What a perfect scenario. Tell me, when do you wish to take action? I replied, word for word now. 026 Extract Wu Yunfeng. Indeed, it is time. I can no longer wait. DeFei will deal with the thorn while I take care of Wu Yunfeng, allowing me to return to Zhou Qing. Upon expressing my intent to confront the thorn immediately, DeFei appeared somewhat surprised, exclaiming, "Oh, you're quite eager. It seems the grudge runs deep." I touched my lower back, responding, "Indeed, he has stabbed me. It would not be gentlemanly to let this grievance go unavenged." Although DeFei typically conducts his business without delving into my personal vendettas with the thorn, my fervent declaration piqued his interest, prompting him to inquire about the details. I recounted the entire saga involving Wu Yunfeng and the thorn without reservation. After listening, DeFei promptly stated, "Let me be clear, I can eliminate the thorn, but Wu Yunfeng is not my concern. Despite Wu Yunfeng's father, Wu Loxi, currently facing misfortune, he remains a formidable figure in the county, and DeFei would certainly not dare to provoke him lightly." I replied, "Just handle the thorn. I will take care of Wu Yunfeng." DeFei fixed his gaze upon me, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. "You dare to strike Wu Yunfeng? Are you not afraid of Wu Loxi's retribution?" I assured him, "Brother DeFei, fret not. I possess my own methods." "Very well," DeFei responded with alacrity. "First the payment, then the task. Half up front, and the remainder upon completion." I was not naive. What if I paid him and he fled? DeFei, having prepared cash prior to my arrival, I handed him 5,000 yuan. After counting, he stowed it away and cheerfully remarked, "All right, lure the thorn out and leave the rest to me." I glanced at the woman on the floor and said, "I'll need to borrow your woman." Ever since DeFei had struck her down, she had not dared to move. DeFei kicked her towards me, saying I could use her as I pleased. To him, the woman was evidently of little value. Trembling in fear, she gazed at me, uncertain of my intentions. I crouched and asked, "What is your name?" She replied, "Du Xiaolan." "Very well, come with me." I exited the billiard hall, with Du Xiaolan trailing behind. Li Lei emerged as well, and I instructed him to return, promising to treat him to a meal another day. Aware that his presence was no longer required, Li Lei departed. Outside the billiard hall, only Du Xiaolan and I remained. A pickup truck was parked several meters away, where Cheng Yi sat inside, observing us. Du Xiaolan continued to tremble like a frightened rabbit, unsure of my intentions. I inquired if she possessed a mobile phone, to which she affirmed and produced it. I instructed her to call Wu Yunfeng, providing detailed guidance on what to say. Following my directions, Du Xiaolan dialed Wu Yunfeng. "Zhao Wei, you scoundrel. After our encounter, you cast me aside. Are you even human?" "Oh, wrong number. My apologies." "What is there to discuss about a wrong number? I'm searching for that rascal Zhao Wei." "I don't believe you. All men are smooth talkers. How can I be sure you're not deceiving me? If you wish to treat me to a meal, I'm at the bell tower. So come if you want to invite me." The entire exchange unfolded in under 3 minutes. Du Xiaolan hung up the phone, a hint of trepidation in her gaze as she looked at me and proclaimed that it was all taken care of. I smiled and expressed my gratitude. Luring a man can be so effortless, especially one as lecherous as Wu Yunfeng. I knew he would seize this opportunity. It appears my instincts about him were quite accurate. Moreover, Du Xiaolan performed admirably, perfectly embodying the image of a Navi woman who, after being deceived by a scoundrel, swiftly throws herself into the arms of another man. Many men are drawn to such women, as they can be easily discarded after a brief encounter, devoid of any complications. I reached into my bag and retrieved 100 yuan, handing it to Du Xiaolan as compensation for her services, to which she repeatedly expressed her thanks. Subsequently, I returned to the billiards hall with Du Xiaolan and informed DeFei that everything was in order. Wu Yunfeng and Zui Zi would arrive shortly. Given this afternoon's circumstances, it was evident that Wu Yunfeng and Zui Zi were inseparable, If one was coming, the other would undoubtedly follow. Defei was taken aback, inquiring about how I had managed it. I recounted the details of the phone call, and upon hearing it, Defei burst into laughter and gave me a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, your intellect is commendable." Now, we simply needed to await the arrival of Wu Yunfeng and Zhe Zi. I informed Defei that I would keep watch outside and notify him when they arrived, to which he agreed. I made my way outside the billiards hall and settled into the pickup truck, where Cheng-Yi had been waiting for quite some time. She immediately asked how things were progressing. I replied that everything was in place, merely awaiting the arrival of Wu Yunfeng and Zhe Zi. Cheng-Yi, curious, inquired how I had accomplished this, and I recounted the events once more. After listening, she praised me profusely, exclaiming how impressive I was. She added, "So, it seems you will be able to clarify things with Zhou Qin tonight?" I assured her that was indeed the plan. Once everything was clarified, I would also take the opportunity to confess my feelings, thus achieving a sense of completeness in my life. Cheng-Yi appeared quite pleased, visibly relieved, as she reclined her seat, placing her hands behind her head, and cheerfully said, "Well, I wish you success in advance." I couldn't help but notice Cheng-Yi's graceful figure, her smooth, jade-like calves, and her fair neck, which made my heart race. I quickly turned my face away, thinking that this girl was rather oblivious. If another man were to witness this, it would be quite overwhelming. Wu Yunfeng arrived rather swiftly. Within just over 20 minutes, a black Accord pulled up near the bell tower, and two figures emerged from the vehicle, none other than Wu Yunfeng and Zhe Zi. Wu Yunfeng scanned the surroundings, clearly searching for someone, and then pulled out his phone to make a call, evidently to Du Xiaolan. Zhe Zi was also surveying his surroundings. But rather than searching for someone, he was cautiously assessing the situation. They have indeed arrived. Cheng-Yi sat up, her face alight with joy. I was equally elated. The bait had been set perfectly, and I had effortlessly drawn Wu Yunfeng in. This evening promised to be far smoother than the afternoon had been. Just as I prepared to stealthily exit the vehicle to alert Defei, I noticed he suddenly glanced in my direction. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and the streetlights cast a dim glow, I found it hard to believe that the man, known as the Cone, could discern the occupants of the vehicle. Yet, when he cast a glance in our direction, his gaze struck me like lightning, igniting an inexplicable tension within. He whispered something into Wu Yunfeng's ear, who then turned towards me, his expression one of astonishment. The two exchanged hushed words before approaching us together. What was happening? Cheng-Yi was taken aback. Had they recognized us? It seemed implausible. They lacked the ability to see through walls. How could they possibly identify me and Cheng-Yi? Nonetheless, they were indeed advancing towards us. The only plausible explanation was that the Cone, with his keen perception, had noticed my vehicle during our barbecue that afternoon. And upon seeing it again near the bell tower, suspicions had arisen. The Cone, despite his youth, had made a name for himself in the old district through sheer determination. He was not a mere muscle-bound simpleton. As the two drew nearer, Cheng-Yi grew increasingly anxious and asked what we should do. Furrowing my brow, I contemplated my options. Firstly, I could drive away, as they would be unable to stop me, but that would ruin all our plans. Secondly, I could leap from the car and seek refuge in the billiard hall, but it was evident that I wouldn't make it in time. They could easily catch up and strike before I reached safety. Thirdly, I would have to resort to a third option. I whispered to Cheng-Yi, suggesting that I exit the vehicle to divert their attention while she sought out Defei in the billiard hall. That sounds too perilous. Before she could finish, I flung open the car door and strode towards Wu Yunfeng and the Cone. They had approached my vehicle under the impression that something was amiss. Yet they were taken aback to discover it was me. As I approached, they momentarily froze, clearly caught off guard. "So it's you, you little rascal." Wu Yunfeng chuckled. "I never thought you'd dare to follow me. Were you planning an ambush?" Simultaneously, the Cone brandished a glimmering dagger, his eyes dark and predatory, like a tiger poised to pounce. The sight of that blade sent a chill through me, awakening the pain of an old wound that had begun to heal. They say once bitten by a snake, one remains wary for a decade. Noticing my unease, Wu Yunfeng's delight grew. He gestured animatedly. "Zhonglong, it seems you haven't learned your lesson from our last encounter. Do you wish to test your luck again? When will you realize that before me, You are but a mere insect? In Wu Yunfeng's eyes, I was always insignificant. Even as the driver for the esteemed Qi Feng, my lowly status was inescapable. Before him, I could only bow my head in defeat, lacking any means to confront him. Yet, a swift glance revealed that Cheng Yi had stealthily exited the vehicle and slipped into the billiard hall. My heart experienced a slight alleviation, filling me with newfound confidence as I turned to Wu Yunfeng and inquired, "When do you and Song Xiaoyu plan to marry? I eagerly anticipate indulging in your wedding sweets. You wouldn't dare exclude me, your old classmate, would you?" Song Xiaoyu, akin to a colossal whale, represented an unspoken anguish within Wu Yunfeng's heart. A pain that pierced him like a sword when never mentioned, shattering his pride, dignity, and arrogance. According to Li Lei, after I deceitfully lured Song Xiaoyu back, she caused quite a commotion, even leaving several scars on Wu Yunfeng's face, which is one of the reasons he harbors such intense resentment towards me. Indeed, the moment I mentioned Song Xiaoyu, Wu Yunfeng erupted in a frenzied roar, exclaiming, "Get him! Kill him!" The dagger-wielding Zue obediently lunged toward me with his knife raised. I quickly retreated, pondering why Fei had not yet appeared. In the realm of heaven, a path lay before you, yet you chose not to tread upon it. I had anticipated that once Cheng Yi entered, Fei would swiftly emerge with his comrades. However, the assailant, known as the Cone, had already advanced towards me, and the silence behind me was unsettling. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, the Cone's dagger had pierced dangerously close to my chest, leading me to suspect that he might indeed be intent on taking my life. Otherwise, why aim for my heart? Had he lost his sanity? Although notorious for his ruthlessness, surely he would not resort to murder in broad daylight. Assuming the police were merely idle spectators, I hastily retreated, instinctively evading several lethal strikes. Wu Yunfeng was shouting fervently, urging, "Kill him! Eliminate him!" His resentment towards me was palpable. The Cone's dagger remained perilously close, merely inches from my chest. In a moment of panic, I tripped over an unseen object, and to my horror, I stumbled backward. Seizing this opportunity, the Cone lunged forward, thrusting his blade towards me with ferocity. As I beheld the gleaming edge of the knife, despair washed over me. I regretted not having taken the steel pipe from the car. Even if I couldn't overpower the Cone, it would have afforded me some measure of defense. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the billiard hall behind me, and at least a dozen bare-chested youths surged forth, wielding cue sticks and shouting boisterously. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. Finally, Fei had arrived. Clearly startled by this unexpected turn of events, the Cone recoiled, retracting his blade and eyeing the approaching group warily. The young men encircled the Cone and Wu Yunfeng, their cue sticks swinging ominously as if poised to strike at any moment. Despite the crowd gathered near the clock tower, they instinctively kept their distance. Watching the unfolding drama from afar, the Cone maintained his composure, his gaze unwavering and cold, while Wu Yunfeng trembled in fear, stammering, "What's happening?" I gradually rose from the ground, a mocking smile gracing my lips as I remarked, "Wu Yunfeng, do you not realize that your demise is imminent?" In a mere minute or so, the tide of the situation had completely shifted. Wu Yunfeng, now comprehending that these individuals were summoned by me, grew irate and exclaimed, "How much did Zhonglong pay you? I'll offer double." Clearly, Wu Yunfeng underestimated my ability to rally such unsavory characters, assuming I had merely paid them off. He was not entirely mistaken. Who would willingly associate with such individuals without a motive? His strategy to offer double the payment to incite betrayal was astute. Yet Fei and I had previously established ground rules that he would not breach. Even a seasoned rogue ought to uphold a code of ethics. Otherwise, who would dare to hire him in the future? As soon as Wu Yunfeng's words fell, a sinister laughter resonated, and Fei emerged from the billiard hall, his arm around Du Xiaolan. In the dim light, Fei, bare-chested with a prominent gold chain glimmering, exuded an aura befitting a gang leader. Du Xiaolan, ensnared in his embrace, was undeniably beautiful, her alluring red lips hinting at seduction. Despite Fei's apparent disregard for her as a person, one could not deny her above-average attractiveness. Cheng Yi, however, was nowhere to be seen. Very well, at this moment, her presence is unnecessary. She may as well remain in the shadows, observing the unfolding drama. Defei. Wu Yunfeng exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of him. Zue Zi, however, remained utterly still, his gaze dark and fixed upon Defei. Defei furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Wu Yunfeng, even if your father, Wu Loxi, is quite formidable, you should at least address me as Brother Defei, wouldn't you? Although Wu Yunfeng was typically proud, he was also one to fear the strong and bully the weak. Upon hearing Defei's words, he immediately responded with caution, Brother Defei, how much did Zhang Long pay to invite you here? I can offer double, if that would suffice. Defei shook his head, replying that won't do. There are rules on the street. If I were to change my mind now, who would dare seek my assistance in the future? As he spoke, Defei approached me, patting my shoulder and inquiring, Brother, are you all right? His warmth towards me was not born of genuine camaraderie, but rather out of respect for the 10,000 yuan involved in our arrangement. Nonetheless, this was quite agreeable. A transaction is merely a transaction, devoid of unnecessary entanglements. I assured him that I was fine and gestured towards Zui Zi and Wu Yunfeng, saying, Brother Defei, I leave the rest to you. Resta suot, da fai chakot. Redirecting his gaze to Zui Zi and Wu Yunfeng. Sensing the futility of monetary persuasion, Wu Yunfeng grew anxious, pleading, Brother Defei, think this through. If you truly harm me, my father will not let you off lightly. This was no idle threat. Wu Loxi was a figure straddling the line of legality, primarily engaged in business, but commanding a small army of loyal subordinates. Dealing with Defei would pose little challenge for him. Yet Defei merely shook his head, stating, Wu Yunfeng, I must address your father as old brother as well, out of respect. Thus, I certainly would not harm you. My target, however, is him. As he spoke, he cast a knowing smile toward Zue Zi. Wu Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Zue Zi before declaring, In that case, I shall take my leave. As long as he remained unharmed, he had little concern for Zue Zi's fate. Just as Wu Yunfeng was about to depart, I called out loudly, Wu Yunfeng, while Brother Defei may spare you, I have no intention of doing the same. Come, let us settle accounts from a few days ago. Wu Yunfeng, having previously been struck by my metal pipe, felt a flicker of fear upon seeing me, his face betraying a look of panic. Even without the pipe in hand, he was utterly diminished in my presence. I began to stride toward Wu Yunfeng when Zue Zi swiftly brandished his dagger, aiming it at me. Even at this juncture, Zue Zi was fiercely protective of Wu Yunfeng, demonstrating an extraordinary loyalty. I cast a troubled glance at Defei, who leisurely retrieved a cigarette and lit it, coolly stating, Zue Zi, you struggle to ensure your own safety. Why concern yourself with others? As Defei approached Zue Zi, the surrounding youth gradually encroached, each treading cautiously, clearly intimidated by Zue Zi. However, under Defei's leadership, they had no choice but to steel themselves and advance. The cone, you little rascal, Defei, cracked his knuckles, stating, I've heard you've been quite reckless in the old district lately, dining without paying, abusing the courtesans after your escapades, and dismissing me as inconsequential. Come, let us settle our old scores along with the new ones. I shall show you who reigns supreme near the bell tower. It seems that the enmity between Defei and the cone has lingered for quite some time, but this incident has irrevocably torn their facade apart. As Defei Himarkid, it serves a dual purpose, both profit and revenge. This old rogue, he does not release his hawk before seeing the rabbit. The cone remained remarkably composed, brandishing a dagger across his chest, coldly surveying those around him, evidently prepared for a desperate fight. However, I harbored no illusions that he could prevail against Defei and his dozen companions, not to mention Defei himself, who would suffice to deal with him alone. Defei possessed an extraordinary strength. Who else could puncture a hole in a billiard table? The cone and I were of similar stature, neither of us capable of withstanding Defei's might. As the imminent clash loomed, Wu Yunfeng appeared to be quaking in his boots, stammering, Cone, you need to take down that Zhang Long first. If you can eliminate him, I can escape unscathed. His calculation was astute. Unfortunately, the cone lacked the ability to vanish or instantly break through the encirclement of Defei and his entourage. I fixed my gaze upon Wu Yunfeng. knowing that once chaos erupted, I would seize that scoundrel and mete out a thorough beating. At that moment, the typically taciturn Cone unexpectedly spoke to Faye. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" DeFay paused, taken aback, retorting, "What do you mean? Are you still defiant as death approaches?" The Cone coldly replied, "DeFay, to be frank, you are unworthy to govern this area around the bell tower. It would be prudent to relinquish it to me, remaining in your hands. It is destined for ruin. Do you realize that the camel from the new district has long desired to invade? Will you be able to withstand him when the time comes?" The camel, I was aware, was another notorious figure in the county, wielding considerable influence in the new district, reputed to be one of the most prominent individuals since the retirement of Lord Zhao. It appeared the camel was not content with dominion solely over the new district. He sought to extend his reach into the old district as well. Previously, such matters had not piqued my interest, as they bore no relevance to a commoner like me. However, as my grievances with Wu Yunfeng deepened, I found myself inevitably learning more. "Enough of your nonsense." DeFay's expression grew animated. "Am I afraid of the camel? Let him come. And who do you think you are to demand the bell tower from me? I will end you tonight and see how you boast thereafter." DeFay was truly enraged, his impatience to eliminate the Cone palpable. With a furious roar, he lunged toward the Cone, prompting those around to rush in as well. Wu Yunfeng turned pale. Although he had often engaged in skirmishes during school, he had never witnessed such a scene of genuine conflict. In contrast, I remained far more composed. Having previously witnessed my uncle in a fierce rage, an experience far more terrifying than this, I kept my eyes trained on Wu Yunfeng, ready to seize him the moment DeFay and the Cone clashed. Observing the throng around him, Zue Zi let out a soft sigh, murmuring gloomily, "DeFay, oh DeFay, the path to paradise lies before you, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell's door is ajar, and you hastily rush in." Witnessing this scene, I found myself utterly perplexed, pondering what extraordinary prowess Zue Zi possessed that allowed him to remain unperturbed amidst such a fierce onslaught. Was he truly a paragon of invincibility? At that moment, a figure suddenly darted forth beside me. It was Du Xiaolan. At this instant, Du Xiaolan shed her previous image of timidity and frailty, transforming into a swift gale as graceful as a soaring dragon. In an instant, she had maneuvered to DeFay's rear, deftly retrieving a sharp blade from the base of his thigh, her arm extending gently forward to press the weapon against his throat. A profound silence enveloped the scene. In the bell tower, as the ownership changed, nearly everyone, including Wu Yunfeng, stood in shock, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Only the sharp-eyed Zue Zi remained composed, coldly fixating on the immobile DeFay, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. Initially, DeFay was bewildered, unaware of the knife pressed against his throat. However, upon turning slightly and recognizing Du Xiaolan behind him, fury ignited within him, and he snarled, "Are you out of your mind, daring to hold a knife to me?" DeFay showed no fear towards Du Xiaolan, reaching out to grab her hair. Yet, as she exerted a slight pressure, the blade pierced his neck and blood flowed forth in an instant. "You bastard!" DeFay attempted to curse again, but Du Xiaolan tightened her grip, causing even more blood to spill. Those around them were paralyzed with fear, fully aware of the deadly nature of this confrontation. The vital arteries lay perilously close to the blade, and DeFay could meet his end at any moment. Gradually, DeFay's bravado waned, and he lowered his voice. "Du Xiaolan, what the hell are you doing?" In truth, every individual present shared this curiosity. Du Xiaolan was DeFay's woman. What was she up to? Had she lost her mind? Yet, she remained silent, the knife unwavering against DeFay's neck, her expression as frigid as that of an emotionless automaton. A stark contrast to her previous timid demeanor before him. "Fool, can't you see that Du Xiaolan is actually mine?" At that moment, Zue Zi spoke up, advancing step by step towards DeFay. It became clear to everyone that the crux of the issue lay with Zue Zi, which explained his unwavering calm. He possessed the means to take DeFay's life. Witnessing this, my heart sank to the depths, as I believed my plan was flawless, only to be blindsided by the unexpected emergence of Du Xiaolan, entirely beyond my control. Who could have foreseen that there was an undercover agent by DeFay's side? The phrase "the mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind, resonated profoundly in my mind. Zue Zi soon stood before Defei, one hand gripping his hair while the other held the knife to his throat. "Xiaolan, thank you for your efforts," Zue Zi spoke to Du Xiaolan, his tone softening considerably. She stepped back into the shadows, her mission accomplished, leaving the matter to Zue Zi and Defei. A stir arose among the crowd of bare-chested youths, eager to assist their leader, yet Defei silenced them with a glare. At that moment, Defei finally exhibited the demeanor expected of a seasoned rogue, coldly regarding Zue Zi and asking, "What do you want?" Zue Zi smirked slightly. "I've already stated, you are unworthy to govern the bell tower area. You are entirely incapable of contending with the impending threat of the camel, and your presence will lead to the total collapse of the old district. I place Xiaolan by your side, initially intending to act in a few days, but since you approach me tonight, very well, let us settle the score. It is high time for you to withdraw from the old district. Originally, it was Defei who was to settle accounts with Zue Zi, but now the tables have turned, with Zue Zi confronting Defei instead. The dynamics of dominance are abundantly clear." Defei clenched his teeth and declared, "If I cannot prevail, do you believe you can? Just you alone, how will you contend with the camel?" Zue Zi scoffed disdainfully. "Listen to your own words. Should I eliminate you, your followers will naturally fall under my command. Dream on." Defei's eyes blazed with fury as he retorted, "Zue Zi, if you possess the courage, then end my life now. Otherwise, you shall never set foot in the clock tower again. As long as I draw breath, our conflict shall remain unresolved." Defei's roar echoed throughout the vicinity of the clock tower, drawing the attention of onlookers who murmured their admiration for his audacity and tenacity. A seasoned rogue, he had weathered countless storms. What could a mere knife do to intimidate him? If Zue Zi had the guts, he should attempt to murder him in broad daylight and prove his mettle. This was a wager between an old rogue and an up-and-coming contender. Who would falter first? "Very well, you have spoken," Zue Zi replied nonchalantly, raising his blade high, plunging it toward Defei's neck. Swift, decisive, ruthless, and unwavering. There was not a hint of hesitation in his movements, as if he sought nothing less than Defei's life. The consequences of public murder being a consideration for another day. As the tip of the blade neared Defei's throat, he suddenly let out a thunderous cry. "Stop!" Zue Zi halted, gazing at Defei with a look of perplexity. Defei, drenched in sweat and breathless, gradually uttered, I concede. Spare me, and the area around the clock tower shall henceforth belong to you." Ultimately, Defei had relented. The surrounding youths, bare-chested, sighed softly, yet no one blamed Defei. In such circumstances, who could remain steadfast? The blame lay solely with Zue Zi, whose ruthlessness seemed boundless. "Kneel," Zue Zi commanded coldly. With a thud, Defei sank to his knees, a man in his 30s utterly defeated before Zue Zi, who was merely in his early 20s. The clock tower area had, on this day, completely changed hands. Zue Zi stood before Defei, his expression remaining impassive, as if this outcome was both deserved and anticipated. Witnessing this scene, my heart sank. The conflict between Zue Zi and Defei was never my concern. Their mutual animosity had no bearing on my life. However, with Wu Yinfeng entangled in their struggle, my involvement was inevitable. Suddenly, Wu Yinfeng erupted into a fit of laughter, transitioning from shock to glee, bounding to Zue Zi's side and delivering a kick that sent Defei sprawling to the ground. "You were so arrogant moments ago. Let us see you maintain that bravado now." Wu Yinfeng exemplified the essence of a petty person reveling in their newfound power. Defei lay on the ground, speechless. The age-old truth that victors and vanquished exist in an unchanging cycle was evident. Wu Yinfeng was eager to strike Defei again, but Zue Zi intervened. "Enough. We may still have use for him," Zue Zi said gravely. Despite his defeat, Defei remained an exceptional warrior, capable of overwhelming a dozen opponents when enraged. It was evident that Zue Zi recognized his combat prowess and sought to enlist his loyalty. "Defei, are you willing to follow me?" Zue Zi inquired further. "I am," Defei replied, his voice heavy with resignation. He had dedicated his entire life to this path. To withdraw now would leave him with no alternative but to set up a humble barbecue stall on the street, dutifully paying Jouazy a portion of his earnings. By aligning himself with Jouazy, he would at least acquire the esteemed title of second brother, ensuring that his quality of life would not decline significantly. Excellent, Jouazy remarked, patting Defay on the head as one might a dog. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, I shall not treat you poorly. Such reassurances are often the refrain of every employer to their new recruits. Indeed, Defay acknowledged, standing up obediently and retreating behind Jouazy, observing Defay's submission. The surrounding bare-chested youths also stepped back to align themselves with Jouazy, collectively acknowledging their new leader. In truth, had Defay chosen to assert his authority at that moment, he might have overpowered Jouazy, but he evidently lacked the courage to do so. He was only emboldened enough to deliver a beating, while Jouazy was willing to take his life. A clear distinction between the two men. Defay had fully submitted to Jouazy, willingly becoming his vanguard. Now that Defay was firmly in the fold, Wu Yunfeng could no longer trouble him. However, Defay quickly recalled the instigator of the evening and pointed at me, asking, "Can I beat him?" Jouazy replied gravely, "Of course, you can even kill him if you wish. That lad may appear quiet, but he is quite cunning. Had I not arranged for Xiaolon earlier, he would have been in serious trouble tonight. In any case, he must be dealt with today. Otherwise, there will be complications in the future." It was rare for Jouazy to hold such a high opinion of me, but what did it matter? A defeat is a defeat. And no matter how highly Sima Yi is regarded, he remains a vanquished foe of Zhuge Liang. I wouldn't dare to kill him, but I could certainly cripple him. Wu Yunfeng declared as he approached me, his fists clenched. I realized my fate was sealed. Tonight was undoubtedly going to end badly for me. Even if I called my uncle now, it would likely be too late. Jouazy was a madman who would show no mercy to anyone. Yet I tightened my fists, thinking, if I cannot overcome others, can I not contend with you, Wu Yunfeng? If I am to be beaten to death tonight, I shall ensure Wu Yunfeng bears the brunt of it. But before Wu Yunfeng could reach me, Jouazy grasped his arm. Do not proceed, Jouazy warned, his gaze fixed on me, somberly stating, look at his eyes. He seeks your life. You're no match for him. Do not engage. Wu Yunfeng glanced into my eyes, seemingly intimidated by my fierce gaze, and instinctively took a few steps back. Defay, I leave him to you, Jouazy said, slightly tilting his head toward Defay. Understood. Now, a loyal subordinate, Defay stepped forward, brandishing a cue stick as he approached me. Just half an hour prior, he had been smoking my cigarette, reassuring me that Jouazy had entrusted him with this responsibility. 10 minutes ago, he patted my shoulder and inquired, Brother, are you all right? Yet now he has turned against me, his gaze fixed with hostility. Return your filthy money. Defay cursed vehemently, pulling out 5,000 yuan from his pocket and flinging it towards me, the crimson bills scattering chaotically across the ground. Jouazy is my elder brother. How dare you make me confront him? Just watch. I will not let you escape unscathed today. Defay's eyes blazed with fury, his accusations delivered with a sense of righteous indignation, as though I were entirely to blame. I understood his mindset. Having recently aligned himself with Jouazy, he was eager to prove his worth. A phenomenon aptly termed as a blood oath, I had unwittingly become the perfect target for this declaration of loyalty. Thus, Defay would not show me mercy. In fact, his aggression towards me would be intensified to demonstrate his fidelity. Defay was formidable, robust, easily twice my size. A single punch could send me sprawling. I was, without a doubt, no match for him. Kill him! Kill him! Wu Yunfeng shouted animatedly, as I watched Defay approach with menacing strides. Beads of sweat began to pour from my forehead. 029, the target of the cone. I am acutely aware that I am no match for Defay. Despite my typically composed demeanor, I found myself gripped by anxiety in this situation, utterly uncertain of my next course of action. As I watched Defay approach with steady strides, an idea struck me, and I shouted, Defay, you wield that weapon. This is decidedly unfair. Previously, I had referred to him as brother, but now I called him a big-headed ghost, a coward who truly embarrassed the old ruffians. Defay paused momentarily, incredulous, and asked, What, do you wish to challenge me? I replied, Indeed, can I not strike back? Wu Yunfeng, standing nearby, goaded, suggesting they provide me with a weapon to see how much chaos I could stir. The cone promptly tossed the knife he held in my direction, declaring here, "Take this hard object. If you can best a Fae, we shall let you go." The dagger clattered to the ground at my feet, and the group of bare-chested youths erupted into raucous shouts. It was evident that they were toying with me, unless they handed me a firearm. My chances of turning the tide were non-existent. They all understood this truth, which is why they were so eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Gritting my teeth, I bent down to retrieve the dagger. Having a weapon, however meager, was certainly better than being unarmed. As anticipated, DeFay paid no heed to the dagger in my hand, brandishing his pool cue instead, tauntingly proclaiming, "Come, let me teach you how to behave." As an ordinary individual with little experience in combat, the prospect of facing a seasoned warrior like DeFay was daunting. In that moment, I regretted not having learned a few techniques from my uncle, who had spent over a decade in the military and was rumored to have been selected for elite units. He still maintained a daily exercise routine, and had I practiced alongside him more, I might not find myself in such a precarious situation now. Yet, I could not resign myself to inaction. Gripping the dagger tightly, I fixed my gaze on Faye, contemplating my next strategy. Engaging him in a direct confrontation was out of the question. "Hey, weren't you quite tough a moment ago? Why the silence now? You have a weapon too. So come on. Oh, you choose not to? Then I shall come to you." DeFay advanced towards me, swinging his pool cue. "Take it down." Wu Yunfeng's excitement escalated, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I could claim the title of Wu Yunfeng's most despised individual, having not only taken away Zhou Qing, but also incited Song Xiaoyu to confront him. I was also the first ever to send him to the hospital. He felt a deep sense of grievance for having the cone stab me. For tonight, I had summoned Fei to deal with him, nearly succeeding, which only intensified his frustration, wishing fervently for Fei to eliminate me. At that moment, none of us dared mention the prior agreement we had signed, for this was a fresh grievance. With a sudden lunge, Fei surged forward, his formidable frame crashing towards me, the pool cue raised to strike my head. Not only did I lack the courage to confront him, but even if I had, the dagger in my hand was too short to reach him. Thus, I chose a more prudent approach, swiftly retreating while pulling someone from the shadows, pressing the dagger against this person's throat, and bellowing, "Don't move." DeFay suddenly froze, the cue stick raised high in the air. He turned to glance at the cone behind him, whose expression was one of profound discontent. This was the first time he had revealed a sentiment beyond indifference this evening. Typically composed and strategic, he now bore a countenance as unpleasant as if he had ingested excrement. The individual I had taken hostage was Du Xiaolan. Based on the cone's earlier demeanor towards her, I surmised that she held considerable significance for him. They were likely more than mere acquaintances, perhaps even close friends. Otherwise, what would compel Du Xiaolan to risk her life as an undercover agent for the Fei, enduring insults and humiliation? Such loyalty cannot be bought. Thus, I resolved to take a gamble on Du Xiaolan's standing in the cone's heart. Judging by his expression, it appeared I was victorious. After completing her task, Du Xiaolan had retreated into the shadows, but in a moment of desperation, I yanked her back and pressed the blade to her throat. From a series of events prior, it was clear that Du Xiaolan was no ordinary character. However, she was utterly unprepared, and being a woman, she was physically at a disadvantage, allowing me to easily gain control over her. Du Xiaolan was visibly taken aback, clearly unprepared for my drastic action, yet with the knife still against her neck. She dared not move, her eyes fixed on the cone. Remarkably, she maintained her composure. DeFay, too, remained motionless, fully aware that Du Xiaolan belonged to the cone and would await further instructions from him. "Let her go," the cone shouted, his voice tinged with a rare fury. The more he expressed this, the more I was convinced of Du Xiaolan's importance in his eyes. Thus, I tightened my grip on her and declared towards the cone, "Do you think me a fool? If I release her, is there any escape for me? Let me be clear, I will not harm her. If I can leave here safely, she will be freed." As I spoke, I retreated toward the pickup truck, still holding Du Xiaolan. The cone remained silent, his gaze piercing as a blade. "You cannot let him escape." Wu Yunfeng exclaimed anxiously. "It will be difficult to catch him again." This was indeed true. I spent my days at the garment factory, And when I left, it was in my car. Who could possibly capture me? Had I not taken the initiative, this outcome would not have transpired. The cone, obedient to Wu Yunfeng, who was his affluent benefactor, immediately gestured for the Fei and the others to encircle me once more. Blocking my retreat, I pressed the knife against Du Xiaolan's throat and shouted at the cone, "Do you wish for her to die? I assure you, I'm not the only one willing to risk my life." As I spoke, I pressed the blade in slightly, a trickle of blood seeping from Du Xiaolan's fair neck. Remarkably, she remained silent. Stop. Yet the cone was far from calm, roaring again, his eyes reddening. Excellent. This was precisely the effect I desired. The more frantic the cone became, the greater my chances of escape. "Will you let me go?" I inquired. Before the cone could respond, Wu Yunfeng interjected. "I'll let your mother go. Zhang Long, I must inform you that you are not going anywhere tonight. You will remain here, subdued and compliant." Subsequently, Wu Yunfeng addressed the thug, saying, "Thug, what is a mere woman? Hurry and deal with Zhang Long. You can have as many women as you desire. Besides, even if you granted Zhang Long 10 lives, he would scarcely dare to commit murder. I was in the same class as him, and I am intimately familiar with his character. Despite his current appearance, he is nothing but a coward." The thug remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Du Xiaolan. Du Xiaolan also refrained from speaking, locking eyes with the thug. Wu Yunfeng grew increasingly anxious. "Thug, what are you doing? Are you ignoring my words? Do you not yearn for what you desire?" Was it that the thug wishes to obtain from Wu Yunfeng? However, I had no time to ponder this question. Naturally, I was not idle either. Seizing the opportunity, I shouted to the imposing De Fei beside me. "Brother De Fei, take advantage of this moment to eliminate the thug. You have the numbers and the strength. If you can dispose of him, the area around the bell tower will remain yours, and you need not grovel beneath him." I genuinely believe this was an opportune moment for De Fei to reclaim his stature. Regrettably, De Fei had already been thoroughly intimidated by the thug. He retorted angrily, "How dare you? I have pledged my allegiance to the thug as my elder brother. Are you inciting me to betray him?" De Fei, am loyal and righteous, and I'm not that kind of person. I will not let this rest." I was utterly speechless. I had never anticipated that the notorious De Fei would prove to be so cowardly. I clearly misjudged his character. With no resolution from De Fei, I turned back to the thug and declared, "I assure you, now that I have taken this step, I will see it through to the end. If you do not let me go, I guarantee her life will be forfeit. In truth, I do not possess the courage to kill, but I must project an air of menace." As I spoke, I pressed the knife's tip inward a fraction more, causing the blood to flow more profusely. Previously, Du Xiaolan had employed this very tactic to silence De Fei completely, yet she remained notably quiet. I expected the thug to react more violently, but to my surprise, he remained silent, his gaze steady upon Du Xiaolan in my grasp. Du Xiaolan, too, gazed back at him with equal calmness. They held each other's stare for an extended moment until Du Xiaolan finally spoke. "It's all right, go ahead. I understand your intentions and recognize the effort you have exerted to reach this point. I am genuinely pleased to see you have subdued De Fei now. You only need the support of the Wu family. I am willing to lend you my assistance, even to serve as a stepping stone beneath your feet. Thug, do not concern yourself with my feelings. Pursue your goals." Goals? What aspirations necessitate the assistance of the Wu family? Wealth? The Wu family is hardly affluent at present. Wu Loxi himself is struggling and requires assistance from Song Darren. Very well. As I pondered this perplexity, the thug had already acquiesced to Du Xiaolan, advancing step by step towards me, his eyes ablaze, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Clearly driven by his animosity towards me, fueled by Du Xiaolan, he would not require Wu Yunfeng's command to exact his vengeance. Yet, I could not truly harm Du Xiaolan. In a fit of anxiety, I shouted at the cone, "What goals do you possess that you can share with me? Wu Yunfeng can offer you those, and I can provide them too." Goodness, how boastful can you be? Wu Yunfeng widened his eyes in disbelief. "Zhang Long, what qualifications do you possess to compare yourself with me? Are you overestimating your own worth?" As the cone walked away, he darkly remarked, "The camel from a new district has long coveted the old district, and soon he will take action. I intend to drive him out to protect the entire old district. I need manpower and resources. Can you provide them? I have a little money, but it probably won't suffice. As for people, I have none at all. Wu Loxi indeed has some thugs under his command. It seems that is precisely what the cone requires. However, what does it mean to defend the old district? It is clearly just a turf war among local ruffians. Why elevate the narrative to such grandiose heights while claiming to strive towards a goal? My goodness, one might think he aspires to be the king of pirates. No, I must remain silent. With a resounding shout, the cone charged menacingly towards me. Eliminate him! Wu Yinfeng excitedly called out again. I found myself at a loss. I certainly could not bring myself to kill Du Xiaolan. Instead, I shoved her aside, preparing to confront the cone in a decisive battle. At the very least, I had a dagger in hand. I had to make a stand. Just as the cone was about to reach me, the sudden roar of an engine pierced the air, followed by two bright headlights illuminating the space behind me. The cone instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. A pickup truck, mere meters away from me, revved its engine and charged forward, causing Fei and the others to scatter in fright. I was equally startled, wondering what was happening. Had my pickup truck somehow come to life? In an instant, the vehicle reached me, with Cheng Yi behind the wheel, shouting, "Zhonglong, get in." It was time to put an end to this. To my surprise, it was Cheng Yi who was driving. I never anticipated that she would come to my rescue at such a critical moment. It seems my decision to bring her along was indeed fortuitous. This young lady turned out to be quite resourceful. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, I swiftly leaped into the passenger seat. Cheng Yi executed a sharp turn, accelerating with a thunderous roar. The tires screeched as smoke billowed, and a charred scent filled the air as we sped away. Behind us, chaos ensued, and I could vaguely hear Wu Yunfeng shouting, catch him, catch him." But how could they possibly keep up? The vehicle, after all, outpaced any foot race. And Cheng Yi was driving with a fierce intensity, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle with impressive drifts. A true racing driver indeed, though I had not faced any dire confrontations. The experience was perilous enough for me. I collapsed in the passenger seat, panting heavily to regain my composure. After a while, Cheng Yi asked where now. With a heavy heart, I replied, back to the factory. Wu Yinfeng and his crew must be scouring the entire town for me now. I felt like a lost dog without a home to return to. This was my first attempt at taking initiative, yet it ended in failure, leaving me utterly disheartened. Was I truly incapable of achieving anything? Cheng Yi remained silent, driving us toward the garment factory. Noticing that I seemed slightly better, she cautiously suggested, "Zhonglong, after tonight, Wu Yinfeng, Da Fei, and Zhuizi will surely come after you. Perhaps you could ask General Zhang for assistance. With his intervention, you might be able to avert disaster." She was right. My adversaries had multiplied. Previously, it was only Zhuizi and Wu Yunfeng, but now Da Fei had joined the fray. Venturing outside would become increasingly difficult unless I remained confined to the factory. If my uncle were to step in, he could undoubtedly help me navigate these troubles. Yet, I couldn't shake off my frustration. I had undergone a profound transformation, yet I found myself unable to contend with even Wu Yunfeng. I was enveloped in a cloud of despondency, feeling so defeated that I scarcely wished to speak. Observing my silence, Cheng Yi let out a gentle sigh. Soon, we arrived at the factory. The facility operated on a 3-shift system, remaining lit around the clock. Upon seeing the factory vehicle, the guard offered no resistance and promptly granted us passage, allowing Cheng Yi to park directly beneath the dormitory. At that moment, I recalled something and said, "Cheng Yi, you should head home now. Keep this car." She replied, "Where would I go? Do you think Wu Yinfeng won't come looking for me?" Indeed, when Cheng Yi had driven me away, Wu Yinfeng had witnessed everything and would certainly not let her off the hook. Previously, she had been unbothered by him due to her father's influence, but now that her father had fallen from grace, it was equally perilous for her to venture outside. This predicament was a consequence of my actions, and I could not simply disregard it. Reluctantly, I suggested, "Then come back with me. I will help you find a place to stay." As Cheng Yi and I alighted from the vehicle, preparing to make our way to the dormitory, we encountered an individual emerging from a building. My uncle. It was now past 9 in the evening, and he seemed to have just taken a brief respite before heading to the workshop for an inspection. He appeared exceedingly busy, nearly overwhelmed by his responsibilities. Upon spotting him, I momentarily froze, while Cheng-Yi promptly greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." My uncle nodded in acknowledgement, uttering a casual greeting, his gaze oscillating between Cheng-Yi and me. His expression one of bewilderment, likely misinterpreting the situation. I hastily interjected, "Mr. Zhang, there's nothing to worry about. I'll head inside now." With that, I quickly took Cheng-Yi's hand and led her inward, while my uncle, without further comment, proceeded outside. Cheng-Yi inquired why I had not mentioned Wu Yunfeng, to which I replied that he was merely my superior, not a relative. It would be inappropriate to trouble him frequently. The truth was, I felt embarrassed. If I had offended someone like Wu Loxi or Song Darren, it would be justifiable to involve my uncle. But to trouble him over someone as inconsequential as Wu Yunfeng was a different matter altogether. "What do you plan to do then? Will you never leave the factory?" she pressed. "Let us discuss it tomorrow," I replied, feeling utterly drained. I found Cheng-Yi a single room in the dormitory. Our factory had an abundance of empty accommodations. Just before she entered, she reminded me, "Zhang Long, remember to send a text to Zhou Qing. I fear she might not sleep well tonight." I nodded in agreement. Upon returning to my own quarters, I sent Zhou Qing a message, explaining that I was currently occupied with matters that made it inconvenient to speak, promising to clarify everything once resolved, and assuring her that I had done nothing to betray her trust. After a while, Zhou Qing replied, "We don't have any relationship. What is there to feel sorry about?" Reading her somewhat cold response left me at a loss for words, so I simply replied, "I will pick you up tomorrow morning." Zhou Qing did not respond. Her silence seemed to imply consent. Otherwise, she would have surely objected. To my surprise, my uncle texted me, "You seem to be changing girlfriends quite frequently." It was clear he had misconstrued the situation, yet I chose not to reply, knowing that the truth would eventually surface. However, my uncle continued to send messages. "I used to worry that your reserved nature would hinder you from finding a girlfriend. Now I'm concerned you have too many, which could lead to complications. Take them to a nice hotel. Why return to the dormitory? Both girls are quite lovely. Make a wise choice and be considerate of their feelings. There is no need for contraception. You're not exactly a child anymore. Having a baby would be a perfect reason for marriage. You don't have to work tomorrow. Consider it a day off. Young man, take care of your health." I was taken aback by the absurdity of his comments. With all the stress surrounding Wu Yunfeng, Zue Zi, and Fei, I was already on edge, and my uncle's frivolous remarks only added to my frustration. Shaking my head, I settled down to sleep. However, it was evident that I would not find rest that night. I pondered the likelihood of Wu Yunfeng seeking revenge, and with Zi now allied with Fei, I braced myself for challenging days ahead. Additionally, I worried that Wu Yunfeng, aware of my daily routine of escorting Zhou Qing, might ambush me at the entrance of her residential complex. However, it is unlikely to have been in the morning. No one would be idle enough to lie in wait at such an early hour. Thus, the probability of it occurring in the evening is significantly higher. This means I have one more day to contemplate my course of action. The following morning, I drove my Audi to pick up Zhou Qing. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Fuxing community, although I deduced that Wu Yunfeng would not appear, I still anxiously scanned my surroundings. After a while, Zhou Qing emerged, and I hurriedly rolled down the window, calling out here. To my dismay, Zhou Qing ignored me and headed toward the bus stop, preparing to take public transport to work. Reluctantly, I followed her in the car, repeatedly urging, "Zhou Qing, please get in." "No need," she replied coldly. I realized she was still upset about yesterday's events. It was not the right moment to explain myself. "Zhou Qing, even if you don't trust me, surely you believe Cheng-Yi? There's truly nothing between us." Zhou Qing retorted, "Neither of you do I trust. You need not concern yourself with me. I shall take the bus myself." I was at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, a sudden roar of a speeding vehicle echoed from behind us, clearly indicating that a car was approaching. Both Zhou Qing and I turned to look, and to my astonishment, it was indeed Wu Yunfeng's Black Accord. He had really come. In the past, I would have confronted him without hesitation, but now I was uncertain about how many individuals were in his car. Even if there was but one thug, that would suffice to cause me trouble. I quickly called out, Zhou Qing, get in the car. Compared to me, Zhou Qing seemed far more irritated by Wu Yunfeng and immediately jumped into the passenger seat. Without a moment's hesitation, I pressed the accelerator and surged forward. Wu Yunfeng relentlessly pursued us, honking his horn in a fit of rage, drawing the attention of passers-by. I refused to engage in a battle of wills and floored the gas pedal instead. Having driven for several years, my skills were commendable, and the performance of the A6 far surpassed that of the Accord. Gradually, I managed to shake off Wu Yunfeng. Moreover, he would certainly refrain from causing a scene at the factory. He was well aware of how formidable the CEO, Qi Feng, could be. Once the tumult had subsided, silence enveloped the car. Zhou Qing's expression was grim, and her mood was evidently quite poor. Cautiously, I inquired, "Has Wu Yunfeng been pestering you again?" I was fully aware of the answer, having witnessed Zhou Qing and Wu Yunfeng arguing at the barbecue stand the previous afternoon. Zhou Qing remained silent, her head bowed. Her eyes reddened. These past few days must have been exceedingly difficult for her, grappling with Wu Yunfeng's incessant harassment while also feeling disheartened by my actions with Cheng Yi. Unsure of how to explain, I could only reassure her, "Zhou Qing, do not worry. This situation will not persist for long. Wu Yunfeng and I will soon reach a resolution. The time for that resolution is tonight." I knew Wu Yunfeng would attempt to ambush me again, and this time he would likely bring along Fei and a thug, resolutely intent on incapacitating me. I felt the same resolve. After Zhou Qing left for work, I returned to my dormitory. With one day remaining, I needed to carefully consider how to deal with Wu Yunfeng. As a last resort, I might have to consult my uncle. Seeking assistance from my uncle would undoubtedly resolve everything. Yet such a decision would starkly highlight my own inadequacies. A notion I find hard to swallow. However, without reaching out to him, I find myself at a loss, as there is truly no one else around me capable of addressing this matter. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by Cheng Yi. "Are you truly not considering reaching out to General Zhang?" she inquired. I nodded, affirming that I would not seek his help. In truth, I am quite stubborn. If circumstances become dire, I may still have to approach my uncle. Cheng Yi responded, "Well, there are alternatives to not contacting General Zhang. I can introduce you to someone who might be of assistance, certainly more reliable than Fei." "Who is it?" I asked. "Zhao Hu." "Never speak of money," she remarked. "For the sake of 600 collections, let us enhance our tale." Zhao Hu. Upon hearing that name, I instinctively felt it was a fabrication of Cheng Yi's imagination. Why not summon Wang Chao or Mahan instead? Observing my furrowed brow, Cheng Yi insisted, "I am not jesting. There truly exists someone named Zhao Hu, roughly our age, yet far more formidable than both Zue Zi and Fei." I was taken aback. Was there anyone in our age bracket more fearsome than those two? I was unaware. Despite my skepticism, Cheng Yi's earnest demeanor suggested she spoke with sincerity. I inquired further about Zhao Hu's background. Cheng Yi asked if I remembered the vocational school adjacent to our own during our school days. Of course I recalled. The vocational school could not compare to ours. While our school had its share of brawls, the majority were focused on their studies. The vocational school, however, was a different realm altogether, populated by those who could not gain admission to high school. The caliber of students there was undoubtedly questionable, a veritable assembly of miscreants. Fights erupted nightly, with police frequently dispatched. I had even heard of fatalities occurring within its confines. To put it bluntly, it resembled a training ground for delinquents, churning out wave after wave of societal ruffians. Back in those days, a student from the vocational school could instill fear in us. Those who ruled our school would be reduced to subservience within theirs. Cheng Yi disclosed that Zhao Hu had once been the leader of that very vocational school. Astonishing. Such a place is known for harboring hidden talents, where the reckless reign supreme. To achieve leadership, there is almost unimaginable. It requires immense skill and tenacity. Cheng Yi further revealed that Zhao Hu had a promising chance to ascend in society, akin to Fei, potentially managing a sector of the county or even reaching greater heights. Yet, tragically, just before graduation, he became embroiled in a stabbing incident involving someone of considerable influence. Resulting in his incarceration, he had only recently been released. Her words sparked a flicker of recognition within me. Was that individual known as Hu Zi? Cheng Yi affirmed, indeed. It is Hu Zi. Speaking of Hu Zi, he was nothing short of legendary. During our school years, his reputation for brawling was unmatched, instilling fear across several nearby schools. He was the undisputed kingpin of the vocational school, capable of summoning 100 followers with a mere gesture. Sharing the surname Zhao, some even speculated he might become the heir to the Zhao dynasty. Alas, as Cheng Yi mentioned, he had offended a powerful figure just before graduation and vanished from the scene after his prison term, never to be heard from again. This illustrates the stark contrast between those with connections and those without. His full name was Zhao Hu. I am Zhang Long, and he is Zhao Hu. The names resonate well together, as if we were destined to join forces, perhaps alongside Wang Chao, Ma Han, or even the likes of Zhang Zhao and Gong Sun Su, to seek out the esteemed Bao Zheng in Kaifeng. Yet, deep down, I understood our levels were not comparable. While he commanded respect across numerous schools, I was but a destitute wretch, barely able to scrape by. In summary, Zhao Hu is indeed a formidable individual, and it is likely that he has become even more so after serving his prison sentence. If I could secure his assistance, perhaps we could indeed surpass the likes of Zhuizi. At the very least, it would bolster my confidence. However, why would he lend me a hand? Considering Cheng Yi's unwavering conviction, could there be some undisclosed history between them? I gazed at Cheng Yi in bewilderment. She is exceptionally astute and must have sensed my thoughts. She promptly interjected, Zhang Long, do not let your imagination run wild. I dined with Zhao Hu a few times during our school years, and he has helped me on several occasions when I was in trouble, but we have never had any romantic involvement. Not long ago, I visited him upon his release, and I sense that our friendship still endures, which is why I thought it prudent to give this a try, though the outcome remains uncertain. Back in our school days, if anyone encountered difficulties, securing Zhao Hu's assistance would undoubtedly resolve matters in a heartbeat. Cheng Yi's prior assertiveness was not without reason. Of course, whether there is any history between Cheng Yi and Zhao Hu is ultimately irrelevant to me. However, it must be noted that despite Zhao Hu's fierce reputation, he has only ever been a leader in a vocational school and lacks any grounding in the broader society. Having spent so many years behind bars, can he truly still hold sway? Nevertheless, attempting is better than not trying at all. Thus, I declared to Cheng Yi, very well. Let's seek out Zhao Hu now. I inquired if we needed to prepare any money, drawing upon lessons learned from my uncle, who, during his years running a factory, often utilized financial incentives to resolve various predicaments. Cheng Yi, however, insisted otherwise. If you mention money to Zhao Hu, he will turn against you. He despises money, viewing it as utterly vulgar. Is there truly someone in this world who looks down upon wealth? That is quite contrary to my experience. Having grown up in poverty, I have become rather frugal, reluctant to part with even a single cent. I asked Cheng Yi if her assertion was indeed true. If so, I would forego bringing any money. She assured me, it is true, rest assured. When you meet Zhao Hu, come with sincerity. As long as he perceives you as trustworthy, he will certainly assist you. That is simply his nature. Cheng Yi's high regard for Zhao Hu is quite striking. It is indeed a rarity for her to hold someone in such esteem. Yet, I remain skeptical as to whether Zhao Hu is truly as admirable as she claims. I must see for myself. Without further ado, Cheng Yi and I set off for Zhao, who is now my sole hope. Should this endeavor fail, I would have to seek out my uncle. We took the Audi as before and, following Cheng Yi's directions, drove to a somewhat remote area on the outskirts of the county town. Cheng Yi informed me that since his release, Zhao Hu has been living a reclusive life, reportedly having fallen out with his family and residing in an old house in a village, tending to his own crops and cooking for himself, occasionally hunting a few wild chickens. From Cheng Yi's description, it seems Zhao Hu has washed his hands of his former life. Should I really trouble him? Cheng Yi reassured me. Do not worry. If it is a favor for a friend, there is no way he would refuse to help. Before long, we arrived at our destination. It was indeed a village, with few people on the streets, the occasional sighting of someone heading to the fields with a hoe in hand. Cheng Yi instructed me to park the car at the entrance of an old house, repeatedly cautioning me not to discuss finances with Zhao Hu, lest he become hostile. Only after confirming that I understood did she leap from the vehicle, pushing open the two wooden doors, calling out, "Zhao Hu! Zhao Hu!" Judging by her demeanor, she seemed to share a close rapport with Zhao Hu, unlike Li Lei, who merely boasted. At the very least, Li Lei would not dare to call out so boldly. I followed her inside. The courtyard was rather unremarkable, with bare earth and no concrete, flanked by two vegetable gardens growing chives, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Further ahead, there stood an ancient hand pump, rusted and reminiscent of a relic. Zhao Hu's life indeed appeared to be one of simplicity and seclusion. Beside the well stood a towering old locust tree, beneath which lounged a young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, seemingly of a similar age to Cheng Yi and me, though his attire was tattered, resembling a patched-up sack. This must be Zhao Hu, and he certainly bore an imposing presence. Zhao Hu was crouched down, seemingly engaged in some activity, when Cheng Yi called out, prompting him to react with a furtive expression. Whispering, "Keep your voice down." Cheng Yi complied immediately, falling silent and halting her steps. I remained motionless behind her. Zhao Hu then glanced upward. It was at this moment I noticed he was holding a slingshot, seemingly aiming at something. The locust tree loomed high, at least 15 to 16 meters, and upon closer inspection, I discerned a large dove perched atop, at least twice the size of a regular pigeon. With such distance and dense foliage, could he possibly hit it? Just as this thought crossed my mind, I heard a swift whoosh, followed by a stone soaring through the shadows of the tree, directly towards the dove. With a resounding clap, the dove plummeted, dislodging several leaves as it fell. In an instant, Zhao Hu snatched it from the ground. What remarkable aim! Had I been more familiar with Zhao Hu, I might have applauded. "Ah, Princess Yi, your timing is impeccable." I was worried about how to finish this large dove, but now we can share it. Zhao Hu cheerfully waved at Cheng Yi, then turned to regard me with curiosity, asking, "Who might this be?" Before Cheng Yi could introduce me, I stepped forward, saying, "I am Zhonglong Zhao," whose expression soured. "Why not say your name is Wang Chao Mahan?" "Come on, that is not amusing." His reaction mirrored my initial impression upon hearing his name. I insisted, "I truly am Zhonglong," Cheng Yi corroborated, affirming he really is Zhonglong. We were classmates, and he has carried that name for many years. Only then did Zhao Hu accept it, chuckling and remarking on the peculiar twist of fate. His laughter eased my tension, revealing a more amiable side to his character. Subsequently, Zhao Hu's gaze shifted behind me, exclaiming, "Oh, a wealthy person." I realized he had spotted the Audi and quickly clarified, "No, this is our company S-car. I am merely the driver for our boss." Zhao Hu nodded and said, "Guomin, I will prepare this dove for us to enjoy together." Cheng Yi and I followed Zhao Hu into the kitchen, where he skillfully dispatched the dove, allowing it to bleed out before immersing it in boiling water to remove its feathers. During this time, Cheng Yi recounted the situation involving Wu Yunfeng, Zhe Zi, and Fei, expressing her concern that they would certainly trouble me again that evening, and inquired if Zhao Hu had any good solutions. It was evident that Cheng Yi and Zhao Hu shared a genuine camaraderie, devoid of any pretense. She immediately addressed the matter at hand and, once finished, sought Zhao Hu's advice. Such a level of friendship is truly rare. Throughout the process, Zhao Hu remained silent. Only after she concluded did he nod thoughtfully and then look at me, asking, "Zhonglong, do you have any money?" 032, Zhao Hu shook his head. "Zhonglong, do you possess any wealth?" Observing Zhao Hu's earnest demeanor, a series of unwelcome memories surged forth in my mind. Engaging Zhao Hu in discussions of money would surely provoke his ire. He harbored a profound disdain for it, perceiving such matters as utterly mundane. When approaching Zhao Hu, one should come with sincerity and, above all, refrain from broaching the topic of finances. Recollecting Cheng Yi's repeated admonitions, I could only wonder, does he slap faces or not? I had once assumed Zhao Hu to be a connoisseur of finer things, yet it appeared he too had fallen prey to the allure of wealth. While he might exhibit loyalty towards friends, he was decidedly less accommodating towards strangers like myself. Fortunately, I held no lofty expectations of Zhao Hu and promptly replied, "Yes. How much do you need?" I mused that a few thousand yuan would suffice. If he sought to extort me, So be it. My fund were not conjured from thin air, having already been squandered by Defei once. Just as Zhao Hu was about to speak, Cheng Yi interjected, Zhao Hu, what are you doing? This is my friend, and you're asking him for money? Zhao Hu retorted, what are you implying? My pot has a hole, and I need your friend to help me purchase a new one. Otherwise, we shan't be able to feast on this splendid turtle dove. As he spoke, Zhao Hu gestured towards a grimy pot on the stove, which indeed bore a substantial hole. Zhonglong, if you have the funds, why not buy a pot from the nearby shop? Zhao Hu said with a grin. All right, I replied, as the cost of a pot was not exorbitant, and I turned to leave. However, I did not venture far. Instead, I leaned against the door to eavesdrop. Surely, Zhao Hu wouldn't he forego a meal just because I stepped out? I concluded he intended to dismiss me to converse privately with Cheng Yi. Indeed, no sooner had I departed than Zhao Hu's voice rang out. Cheng Yi, who is this friend of yours? How'd he find his way to me? Cheng Yi replied, he's a particularly good friend. Please assist him. Zhao Hu responded, nonsense. We've known each other for years, yet I wasn't aware you had such a friend. It was evident that Zhao Hu was quite astute. If Cheng Yi did not speak the truth, he would not extend his assistance. With no recourse, Cheng Yi recounted the events of the past few days, beginning with her attempts to aid her father in settling debts at the garment factory, leading to her troubles at the KTV with Zhao Wangye, and how I had intervened to save her from peril. She continued with the account of our encounter with the gang, where I had suffered an injury while she escaped, concluding with last night's attempt to seek help from Defei, who proved to be inept and was ultimately subdued by the gang, resulting in our present predicament. Once she finished, Cheng Yi implored, Zhao Hu, although my friendship with Zhonglong is brief, I owe him so much. Please assist him as a favor to me. Zhao Hu replied, he knows Zhao Wangye. Does he still require my intervention? Zhao Wangye acts on behalf of their boss, not for him. Cheng Yi insisted. Enough of this triviality. Will you help or not? Zhao Hu conceded. From what you've described, your friend seems decent, so I shall assist him this once. Cheng Yi's face brightened. Thank you so much. Zhao Hu remarked, after all these years, I have yet to see you show such concern for any man. Do you fancy him? Cheng Yi responded, don't speak nonsense. He and Zhou Qing are a couple. I merely feel indebted to him, which is why I assist him. As long as he is reliable, I am willing to lend a hand. At this point, Zhao Hu suddenly paused and said, Zhonglong, have you eavesdropped enough? If you're done, hurry and fetch a pot, unless you wish to forego that exquisite turtle dove. It turned out that Zhao Hu was aware of my presence outside the door. My face flushed, and I hurriedly stepped outside. Zhao Hu, despite appearing somewhat unassuming and living in modest conditions, is astutely clever, almost ghost-like in his perceptiveness. I bought a new pot from a nearby shop, and by the time I returned, Zhao Hu had already prepared the dove. Though his setup was quite rudimentary, it was indeed comprehensive, replete with all necessary ingredients. Various spices were added to the pot along with the dove, and then he ignited a fire with firewood, producing a bubbling pot of bird soup that was incredibly fragrant. Let's eat, Zhao Hu said, serving each of us a bowl, including himself, and we moved to the courtyard to enjoy our meal while conversing. This was authentic game, and the aroma was heavenly, surpassing the delicacies I had savored in restaurants. As we dined, Zhao Hu urged me to elaborate on the character of Zhe Zi, mentioning that he had spent several years in prison and had never heard of this individual. I recounted to Zhao Hu what Li Lei had told me, essentially repeating the narrative. I explained that Zhe Zi was a few years older than us and had risen to prominence only recently, known for his preference for operating solo, wielding a blade alone in the world, and never having faced defeat, an archetypal lone wolf. However, he had recently begun to recruit followers, reportedly aiming to prevent the camel from encroaching upon the old city. Zhe Zi's subjugation of Defei and alliance with the Wu family were both driven by this ambition. Zhao Hu chuckled upon hearing this. This Zhe Zi has grand aspirations. He aims to unify the old city and align it with the new, a feat even Prince Zhao has not accomplished. How intriguing. He then inquired, is he formidable in combat? I replied that he was quite capable, but what set him apart was his ruthlessness. Defei was nearly terrified to the point of losing control. Furthermore, combat prowess was secondary. Zhuai Zi was primarily exceptionally intelligent and meticulous. Had it not been for Du Xiaolan last night, my plan would have succeeded. Yet this also illustrated Zhuai Zi's foresight in recognizing Du Fei as a formidable adversary and preemptively placing a thorn in his side. During our conversation, I sensed a certain pride in Zhao Hu, as if he regarded no one with deference. Thus, I aim to clarify matters thoroughly to prevent him from underestimating his opponent. I conceded that Zhao Hu is indeed formidable. One cannot rise to lead a vocational school without strength. However, maintaining humility is paramount. For Zhuai Zi is undoubtedly a formidable foe. Zhao Hu nodded silently, resuming his soup. I asked, "Do you need me to discuss Du Fei further?" As Du Fei was now aligned with Zhuai Zi, dealing with Zhuai Zi necessitated addressing Du Fei. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Yet Zhao Hu waved his hand dismissively. No need. Du Fei is a defeated subordinate of mine. He knows I am his superior. I was taken aback. Du Fei, a notorious figure for many years, had indeed been defeated by Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu, who had been incarcerated just before graduating from vocational school, was at most only 18 years old. He had only recently been released, which implies that he had managed to best Du Fei while still a student. Is this truly credible? I find it hard to believe. However, Zhao Hu did not elaborate on Du Fei. Instead, he casually remarked, in that case, the most formidable opponent is the Zhuai Zi. Let us hasten our meal, for once we finish, we shall summon our allies. Summon is a regional expression meaning to call upon others. The moment I heard this, excitement surged through me. Despite Zhao Hu's years in prison, his life post-release appeared quite simple. Evidently, he still possessed a network of connections. After all, he had once been the leader of his vocational school, and even years after graduation, his former companions could be summoned with a mere word. Moreover, over the years, those brothers of his had matured into robust young men, their fighting spirit undoubtedly more fierce. Instantly, a vivid image unfolded in my mind. Wu Yunfeng and I were on the brink of an ultimate showdown, with Zhuai Zi, Du Fei, and a dozen others on one side, while Zhao Hu and Cheng Yi stood by me, and behind Zhao Hu loomed an intimidating throng of individuals. How exhilarating! The thought of this scenario filled me with fervor, and I felt that I had truly made the right decision in coming here. Cheng Yi had introduced me to a formidable ally. Cheng Yi also appeared quite pleased and whispered to me, "Do not worry, with Zhao Hu's assistance. This endeavor will surely succeed." Her expectations of Zhao Hu were evidently quite high. A pot of dove soup was soon consumed entirely. "Let us go." Zhao Hu casually tucked his slingshot into his pocket and strode out, with Cheng Yi and I promptly following suit. Once we settled into my vehicle and followed Zhao Hu's guidance, we sped towards the city. Inside the car, Zhao Hu could not help but admire the vehicle, exclaiming, "Ah, what a splendid car." Cheng Yi commented, "If you were to emerge from your past, would Du Fei or any issues related to the camel pose any challenge for you? Driving this car would be a mere trifle." Zhao Hu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Princess Yi, you flatter me too much. After all, I have spent several years in prison. There are some matters I dare not involve myself in. This time, it is only because you sought me out that I have come forth." Zhao Hu clearly intended to renounce his former life. Yet he was drawn back into it due to Cheng Yi's arrival. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I said, "Zhao Hu, once this matter is accomplished, I will surely express my gratitude. Oh, how shall you express it?" Zhao Hu inquired, his teeth clicking together. I initially intended to mention a monetary reward, but Cheng Yi shot me a glance, signaling me not to broach the subject of money. Yet, apart from financial compensation, I was at a loss for how to thank Zhao Hu. Stammering, I finally said, "Regardless, I owe you a favor, should you ever require my assistance. I shall not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." Zhao Hu chuckled, patting my shoulder, and said, "Brother, I am helping you not for any gain, but simply because I find you to be a decent person and wish to befriend you. If you continue to express gratitude, it will seem overly formal." I nodded in agreement, acknowledging his sentiment. Following Zhao Hu's directions, we arrived at the entrance of a slaughterhouse in the county town. "Let us proceed. The person we seek is right here." Zhao Hu was the first to stride into the slaughterhouse, and I promptly followed suit alongside Cheng Yi. After all these years, it is hardly surprising that Zhao Hu's companions have each carved out their own livelihoods, and one working in a slaughterhouse is not an anomaly. This scene inevitably evokes memories of the plot from Shaolin Soccer, where Stephen Chow adeptly gathers his fellow martial artists. Indeed, art is born from life, and it appears that I, too, have encountered such a phenomenon. The slaughterhouse was grimy and reeked of a foul odor, with uneven ground and dark, murky waters flowing heedlessly, accompanied by the chilling cries of animals. It was a veritable sea of pigs, gutted, dismembered, their organs piled high. Butchers clad in work attire navigated the chaos, each wielding gleaming bone saws with precision. Eventually, Zhao Hu led us to a stall where a pallid, ailing youth was engaged in the gruesome task of slaughtering pigs. His black apron soaked in blood. True to his frail appearance, his movements were languid. What others could accomplish in a few deft strokes took him numerous attempts. As the pig on the table cried out in a pitiful wail, as if pleading for a swift end. Observing this young man, Zhao Hu chuckled, Tiao, it's been years, yet your technique remains impeccable. In the vocational school, the first knife wielder displayed a remarkable technique. I stood before a pig that had endured over a dozen stabs without succumbing, questioning whether my ears were deceiving me or if Zhao Hu was mocking the young man known as Tiao. Tiao, unfazed by Zhao Hu's comments, continued to methodically butcher the pig. It was evident that Zhao Hu's remarks were indeed laced with sarcasm. Zhao Hu, seemingly unperturbed, observed Tiao's knife work and remarked, "Such an exquisite blade, yet it is wasted on slaughtering pigs rather than men." Tiao remained indifferent, persistently puncturing the pig's neck, which continued to struggle between life and death. I exchanged a perplexed glance with Cheng Yi, who mirrored my bewilderment. Tiao, I'm speaking to you." Zhao Hu finally expressed his irritation. To my surprise, the young butcher finally reacted, lifting his head with a confused gaze, his eyes clouded and devoid of clarity. Resembling a simpleton, "It's me." Zhao Hu raised his hand and shook Tiao's shoulder. Tiao squinted, finally recognizing the figure before him, and broke into a smile. "Who's he? Is it you?" His grin only enhanced his foolish appearance. "Indeed, it is I." Zhao Hu opened his arms and embraced Tiao. The latter, slow to respond, reciprocated the hug. It seemed that only now did he recognize Zhao Hu. I realized that Zhao Hu's first choice, this young man named Tiao, was rather disappointing. His lack of sharpness in both sight and hearing, compounded by his sluggish reactions, rendered him an unlikely candidate for a brawl. Nevertheless, I reassured myself that this was merely the first encounter, and surely stronger individuals awaited. Tiao's hearing was indeed poor. Zhao Hu had to raise his voice. "Have you eaten?" Tiao replied, "I have." Zhao Hu then proposed, "Shall we go find someone to confront?" Tiao responded affirmatively. "Sure." Without further ado, he tucked his knife into his waistband and emerged from behind the stall, clearly ready to accompany us. Regardless of Tiao's capabilities, his sense of loyalty was commendable. Zhao Hu's influence was evident, as he managed to rally this individual with far greater ease than Stephen Chow in Shaolin Soccer. As Zhao Hu turned to leave, Tiao followed closely behind, with Cheng Yi and I hastily trailing after them. Tiao, still somewhat unsteady, stumbled as he walked, colliding with various objects along the way. I couldn't help but whisper to Zhao Hu, "Should we perhaps get your friend a pair of glasses?" Zhao Hu dismissed the idea. "No need. My friend has an eye of fire." Before he could finish, a loud crash resonated behind us. Tiao had tripped over a bench and tumbled to the ground. Zhao Hu rushed back to assist him, exclaiming, "Stay close to me." Tiao nodded, affirming his understanding. Zhao Hu resumed his forward march, with Tiao trailing behind. At that moment, a burly man approached, exuding an air of authority and confidence. Upon spotting Urshio, the man bellowed, "Urshio, what do you think you're going during work hours? Have you slaughtered a few pigs?" Urshio remained silent, continuing to follow Zhao Hu ahead. The man seized Urshio by the collar, saying, "I'm talking to you, you bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, he was hurled away, landing in a fetid puddle. Zhao Hu slowly retracted his leg, stating emphatically, "Show some respect to my brother." Your filthy hands are not worthy of touching him. Though Zhao, who was clad in tattered clothing, his presence was formidable. The man, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of sheer terror, too frightened to utter a sound. I was equally astonished. This man must weigh at least 200 pounds, and yet Zhao who had sent him flying with a single kick, which was indeed terrifying. However, having anticipated Zhao Hu's prowess, I was not entirely taken aback. I simply found it perplexing why he held Urscio in such high regard, as he hardly seemed capable of being of assistance. Of course, it was not my place to question such matters. Zhao Hu continued onward, with Urscio trailing behind. Upon exiting the slaughterhouse, we found ourselves in a desolate area. I opened the door of the Audi and inquired where Zhao Hu intended to go next. I surmised that he would need to meet with many more individuals. Yet, Zhao Hu glanced at the sky, then patted his stomach, saying, "No rush. I'm hungry. Let us grab something to eat first." It was nearly noon, and indeed time for a meal. Besides, it was only proper for me to treat him to lunch for his assistance. I suggested, "Shall we head to the county town? I know the How You Lie Hotel has decent dishes." Before I could finish my sentence, Zhao Hu suddenly dashed into the wasteland. I stared at him in astonishment, utterly clueless about his intentions, as his figure ebbed and flowed among the wild grass, moving with remarkable speed, sometimes visible, sometimes obscured. I occasionally heard a few thuds, reminiscent of Zhao Hu firing a slingshot. Beside me, Urscio inquired, "Tiger, where have you gone?" Being somewhat half-blind and half-deaf, Urscio could neither see nor hear Zhao Hu. Looking around in bewilderment, I could not help but interject, "Tiger has gone into the field." Urscio was taken aback and turned my way, asking, "Who are you? And when did you arrive?" I replied, "So you've been traveling alongside me all this time without realizing my presence." Beside us, Cheng Yi remarked, "We are friends of Zhao Hu." Urscio looked at Cheng Yi in surprise, asking, "Who are you? And when did a woman join us?" Cheng Yi simply responded with silence. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Zhao Hu returned, carrying 2 wild rabbits. He exclaimed, "Urscio, let us roast these rabbits." Urscio then said, "Tiger, there are 2 people standing next to me claiming to be your friends. Is that true?" Zhao Hu replied, "Indeed, I forgot to introduce them earlier. One is Zhang Long, and the other is Cheng Yi." Speaking with Urscio necessitated shouting. Even Zhao Hu struggled with this, quickly becoming out of breath, his face reddening. Urscio nodded in understanding, turning to me to say, "Cheng Yi, nice to meet you," and then turning to Cheng Yi to say, "Zhang Long, nice to meet you." Both Cheng Yi and I wore expressions of utter disbelief. Zhao Hu, however, remained unfazed, bursting into laughter. "All right, let us roast some rabbits." Without delay, Zhao Hu, an adept in wilderness survival, swiftly kindled a bonfire and used Tiao's slaughtering knife to dispatch 2 rabbits, carrying salt with him. He soon had the rabbits roasting to perfection, tearing off a rabbit leg to hand to Tiao before distributing the rest to Cheng Yi and me. Zhao Hu indeed showed a certain fondness for Tiao. I leaned in to quietly ask Cheng Yi, after knowing Zhao Hu for so many years, "You've never encountered Tiao?" She shook her head, replying that she had not. It seemed Tiao had poor hearing, while Zhao Hu's senses were keen. He interjected, "He hasn't seen him. Tiao only goes out when we're fighting. Otherwise, he is usually asleep in the dormitory. His eyesight isn't great, so he easily gets lost outside, and I don't feel comfortable bringing him along." I was curious to ask Zhao Hu how Tiao could possibly engage in fights given his condition, but the question lodged in my throat, and I merely acknowledged with a sound. Yet, how astute Zhao Hu was, could he not see my thoughts? He chuckled and said, "Don't underestimate my brother. He is truly formidable. Back in the day, he was renowned as the top fighter in vocational school. I put in a lot of effort to bring him to my side. This half-blind, half-deaf youth, who could hardly slay a pig, was once considered the school's foremost fighter." My mind felt overwhelmed. Zhao Hu grinned. "I know you don't believe me, but you'll see. That Zue Zi also wields a knife. Let Tiao go up against him and see who is superior." As he spoke, he gnawed on a rabbit leg, oil glistening on his lips. Tiao, going up against Zue Zi? I glanced at Tiao, who had already devoured 1 rabbit leg. seemingly unaware as he continued to gnaw on the remaining bones. Observing this, Zhao Hu offered him another rabbit leg, saying, Tiao, eat this. Only then did Tiao discard the bone in his hand. A cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I envisioned Zizi pinning Tiao to the ground. The top fighter of the vocational school. Zhao Hu couldn't be joking, could he? I had witnessed Zui Z's prowess firsthand. Cheng Yi, you seem to have a bone to pick with me. At that moment, Tiao suddenly turned to me and said, how about we have a spar? I quickly waved my hands, insisting, no need, I believe in you. By the way, I'm Zhang Long. It was vexing that Tiao kept miscalling my name. Tiao, puzzled, replied, but there was just a Zhang Long. How is there another Zhang Long? I was left speechless. Cheng Yi beside me nearly burst into laughter. Just then, my phone rang. Lilei was calling. What's the matter? I promptly answered. Zhang Long, I heard about last night. Lilei said gravely. Wu Yunfeng isn't letting up. He claims he is coming to confront you today. You must be cautious. Understood. Thank you. I had anticipated that Wu Yunfeng would not let me off easily. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Hu and Cheng Yi both inquired about the situation. So I recounted the events concerning Wu Yunfeng. Upon hearing my account, Zhao Hu waved his hand decisively and proclaimed, you should call Wu Yunfeng right now. Tell him not to confront you, but rather arrange a time and place for a final resolution. Observing Zhao Hu's unwavering confidence bolstered my own resolve, and I promptly asked him what time and where. Zhao Hu replied, you still need to take Zhou Qin home at 6 this afternoon. So let us wrap this up early. Let us meet at 3 o'clock at Yongza Park. Yongza Park is somewhat secluded, infrequently visited by others, making an ideal locale for a brawl. Without delay, I dialed Wu Yunfeng's number. Lacking his contact information, I relied on Cheng Yi for assistance. Once connected, Wu Yunfeng did not initially recognize my voice and asked who I was. I introduced myself as Zhang Long. Upon hearing my name, Wu Yunfeng burst into laughter, exclaiming, oh, what brings you to call? Are you here to plead for mercy? Let me tell you, it's too late if I don't break your legs. I won't bear the surname Wu. With Zhao Hu beside me, I declared with great fervor, very well, I'm offering you a chance. Let us meet at 3 this afternoon in Yongza Park to settle our matters once and for all. I, your father, am adding a 4th jade pendant for my old affections. Wu Yunfeng and I must reach a conclusion. From the moment I brought him down with a steel pipe, to when he stabbed me with a sharp object, to my intention of hiring DeFei to eliminate that very object, our enmity has deepened, inevitably leading to today's confrontation. At 3 in the afternoon at Yongza Park, upon my proposal for a duel, Wu Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into raucous laughter. I was just lamenting the lack of a place to confront you, and here you are, presenting yourself. Very well. Let us meet at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Do not cower like a turtle. After ending the call, I informed Zhao Hu. It's settled. Zhao Hu nodded. We shall depart once we finish our meal. Together with Zhao Hu, Tiao, and Cheng Yi, we devoured 2 wild rabbits entirely. Once finished, Zhao Hu extinguished the fire and declared it was time to go. We all piled into the car, with Zhao Hu and Tiao in the back and Cheng Yi in the passenger seat. I inquired of Zhao Hu, where to next? I assumed he would continue gathering more people, but he replied, to Yongza Park, as we have already arranged. I was somewhat bewildered, asking if we were going there immediately. Zhao Hu affirmed, indeed, we must scout the environment beforehand. Foreknowledge ensures victory in battles. I remarked, but it's just us. Zhao Hu finally grasped my concern and cheerfully assured me, do not worry. With me and my brother Tiao, we are more than sufficient. This was not what I had envisioned. I had expected Zhao Hu to summon 100 men with a mere wave of his hand to easily handle the sharp object and DeFei. I thought they would be terrified by the sheer numbers. Instead, Zhao Hu had only called upon Tiao. Despite being dubbed the former top fighter of a vocational school, was both deaf and blind, incapable even of dispatching a pig. I felt this was escalating beyond reason. I wanted to caution Zhao Hu not to underestimate the sharp object, as DeFei had made this grave error yesterday and suffered defeat. Yet, seeing Zhao Hu's unwavering confidence, I hesitated to voice my concerns. Never mind, if we lose again, We can always return to seek assistance from my uncle. With a tumultuous heart, I drove towards Yongza Park, feeling that Zhao Hu was even less reliable than Defei. Cheng Yi, however, seemed unfazed, joking with Zhao Hu, clearly placing her trust in him. Tiao gazed vacantly out the window, asking, "Where are we headed?" Zhao Hu tugged at his ear and shouted, "Yongza Park." Tiao replied, "Add more salt." What on earth does that mean? No one understood Tiao's comment, nor did anyone inquire further. Observing the carefree and nonchalant Zhao Hu, and then glancing at the deaf and blind Tiao with his vacant stare, my heart sank to the depths. Upon arriving at Yongza Park, it was just past 2 o'clock, leaving us an hour until the appointed time. Nevertheless, Zhao Hu had his own plans, leading us on a tour of the park before finally pointing to an artificial hill and stating, "This shall be the spot when a sharp object arrives. Let them come here." In front of the artificial hill lay an open space, indeed an ideal arena for a confrontation. After Zhao Hu made his remark, he swiftly climbed atop the hill, vanishing from sight, leaving only myself, Tiao, and Cheng Yi behind. Tiao remained bewildered, glancing around as if struggling to discern our location. I felt a sense of resignation, convinced that defeat was inevitable this time. I wished to send Cheng Yi back to the car, similar to the previous night, so she could swiftly retrieve us if the situation turned dire. However, Cheng Yi was resolute, insisting on staying to witness Wu Yunfeng's downfall. I was perplexed by her unwavering faith in Zhao Hu, especially considering he was up against at least 10 adversaries. Could Zhao Hu and Tiao truly manage? In the presence of Zhao Hu and Tiao, I hesitated to express my concerns too bluntly, just as I contemplated a more subtle approach to persuade Cheng Yi to leave. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from within the park. A group, numbering at least 10, was approaching, engaged in conversation. "Zhuazi, didn't we agree on 3 o'clock? Why are they arriving at 2:30? The voice belonged unmistakably to Wu Yunfeng. Indeed, arriving this early means waiting around. How tedious. Kain din da fei. A detached voice soon followed. Zhang Long is not the impulsive type. His initiative in setting the time and place indicates he possesses some confidence. Perhaps he has enlisted formidable allies. Therefore, we must not underestimate the situation. It's prudent to scout ahead." This was Zhue Zi's voice, perpetually calm, rational, and incisive. Defei and Wu Yunfeng could not compare to him. Among this group, Wu Yunfeng appeared to be the leader, yet the true core was Zhue Zi. Reflecting on my prior misconceptions of Zhue Zi as merely a brawn-over-brains individual, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. The park's winding paths, adorned with babbling brooks and lush trees, initially concealed our presence from them, allowing their conversation to flow uninterrupted. "Zhue Zi, you overestimate Zhang Long. I studied alongside him for 3 years and know him well. He is not as formidable as you suggest. Despite his current facade, none of us would have given him the time of day back then. What was true 30 years ago does not dictate the present. Yunfeng, that Zhang Long is certainly more complex than you perceive." As Wu Yunfeng prepared to articulate further thoughts, the group had already approached the vicinity of the artificial hill. Spotting me, Tiao and Cheng Yi standing there. "Zhang Long." Wu Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is indeed Zhang Long. They arrived even earlier." Zhue Zi and Fei, too, had noticed us, halting in their tracks. As I had anticipated, they came with a cadre of over 10, all members of Defei's crew, wielding an assortment of weapons, including steel pipes and machetes. Following Defei's subjugation, Zhue Zi's faction had substantially strengthened. We stood in silence, separated by a distance of 7 or 8 meters, each party contemplative. Zhue Zi cautiously surveyed the surroundings, evidently vigilant for any hidden ambushers, a habitual trait of his. Not detecting any threats, Zhue Zi's gaze shifted to Tiao, fixating on the butcher's knife at his waist. "It appears that our battle is set to commence half an hour earlier than anticipated. There seems to be a lack of clarity regarding our own circumstances, and it is Zhue Zi who remains cautious, while Tiao breaks the silence. Confused, Tiao glances around and inquires, "Is someone coming? Who is it, and where are they?" Cheng Yi gestures toward the front, indicating, over there. Tiao looks to the right, puzzled, where? I can't see anyone. It is evident to all that there is something amiss with his vision. Wu Yunfeng bursts into laughter. Zhonglong, is this the ally you brought? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death, so you can inherit my fortune? De Fei joins in the laughter, shaking his head. I thought Zhonglong had summoned someone impressive. Instead, we have a blind man. Observing Tiao's bewilderment, Zue Zi breathes a sigh of relief, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Tiao abruptly turns to us and states, "Why do I hear barking? Have a pack of dog arrived?" Whether intentional or not, Cheng Yi bursts into laughter. Yes, a pack of dogs has come. Tiao, do you think you could take them down? Tiao pouts and replies, "My knife only cuts humans, not dogs." Cheng Yi counters, "What if they look like humans but are actually dogs? Would that work?" Tiao nods solemnly. That would suffice. It is evident that their banter has incited discontent among the others, and Wu Yunfeng lashes out. "Cheng Yi, are you blind to reason, always siding with Zhonglong? I suggest you leave quickly, or you'll find yourself caught up in this mess, and even your father, Cheng Guangji, won't be able to save you." In the past, Cheng Yi and Wu Yunfeng shared a friendly rapport, often playfully tussling after class. However, now, driven by loyalty to me, they have become adversaries. Cheng Yi, hands on her hips, retorts, "Wu Yunfeng, do you realize you're at death's door? Let me tell you, men like you, despicable and shameless, do not deserve to exist. If I were you, I'd have already thrown myself against that rock out of sheer shame. How dare you mention my father? If he were so capable, how could he have arranged your betrothal to Song Xiaoyu?" The mention of Song Xiaoyu strikes a nerve with Wu Yunfeng, inciting him to fury with every utterance. He yells in exasperation, "Go on, go, and take them down for me. Leave it to me." De Fei, eager to prove himself after a missed opportunity the night before, charges forward, leading his comrades into the fray. The echoes of their battle cries soon fill Yongza Park. Wu Yunfeng exclaims with excitement, "Cheng Yi, let's see if you can still talk tough. Since you enjoy supporting Zhonglong so much, you could take a beating alongside him." As I observe the aggressive approach of De Fei and his companions, instinctively, I pull Cheng Yi behind me and glance at Tiao beside me. I still harbor some hope for him, wishing he might be a hidden talent, appearing foolish on the surface, yet extraordinarily formidable, capable of sending a dozen men flying with a mere flick of his cleaver. However, to my disappointment, Tiao remains oblivious to the imminent danger, still gazing around in confusion, unaware of the source of the impending chaos. My heart, in an instant, turned cold. De Fei charged forth with great fervor, clearly intending to set an example for his comrades. I could no longer endure the situation and sought to escape with Cheng Yi. However, at that precise moment, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a stone suddenly flew from the direction of the artificial mountain, striking De Fei squarely on the forehead with a resounding thud. Though the stone was not large, it caused De Fei to bleed profusely from his head. Clutching his wounded forehead, he bellowed furiously towards the mountain. "Whoever you are, show yourself. I am your father," came a languid voice, as Zhao Hu appeared atop the artificial mountain, dressed in tattered rags. Upon seeing Zhao Hu, De Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father!" he exclaimed, and with that he collapsed to his knees. 035, the conical tool versus. Tiao De Fei was once a defeated subordinate of Zhao Hu, which is not entirely implausible. Although Zhao Hu was merely a student at that time, he might have indeed overpowered De Fei, leveraging the advantage of numbers. However, when I heard De Fei utter the phrase, "I must call you father," I had always thought it was merely an exaggeration on Zhao Hu's part. Witnessing De Fei truly kneel down and call out father was a shocking spectacle that left me utterly astounded. It was simply beyond comprehension. One must understand that De Fei is a notorious figure in the underworld, holding a significant status in my eyes. Although he was subdued by the conical tool last night, it was due to the latter's formidable strength, not De Fei's weakness. The mere appearance of Zhao Hu caused De Fei to tremble in fear and kneel, a reaction I had never anticipated. In contrast, Zhao Hu stood atop the rockery with an air of calmness, as if this was the most ordinary occurrence. Satisfied, Zhao nodded and said, "Good son, rise." "Thank you," Father, thank you, Father, Defei responded, bowing deeply as he stood up, his demeanor obsequious as he inquired, Father, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me? I would have prepared a grand welcome for you. Zhao Hu retorted, enough with the pleasantries. We shall settle accounts later. For now, get out of my sight. Yes, yes. Defei acquiesced, leading his 10 or so followers to a distance. Though Defei feared the conical tool, it was evident that he feared Zhao Hu even more. The conical tool, being Defei's elder brother, was understandably enraged and scolded him, asking what nonsense he was up to. Defei, in a state of distress, replied, Brother, there's no helping it. My father has arrived. I must obey him. Defei's familiarity with calling Zhao Hu father indicated that this was not his first time, and he had long accepted this reality. The conical tool, perplexed, quietly inquired about the situation from Wu Yunfeng, who softly introduced Zhao Hu. Although they attended different schools, they belonged to the same age group. And Wu Yunfeng certainly recognized Zhao Hu, possibly having dined with him like Cheng Yi. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Yi recounted the backstory. It turned out that Zhao Hu and Defei had indeed clashed in the past. During their school days, Defei had assaulted one of Zhao Hu's brothers, prompting Zhao Hu to gather 100 or so people to raid Defei's residence, mercilessly beating him and compelling Defei to call him father from that day forth. After that incident, Defei submitted to Zhao Hu, referring to him as father whenever they met. This tale had circulated widely, known to nearly everyone. Yet I had been too isolated at that time, with no friends to converse with, and was thus oblivious to it. Years later, Defei still exhibited significant fear upon encountering Zhao Hu, promptly kneeling and calling him father, obediently following his directives. The shadows of the past evidently lingered on, destined to follow him for a lifetime. Defei, once a towering figure in my perception, had now plummeted to the depths after the events of last night and this moment. Who? I wondered, was this person introduced by Li Lei? Meanwhile, after Wu Yunfeng had explained Zhao Hu's background to the conical tool, the latter's gaze fixed upon Zhao Hu, brimming with lethal intent. Wu Yunfeng raised his head and said, Huzi, it's been a long time. When did you come out? Let's have a meal together soon. Zhao Hu responded with a cold sneer. Wu Yunfeng, don't try to get close to me. Look at the things you've done. The usually arrogant Wu Yunfeng now seemed as docile as a grandson in front of Zhao Hu, awkwardly chuckling, Huzi, I don't know what Cheng Yi has told you, but you can't just listen to her side of the story. It's been ages since we last met. Why don't we catch up tonight? I'll treat you, damn it. Do I care about your meal? Zhao Hu interrupted, showing no mercy as he berated Wu Yunfeng harshly. Wu Yunfeng didn't dare to utter a word, glancing helplessly at Zai Zi beside him, whispering, We've encountered a tough opponent. Should we withdraw? It was evident how Zui Zi would respond. With a cold snort, he raised his head and declared, Friend, it seems you are determined to meddle in this matter. Let us stop the chatter and settle this with a few moves. As he spoke, Zui Zi produced a dagger from his sleeve. Having witnessed Zui Zi's prowess, I knew he was nearly unbeatable in the old district, and I worried that Zhao Hu might struggle against him. Quietly, I slid a steel pipe from my sleeve, ready to assist Zhao Hu. To my surprise, Zhao Hu completely disregarded me and said from his elevated position, You must be Zai Zi. You're not even worthy to spar with me. Defeat my brother before you talk. The brother Zhao Hu referred to was Heir Tiao. Yet no one paid attention to him, assuming Zhao Hu was speaking of me. Zai Zi certainly didn't regard me highly. Instead, he charged directly at me, dagger in hand. In my panic, I gripped the steel pipe tightly, preparing to fend off Zui Z's assault. However, the disparity in our abilities was immense. I was no match for him, and my speed was inferior. In an instant, Zui Z had lunged before me, thrusting his blade toward my shoulder, while my steel pipe remained unraised. Just then, Zhao Hu bellowed, Heir Tiao. A flash of cold light suddenly appeared before me, followed by a clash as Heir Tiao stood protectively in front of me, his butcher's knife raised to intercept Zui Z's dagger. What astonishing speed! I was taken aback. Heir Tiao had been 3 or 4 meters away just moments ago. How did he appear before me in an instant? Was this really the same Heir Tiao, who was both deaf and blind? Zui Z's eyes were equally filled with astonishment, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. After all, he had just observed Heir Tiao and found nothing remarkable about him. Yet this seemingly insignificant person had effortlessly blocked his strike. Tiao's gaze was still clouded, as if he could see nothing, merely twitching his nose and slowly stating, "Such potent killing intent. Indeed, a formidable foe." From atop the rockery, Zhao Hu chuckled. "So, you didn't come here in vain?" Tiao replied, "Indeed, it has been a long time since I felt this way." Regardless of perspective, Ershio appeared anything but ordinary. However, Zhuizi no longer dared to underestimate him. He spoke deliberately. "Within the old district, you are the first to withstand my blade." Ershio retorted, "You simply haven't been out long enough. Had you emerged a few years earlier, I would have already bested you." At that moment, Ershio seemed neither deaf nor blind, engaging in conversation like any normal individual, which led one to ponder whether he had been feigning previously. Zhuizi, already notorious for his arrogance, found Ershio's confidence even more audacious. A flicker of menace crossed his face as he swiftly swung his knife again. Zhuizi's reputation for carving a name for himself single-handedly in the old district was well-deserved. He wielded his dagger with remarkable precision, striking again and again, his movements nearly too swift to follow. Yet, regardless of the angle of his attack, Ershio consistently parried with impeccable accuracy, the clang of metal ringing out incessantly, leaving Zhuizi frustrated and empty-handed. Clearly taken aback, Zhuizi retreated a few paces, his expression growing serious as he scrutinized the young man before him. Ershio chuckled, his eyes still clouded, but now gleaming with excitement. "You are not as formidable as you seem. Now it's my turn to attack." With that proclamation, Ershio charged forward toward Zhuizi. Instantly, Zhuizi raised his knife in defense, prepared for the confrontation. However, an unexpected scene unfolded as Ershio darted past him, running a few steps ahead before stopping in confusion, asking, "Where is he? Where is he?" "My vision is still failing me." Zhuizi could scarcely believe he was bested by a blind man and immediately thrust his dagger toward Ershio's back. The sight was heart-stopping, prompting me to urge Ershio to be cautious. Yet before I could utter a word, Ershio pivoted sharply and blocked Zhuizi's knife once more. So you are here," Ershio exclaimed, his expression radiating a childlike glee, as if he had discovered a cherished toy. With swift precision, Ershio wielded his cleaver, launching a series of strikes toward Zhuizi. Initially, Zhuizi managed to defend himself, but soon he could no longer withstand the onslaught. He first sustained a blow to his shoulder, followed by another to his abdomen, and then another to his calf. In recent years, Zhuizi had risen in the old district like a mythic figure, undefeated. Yet before Ershio, he resembled a child who had yet to learn to walk, receiving blows without any means to retaliate. Cheng-Yi and I stood agape, transfixed by the spectacle before us. We had suspected that Ershio possessed genuine skill, for otherwise Zhao Hu would not have brought him along. However, the extent of Ershio's strength surpassed our wildest imaginations. Niao is a natural-born killer. At some point, Zhao Hu had joined us, his gaze fixed on Niao, who was locked in a fierce battle with Zhuizi. He spoke slowly, his vision is impaired, and his hearing is lacking. He struggles with nearly every task. Yet, he possesses an innate acuity for combat, particularly when wielding a knife, unrivaled in the world. Zhao Hu seemed to drift into reminiscence. You see, individuals like Niao are often the easiest targets for bullying in school. Yet no one has ever managed to best him. Not a single soul. Though he cannot see or hear, his reflexes are exceptional. Even a fly buzzing past his face would be captured in an instant. When I discovered Niao's existence during my vocational school days, my joy was immeasurable. It felt akin to discovering treasure. Regrettably, aside from his fighting prowess, Niao is rather inept in all other aspects, utterly incapable of caring for himself. I vowed that as long as Zhao Hu, had a morsel of food, Niao would have a share of soup. However, circumstances led me to prison. At this point, Zhao Hu let out a long sigh, clearly burdened by guilt for not having looked after Niao properly. Meanwhile, the battle between Niao and Zhuizi was reaching its conclusion. Niao emerged victorious and scathed, while Zhuizi lay battered and bruised, his body a canvas of injuries. before collapsing to the ground. Thus, the myth of the old district, which had persisted for years, came to a sudden end. Alas, such is life. Aaron Yao's face bore the weight of regret. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ominously. Wu Yunfeng sensed something amiss and turned to flee. "Stop!" I shouted, brandishing a steel pipe as I pursued him. In the realm of fervent emotions, Song Xiaoyu found himself embroiled in a turbulent confrontation. Zhao Hu had dispatched a Fei, and Tiao had dealt with Xue Zi. Now it was my turn to confront Wu Yunfeng. As Wu Yunfeng attempted to flee, I pursued him with a steel pipe in hand. His anxiety was palpable, and with my relentless chase and shouts, he trembled uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a thud. I swiftly approached him, raising the steel pipe to strike downwards. "Zhanglong, dare you!" Wu Yunfeng screamed, invoking his father's wrath. "You know my father's temper. Should you dare to harm me, he will not spare you. Nor will your Mr. Zhang be able to shield you." Indeed, Wu Loxi had previously uttered similar warnings at the police station, cautioning me that should I err again, even Mr. Zhang could not protect me. Wu Yunfeng merely echoed his father's threats. However, I held little faith in such claims. I doubted there was anything my uncle could not accomplish within the county. Thus, regardless of Wu Yunfeng's bluster, I brought the steel pipe down with ferocity. A chilling scream reverberated throughout Yongza Park, for the pipe struck Wu Yunfeng's back, incapacitating him as he lay on the ground, howling in agony. Yet, this was merely the beginning. I sought to instill a fear in him that would prevent any future transgressions against Zhou Qing. Recalling my uncle's prowess in combat, I forcefully placed my foot upon Wu Yunfeng's head, striving to project an aura of menace. "I have warned you countless times," I growled, "to cease your harassment of Zhou Qing. Did you not hear me?" Zhao Hu and the others stood at a distance. Recognizing this as a personal dispute between Wu Yunfeng and me that required our private resolution. Despite my foot pressing down on him, Wu Yunfeng remained defiant. His mouth caked in mud as he spat bitter words. "Zhanglong, do not let this small victory cloud your judgment. Consider your own worth. What right do you have to contend with me? I advise you to end my life today. Otherwise, I will return to exact vengeance." His declarations rang out with a semblance of righteousness, as if he were an indomitable warrior unafraid of death. Yet, his bravado belied his true nature. His subservient demeanor towards the Fei and Zhao Hu revealed his cowardice. His contempt for me fueled his arrogance, believing me to be a mere insect beneath his feet, destined to reclaim his stature. It mattered not. I was determined to demonstrate what true submission entailed. "You wish to cripple me?" I said ominously. "Let us see who truly suffers." I raised the steel pipe, aiming for his lower leg. "Dare you?" Wu Yunfeng shrieked, his eyes reddening with desperation. "Do you doubt my resolve?" I retorted with a cold smile, and with a mighty swing, the steel pipe came crashing down. A harrowing scream echoed once more through Yongza Park, while Zhao Hu remained impassive, glancing over, and Cheng Yi, trembling, turned away, unable to witness the scene. As for the second matter, it was as if his soul had wandered far away, rendering him incapable of perceiving anything. Wu Yunfeng writhed in agony on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, smearing it in a disheveled mess. Clutching his leg, he squirmed like a maggot, cursing through gritted teeth. "Zhanglong, you truly possess remarkable skill. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. But first, you should be able to stand." I let out a cold laugh, pressing my foot down upon his body once more, whilst aiming a steel pipe at his other leg. In truth, I was quite terrified. This was my first time engaging in such an act, and moreover, he was the son of Wu Loxi. I relied solely on memories of my uncle's actions to muster the courage. Taking a deep breath, I raised the steel pipe high again, preparing to strike Wu Yunfeng's other calf with great force. "Stop!" At that moment, a loud cry pierced the air, followed by hurried footsteps approaching at a rapid pace. Who was coming to Wu Yunfeng's rescue? I lifted my gaze to find a remarkably stout young woman, standing about 1.7 meters tall and weighing at least 170 pounds. None other than Wu Yunfeng's fiancée, Song Xiaoyu. Song Xiaoyu was exceedingly plump, her round face resembling a giant pancake, and her legs were as thick as sturdy columns. As she sprinted towards us, It felt as though the very ground trembled beneath her weight, as if the entirety of Yongza Park was shaking in response. This was no mere fish. This was undoubtedly a colossal whale. I marveled at this sight. I was utterly perplexed as to how Song Xiaoyu had arrived here, momentarily lost in thought. In the instant of my distraction, she had already thrown herself onto Wu Yunfeng's body, completely shielding him with her ample form, while raising her head to yell at me. "You can hit me, but do not harm him." Her face was flushed crimson, tears welling up in her eyes, clearly distressed and frightened. Witnessing this spectacle left me momentarily dumbfounded. I had never anticipated that Song Xiaoyu would come forth to protect Wu Yunfeng. Why would I strike her? I held no grudge against her, and besides, her father, Song Danyu, was someone my uncle had advised me not to provoke lightly. Stumbling over my words, I exclaimed, "Song Xiaoyu, why are you protecting him? He is not worth it. Even though he is betrothed to you, he still entangles himself with other women." "I don't care," Song Xiaoyu shouted defiantly. "No matter how he flirts, he is still my fiancé. I am the one destined to spend my life with him, and I will protect him. No one can bully him." Initially, I had intended to dissuade Song Xiaoyu, hoping to reveal Wu Yunfeng's true nature to her. But I was taken aback by her unwavering devotion. Having declared her sentiments so passionately, I found myself at a loss for words. Wu Yunfeng, however, was quick to retort, "Who is your fiancé? I have no intention of marrying you. Your affairs are none of my concern, so get lost." Such words were truly insulting. Any woman would have stormed off in anger upon hearing such disrespect. Yet, Song Xiaoyu did not waver. She clung tightly to Wu Yunfeng's neck, sobbing as she declared, "As long as our engagement remains intact, you will always be my fiancé. I will protect you and ensure no one harms you. Get lost. You must leave." Wu Yunfeng continued to curse vehemently, clearly expressing his disdain for Song Xiaoyu, yet she remained stubbornly clinging to him. I found it hard to articulate the scene before me. I was both exasperated by Song Xiaoyu's actions and helpless in the face of her fervent devotion. I had initially aimed to pursue a romantic interest, but alas, it seemed that the moonlight illuminated the gutters, reflecting the very spectacle before me. Zhao Hu and Cheng Yi approached, urging Song Xiaoyu to abandon her misguided loyalty, insisting that Wu Yunfeng was unworthy of her affection. However, no matter their entreaties, Song Xiaoyu's resolve remained steadfast. She clung to Wu Yunfeng, declaring that unless she was struck down, no one was permitted to harm him further. I felt quite helpless. I couldn't possibly pry her away, and I was uncertain if I could even succeed in doing so. Zhao Hu and Cheng Yi found themselves equally powerless, turning to me for guidance. I had originally intended to incapacitate Wu Yunfeng, but the unexpected arrival of Song Xiaoyu had derailed my plans entirely. I crouched down, imploring Song Xiaoyu to recognize that a man like Wu Yunfeng was unworthy of her love. Beyond his attractive exterior, he possessed nothing of value, and I cautioned her that his interest in her stemmed solely from her family's wealth, urging her not to be deceived by his appearance. Yet, no matter how I pleaded, she would not budge, responding, "Zhonglong, I am aware of all that you say, but he and I are to be wed soon. I cannot abandon him. Please, let this one time be an exception. Consider it a favor owed to me, and should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." As the daughter of Song Danyu, her goodwill was indeed quite precious. I contemplated that unless I shattered my relationship with Song Xiaoyu today, I would find it impossible to confront Wu Yunfeng. However, doing so would only create another enemy for my uncle. Despite his fearlessness in the county, I did not wish to burden with additional troubles. Rather than pursue such a course, it seemed wiser to grant Song Xiaoyu this favor, as it might prove beneficial in the future. Moreover, having already incapacitated Wu Yunfeng's leg, I felt I had exacted my due. With that thought, I conceded, "Very well. Take Wu Yunfeng and go. However, Song Xiaoyu, I urge you to keep your distance from such a scoundrel. Otherwise, you shall be the one to suffer in the end." Tears streaming down her face, Song Xiaoyu repeatedly expressed her gratitude before hoisting Wu Yunfeng onto her back and slowly making her way toward the park's exit. Even from a distance, I could hear Wu Yunfeng berating her, demanding to be put down, yet she continued her steady pace. Observing their retreating figures, Zhao Hu sighed and remarked, This girl is quite loyal. Cheng Yi added, though she seems somewhat blind to the truth. With Song Xiaoyu and Wu Yunfeng gone, Zhu Zi and De Fei remained at the scene. De Fei, having called out to his father, was unharmed, while Zhu Zi lay on the ground, battered and unable to move. Zhao Hu waved, and De Fei hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Father, what is your command?" Zhao Hu replied, "Your brother is in such a state. Shouldn't you swiftly take him to the hospital?" With a sardonic smile, De Fei remarked, "Father, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. With you here, how could I possibly have an elder brother?" "Enough nonsense. Hasten to escort him away." "Yes, yes." De Fei gestured to his companions, who swiftly lifted the injured Zhu Zi and departed from the park. "Father, I'll treat you to a meal upon my return. Get lost." The sound of hurried footsteps gradually faded, leaving only Zhao Hu, Tiao, Cheng Yi, and myself in the park. What had seemed a daunting predicament yesterday was effortlessly resolved today with Zhao Hu's arrival. Indeed, Cheng Yi's recommendations are far more reliable than Li Lei's. I was certainly inclined to express my gratitude to Zhao Hu and suggested treating him to dinner, to which he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "If I were to seek a meal from you, I wouldn't have come to assist today." "Well, the matter is settled. We should take our leave now. You can handle the subsequent affairs on your own." I had already informed Zhao Hu that he was only responsible for dealing with De Fei and Zhu Zi, while I would manage Wu Yunfeng. Having incapacitated Wu Yunfeng's leg, I knew that Wu Loxi would not let me off easily. It was now time to place a call to my second uncle. In the factory, a clamor filled the air as Zhao Hu and Tiao took their leave. I offered to treat them to a meal, but Zhao Hu declined, stating, "We are not accustomed to city food." When I proposed to drive them home, he again refused, asserting, "We have our own legs." He further advised, "In the time you have, consider your next steps. Wu Loxi is not to be trifled with." He then lowered his voice, adding, "If you cannot resolve it, come find me." His tone bore a resemblance to De Fei's, both exuding a sense of assurance. Yet I knew Zhao Hu was far more reliable than De Fei. Before leaving, Tiao turned to me and said, "Cheng Yi, should a fight break out, come seek me." My lips twitched slightly as I corrected him. "My name is Zhang Long." Once Zhao Hu and Tiao departed, only Cheng Yi and I remained. She inquired whether I truly had no concerns moving forward. I reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Cheng Yi seemed poised to say more, but ultimately chose silence. As I escorted her home, we arrived at the entrance of her community. I expressed my gratitude for her companionship over the past few days and acknowledged her efforts. Cheng Yi nodded, stating, "I will head home now. Take care of yourself. And once everything is settled, remember to clarify matters with Zhou Qing." I smiled, replying, "Of course. When I confess to Zhou Qing, I will ask you to witness it." Cheng Yi laughed. I eagerly anticipate that moment. Zhou Qing was right. Cheng Yi, despite her sharp tongue, possessed a tender heart. Watching her figure gradually fade into the distance, I retrieved my phone to call my uncle. Just then, I was startled by a cacophony of roaring engines nearby. Upon glancing up, I saw 7 or 8 vans halting beside me, from which emerged 30 to 40 youths wielding knives and clubs, charging towards me with shouts of violence. It was he who injured Yunfeng. "Finish him." The young men bared their teeth, their demeanor menacing, clearly affiliated with Wu Loxi. The speed of their advance was alarming. Without hesitation, I pressed the accelerator and surged forward. They were mere flesh and blood, and dared not collide with my vehicle, scattering in my wake. Thank goodness for my car, otherwise I would have found myself encircled. "Chase him! Chase him!" they shouted as they climbed back into the vans, fervently pursuing me. However, it was evident that a fully loaded van could never catch up to an Audi, and I effortlessly outpaced them. Yet, through the rearview mirror, I could see they had not abandoned the pursuit, intent on following me to my clothing factory. Seizing the opportunity, I hastily called my uncle to apprise him of the situation. Naturally, I could not divulge every detail, so I focused on the essentials. I have incapacitated Wu Yunfeng, and Wu Loxi is now sending people after me. My uncle responded with his usual question, "Are you in any trouble?" I affirmed, "I am fine." "Good, then return. Leave the rest to me." His words provided me with a sense of security. Yet, when has my uncle ever let me feel at ease? A few days ago, My uncle was exceedingly busy, and I felt reluctant to disturb him. Additionally, I wished to prove my own capabilities, so I refrained from seeking his assistance. Now, having finally vanquished Wu Yunfeng, I realized that confronting the notorious Wu Loxi was beyond my means. Thus, it was only natural and justified for me to seek out my uncle. I drove my Audi back to the factory with haste. True to my expectations, my uncle awaited me at the entrance, appearing quite fatigued, likely due to several nights of inadequate sleep. However, upon seeing my safe return, his joy was unmistakable, and he waved me in enthusiastically, urging, "Come in, come in." As I parked the car, he gestured again, "Close the door, close the door." The iron gate clanked shut behind me. I leaped from the vehicle and informed him, "Uncle Wu Loxi's men are still trailing behind. They will arrive shortly." He patted my head with a smile, reassuringly saying, "As long as you are safe, that's all that matters." My uncle's affection for me is truly remarkable. Even if I were to cause a monumental disaster, he would still comfort me with, "It's nothing." Seizing the moment, I recounted the entire sequence of events to him, starting from the moment the spike pierced me, all the way to how Fei was also subdued by the spike. I then explained how I met Zhao Hu and Tiao through Cheng Yi's introduction, which ultimately enabled me to turn the tide, defeating the spike and incapacitating Wu Yunfeng. Listening to my account, my uncle's concern was palpable as he asked why I hadn't informed him sooner, lamenting the unnecessary suffering I endured. He lifted my shirt to inspect the wound on my waist, furiously exclaiming, "That wretched spike dared to stab you. I will take his life." My uncle's temper is indeed fearsome when roused, so I quickly interjected, "Uncle, you were busy the other day, and I didn't want to trouble you. Besides, I believed I could handle it. Also, the spike has been thoroughly beaten by Tiao, so I have avenged myself. It's just Wu Loxi who poses a formidable challenge." He nodded, instructing, "You return home for now. I will deal with Wu Loxi." I complied, though I did not venture far, instead hiding behind a tree in the factory grounds to observe the entrance. After a while, sure enough, 7 or 8 vans arrived, parking outside the iron gates of the factory. Subsequently, 3 or 4 dozen fierce-looking young men disembarked, cursing and shouting threats. Wu Loxi, although not purely engaged in criminality, maintained these thugs for self-preservation, and they represented a considerable force. At times, I ponder whether his business losses stemmed from the need to support such idlers, which might have strained his cash flow. 30 to 40 individuals, each demanding $2,000 a month, would amount to quite a significant expense. Yet in our small locale, the ability to summon such a number of people certainly projected an air of authority, leaving the security guard trembling in fear. Our garment factory had been established for several years, and this was the first instance of unrest at our entrance. My uncle, however, appeared unfazed, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips, dismissively stating, "What a rabble. You are not worthy to converse with me. Just summon Wu Loxi directly." With that single utterance, a profound silence enveloped the entrance. Who could deny the power of the chief and garment factory's owner, known to navigate both sides of the law? None of these insignificant youths dared to act brazenly in his presence. The boisterousness subsided, whispers replaced loud voices, and some individuals began to make phone calls. In a mere 10 minutes, a sleek black Accord sped into view, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of our factory. A throng of young men parted to either side, greeting their boss, Wu Loxi. As the car door swung open, it was indeed Wu Loxi who emerged, exuding an air of arrogance, his gaze lofty and disdainful, his hands gripping 2 iron balls which he shook menacingly. "Zhang Hongfei, I only want that driver of yours. Hand him over, and we shall have no further business, nor will it affect our brotherly bond." Wu Loxi spoke leisurely, yet his tone concealed a deadly threat. Zhang Hongfei was the name of my uncle, and Wu Loxi was among the few in the county bold enough to address him by his given name. Given that his son had sustained a severe injury, it was remarkable that he remained so composed. Indeed, he was a man who had weathered many storms. However, my uncle was unfazed by his intimidation and responded directly, "He is under my protection. You shall not take him." Wu Loxi's brow furrowed slightly. "Zhang Hongfei, I urge you to reconsider. That lad crippled my son, and I assure you, I I will not let this matter rest. There will be no one to mediate. My uncle retorted, I have considered it thoroughly. The answer remains no. Wu Loxi's anger began to boil over. Zhang Hongfei, I cannot comprehend your obstinacy. He is merely a driver. Why do you defend him so fiercely? Are you prepared to sever ties with me over him? Without a moment's hesitation, my uncle nodded affirmatively. His tone light, yet as weighty as a mountain. Wu Loxi was now fully enraged. Very well, then let us settle this. He bellowed. Tear down that iron gate and seize that boy. With Wu Loxi's command, the young men surged forward, banging on the iron gate with their makeshift weapons. Wu Loxi was truly furious, attempting to storm the factory to capture me. Witnessing this, I felt a surge of anxiety. While I knew my uncle was formidable, I doubted he could withstand such a throng. The iron lock on the gate was quickly shattered, and just as a wave of intruders was about to surge in, my uncle suddenly raised his hand. A resounding roar erupted from within the factory, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. At least 100 uniformed workers rushed out, standing resolutely behind my uncle, their presence formidable and imposing. Though the group outside were seasoned fighters, they paled at the sight, retreating in trepidation. Wu Loxi's face flushed with rage. Zhang Hongfei, have you lost your mind? Is this commotion truly worth it for a mere driver? My uncle replied coolly, and you think you can invade my factory without facing any resistance? I assure you, as long as he is among my people, you shall not lay a finger on him. The workers behind him roared even louder, while they might not be skilled in combat. They had no difficulty in making their presence felt. Very well, you have my attention. Wu Loxi pointed at my uncle, declaring, today, I shall grant you a reprieve for that lad. But mark my words, this is far from over. If you have a means, ensure he never steps foot outside. The moment he shows his face in the county, I will have him torn apart. Having uttered these dire threats, Wu Loxi retreated with his entourage. Uncle Air turned around and addressed the workers, saying, all right, thank you all. Please return to your tasks. Tonight, the canteen will serve extra braised pork. The crowd erupted in cheers and dispersed in a jovial manner. On the surface, it appeared that Uncle Air had achieved a preliminary victory. However, I understood that the matter was far from over. Wu Loxi would undoubtedly not relent, and this time, even money would not suffice. Although our factory boasted a considerable number of workers, we could not rely on them to merely bolster our presence indefinitely. I stepped outside and inquired of Uncle Air what our next course of action should be. He patted my shoulder and reassured me that there was no cause for concern. If Wu Loxi wishes to play, then we shall accompany him until the end. Subsequently, Uncle Air retrieved his phone and made a call. Is this Lord Zhao? What are you busy with? I have a favor to ask. Could you come over for a chat? 038 The Prince of Zhao takes action. Uncle Air has already contacted the Prince of Zhao, indicating that this matter is indeed quite complicated. The relationship between Uncle Air and the Prince is substantial, and upon receiving the call, the Prince assured he would arrive shortly. My impression of the Prince is less than favorable due to his cruel and unscrupulous nature. However, Uncle Air must have his reasons for associating with him. After the call, Uncle Air told me, I will have a word with your Uncle Zhao shortly. You should head back and rest. Recognizing that such a situation was not suitable for me, I agreed without objection and bid farewell to Uncle Air. However, instead of returning to rest, I proceeded to the sales department to find Zhou Qing. Although the situation remained unresolved, with Uncle Air stepping in, I felt confident it would soon be settled, making it the right time to explain things to Zhou Qing. Upon arriving outside the sales department, I immediately noticed Zhou Qing slumped over her workstation, clearly in a poor state of mind. I pondered that she was likely still troubled by the incident with Wu Yunfeng and my situation with Cheng Yi. Nevertheless, those two issues had both been addressed. Without further ado, I called out Zhou Qing's name a couple of times. She lifted her head to glance at me before burying it back down. It seemed she was still upset with me. I called her name again, urging her to come over. The sales department was bustling, with employees either making calls or moving in and out, so I didn't disturb anyone. After a few more calls, Zhou Qing reluctantly emerged and asked what I wanted. Her complexion appeared rather unhealthy, a pallor that suggested she hadn't rested well. I felt a pang of concern and reached out to touch her face, asking, Are you all right? Zhou Qing stepped back a couple of paces, retorting, Just say what you need to say, and keep your hands to yourself. Hearing this stung, as my previous interactions with her had been quite intimate. A gentle touch on her hair or cheek was hardly inappropriate. Yet, I understood that her sudden coldness towards me had its reasons, so I refrained from further commentary and stated directly, I'm here to clarify things. I want to recount the events from a few days ago in detail. Zhou Qing crossed her arms and replied, All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Just as I was about to begin, my phone rang. It was Uncle Air. I asked Zhou Qing to hold on for a moment and stepped aside to take the call. Uncle Air inquired about the backgrounds of Zhao Hu and Air Tiao, the individuals assisting me. I surmised this question was prompted by the Prince of Zhao. I disclosed everything candidly, explaining that Zhao Hu was once the leader of a vocational school gang, having recently been released from prison after serving several years. Air Tiao was a subordinate of Zhao Hu, reputed to be the finest fighter from the vocational school, seemingly disabled, yet remarkably formidable. He was the one who eliminated the adversary known as the All. After listening, Uncle Air responded with a contemplative then instructed, Come over to the cafeteria. I will discuss things further with your Uncle Zhao. Once you arrive, we can elaborate on the situation. As Uncle Air summoned me, I felt compelled to comply, thus informing Zhou Qing, President Zhang has asked me to come over for a moment. I will explain everything to you afterward. Zhou Qing said nothing further and turned to re-enter her office. I promptly made my way to the cafeteria. The shared canteen is simply a small dining hall. My uncle has established a private restaurant where he hosts important guests. Upon arriving at the shared canteen, I indeed found my uncle and Lord Zhao there. Although Lord Zhao appeared rather fierce, he was quite cordial towards me. Upon seeing me, he chuckled and said, Xiaolong, it seems you've stirred quite a bit of trouble this time. Haven to you? You've left Wu Loxi's son crippled. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I approached and replied, Yes. Uncle Zhao, shouldn't we have invited you over? This made Lord Zhao even more amused. Old Zhang, your nephew is becoming quite the charmer. My uncle interjected, he's not wrong. This matter absolutely requires your intervention. Lord Zhao, no longer modest, stated seriously, let us address the issue at hand. The predicament Xiaolong has created is indeed considerable, and Wu Loxi will not let it go easily. Though he has faced setbacks over the years, his strength remains formidable. Recently, he has allied himself with Song Danyu, which makes him a force to reckon with. If this escalates, it could become quite troublesome. My uncle nodded, which is precisely why we invited you for your counsel. Although they were of the same generation, my uncle was 7 or 8 years younger, and since he was requesting assistance, it was only fitting to address him respectfully as you. Lord Zhao had once been the most prominent figure in the county. Having encountered numerous such matters, he directly remarked, It depends on whether you wish to fight or negotiate. There are methods for both. My uncle replied, If we can negotiate, we certainly should. Peace fosters prosperity, and fighting disrupts business. However, should they insist on conflict, I, Zhang Hongfei, will certainly stand my ground. This exemplifies my uncle's demeanor, reluctant to engage in conflict but never fearful of anyone. However, in recent years, as his career has steadied, he prefers to avoid violence whenever possible. Hence his inclination towards negotiation. Lord Zhao continued, If we are to negotiate, I shall act as a mediator. I believe Wu Loxi and Song Danyu would be inclined to grant me some consideration. However, old Zhang, you cannot emerge from this without some sacrifice. After all, you have left their son crippled. Surely, you must contribute at least 100,000. The mention of 100,000 sent a shiver down my spine. As Wu Yunfeng's leg holds substantial value. Unexpectedly, my uncle waved his hand dismissively. I will not contribute a single penny. My nephew was stabbed by him as well. As he spoke, he urged me to lift my shirt, revealing the wound on my lower back to Lord Zhao. Look at this. If it had been even slightly misaligned, my spine would have been irreparably damaged, potentially leaving me paralyzed for life. If it weren't for that dagger, I'd have gone to deal with him myself. Lord Zhao grimaced, but that is not so severe, is it? From what I see, Wu Loxi's injury is far more significant. My uncle retorted, I'm indifferent to that. I won't pay a single cent. If they wish to negotiate, let them. If not, then we shall fight. Let's see if Zhang Hongfei will be intimidated. Lord Zhao, if I have to pay, I won't seek your assistance. I can handle this myself. Lord Zhao, well acquainted with my uncle's temperament, understood that once my uncle made a decision, it was unchangeable. He promptly replied, "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will first propose a settlement. If that fails, you may fight. It has nothing to do with me." Uncle Air remarked, "You wish. If a conflict arises, you must assist me." Prince Zhao laughed heartily. "I knew you were scheming against me. After all these years of renouncing worldly affairs, you're dragging me back into the fray. Well, do your best to mediate this situation. You expect to negotiate without offering a single penny. That certainly showcases your prowess, Prince Zhao. Spare me the flattery." The two elders bantered back and forth like children, and I found myself envious of their camaraderie. Reflecting on my own life, I realized I lacked such friendships, having always walked a solitary path, which felt rather dismal. Zhao was a decent fellow, yet I wondered if he valued my friendship, his assistance seemingly stemming from his regard for Cheng Yi. Ultimately, Prince Zhao made a call to Old Wu. With Prince Zhao's involvement, it was assuredly an affair of significance. After hanging up, he announced, "Old Wu has agreed to meet." Both Uncle Air and I breathed a sigh of relief. But Prince Zhao continued. Old Wu specified that in addition to bringing Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao must also join. Old Wu's intentions were unmistakable. He intended to settle scores with Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao. With Uncle Air and Prince Zhao providing protection, I felt secure. However, I worried about Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao, who lacked such backing. Panic surged within me as I exclaimed that Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao had been summoned by me, and should any trouble arise, I alone would bear the consequences, absolving them of any responsibility. Uncle Air replied, "They are aiding you, and I cannot allow them to come to harm. However, negotiations require all parties to be present. Let them join us, and I assure you they will be safe." With Uncle Air's assurance, I felt a measure of relief and agreed, inquiring about the timing of the negotiations. Prince Zhao informed me that the meeting would take place the following noon at the restaurant. After finalizing the details, Uncle Air and Prince Zhao resumed their drinking while discussing preparations for the next day. I hurried to the sales department, my thoughts occupied with Zhou Qing, intending to clarify matters with her. Unfortunately, I arrived too late. The department had already closed for the day. I called Zhou Qing, but she did not answer. As I pondered whether to visit her home, I hesitated, knowing I was not yet entirely safe, and venturing out could invite trouble. At that moment, Cheng Yi called, inquiring about the progress of my situation. I informed her that I had spoken with our general manager, who had reached out to Prince Zhao to seek an amicable resolution. Cheng Yi expressed her approval, saying, "With Prince Zhao involved, everything will undoubtedly be fine. Zhang Long, your manager truly cares for you." She then asked about Zhou Qing, wanting to know if I had clarified matters. I recounted Zhou Qing's situation, prompting Cheng Yi to scold me lightly, suggesting that perhaps she should explain things to Zhou Qing herself. Cheng Yi's explanation would mirror mine, so I acquiesced. Over an hour later, Cheng Yi called again to inform me that she had spoken with Zhou Qing and recounted the entire situation. I asked what happened next. How did she respond? Cheng Yi remarked, "It seems that Zhou Qing is still in a foul mood and hasn't spoken much to me. Perhaps she needs some time to accept things. In any case, the situation has been clarified, so do not rush. First, resolve your matters with Wu Yunfeng, and then you can have a proper conversation with Zhou Qing." This seemed to be the only course of action. Attending to urgent matters was paramount. I conversed with Cheng Yi for a while longer, mentioning that we would be negotiating at Haiyulai tomorrow afternoon, and that Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao needed to accompany us. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi immediately expressed concern, saying, "Zhang Long, I introduced Zhao Hu to you. You must ensure nothing goes awry for them." I reassured her, "Rest assured, even if I encounter trouble, I will not let anything happen to them." After hanging up, I realized it was getting late, so I decided to rest. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, my uncle called, instructing me to meet him at Haiyulai and to bring Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao along. Zhao, who lived in the village without a mobile phone or any means of communication, so I took it upon myself to drive and find him, intending for him to accompany me to the negotiation site. Little did I anticipate the storm that would ensue from that negotiation. As I retraced my steps along the route from yesterday, I arrived once more at Zhao Hu's residence. No sooner had I parked my vehicle than Zhao Hu emerged, still clad in his tattered garments, with that oversized slingshot tucked under his arm. I greeted him promptly and inquired about his whereabouts. He replied that he was off to hunt for some game, then asked, "What is the matter? Has the issue not been resolved?" Zhao Hu had mentioned previously that I should return only if the matter remained unsolved. I quickly assured him that we were nearing a resolution and were entering the negotiation phase, requiring both him and Heir Tiao to be present. I recounted the current situation to him, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hu remarked, "Your boss seems to treat you quite well, taking on such a tricky matter for you. He must be your relative, otherwise he wouldn't be so invested." I realized Zhao, who was not someone easily deceived. It would be futile to try to mislead him, especially since he had already rendered me significant assistance. Thus, I disclosed my relationship with my uncle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu exclaimed, "You have quite a strong backing. With your uncle's support, why did you seek me out yesterday?" I explained that my uncle was usually quite occupied, and I thought it best not to trouble him with the situation involving Wu Yunfeng. Thus, Zhao Hu became yet another person privy to my connection with my uncle. After pondering for a while, he said, "I can go, but you must ensure that neither I nor Heir Tiao gets into trouble. Can you guarantee that?" I assured him that I could, stating that even if I were to face trouble, I would not let it implicate them. Zhao Hu agreed. "All right, then let us go." He then added, "I've heard tales of Zhao Wangye for ages. Today, I shall finally meet him." Cheng Yi had remarked that during Zhao Hu's prime, many regarded him as the heir to Zhao Wangye. Now, both had retreated from their former lives, and I imagined they would have much to discuss. "Very well, let us proceed," I replied, taking Zhao Hu with me as we made our way to the slaughterhouse. Heir Tiao was still engaged in slaughtering pigs, struggling just as he had the previous day, unable to put the animal down quickly. My curiosity was piqued. He was deft with human targets, yet the task of killing pigs seemed to baffle him. However, this was simply his nature. As before, Zhao Hu and I stood before him, oblivious to our presence. As he continued his labor, Zhao Hu approached Heir Tiao and playfully tugged at his ear, exclaiming, "Heir Tiao, let us go eat." Heir Tiao responded joyfully, "Huzi, you're here to find me again. Just a moment, let me wash my hands." He crouched down and rinsed his hands in a bucket of bloody water, stumbling out and asking Zhao Hu, "Where are we going to eat?" Zhao Hu replied, "To How You Lie." Heir Tiao exclaimed, "How You Lie is a great restaurant. Can I bring my girlfriend along?" I was taken aback, thinking to myself, Heir Tiao has a girlfriend? He had even stepped ahead of me. Zhao Hu countered, "Forget about your girlfriend. Let us just catch up, you and I." Heir Tiao agreed, leading him to my car. It was only then that Heir Tiao noticed my presence and cheerfully remarked, "Cheng Yi, you're here too." I simply responded with a non-committal, I was too weary to offer any further explanation. With Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao aboard, the car sped towards How You Lie restaurant. The establishment, known as Good Again, may seem rather commonplace in name, yet it holds a certain prestige in our locale, surpassing even the dining venues frequented during our class reunions. It is said that the proprietor once navigated the underworld, but eventually chose to abandon that life in favor of legitimate pursuits. Nonetheless, those from his former circles still prefer to seek resolutions to their troubles within his walls. Primarily due to the proprietor's commanding presence, no one dares to cause a disturbance in his establishment. Upon arriving at the entrance of Good Again, I found my uncle and Lord Zhao already waiting for me. After disembarking from the vehicle, I introduced Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao to my uncle, who was notably courteous, having received assistance from them the previous day, expressing his gratitude multiple times. Lord Zhao, however, did not extend the same courtesy, regarding them with disdain, as if they were mere beggars. Admittedly, Zhao Hu and Heir Tiao's attire did lend itself to such an impression, and given Lord Zhao's stature, it was hardly surprising that he held them in low regard. Zhao Hu, sensing the animosity emanating from Lord Zhao, emitted a disdainful grunt and shot him an irate glare. To be frank, both men possessed volatile tempers. Zhao Hu was not one to show deference simply because Lord Zhao was a senior. It was entirely plausible that a conflict could erupt right there at the entrance to the restaurant. What I had hoped would blossom into a cross-generational camaraderie instead threatened to devolve into a clash of egos. Observing the escalating tension, I hastily intervened, urging everyone to proceed inside. Fortunately, my uncle maintained a favorable disposition toward Zhao Hu, which alleviated some of the latter's ire. As we entered the restaurant, my uncle noticed the large knife tucked into Tiao's waistband and reminded me that weapons were not permitted during negotiations. I relayed this to Zhao Hu, who readily acquiesced, instructing Tiao to stow the knife in my vehicle. Tiao inquired quietly if there would be others present, as his hearing and sight were not the best, and he was aware of an individual nearby. Zhao Hu reassured him, saying, "Do not concern yourself. We shall simply dine." As we crossed the threshold, Tiao stumbled over the threshold, nearly falling, but I was quick to steady him, asking if he was all right. Flustered, he hastily shook off my support, cautioning, "Cheng Yi, we must maintain decorum. Do not touch me. I have a girlfriend." I sighed in exasperation. "I am a man. It's not a jest. What man is named Cheng Yi?" To which he retorted, "You know that?" Recognizing that further conversation with Tiao would be futile, I chose silence, confident that Zhao would look after him. As our group made its way further inside, a middle-aged man adorned with numerous small braids approached us, greeting cheerfully, "Old Zhang, Old Zhao, you've arrived." I recognized him as the owner of Good Again, a figure with a storied past, known colloquially as Braids. He and Lord Zhao hailed from the same era and had once been rivals, though now, with age, they no longer spoke of such matters. Their reunion was marked by cordiality, as both had engaged in business for many years and understood the importance of amicability in fostering prosperity. My uncle and Lord Zhao exchanged pleasantries with Braids, inquiring, "Have Wu Loxi and Song Danu arrived?" To which Braids responded, "Indeed, they are upstairs. Gentlemen, while negotiations are paramount, let us refrain from any altercations." Lord Zhao replied, "Certainly not. At our age, who would still engage in brawls? Such antics are beneath us." With a swift motion, the Braid leaned forward and rummaged in the arms of Uncle and Prince Zhao, resulting in a clattering sound as two machetes, wrapped in newspapers, fell to the ground. To my astonishment, I hadn't even noticed. Zhao, who was equally taken aback, staring at the two older men who concealed weapons in their embrace. Tiao, perplexed, glanced around. "Why aren't we leaving? Have we arrived at the dining table?" He then plopped down on the ground, inquiring, "Has the food arrived?" The expression on the Braid's face darkened. "What is this?" Uncle and Prince Zhao exchanged awkward smiles, justifying their actions with "better safe than sorry." The Braid waved his hand decisively, declaring that anyone who came to his place must not bear arms. Otherwise, they should go elsewhere. With no alternative, since they had come, they were bound to adhere to the rules here. After confiscating the knives, we continued our ascent, but a sense of unease began to creep into my heart. The fact that Uncle and Prince Zhao had prepared weapons suggested that they themselves were not entirely confident. Seizing the moment before entering the private room, I asked Uncle if this was indeed the case. He replied, "If a real fight breaks out, you three should leave first. I will stay back with old Zhao." Hearing this only heightened my anxiety. Zhao Hu, however, seemed unfazed, striding forward with his usual nonchalance, a slingshot casually tucked in his embrace, unnoticed by the Braid. Uncle and Prince Zhao led the way, and we soon arrived at a spacious private room upstairs. The room was quite grand, already occupied by a number of individuals. My gaze quickly fell upon Wu Loxi, who sat calmly at the head of the table, idly playing with two iron balls. Beside him sat a rather rotund man, easily weighing around 250 pounds, with an imposing presence. I recognized him as Song Danu, despite having never met him before. Indeed, like father, like daughter, both were remarkably similar in their corpulence. There were about 10 other individuals scattered around the room, each bearing a fierce demeanor, evidently the henchmen nurtured by Wu Loxi. With Uncle not involved in the underworld and Prince Zhao having retreated, where else could one find such a crowd? Despite being outnumbered, Uncle and Prince Zhao showed no signs of intimidation, boldly seating themselves opposite Wu Loxi and Song Danu. Zhao Hu, Tiao, and I stood behind them. Tiao, puzzled, remarked, "Why are we still standing for the meal?" Zhao Hu whispered in his ear, "Just wait. The meal will start soon." Tiao then remained quiet. As a mediator, Prince Zhao assumed the role, sitting down with a cheerful demeanor, expressing his gratitude. Thank you both for still granting me this favor. I Zhao. Totally grateful. Song Daniel leaned back, his legs propped on the dining table, leisurely responding, Old Zhao, why are you everywhere? Haven't you retired? Why still meddle in such matters? The tone and demeanor were nothing short of contemptuous. Indeed, Prince Zhao had been in retirement for several years, while Song Daniel was flourishing, managing several iron and steel factories, a figure who navigated both the underworld and legitimate business, arguably of a higher status than Uncle Heir. As soon as Song Daniel spoke, Lord Zhao's expression darkened instantly. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Hu, who was beside me, let out a soft snort, remarking, I thought he had some real prowess. Seems like he has met his match. I quickly tugged at Zhao Hu, urging him to refrain from further comments. I understood that he and Lord Zhao had never seen eye to eye, yet we were allies in this endeavor. We absolutely could not afford any internal discord. Lord Zhao shot a fierce glare at Zhao Hu, but being a man of insight, he chose not to stoop to Zhao Hu's level. Instead, he addressed Song Daniel, stating, It is true that I have chosen to withdraw from the fray, yet an old friend, Zhang, has entrusted me to mediate. I cannot refuse a friend's request. Thus, I am here to see if reconciliation is possible. If it can be achieved, splendid. If not, then so be it. I have no desire to meddle further. Excellent. Finally, the quiet Wu Loxi spoke up, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding bang, and declared fiercely, My son has suffered a severe injury to his leg. You must either compensate 1 million or have Zhang Long's legs broken. Those are your only two options for reconciliation. Choose wisely. In an instant, the other young men in the room rose to their feet, glaring at us with menacing intensity. 040, the overbearing second Uncle Wu Loxi's appetite is insatiable. He demands a staggering 1 million. It is worth noting that Prince Zhao had previously estimated the price for my uncle at merely 100,000, and my uncle had claimed he wouldn't part with a single penny. Yet now, he boldly presents a figure of 1 million. A silent exchange occurs between my uncle and Prince Zhao, neither willing to utter a word. My unease intensifies. I once believed my uncle could easily resolve this matter, yet it now appears rather complicated. Have I erred in my judgment? While my uncle and Prince Zhao remain silent, Wu Loxi and Song Daniel exhibit no urgency, leisurely observing us. The surrounding youth, harboring ill intentions, emit cold laughter. Prince Zhao, suddenly agitated, points at the onlookers and declares, Who are you trying to intimidate with those raised brows and glaring eyes? I didn't grow up being frightened by such antics. Sit down, all of you. Wu Loxi gestures dismissively, and the youths retreat. Gentlemen, have you reached a decision? Wu Loxi leans slightly forward, adopting an aggressive stance as he scrutinizes us. Zhang Long's leg cannot be severed. My uncle finally speaks at a leisurely pace. Simple. Then let us discuss compensation, he continues. But we lack the funds. Wu Loxi falls silent, his face contorting with increasing rage, his hand trembling around the teacup. Song Daniel interjects. What is the matter, gentlemen? If this proposal is unacceptable, and that one as well, are you here to negotiate or to act as overlords? To negotiate, my uncle replies earnestly. I wish to resolve this matter amicably. It would be far better for us all to prosper together rather than resort to violence. That makes sense. Song Daniel claps his hand in agreement with my uncle's reasoning, then continues, however, my prospective son-in-law has suffered a broken leg. This cannot simply be overlooked. If we proceed to court, you must offer some compensation. Very well, let us deliberate thoroughly. My uncle stands, lifting my shirt to reveal the wound on my lower back. Look at this. It was inflicted by a sharp object and nearly damaged my spine, leaving me on the brink of paralysis. Breaking a leg pales in comparison. In my view, we should consider this matter settled. Let us cease any further disputes and part ways amicably. Dream on. Wu Loxi slams the table in fury, his face turning a shade akin to liver. Zhang Hongfei, do not attempt to twist the narrative. This is not a matter to be equated. I simply cannot fathom why you would protect Zhang Long so fervently. Is he your illegitimate child? The notion of an illegitimate child is absurd. As my uncle is merely a decade older than I, Wu Loxi merely expresses his confusion over my uncle's fierce defense of me. My uncle rubs his nose and replies, "It's simple. He is my beloved nephew. Though my uncle seldom speaks of me, it does not imply he refrains entirely, especially now when it is crucial to declare it. Only by voicing this can he justifiably defend me." Wu Loxi is evidently taken aback, surprised to learn of my true identity, but quickly retorts, "I care not whether he is your beloved nephew or your own son. Breaking my son's leg is unacceptable. Either compensate me with 1 million or prepare to sever his leg. The choice is yours." Wu Loxi showed a modicum of respect. Initially, he demanded the removal of both legs, but now he settled for just one. Second uncle closed his eyes, rubbing his temples, and lamented, "This poses quite a dilemma." Wu Loxi remained silent, his gaze fixed on second uncle, clearly unwilling to yield. The atmosphere in the private room plunged once more into an icy silence. With everyone enveloped in a palpable tension, I felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, Zhao Hu suddenly turned to Zhao Wangye and remarked, "Weren't you quite formidable just now? Why the silence now?" I was perplexed by Zhao Hu's demeanor today, constantly challenging our own, despite Zhao Wangye's admirable composure. Even he found it difficult to restrain his temper, especially considering his notorious volatility. He abruptly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Hu, exclaiming, "You little rascal, this is not your place to speak." Zhao Hu scoffed, "What good does your anger do? If you're capable, confront them." Zhao Wangye, feeling cornered, directed his ire at Wu Loxi, "Spare me your nonsense. Are you in or out? If not, let us settle this." Wu Loxi had evidently awaited this moment, waving his hand and declaring, "Break Zhang Long's leg." Instantly, the surrounding youths surged forward, claws bared, charging towards me. Zhao Wangye, ever the ally, seized a chair from beneath him and, with a swift motion, smashed it over the head of the first assailant. Despite his age, Zhao Wangye was remarkably vigorous. With a powerful swing of his limbs, he sent 2 or 3 youths sprawling and toppled several tables in the process. His efforts were for my sake, and I felt compelled to assist him, but Zhao Hu restrained me, saying, "Leave him be. If he enjoys playing the hero, let him see how many he can take on." I struggled to comprehend Zhao Hu's reasoning. Since we had come together, shouldn't we unite our strength? To my surprise, second uncle also refrained from intervening, remaining seated and seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Zhao Wangye indeed fought valiantly, a testament to his former prowess as the top figure in the county. Yet age had its toll. He soon found himself breathless, calling out to second uncle, "What are you doing? Why aren't you lending a hand?" Second uncle chuckled, "I wouldn't want to overshadow you." Zhao Wangye retorted, "Damn it, who is supposed to help whom here?" As he spoke, he knocked another youth aside. Second uncle replied, "You can handle these small fry. Leave the heavy lifting to me." With that, second uncle suddenly snatched up a pair of chopsticks from the table and lunged forward, driving them forcefully into Wu Loxi's hand, pinning it firmly to the table. Wu Loxi's shriek echoed throughout the entire private room, reverberating even through the How You Lie restaurant. The sound was eerily familiar, reminiscent of Wu Yunfeng's cries from the previous day. Ah, it seems the apple does not fall far from the tree. Their screams were strikingly alike. "You!" Beside us, Song Danu leapt to his feet in a fit of rage upon witnessing the scene. With a sharp crack, my uncle's leg shot out like lightning, striking the neck of Song Danu. He sank back into his seat, his neck wedged against the edge of the chair, his face instantly flushed to an alarming crimson, unable to utter a sound. Thus, my uncle pinned Wu Loxi's hand, while simultaneously restraining Song Danu's neck, leaving both men immobile. The room was filled with Wu Loxi's anguished cries, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his face contorted in extreme agony. The scene was rather gruesome, yet I had grown accustomed to it. I had witnessed my uncle's more ruthless side before. Observing the spectacle, Zhao Hu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Incredible! Clearly, he has trained. He is far superior to that bumpkin, Zhao Wangye." Meanwhile, Tiao, looking bewildered, remarked, "Bun? What bun? Why isn't the meal served yet?" At the same time, Zhao Wangye was engaged in a fierce battle with the youths. proving his formidable fighting skills as he had already taken down 4 or 5 of them, leaving 7 or 8 still standing. Yet, age had caught up with him. His face was flushed, movements gradually slowing. Just as a young man grabbed a chair to strike him, a stone whizzed through the air, striking the youth and causing him to stagger backward, blood streaming from his head. Following that, several more stones flew out, filling the room with cries of distress. Though the injuries were not particularly severe, they alleviated some pressure from Zhao Wangye. With Zhao Hu's assistance, the group of over 10 youths was finally subdued, leaving a scattering of groaning figures around us. I wished to help, but found no opportunity. Zhao Wangye, exhausted, sat heavily in a chair, panting and drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "It has been a long time since I exerted myself this much. You too, why can't you just talk it out? Why resort to fighting? Why force my hand?" Wu Loxi and Song Danyu were rendered speechless, one groaning incessantly, the other flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Hu muttered beside me, "What a show. If it weren't for me, he would have been done for." A bit exaggerated, perhaps, but Zhao Hu had indeed been a tremendous help, and I felt a swell of pride, appreciating his support. In an unusual posture, my uncle leaned over the table, still pinning Wu Loxi's hand while restraining Song Danyu's neck, asking, "Do we negotiate, or do we continue to fight?" Song Danyu, nearly breathless, managed to rasp out a few words, "Negotiate, negotiate." My uncle turned to Wu Loxi, who also strained to respond, "Negotiate." It seemed neither was as tough as they pretended to be. I let out a slight sigh of relief. It appeared my uncle had resolved the situation. Had it been this straightforward from the beginning? My uncle withdrew the chopsticks and released his grip. Wu Loxi clutched his hand, painfully retreating a few steps, while Song Danyu rubbed his neck, gasping for fresh air. My uncle descended from the dining table, coldly stating, "Gentlemen, I am aware of your capabilities in the county. Perhaps you are willing to yield for now, but once you step out of this door, you may seek more allies to confront me. However, fret not. Regardless of how you wish to play this, I, Zhang Hongfei, will accompany you to the end. Should I even blink, consider me cowardly." His words were laced with a chilling intensity, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Neither Wu Loxi nor Song Danyu dared to utter a word, both revealing their trepidation, beads of cold sweat cascading down their brows. After uttering his remarks, my second uncle cast me a knowing glance, signaling his intention to escort me away. I too turned, prepared to grasp Zhao Hu's arm. Yet at that moment, Lord Zhao abruptly rose and proclaimed, "Old Zhang, you are indeed in the wrong here. Wu Loxi and Song Danyu are individuals of some stature. To depart in such a manner is rather disrespectful. If word of this gets out, how will you navigate your business dealings in the future?" Lord Zhao's words were undeniably astute. Should my uncle's conduct be excessively domineering? Who would dare to associate with him henceforth? Would he still aspire to profit? Both Wu Loxi and Song Danyu gazed at Lord Zhao with gratitude, evidently appreciating that he had finally spoken sensibly. My uncle inquired, "What do you propose we do?" Lord Zhao replied, "We must provide them with some form of recompense. It is essential for face saving." My uncle pressed further, "And how shall we do that?" Lord Zhao gestured towards Zhao Hu, stating he was a key participant in yesterday's altercation. "Perhaps we should consider removing one of his legs. This way, you will have fulfilled your obligation, and they will not suffer too much loss of face. What do you think?" Wu Loxi and Song Danyu nodded in agreement, signifying their approval of Lord Zhao's suggestion. I could hardly fathom that Lord Zhao would propose such a course of action, despite their mutual disdain and Zhao Hu's occasional impudence towards him. Surely personal vendettas should not manifest in this manner. Just moments ago, during the scuffle with those youths, Zhao Hu had even lent a hand. Moreover, prior to this encounter, I had solemnly vowed not to allow Zhao Hu or Heir Tiao to come harm, and now they were contemplating the dismemberment of Zhao Hu's leg. This was utterly unacceptable. I hastily glanced at my uncle, eager to express my disapproval, but he had already nodded in agreement. "Very well, let it be done." 041 To incapacitate him, one must first incapacitate me. For my uncle and Prince Zhao, it seemed that as long as I remained unharmed, it mattered little who became the scapegoat. Thus, they devised this plan, which not only provided an explanation to Old Wu and Song the Great, but also spared them from acquiring a reputation of tyranny. Truly a win-win situation. However, my uncle had promised me that he would not allow Zhao Hu to come to harm. When I emerged, I had fervently assured Zhao Hu that I would ensure his safety, and now, in the blink of an eye, I found myself starkly contradicted. How could I possibly explain this to Cheng Yi? How could I face Zhao Hu? He had aided me, only to become a sacrificial pawn. I felt utterly shameless. I felt unworthy of being human. Therefore, before anyone else could speak, I was the first to exclaim, "No." My uncle shot me a glare and admonished, "Adults are speaking. Children should not interject." Despite being in my early 20s, I remained a child in my uncle's eyes. I had always heeded his words, but today I could no longer tolerate it. "Uncle, we cannot proceed in this manner. Zhao, who has assisted me, and now you wish to cripple him? That is simply too excessive." To others, my uncle was known for his domineering and ruthless nature, yet I understood that he had certain boundaries. Fundamentally, he was quite just and upright. Today, his actions were truly unfathomable and, by all rights, should not have occurred. But no matter how I pleaded, my uncle's response remained unwavering. "This matter does not concern you. Do not meddle." How could I possibly refrain from intervening? Zhao, who was under my protection, and I had to ensure his safety. In a moment of desperation, I shouted, "Then break my legs. But do not touch Zhao Hu." At that moment, Zhao Hu also grasped the situation and pointed an accusatory finger at Prince Zhao, shouting, "Old man, you wish to break my legs? Just watch. I'll kick you to death." Though both Zhao Hu and Prince Zhao shared the same surname, they were in fact bitter rivals from 5 centuries ago. Their animosity had been simmering since they first crossed paths at the restaurant, and now their conflict reached a boiling point. Prince Zhao roared and lunged at Zhao Hu. Having just taken on a dozen robust youths without faltering, Prince Zhao's prowess was evident. Of course, Zhao Hu was also formidable, resembling a fierce tiger as he engaged in battle with Prince Zhao. The two appeared evenly matched, toppling numerous tables and chairs as they fought from one end of the room to the other. Tiao looked bewildered, his large, misty eyes darting around in confusion. "What is happening? Are they fighting?" Old Wu and Song the Great also appeared perplexed, shrinking back against the wall, their expressions tense as they watched Zhao Hu and Prince Zhao. Ultimately, it was Prince Zhao who proved more ferocious. He suddenly pinned Zhao Hu to the ground and, seizing a spoon from the floor, plunged it viciously into Zhao Hu's calf. Though they were not permitted to carry blades, they always found suitable implements. "I'll show you," Prince Zhao bellowed, intent on shattering Zhao Hu's leg. I could no longer bear to watch. I rushed forward and forcefully shoved Prince Zhao. Taken by surprise, he stumbled, rolling away from Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu sprang to his feet, cursing as he prepared to charge at Prince Zhao. But my uncle had already arrived, delivering a swift kick toward Zhao Hu. My heavens, I cannot fathom how events have unfolded in such a manner. I absolutely cannot allow Zhao Hu to come to harm. I abruptly clasped my uncle's leg and shouted at Zhao Hu, "Run. Quickly go. Long, mind your own business." My uncle would certainly not harm me, hence his foot did not bear down with force. Zhao Hu glanced back, yet aware of my uncle's formidable presence. He dared not engage and hastily fled outside, calling out, Tiao move." Despite Tiao's hearing impairment, he was quite attuned to Zhao Hu's voice and promptly followed him out, darting off in whatever direction Zhao Hu took, disappearing in a flash. My uncle and Lord Zhao intended to pursue, but suddenly a stone hurtled toward them, obstructing their path. Just then, the notorious Braid entered the scene, cursing, "What on earth are you doing? Fighting on my turf. Do you not regard me at all?" Braid was a prominent figure in our locality, one who commanded respect and was not to be trifled with. In an instant, my uncle, Lord Zhao, and even Wu Loxi and Song Daniu began to placate Braid, assuring him that any damages would be compensated. Only then did Braid depart, still grumbling. After such commotion, Zhao Hu and Tiao had already fled far, making pursuit futile. Lord Zhao turned to Wu Loxi and declared, "That Zhao Hu, I shall not let him off easily. I will ensure you receive satisfaction." Wu Loxi replied affirmatively. "Then I shall await your good news." For someone like Lord Zhao, if he truly sought retribution against Zhao Hu, The latter's future would be fraught with difficulties. I could not bear to listen any longer. My heart was a tempest of frustration. I strode out. My uncle called my name twice, but I did not respond. I felt deeply disappointed in him. He no longer held the same stature in my eyes. Upon exiting the restaurant, I contemplated calling Zhao Hu, but remembered he did not possess a mobile phone. After some thought, I presumed he must have returned home, so I drove to his residence. Along the way, guilt gnawed at me, prompting me to purchase some cooked meat and side dishes. I was aware that Zhao Hu might disdain such offerings, yet I felt at a loss for alternatives. Upon arriving at Zhao Hu's home, I found him and Heir Tiao had indeed returned and were busy in the kitchen with a plucked chicken. Heir Tiao was kindling the fire while Zhao Hu stuffed the chicken with scallions, ginger, and garlic, immersed in his task. Zhao Hu suddenly exclaimed, Tiao, be careful not to scorch my jacket. The kitchen was quite warm, and Zhao Hu's jacket lay to the side. Heir Tiao retorted, what nonsense! Am I that clumsy? As he spoke, he tossed Zhao Hu's jacket into the flames. Zhao Hu muttered a few curses, but there was nothing to be done. He could only continue preparing the chicken. It seemed Zhao Hu was unperturbed by the earlier events, returning to his routine as if nothing had transpired. Nonetheless, I still felt a sense of guilt as I entered, carrying the food and Heir Tiao's butcher knife, my spirits low. Upon entering, I cast my gaze downward and said, Huzi, I am truly sorry. Zhao Hu looked up to see me, annoyance flickering in his eyes. Zhanglong, let me tell you, going out with you nearly cost me my leg. That Lord Zhao is truly despicable, and your uncle is complicit. Zhao Hu's words rang true, and I could only acquiesce in silence, lowering my head and remaining mute. However, as Zhao Hu spoke, he suddenly fell silent, his gaze fixated on the plastic bag in my hand. What is that? He inquired. I hastily lifted the bag, explaining that it contained some cooked meats, beef, donkey meat, and pig intestines. In a flash, Zhao Hu darted over, snatching the plastic bag from my grasp, his eyes gleaming with excitement. There is no need to feel guilty. It is your uncle and Lord Zhao who are in the wrong, not you. Besides, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Come, let us eat. It became evident to me that while Zhao Hu had little interest in money, he held a fondness for food. The chicken had been stewed to perfection, and the cooked meats were beautifully arranged on a plate as I, Zhao Hu, and Heir Tiao gathered beneath the grand locust tree in the yard. The aroma was delightful. Heir Tiao sniffed the air and asked, Can I invite my girlfriend to join us? This was the second time Heir Tiao mentioned his girlfriend. Zhao Hu replied, Just eat your food. Invite her next time. This marked the second time Zhao Hu had declined Heir Tiao's request. Perhaps he feared being a third wheel? Heir Tiao obediently refrained from further mention of his girlfriend, yet my curiosity only intensified. I yearned to know what she looked like. Such exquisite dishes deserved a drink to accompany them. Zhao Hu licked his lips. I'll go buy some, I said, rising to my feet. No need for that. Zhao Hu waved me off. Since you've come to my home, you should have to bring your own drinks. As he spoke, Zhao Hu grabbed a metal rod and began to dig beneath the locust tree. Much to my astonishment, he soon unearthed a brown jar. This is the old baijiu I personally buried 30 years ago. It has only been unearthed because of your arrival. Zhao Hu opened the lid and inhaled deeply. Ah, fragrant. I hesitated, daring to ask, May I inquire how old you are this year? 23, he replied. Oh, wait, I misspoke. This is the baijiu I buried 23 years ago. I found it hard to believe a single word. Regardless of its age, any presence of alcohol was a blessing. Togatea, Zhao Hu, Tiao, and I indulged in hearty drinking, each consuming at least a pound and becoming utterly intoxicated, lost in a haze. I once more expressed my apologies to Zhao Hu, who grasped my hand and said, Brother, what are you talking about? I hold no grievances against you. Recalling the events of that afternoon, I was overwhelmed with sorrow, and the effects of the alcohol brought forth tears. Wiping my eyes, I told Zhao Hu, Lord Zhao has vowed not to spare you. You should avoid the city for the next few days. With a dismissive wave, Zhao Hu retorted, Damn it, what kind of lord is he? I'm going to the city. Let him see what he can do to me. I knew that with Zhao Hu's temperament, he would never back down. Thus emboldened, I declared, Very well, if you go, I shall accompany you. If Lord Zhao intends to cripple you, I shall stand by your side. My uncle is my kin, and Lord Zhao has treated me well, but they cannot harm Zhao Hu. If they wish to harm him, they must first deal with me. That is my resolve. Good brother. Good brother. Zhao Hu exclaimed, patting my shoulder. I recognize you as my true brother. We embraced, weeping profusely. Erniao was utterly intoxicated, sprawled on the ground. Mumbling incoherently, "Ong ong." Presumably, Hong Hong was his girlfriend. Zhao Hu and I, in high spirits from our revelry, decided to forge a brotherhood. We casually tossed a few grass blades, lit several cigarettes, and offered our homage to heaven and earth, followed by a pledge of brotherhood, vowing to be as close as kin. When it came to our ages, Zhao Hu was a few months my senior. Thus he assumed the role of elder brother while I took on that of the younger sibling. We still addressed each other by our names, eschewing formalities. As our camaraderie deepened, we exchanged grand sentiments about sharing both joy and hardship, affirming that while we may not share the same birthday, we desire to depart this world together. I am not one to articulate my emotions easily, but once I speak, I am resolute in my commitments. I pointed skyward and declared, Huzi, with heaven as my witness, I shall never allow my uncle or Zhao Wang to harm your legs. Zhao Hu grasped my hand and exclaimed, with a brother like you, it's all worth it. Just then, my phone rang. It was my uncle calling. His call stirred my irritation. It would have been better if he hadn't. I answered, stating bluntly, Uncle, this is too much. You cannot treat Huzi this way. Just one thing. If you intend to harm him, first you must deal with me. Think it over. What are you talking about? My uncle mumbled on the other end of the line. Zhao Hu is the son of Zhao Wang. They are merely acting. Why take it so seriously? 042, the girlfriend of Ershio, Zhao Hu, is the son of Prince Zhao. Holding my phone, I was utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the connection between the two seemingly unrelated individuals. How could they possibly share a father-son relationship? I turned to my uncle, who appeared slightly inebriated, and inquired about the situation. My uncle revealed that Zhao was indeed the son of Prince Zhao, although much like the bond between us, their relationship was known to very few. During Prince Zhao's heyday, when he reigned supreme in the county, it is often the case that as one rises, their family becomes increasingly vulnerable, attracting the ire of envious foes. To protect his son, Prince Zhao concealed his existence from the public. Zhao, who, however, proved his mettle by thriving in school, where, despite the obscurity of his lineage, he was widely regarded as the future successor of Prince Zhao. This exemplifies the adage that a tiger's son is not a dog. Subsequent events are well known. As the local authorities began their campaign against crime, Prince Zhao withdrew from public life, while Zhao Hu, having crossed powerful individuals, was sentenced to several years in prison. Aware that even in retirement, he remained a target, Prince Zhao never visited his son, nor did he acknowledge him upon his release. This created a rift between them. However, Zhao Hu was pragmatic enough to understand his father's predicament, so he would only express his frustration verbally without severing ties completely. When Prince Zhao learned that the individuals assisting me in negotiations were his own son, he found amusement in the irony, noting that it was indeed peculiar how not being from the same family leads to such circumstances. Ultimately, he was pleased that Zhao Hu and I had forged a friendship. Before the negotiations, my uncle and Prince Zhao had conferred, recognizing that even if Wu Loxi and Song Danyu feigned cowardice temporarily, they would not relent. To provide a semblance of resolution, Prince Zhao devised a ruse, pretending to incapacitate Zhao Hu's leg, orchestrating an escape amidst the struggle. With the timely entrance of the braids being prearranged by him, he then confidently assured that he would capture Zhao Hu, though in reality, he had no intention of doing so. Since Zhao Hu resided in the village, his whereabouts remained a mystery to others. Even if he were to be apprehended for 3 to 5 years, Wu Loxi and Song Danyu would be powerless to intervene, and perhaps the matter would gradually dissipate, a mere tactic of delay. Upon hearing this, I finally grasped the situation. Like Wu Loxi and Song Danyu, I had been kept in the dark. Reflecting on my foolishness in attempting to rescue Zhao Hu and feeling guilty for bringing him food as an apology, I realized how naive I had been. I lamented to my uncle for not informing me sooner, to which he chuckled, saying, if I had told you earlier, how could we have made it so convincing? Indeed, my previous hysterics and loud protests would have been impossible to feign. I then asked my uncle if this charade would truly deceive Wu Loxi and Song Danyu, and whether they would genuinely let the matter rest. Uncle Air remarked, "Not necessarily. In this world, perfection is a rarity. However, they will surely lay low for a while. You must exercise caution as well. Be vigilant when you go out. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to call me. Never attempt to bear it alone. I have plenty of ways to deal with them." In Uncle Air's presence, he always exuded an aura of confidence. If it were anyone else, I might harbor some doubts, but with him, my faith is unwavering. After ending the call, I approached Zhao Hu. He was inebriated, lost to the world, babbling incoherently and belching repeatedly. "Brother, where have you been? Come and drink," Zhao Hu exclaimed, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. Supporting him, I asked, "Huzi, may I ask you something?" "What?" He replied, "Is Zhao Wangye your father?" "Nonsense," Zhao Hu shouted back. "I am his father." After uttering this declaration, he collapsed backward, snoring heavily. I shook my head in resignation and lay down to sleep as well. The weather was pleasantly warm, the wind rustling through the treetops while birds chirped. Zhao Hu and I, along with Air Tiao, each lay in our respective places, fast asleep. I lost track of time until suddenly someone shook my arm. I opened my eyes to see Air Tiao leaning over me, his eyes clouded. "Cheng-Yi, are you awake?" "I'll say it once more. My name is Zhonglong. Are you awake?" This time, Air Tiao seemed more coherent, likely because he had a request. I glanced at the sun sinking in the west and replied, "Not yet." "Well then, can you take me to find my girlfriend?" I realized that communicating with Air Tiao was quite challenging. Only Zhao Hu seemed to grasp his nuances. However, the mention of his girlfriend sparked my curiosity. "All right, I'll take you," I said, eager to discover what she was like. Zhao Hu was still asleep, snoring loudly, seemingly unbothered for the time being. Air Tiao and I exited the courtyard and got into my car. As darkness began to fall, I inquired about the location of his girlfriend. He provided me with an address, instructing me to drive there directly. I recognized the address as a rather chaotic area. Bustling with various small enterprises, street vendors and motels were abundant, suggesting that Air Tiao's girlfriend belonged to the lower echelons of society. Yet, in Air Tiao's eyes, she was truly exceptional. En route, he incessantly boasted about her beauty, kindness, and understanding nature, elevating her to the status of a celestial being. I found it amusing. After all, how could he ascertain her beauty without having seen her? Naturally, I refrained from voicing such thoughts, merely nodding along in agreement. "I haven't seen my girlfriend in a while," Air Tiao lamented. "Huzi never takes me along." I pondered, thinking how unfortunate it was that he needed someone else to facilitate his visits with her. I then wondered, couldn't he, his girlfriend, come to find him instead? I found myself at a loss for words, merely muttering, "I'll take you there later." Air Tiao had avenged my grudge against Juizi, and for that very reason, I felt compelled to assist him. Air Tiao exclaimed with delight, "Zhonglong, I truly appreciate your help." At last, he would no longer mispronounce my name. Following Air Tiao's directions, I drove to the bustling commercial district, which was a labyrinth of winding paths and colorful alleys. Who could discern the whereabouts of Air Tiao's girlfriend amidst this chaos? Fortunately, Air Tiao had a commendable memory and accurately recounted her location, allowing me to steer towards our destination. There, in this alley, Air Tiao instructed, "Continue straight ahead. The fifth establishment is where my girlfriend works." A blissful smile graced his face as he added, "She owns a quaint little shop." My curiosity piqued. I pressed the accelerator and maneuvered deeper into the alley. In the distance, I caught a glimpse of the fifth store's faade, its lighting peculiar and not indicative of a typical small business. Just then, my phone rang unexpectedly. As I parked, I fumbled to retrieve it. It was an unfamiliar number. "Have you arrived?" "Etiao inquilet e agali." "Yes, I have," I replied, all the while answering the call. "Who is this?" I asked, and, on the other end, I heard Zhao Hu's voice. "It's me, Huzi." So he possessed a mobile phone after all. "Hey, Huzi, have you finally awakened?" I said, stepping out of the car. Air Tiao, unable to contain his excitement, flung open the car door and dashed out, clearly eager to reunite with his girlfriend. Simultaneously, Zhao Hu pressed on. "Where are you and Air Tiao headed?" His tone was tinged with urgency. We're on our way to see his girlfriend. I began, but he interrupted, shouting frantically into the phone. Don't go there. Don't take him. Come back immediately. I was utterly perplexed. Why was Zhao Hu preventing Tiao from meeting his girlfriend? Did he harbor some peculiar inclination to keep Tiao close? What is going on? I asked, glancing towards a nearby shop. What I beheld was no ordinary store. Bathed in pink light, adorned with pink curtains, the grimy glass door revealed several heavily made-up women dressed provocatively, some smoking, others posing suggestively. Enticing passing men with calls to come in for some fun. We offer all kinds of services. It was a rather disreputable hair salon. Tiao, however, was already making his way toward this establishment. Tiao's girlfriend is a lady of the night. Zhao Hu exclaimed anxiously over the phone. I always arrange things beforehand. He has no idea of her true identity, believing she runs a shop. You mustn't take him there. If you do, it will all be unveiled. Tiao is quite fragile emotionally. He could easily fall apart. But Tiao had already pushed open the door and stepped inside. It was too late. I murmured to myself. From the fragmented words of Zhao Hu, I gathered a semblance of understanding regarding the situation. To put it succinctly, Tiao's girlfriend is involved in a rather dubious profession, and how the two of them came to be together remains a mystery. Each time Tiao visited her, Zhao Hu would meticulously orchestrate the encounter to prevent any slip-ups. Essentially, to keep the financial aspects hidden, ensuring that Tiao remained oblivious to the truth. While Tiao possesses a remarkable talent for violence, he is in every other regard as naive as a child, with a fragile psyche that cannot endure even the slightest setback. If one were to draw an analogy, Tiao resembles the blind character Abe Bing from The Dark Calculation. Gifted yet extraordinarily vulnerable. Zhao Hu recognized that this arrangement could not persist indefinitely. One cannot tread by the riverbank without getting one's shoes wet. Thus, he intentionally reduced the frequency of Tiao's visits to his girlfriend, hoping he would gradually forget about the mercenary woman who only valued money. However, in a moment of negligence, I inadvertently took Tiao there myself. Get him out quickly. Hurry, Zhao Hu urged, his impatience revealing the gravity of the situation. I immediately leapt from the vehicle and rushed towards the hair salon. Yet it was too late. Tiao had already entered. Normally, he walked with a certain clumsiness, but today he moved with unexpected ease, such as the power of love. I could only place my hopes in Tiao's somewhat dim-witted eyes and ears, praying he would see and hear nothing, for otherwise, I would be the one to bear the blame. My pace was swift, almost tailing Tiao as he stepped through the door. Upon entering, he exclaimed, Hong Hong, I'm here. Tiao's joy was palpable. As if he were celebrating a festival. Inside the salon, the group of women momentarily halted, then erupted into laughter. Hong Hong, your boyfriend has arrived. Another payday for you, hurry. Oh, why can't I encounter such a devoted man? I am utterly envious. The women exchanged banter, ostensibly expressing envy for Hong Hong. Yet their tones dripped with derision, clearly looking down upon Tiao, using the situation to mock her. Though they may be in the trade, there are still men they disdain. Seated within the salon were 7 or 8 women, and I could not discern who Hong Hong was amidst the buzzing in my head, anxious that Tiao might already be aware of everything. Fortunately, Tiao's eyes remained clouded with confusion as he remarked, so many people. Where are you? I quickly pulled Tiao outside, insisting that we had made a mistake, that we had not yet arrived at our destination. Tiao, perplexed, replied, That can't be right. This is the place. I've been here several times. How could we be mistaken? I insisted it was indeed an error, claiming I had taken a wrong turn earlier. Tiao. Before I could finish my sentence, a clear voice rang out behind us. Tiao turned around with excitement. I knew I wasn't in the wrong place. There were so many people in your shop just now. Who were they? I turned around and noticed a girl standing at the entrance of the hair washing salon, appearing to be just over 20. Her attire was quite befitting of her profession. A petite pink dress, fishnet stockings, and heavy makeup. To be candid, she was not exceptionally beautiful, yet possessed a unique charm, perhaps due to her youth, making her overall presence rather captivating. A girl like her sitting in a hair-washing salon could be considered a living advertisement. It turned out she was Hong Hong. It is said that men have two great pursuits. One is to drag respectable women into the mire, and the other is to persuade prostitutes to reform. At that moment, I found myself harboring similar thoughts. How could such a beautiful girl have fallen into such a life? Tiao was particularly sensitive to Hong Hong's voice, bombarding her with questions, to which she patiently responded. It's just those from next door dropping by. What brings you here today? I miss you, Tiao exclaimed, stepping closer to Hong Hong and taking her hand. His eyes were still clouded, yet he gazed at her with earnest tenderness. Hong Hong smiled, about to speak, when she suddenly noticed me behind Tiao, asking, "Who is that?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce you." Tiao immediately turned, pointing at me. "This is Zhang Long, my friend. He brought me here." In that moment, Tiao conversed with the fluidity of a normal person, revealing that, apart from Zhao Hu, Hong Hong was also capable of this. I had always believed that anyone able to communicate with Tiao was extraordinary. Hong Hong looked at me with a hint of surprise, as if she could hardly believe that Tiao had other friends. I quickly added, "I met Tiao through Zhao Hu." Hong Hong certainly knew Zhao Hu and responded with an understanding "oh." Upon mentioning Zhao Hu, a thought struck me, and I immediately fished out 500 yuan from my pocket and handed it to Hong Hong. Zhao Hu had mentioned that every time he brought Tiao along, he would give Hong Hong some money in advance, allowing her to play the role of Tiao's girlfriend. I was unsure of the exact amount required, but I estimated that 500 should suffice, as it couldn't be more than what was typically required for such an arrangement. To my surprise, Hong Hong declined the money, shaking her head and softly saying, "I can just keep him company. No need for money." It appeared that Hong Hong understood Tiao well, knowing what he could or could not hear. However, it seemed to differ from Zhao Hu's assertion that she only recognized money, not people. Before I could ponder this further, Hong Hong took the initiative to link her arm with Tiao's and gently suggested, "Tiao, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go have a meal together." "Sure," Tiao replied, beaming like a child. "What about your shop?" "No worries, my friend will keep an eye on it." Hand in hand, Hong Hong and Tiao ventured deeper into the alley. I felt somewhat superfluous, yet as Tiao's primary guardian at that moment, I had no choice but to follow. They arrived at a hot pot restaurant, seated across from each other, ordering a clear broth base along with a plethora of ingredients. Night had fully descended, and though I was quite hungry, I did not wish to intrude upon their moment, so I sat at a separate table, tending to my own meal. For me, ensuring Tiao's well-being was sufficient. To be candid, the subsequent scene left me quite astonished, for Hong Hong was exceedingly kind to Ershio, even assisting in extracting the vegetables, cooling them down, and placing them into Ershio's bowl. Each clove of sweet garlic was meticulously peeled before being offered to Ershio. Ershio smiled blissfully, and Hong Hong shared in his joy. Were one unaware of their true identities, one might easily mistake them for a couple deeply in love. Just then, Zhao Hu called again. "How is it now?" he inquired anxiously. "Have you managed to drag him out?" "Not yet." I glanced at Ershio, who was cozily nestled with Hong Hong, and recounted everything that had transpired, including the fact that Hong Hong had not taken any money from me. "This is strange," Zhao Hu murmured on the line. "What has caused this sudden change in her character?" While it was true that Hong Hong had her flaws, I suddenly found myself disinclined to hear Zhao Hu speak of her in such a manner. "Please don't say that," I replied. "She's quite a good person." Zhao Hu shrugged it off. "As long as Ershio is fine, just make sure to keep an eye on him and bring him back safely." "Rest assured," I assured him. After finishing their hot pot, Hong Hong and Ershio strolled hand in hand outside. This commercial hub was indeed chaotic, filled with an assortment of characters, shops lining the streets one after another. Yet, even the longest street must come to an end, and the shops gradually became sparse, while the stars above grew increasingly radiant. At the last roadside vendor, Hong Hong purchased a handful of sparklers and then moved to a completely darkened area to ignite them. The brilliant fireworks illuminated a small patch of the night sky. "Ershio, can you see?" Hong Hong waved the sparkler in front of him. "I can see a little." Ershio replied with a silly grin. "That's great. Just hold on to it. I'll be over in a moment." Hong Hong stuffed a generous handful of sparklers into Urshio's hands and began walking towards me. I quickly straightened up. I must be going, Hong Hong said, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Oh, won't you say goodbye to him? I asked, glancing at Urshio, who was still grinning foolishly while holding the sparkler. There's no way to explain, Hong Hong replied. Today is my last day at work, and my family has arranged a marriage for me. I need to go back to get married. At last, I comprehended the meaning of her departure. It seemed that those in Hong Hong's line of work often followed this pattern, spending a period of time before casually marrying someone. Why couldn't that someone be Urshio? Hong Hong's expression turned cold. My mother is gravely ill. I am merely 10,000 away from gathering the necessary funds for her surgery, and that person can provide it. Well, I won't say more. Please take good care of Urshio for me. He is quite an innocent boy, and I wouldn't want him to be hurt. Just tell him I've gone to work in another city. After delivering this message, Hong Hong turned and walked away without bidding farewell to Urshio, who remained blissfully unaware, waving his sparkler cheerfully. I sighed deeply and approached Urshio. Urshio, Hong Hong said a friend needed her urgently, so she has to go solve something. Allow me to escort you home. What can I say about working away from home? I would rather not speak of it. Perhaps I should let Zhao Hu address it instead. Alas, why was there no word of it at all? Etiao, feeling dejected, had no choice but to accompany me back to the car. I drove him homeward. However, Tiao, being somewhat simple-minded, soon regained his spirited demeanor, incessantly boasting about Hong Hong and inquiring if she was indeed a wonderful girl, both gentle and beautiful. What could I say? I could only affirm, yes, indeed. Your girlfriend is the most beautiful in the world. He. Hearing my praise for Hong Hong brought Tiao immense joy. By the way, Zhang Long, he suddenly remarked, you drive such a fine car. You must be quite wealthy. I replied, not at all. This is our company's vehicle. Oh, then as a driver, you must earn a decent sum, right? I said, it's all right. I have some savings. Assuming Tiao was merely engaging in casual conversation, I responded nonchalantly. Suddenly, he asked, could you lend me 100,000 yuan? I looked at Tiao in astonishment. He turned to me, tears streaming down his face. I can protect you, the fifth jade pendant of old affections, as I present my thoughts. This is the first time I have witnessed Urshio in such a manner. I initially believed he was a simpleton, with a mind as innocent as a child. However, I later discovered that although his eyesight is poor, he possesses a unique ability. His vision improves in darker environments, surpassing that of an average person. In the vicinity of the fireworks, everything that Hong Hong and I discussed was crystal clear to Urshio. Due to his hearing impairment, he mastered the art of reading lips at an early age. I have come to understand her purpose, yet I harbored no regrets about our acquaintance. Given my own circumstances, I have no right to disdain others. She truly is the most gentle and beautiful girl I have ever encountered. I yearn to be with her, to share my life with her. During a phone conversation with Zhao Hu, I learned about how Urshio and Hong Hong met, a rather amusing tale. Once while strolling down the street, Urshio happened to brush past Hong Hong and, in a moment of whimsy, declared her to be his soulmate, compelling Zhao Hu to assist him in obtaining her contact information. After some investigation, Zhao Hu discovered that she was a courtesan. He cursed under his breath, but, unable to withstand Urshio's persistence, arranged for them to meet. With Zhao Hu footing the bill each time, they never engaged in anything beyond dining and chatting. Yet Urshio always left those encounters elated, repeatedly expressing his desire to marry Hong Hong. Each time he voiced such sentiments, Zhao Hu would curse again, but Urshio was earnest. As Urshio spoke, he began to weep once more. But I am powerless. I have worked for several years and have only saved a few thousand yuan. I loathe my own inadequacy. Zhang Long, if you have the means, lend me 100,000. I would devote my life to serving you and will repay you. Urshio seemed on the verge of kneeling, but the confined space of the car hindered him from turning around or bending his legs. I pulled over to the side of the road, supporting him as I said, Urshio, I will lend you the money. His tears flowed more freely, soaking his entire face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. In truth, I am somewhat frugal. I have been impoverished and often reluctant to part with my money. When Hong Hong spoke of her mother's situation, I felt a pang of concern. Yet I did not succumb to an overwhelming sense of charity. Firstly, I hardly knew Hong Hong, and secondly, I was not in a position to lavish my resources indiscriminately. After all, this is the hard-earned money of my uncle. However, Ursio is different. He has rendered me significant assistance. He was the one who dealt with the threat posed by Zhu Zi. Moreover, Zhao Hu and I share a brotherhood, and since Ursio is a close friend of his, I could not turn a blind eye to his plight. As the saying goes, one should assist in times of urgency rather than in times of poverty. And Ursio is indeed in dire need. I led Ursio to the garment factory. It was nighttime, making it impossible to withdraw cash from the bank, but fortunately, the factory held some cash reserves. I promptly called my uncle, who instructed me to retrieve money from his office safe. My uncle is far more generous than I. He does not place much value on money and often shares his wealth freely. Workers in need of a loan typically encounter no obstacles. I wrapped the wallet in a plastic bag and returned to the car to hand it over to Air Tiao. Air Tiao caressed the stacks of money, tears streaming down his face once more. Zhang as long as I, Air Tiao, am alive, I will forever remember your kindness today. I patted his shoulder, reassuring him that it wasn't such a grave matter, and suggested we go find Hong Hong. She had mentioned that today was her last day of work. If we couldn't persuade her to stay, it would be challenging to find her again in the future, so we had to act swiftly. I drove Air Tiao back to the hair salon where Hong Hong worked. Through the glass door, a throng of heavily made-up women greeted us. I quickly spotted Hong Hong sitting on the sofa, her head bowed, appearing quite despondent, in stark contrast to the other chattering girls. Air Tiao, clutching the plastic bag, hurriedly entered the salon, and I followed closely behind. Hong Hong, Hong Hong, Air Tiao called out anxiously, fearful that she might have already left. The bright lights in the salon made it difficult for him to see anything clearly. Hong Hong lifted her head in surprise and exclaimed, "Why are you back again?" The other women erupted in laughter, hurling various jibes, viewing Air Tiao as nothing more than a source of amusement. Fortunately, Air Tiao couldn't hear their taunts. Amidst the cacophony, he could only discern Hong Hong's voice. Leaning against the door, I suddenly found a moment rather romantic. In this entire world, I could hear only your voice. Following that sound, Air Tiao rushed to Hong Hong, placing the plastic bag before her and urgently stating, "Hong Hong, I've brought the money. Don't marry anyone else." As she opened the bag, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the numerous red bills. The other women were equally taken aback. How could this seemingly foolish Air Tiao possibly produce 100,000 yuan? "How did you?" Hong Hong asked, her expression one of disbelief. Before she could finish her sentence, Air Tiao grasped her hand and declared, "Hong Hong, I want to marry you." Hong Hong lowered her head, silent, tears cascading down her cheeks. "What's wrong?" Air Tiao asked nervously. "Are you crying?" "Air Tiao." Hong Hong sobbed softly. "Take the money back. I will not marry you." "Why?" Air Tiao's voice trembled with uncertainty. "I am afraid of being bullied," Hong Hong whispered. "I need a man who can protect me, who can shield me from the storms of life." As she spoke, she withdrew her hand from Air Tiao's grip. Clearly, she did not believe that he possessed such capability. Indeed, how could a man who was deaf and nearly blind, seemingly incapable of much at all, provide a safe haven for the woman he loved? Nevertheless, Air Tiao held on her hand tightly, his tone resolute as he insisted, "I can do it. I can protect you. Trust me." Hong Hong shook her head, pulling her hand away once more, and said, "Air Tiao, you should go now. Thank you for your heartfelt intentions." Air Tiao wanted to say something more, but Hong Hong had already risen and walked toward the inner rooms. Ong Ong. Air Tiao was in a state of panic, utterly unaware of Hong Hong's whereabouts. His hands flailed in the air aimlessly, scattering a plastic bag full of money across the floor. The other women rushed to pick up the scattered bills, yet a sharp reprimand from me silenced them, leaving them hesitant. I sighed, stepped forward to gather the money, and grasped Air Tiao's hand, urging him to leave. "No, I must find Hong Hong." Air Tiao's strength was formidable, and he swiftly pushed me aside. Just as I prepared to pull him back, the door of the hair salon swung open, and a heavily intoxicated man staggered in. The women in the room shuddered at the sight of him, instinctively retreating, clearly fearful of his presence. It was the infamous Black Bear. What should I do? I refused to take his clientele. Last time, one of the girls was left bedridden for an entire week after being with him. The worst part is, he doesn't even pay. Men like him are utterly repugnant. Keep your voice down. If he takes notice, we're doomed. Several women whispered to one another, glancing away or engrossing themselves in their phones, desperately avoiding his gaze. Black Bear? I recalled that name, knowing he was a notorious figure in the old city, on par with DeFay, though he had not fared as well. At least DeFay had his own business and was financially secure, whereas Black Bear was the epitome of a rogue, causing trouble and fighting when intoxicated. Everyone dreaded his presence and wished to keep their distance. Stumbling further into the room, Black Bear's eyes landed on Hong Hong, who was about to enter the back room. Hey, little beauty, where are you off to? Come and keep me company for a while. Black Bear chuckled, grabbing Hong Hong's arm with an iron grip. The other women regarded Hong Hong with sympathy, clearly aware of Black Bear's notorious reputation. Even the seasoned workers were intimidated by him. Hong Hong's expression shifted dramatically, her voice trembling. Master Bear, I'm not feeling well today. How dare you show me such disrespect? Black Bear barked, striking Hong Hong and sending her sprawling to the floor. He then bent down, hoisting her over his shoulder and marching toward the bed in the back room. Hong Hong pleaded for mercy, repeatedly insisting that she was unwell, but Black Bear was unmoved, carelessly tossing her onto the bed and tearing at her clothing. Tiao couldn't discern Black Bear's words, but could clearly hear Hong Hong's distress. What is happening? He asked anxiously, stepping into the back room. Hong Hong, what is wrong? Black Bear's amusement was abruptly interrupted, and he turned, fuming. Who dares to interrupt? Get lost, or I'll skin you alive. Yet Tiao paid him no heed, continuing to advance, calling out for Hong Hong. Damn it! Black Bear seethed, striding toward Tiao. Tiao, go! Go! Hong Hong cried, her clothing in tatters. Although she had no intention of marrying Tiao, she certainly didn't want him to suffer for her sake. Tiao reminded undeterred, pressing onward. Hong Hong, has someone wronged you? I'm here to protect you. His anxiety intensified. Who the hell are you? The Black Bear let out a curse as he approached Urshio, raising his fist the size of a sand pot, ready to strike with great force. He was evidently confident in his strength. Many in the old town had fallen before his mighty blow, and even the formidable Dafei dared not flaunt his bravado in his presence. The frail figure before him seemed destined to be severely wounded by his punch. However, just as he was about to unleash his fury, his fist came to an abrupt halt. Urshio had raised his hand, firmly grasping the Black Bear's fist. The Black Bear was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this seemingly foolish individual could so effortlessly seize his blow. Perhaps he had indulged a bit too much, he thought, as he lifted his other fist to strike again. Yet, before he could act, a blade pierced through his abdomen. The Black Bear's gaze grew vacant as he incredulously stared at the person before him, feeling his strength wane, until he gradually succumbed to the ground. Urshio sheathed his knife at his waist and calmly addressed Hong Hong, saying, You see, I am capable of protecting you. I found myself in a chilling abyss. Urshio may not excel in various endeavors, yet his prowess in combat is unparalleled. The once invincible dagger in the old district stood no chance against him, let alone the notorious Black Bear. The Black Bear, after a mere 2 sways, succumbed to the ground, a conclusion I had anticipated from the outset, having no intention of intervening, but merely feeling sympathy for the unfortunate creature. Hong Hong was so petrified that she sat on the bed, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before her. Outside, the women, alerted by the commotion, peeked in, only to be met with the sight of the fallen Black Bear, which sent them into a panicked frenzy as they fled. Urshio stood resolutely, the bloodied cleaver still dripping at his side, projecting the image of solitary and desolate swordsman. During confrontations, he always exhibited an icy demeanor. Just wait, he muttered, as the Black Bear, tougher than the average man, crawled away, clutching his abdomen. I did not hinder him. I too believed he ought to seek medical attention. Once the Black Bear departed, Hong Hong seemed to regain her senses, leaping up to confront Urshio, urgently pushing him and exclaiming, You must leave. The Black Bear will return for revenge. It was evident that the Black Bear was infamous in these parts, instilling fear in everyone. I will not leave, Ursio declared, standing tall. Let him come for vengeance. If I blink, I shall consider it a defeat. In matters of combat, Ursio had never known fear. This former top blade of the vocational school, reportedly undefeated thus far, had faced up to 20 assailants at once and effortlessly escaped unharmed, with even Zhao Hu oblivious to his limits. Regrettably, Hong Hong was unaware of this. She believed Ursio's defeat of the Black Bear was mere happenstance, and continued to urge him to depart. I will not leave. I will not leave, Ursio proclaimed like a stubborn child, plopping onto the bed. I want you to know that I can protect you. Hong Hong was distraught, turning to me for assistance, pleading that I persuade Ursio to leave promptly, lest they be unable to escape when the Black Bear returned with reinforcements. However, I felt no concern, smirking as I said, I can't convince him to go. Do you not realize how stubborn he is? Ursio raised his chin and said, Hong Hong, trust me, I can protect you. I may not have much money now, but I will strive to provide. Take this 100,000 for your mother's medical expenses. If it falls short, let me know, and I will find a way. I approached and handed the plastic bag of money to Hong Hong. For a moment, she was silent, then suddenly crouched down, cradling her head and sobbing softly. What's wrong? Ursio panicked, reaching out to touch her face. Why are you so foolish? Hong Hong lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do you not think I am filthy? No. In my eyes, you are the purest. Ursio cradled her face, his gaze sincere and his tone resolute. Hong Hong ceased her words, collapsing into Ursio's embrace, weeping heartily as they held each other tightly. Whether it be Ursio or Hong Hong, both lead humble existences in this world, inconspicuous even among the throngs of humanity. Yet, they persist in their efforts to love fiercely and to radiate their unique light. Observing the two individuals embracing and weeping moved my heart profoundly, compelling me to consider reaching out to Zhou Qing with a phone call. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The scoundrel who had stabbed me was here. It was the voice of He Xiong, back so swiftly, and, judging by the sound, at least a dozen people accompanied him. I was taken aback as I peered outside, and indeed, He Xiong staggered in, clutching his abdomen. His resilience was remarkable, returning for vengeance rather than seeking medical attention after sustaining a wound. Such illogical obstinacy often defies comprehension. Following He Xiong were shadowy figures, a dozen or so individuals, each armed with weapons. Although I held considerable faith in Ursio, I could not guarantee his ability to contend with so many adversaries. In a flurry, I seized a chair from his side. Hong Hong, having heard the commotion outside, paled and exclaimed, Ursio, He Xiong has brought people. You must leave quickly. Yet Ursio stood firm. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his knife, facing the doorway with formidable presence. He Xiong, clutching his abdomen, blood seeping profusely, stumbled in and pointed at Ursio, declaring, It was him, this madman stabbed me. Oh, He Xiong, how far you have fallen. To be stabbed on your own turf, and then summon me for retribution. What am I to make of you? The individuals trailing He Xiong spoke nonchalantly, their tone languid and laced with mockery, evidently brimming with confidence, rarely deigning to regard others as threats. The audacity of this person to jest at He Xiong's expense hinted at a notable status in the old district, one that likely rivaled He Xiong's own. However, his voice seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to recognize Da Fei. How surprising that He Xiong had enlisted Da Fei's aid. It appeared He Xiong's standing had indeed diminished, lacking even his own allies. Enough chatter, just take care of that fellow. He Xiong bellowed, a blend of rage and agony evident in his voice, his wound inflicting unbearable pain, compelling him to seek medical assistance post-haste. I know. Da Fei strolled in with an air of nonchalance, a toothpick dangling from his lips, epitomizing swagger. Da Fei's gaze fell upon me first, momentarily frozen. Zhang Long. Then his eyes landed on Ursio, his astonishment deepening. Having witnessed the fierce confrontation between Ursio and the drill, Da Fei understood the prowess of Ursio, and seeing the knife in his hand, made his legs tremble. That one, He Xiong shouted, pointing at Ursio, attack. Da Fei, paralyzed with fear, dared not comply, shaking uncontrollably. Ursio, unable to discern the situation clearly. Sensed the arrival of foes and charged forward with his cleaver raised. "Godfather!" Dafe exclaimed, his toothpick falling from his mouth as he summoned all his strength to cry out. "Spare me." At last, Urscio caught a hint of the commotion, halting his actions and staring at Dafe in bewilderment. Having narrowly escaped a perilous situation, Dafe panted heavily, wiping the cold sweat that trickled down his forehead. Beside him, the black bear appeared bewildered. What did you call him?" "Godfather," Dafe replied, glancing at the knife still hovering above his head while continuing to wipe away the perspiration. The black bear regarded Tiao, who was in his 20s, then looked at Dafe, who was in his 30s, his mind evidently struggling to comprehend, as he asked in confusion, "Why? Do you remember my father?" Dafe responded while wiping his sweat, "The one named Zhao Hu." "Ah, yes, he's quite the fierce one, isn't he? Didn't he just get out of prison not long ago?" "Indeed, he is my father's closest brother. Shouldn't I call him Godfather?" The black bear's expression shifted to one of dawning realization, his gaze towards Tiao now laden with complexity, seemingly understanding why he had faced the blade. "Godfather, I truly had no idea it was you," Dafe said, ingratiatingly bowing and scraping. "I apologize for intruding on your moment. I shall take my leave." Seizing the opportunity before Tiao's knife fell, Dafe hastily retreated, with the black bear following suit, disappearing without a trace. However, Tiao remained oblivious to the unfolding events, still brandishing the knife, looking left and right in perplexity, muttering, "Where did they go?" I approached him and pressed his blade down, assuring him that it was nothing serious, that Dafe had already departed. I marveled at how Tiao's eyes and ears seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive, for the darker the surroundings, the clearer his vision. And the closer the friends, the better he could hear. Tiao and I had grown familiar with one another, our exchanges becoming increasingly lucid. So was Dafe. Tiao scoffed. He must have been terrified. This was no exaggeration. It was indeed the case. Tiao turned back, revealing an innocent smile as he remarked to Hong Hong, "Do you now believe I can protect you?" Hong Hong was utterly astonished. In her mind, both Dafe and the black bear were figures of utmost terror, nightmares to countless souls in the old district. Yet before Tiao, they behaved like submissive children, even addressing him as Godfather. How could this not astonish and shock Hong Hong? Having worked in a hair salon, she and her sisters had often faced harassment and bullying from local ruffians, and she had often contemplated finding a strong man to safeguard her. Now it seemed that this formidable protector stood right before her. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she once again leaped into Tiao's embrace, and they shared another heartfelt hug. Amidst my own emotions, I suddenly realized that Tiao's prowess in wooing women was exceptional. His courage and boldness far surpassed mine. I couldn't help but feel inspired, as if I were infused with newfound strength. Quietly, I withdrew, allowing them their privacy while also tending to my own affairs. Standing in the disheveled alley, I dialed Zhou Qing's number. After a long wait, she finally answered. "Are you still angry with me?" I inquired. "Not anymore." Zhou Qing's voice was low. "Cheng Yi has explained everything to me." "Well, that is a relief." I exhaled deeply. "Is there anything else?" she asked, listening to her voice. It seemed that her mood was rather somber, perhaps akin to what Cheng Yi had mentioned. She had yet to fully accept the reality of the situation. I hurriedly spoke, fearful that she might end the call. Taking a deep breath, I declared, "Zhou Qing, I have feelings for you. Would you be my girlfriend?" This confession required all the courage I could muster, having been bottled up in my heart for many years. Upon uttering those words, I felt an immense sense of relief wash over me. Now, I awaited Zhou Qing's response, confident in the bond we shared. We were merely separated by a thin veil of hesitation, as even Cheng Yi had suggested. At last, it seemed we were on the brink of being together. However, to my astonishment, Zhou Qing fell silent, leaving me in an unsettling quiet. "Zhou Qing, please speak to me," I urged, but the line remained mute, save for her soft, shallow breaths. Just as I began to feel perplexed, a muffled voice emerged from the other end. "Who is it?" Clearly, there was someone else beside Zhou Qing. Upon hearing that voice, I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss. A chill enveloped my entire being. It was Wu Yunfeng. As I wished you success, I prepared to confess my feelings to Zhou Qing after resolving matters with Wu Yunfeng, a plan I had meticulously devised for quite some time. Now that I had summoned the courage to do so, a disquieting revelation struck me. Wu Yunfeng's voice was unmistakable, even if it were to be reduced to ashes. How could he be in Zhou Qing's company? It was already past 10 in the evening, a rather late hour. What could possibly bring them together? The mere thought sent a chill through me, leaving me trembling from head to toe. Clutching my phone, I was on the verge of seeking clarity when Zhou Qing abruptly interrupted. Sing, I can't talk right now. I'm busy. The line went dead, replaced by the monotonous tone of disconnection. Frustration welled within me as I attempted to call her back, but she refused to answer. Moments later, she turned off her phone entirely, and my mind buzzed with a cacophony of fear and anger. I had always prided myself on my composure, yet in situations like this, I found myself utterly unhinged. Having never encountered such turmoil before, I forced myself to regain my composure and scrutinize the current predicament. It was evident that Zhou Qing and Wu Yunfeng were indeed together. But what were they doing? Was Zhou Qing there willingly, or had Wu Yunfeng coerced her? The fact that Zhou Qing answered the phone seemed to suggest that abduction was unlikely. Yet, driven by selfish concerns, I found myself wishing for the latter. The alternative was far too terrifying to contemplate. I dialed Wu Yunfeng's number, and upon recognizing my caller ID, he answered with a scornful expletive. What do you want? Just so you know, our business is far from over. I had anticipated this response. After all, neither Wu Loxi nor Song Daniu would let me off the hook easily. However, my immediate concern was not about them, but rather the urgency of my inquiry. What have you done to Zhou Qing? Wu Yunfeng paused momentarily before retorting. You really think you stand a chance with Zhou Qing? Take a good look in the mirror and know your place. He then hung up, leaving me trembling even more violently, as if consumed by an internal blaze. I yearned to confront him, to deliver a blow that would render him incapable of self-sufficiency for the rest of his days. Yet, I was oblivious to his whereabouts, and the fire within me had no outlet. Suddenly, a thought struck me, a lifeline in my turmoil. I hastily dialed another number. Cheng Yi. The moment the call connected, I called out her name. Cheng Yi was Zhou Qing's closest friend. Surely she could shed light on Zhou Qing's whereabouts and activities. On the other end, the chaos was palpable. It appeared Cheng Yi was at some sort of gathering. This girl, indeed, had a carefree spirit. Just yesterday, she had been embroiled in a brawl, and today she was reveling again. What's going on? Cheng Yi yelled. Find a quiet place to talk. I shouted back, not merely to ensure she heard me, but to vent my anxiety. Cheng Yi, ever obedient, quickly sought a tranquil spot and asked me what was the matter. Her tone laced with urgency. I hurriedly recounted the recent events to her, my voice tinged with despair and trembling as I lamented, they must be together. I have no idea what they are doing. Do not fret, Cheng Yi reassured me. I vouch for Zhou Qing. She is not the type you imagine. Even if they are together at this moment, there must be a reason behind it. Just wait a moment. Let me inquire. All right. I hung up, placing all my hopes in Cheng Yi. Although Zhou Qing's phone was off, Wu Yunfeng's number was still reachable. And I fervently wished that Cheng Yi's inquiries would prove more fruitful than mine. Standing in the chaotic alley, I looked up to see the hair salon, where Tiao and Hong Hong were still entwined in a sticky embrace. The more affection they displayed, the more my own anguish was magnified. What a predicament I found myself in. It felt as though I was nearing the end of a long march only to be struck down by the enemy at the last moment. The waiting was interminable, a torment that truly made me grasp the meaning of time stretching like an eternity. At last, the phone rang. Upon answering, I was disheartened to discover it was Zhao Hu. Reluctantly, I accepted the call as he inquired about my situation, asking whether I had returned Tiao. Zhao Hu expressed genuine concern for his friend, and as I had not yet had the chance to share the earlier events with him, I recounted everything that had just transpired. Upon learning that Tiao had borrowed 100,000 yuan to pursue Hong Hong and had even had a scuffle with He Xiong, Zhao Hu exclaimed, "What the hell is that woman thinking? Is pocket money not enough? She wants to swindle 100,000? Er Tiao is foolish. Are you also foolish? How could you lend her money? You are quite extravagant, lending 100,000 so casually. Zhao, who seemed to harbor considerable prejudice against Hong Hong. However, it is not entirely unwarranted. Who does not possess a certain bias against women of her profession? In this day and age, anyone willing to work would not go hungry. Those in such professions are often associated with labels of deceit, laziness, and a disregard for human relationships. So it is hardly surprising that people tend to view them through a distorted lens. Yet, Hong Hong seemed to be somewhat different. I urged Zhao Hu to temper his harsh opinions of her, mentioning that Er Tiao genuinely liked Hong Hong and that they appeared quite well suited together. Well suited, my foot. Zhao Hu scoffed. My brother is a fine gentleman. Why should he settle for a woman of ill repute? Much like certain parents who believe their own children to be the most charming, Zhao Hu viewed Er Tiao as a paragon of virtue. I could only smile wryly, suggesting that we could not simply thwart their union, as that would only provoke Er Tiao further. Zhao Hu understood this sentiment, muttering, that Hong Hong better turn over a new leaf starting today. If she dares to wrong Er Tiao in any way, I shall strip her of her skin. Regardless, Zhao Hu had at least momentarily come to terms with Hong Hong. After chatting with Zhao Hu for a while longer, he insisted that I ensure Er Tiao was safely returned before hanging up. Just then, Cheng Yi called me again. I promptly answered, and she informed me that she had gathered all the details. I quickly inquired about the situation, but Cheng Yi teased me, playfully declaring, if you wish to know, treat me to a meal. Listening to her tone, I could tell that nothing was amiss. Otherwise, she would not be so teasing. Nevertheless, curiosity got the better of me, and I inquired about the situation, assuring her that dining together posed no issue. Any time would suffice. So it was decided, you now owe me a meal. Following this, Cheng Yi recounted the entire sequence of events. She had initially attempted to call Zhou Qing, but was unable to reach her and subsequently contacted Wu Yinfeng. The two exchanged heated words over the phone, yet ultimately, Zhou Qing was reached. It turned out that Wu Yinfeng had recently undergone surgery and, due to excruciating pain, had become exceedingly irritable, hurling various items in the hospital room. He specifically demanded Zhou Qing's presence to care for him, threatening to refuse treatment if she did not comply, even going so far as to remove the foreign needle. Left with no alternative, Wu Loxi dispatched someone to summon Zhou Qing, who, after much persuasion, reluctantly agreed to visit. With Zhou Qing's arrival, Wu Yinfeng indeed became considerably calmer. The outburst ceased, and he no longer threw things about. However, Zhou Qing was equally distressed. She harbored a strong dislike for Wu Yinfeng and had only come to the hospital out of necessity, stating that she would leave as soon as he fell asleep. So that was the story. Yet, I still anxiously asked, won't he do anything to Zhou Qing, will he? Cheng Yi replied, brother, do you have any idea what condition Wu Yinfeng is in? He is still lying in his hospital bed. What could he possibly do? Does he possess the capability? Indeed, with one leg incapacitated, Wu Yinfeng was hardly in a position to act. Still, I expressed my concern, but it cannot remain this way. If he is bedridden indefinitely, Zhou Qing would be obliged to care for him for the rest of her life. Wu Yinfeng was like an indomitable cockroach. I had warned him repeatedly to cease his pursuit of Zhou Qing, yet he persisted in his tenacity. Song Dao, too, was a source of consternation. His future son-in-law had his sights set on another woman, and he, as the prospective father-in-law, remained unperturbed. I found myself perplexed. Wu Yinfeng truly seemed to have forgotten the consequences of his actions. Had I not been sufficiently severe? It appeared I should not have been lenient the last time. Cheng Yi reassured me. Do not worry. Zhou Qing is not foolish. How could she possibly care for him indefinitely? Her visit was merely an act of humanitarianism, and she will return home shortly, never to return. I sighed in relief, realizing I had been overthinking. There was no way Zhou Qing would rekindle old flames with him. After all, Wu Yinfeng had sent a sharp object to jab at her. She would have to be incredibly naive to consider returning. I remarked that Zhou Qing should have communicated more clearly with me. Cheng Yi responded, she feared that you might overthink things. I countered, am I truly so petty? It is her silence that leads me to overthink. After chatting with Cheng Yi for a while, my spirits lifted considerably. We then turned our attention to the topic of confessions. I mentioned that my earlier attempt had been unsuccessful, and I intended to try again. Cheng-Yi eagerly asked when. I replied, I fear that prolonged waiting may lead to further complications. Perhaps tomorrow would be best. Cheng-Yi agreed, saying, all right, arrange it for tomorrow evening, and invite a few of our former classmates as witnesses, aiming for a grand and romantic confession that will be etched in memory for a lifetime. Cheng-Yi was a veritable genius in this regard, a seasoned expert in romance. Listening to her plans stirred a sense of excitement within me, for it felt as though success was imminent, and Zhou Qing and I were on the verge of being together. Yet, due to a long-standing sense of inferiority, I couldn't help but ask with a hint of trepidation, will it truly succeed? What if Zhou Qing does not acquiesce? Cheng-Yi replied, how could it possibly fail? Just look at who is assisting you. After boasting about her own merits for a while, she continued, oh, Zhonglong, I expected you to be different from before, yet you still appear so feeble. Whatever happened to the boldness you showed when confronting Wu Yunfeng? Rest assured, I have discreetly gauged the situation several times. Zhou Qing undoubtedly harbors feelings for you. As long as you are sincere and courageous, success is virtually guaranteed. With Cheng-Yi's encouragement, I felt a wave of reassurance wash over me, and my courage surged. I decided then and there that tomorrow night I would formally confess my feelings to Zhou Qing. Cheng-Yi exuberantly proclaimed, wishing you swift success. Zhonglong, today you look quite dashing. I have added another piece to my collection of jade pendants, the sixth one, in honor of my enduring affection for the past. After hanging up the phone, I felt a delightful thrill welling up inside me, a sense of excitement that was almost overwhelming. Zhou Qing has long been the goddess of my secret admiration, and the thought of soon being together with her kept me awake through the night. Having resolved a formidable adversary and won the affection of a beauty, it felt like a scene straight out of an idol drama. I could hardly believe it was happening to me. After calming my tumultuous emotions, I re-entered the hair salon, where Tiao and Hong Hong were still entwined in each other's embrace, whispering sweet nothings, an utterly nauseating sight. Tiao, it's getting late. We should be leaving. I interjected forcefully. No. Tiao tightened his hold on Hong Hong and retorted, I'm not leaving. You can go back by yourself. The meaning of forgetting loyalty in the face of beauty became all too clear to me. Tiao, urging him to stop fooling around and to come back with me, promising she would find him after finishing her chores. Tiao, ever obedient to Hong Hong, happily agreed in his Sichuan accent, emerging from the salon with me. Hong Hong waved goodbye to us from the roadside. I drove Tiao back to the slaughterhouse and exchanged a few words with Zhao Hu before returning to the garment factory. It was already past midnight when I texted Zhou Qing to inquire if she had returned home. A short while later, she replied that she was indeed home, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The night dragged on with my mind racing, and I only managed to doze off briefly just before dawn. Early the next morning, I set out to pick up Zhou Qing. Due to the incident involving Wu Yunfeng, I had not seen her for several days, and I hoped my reappearance at her neighborhood would bring her joy. However, I waited in vain, and as the clock neared the start of work, I called Zhou Qing only to discover that she had already gone to the garment factory. What on earth was happening? I was taken aback and asked how she had gotten there. She replied that she took the bus, and when I expressed my confusion about not seeing her, she simply said she hadn't noticed me when she left. After exchanging a few words, Zhou Qing abruptly mentioned she had to go to work and hurriedly hung up. Disappointment settled in as I realized my early morning efforts had come to naught. Yet, I brushed it off, attributing my oversight to fatigue, and focused instead on preparing for my confession later that evening. I called Cheng-Yi, who was still nestled in her cozy bed, lazily asking who was calling. I playfully replied, "It's your uncle. Get out of bed now. Didn't we agree you'd accompany me to buy clothes?" For tonight's confession ceremony, Cheng-Yi had meticulously planned everything, starting with giving me a makeover and accompanying me to shop for attire. But here it was, past 8 in the morning, and she was still asleep. Such is the life of a pampered rich girl. After a brief scolding, Cheng-Yi quickly promised to get up. By around 9, we finally met at the entrance of a shopping mall. Cheng-Yi looked stunningly beautiful, dressed in a way that revealed a generous portion of her shoulder, her long, fair legs drawing the attention of every passing man. Chung-yi possesses an exquisite sense of fashion, which is precisely why I agreed to let her assist in my styling. She inquired about my current financial situation, as it would dictate the attire I could procure. Each price point has its own style. Affordable clothing has its own charm, while luxurious garments possess a sophistication of their own. At present, Zhao is aware of my true identity, yet Chung-yi remains oblivious. Naturally, she is also unaware that Zhao is the son of the Duke Zhao. Otherwise, he would not have been bullied by the Duke at the KTV that night. Despite the seemingly amicable rapport between Chung-yi, Zhao and myself, her understanding of our circumstances is rather limited. I mentioned that my financial situation was satisfactory, urging her to enhance my appearance. Chung-yi readily agreed and promptly escorted me to a fashionable menswear boutique. Without a moment's hesitation, she assembled a sharp suit for me and selected a pair of polished leather shoes with great care. Once donned, I stood before the fitting mirror and felt an invigorating transformation, indeed resembling a dapper young man. However, the cost was quite steep, amounting to several thousand yuan, which stung a bit when I swiped my card. Chung-yi, unfazed by the expense, stood beside me with an air of a fashionista, nodding in approval as she remarked, "Not bad. We are halfway there. Next, we shall attend to your hairstyle." Subsequently, Chung-yi led me to an upscale hair design salon, which I merely perceived as a barber shop, yet she insisted I was far too unrefined. Upon inquiring, I discovered that a haircut here would cost over 100 yuan, utterly outrageous, considering I typically paid only 10. Nevertheless, succumbing to Chung-yi's insistence, I reluctantly consented to the haircut. To my surprise, the investment proved worthwhile. Gazing into the mirror after the transformation, I hardly recognized myself. Who knew I could appear so handsome and vibrant? Indeed, it is true that while looks may account for a mere 30%, 70% lies in the art of presentation. I was quite pleased with my new appearance, though I wonder how Chung-yi would perceive it. Turning to seek her opinion, I found her staring at me, her eyes brimming with disbelief. I chuckled and asked, "What is the matter?" Chung-yi returned my smile, exclaiming, "Not bad at all, quite handsome. If you had dressed like this in high school, you might have been with Zhou Qing by now." I retorted, "Hey, back then, I had no money. Do you think it was as easy for me as it was for you, with an endless wardrobe?" Chung-yi chose not to engage in banter, nodding as she said, "This afternoon, wear this outfit to pick Zhou Qing up from work. Let her be pleasantly surprised, and then we shall proceed with our plan." I agreed. With Chung-yi's assistance, I felt a sense of reassurance, as if she were a seasoned veteran guiding me, a novice, through this endeavor. During lunch, I treated Chung-yi to a meal, and we arranged to meet later that evening before parting ways. I returned to the factory and paid a visit to my second uncle. Upon learning of my intention to confess to Zhou Qing that evening, he expressed his support, cheering me on and offering his help should I require it. I mentioned that if things went well with Zhou Qing, I hoped he could facilitate her transfer to the finance department, knowing it aligned with her professional aspirations. My uncle assured me, "No problem at all. We are family now, so it's a mere formality." As I smiled, intending to express my gratitude to my uncle, he quietly interjected, "So, have you cut ties with Chung-yi? It's ill-advised to straddle two boats. We must not emulate Wu Yunfeng." I found myself in a state of amusement and had no choice but to reiterate to him that there was nothing between Chung-yi and me. Upon hearing this, my uncle clucked his tongue and remarked, "What a pity. That girl Chung-yi is quite remarkable. Regardless of who it may be, just seize one opportunity. Do not be overly greedy, lest you find yourself with nothing to show for your efforts." I understood that he was alluding to my mother, regarding her affairs. I have always harbored a profound disdain for disloyalty. I am determined to demonstrate through my actions that I can devote my love to a single person in this lifetime. As the afternoon neared its close, I dialed Zhou Qing's number, feigning nonchalance as I inquired, "By the way, did Chung-yi mention our small gathering of classmates this evening?" "Yes, she did." "All right, I will come to pick you up shortly, and we shall go together." After hanging up, I hurried to the sales department. When Zhou Qing emerged and beheld my transformed appearance, her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Zhang Long, You look incredibly handsome today." The effect of Chung Yi's makeover was indeed remarkable. My heart soared with joy, although I maintained a facade of composure, responding with a hint of arrogance. "What do you mean? Am I not usually handsome?" Zhou Qing stifled a laugh, her amusement evident. The more I looked at her, the more I found myself captivated, unable to resist the primal urge to embrace her. This was the most elemental impulse toward the girl I cherished. However, I continued to feign calmness as we descended together and drove to the gathering venue, an elegantly appointed restaurant. We engaged in casual conversation, deliberately avoiding any mention of the previous night's events. I wished to shield our evening from the shadows of my failed confession and that loathsome scoundrel, Wu Yunfeng. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chung Yi was already waiting at the entrance. She warmly embraced Zhou Qing before winking mysteriously at me and ushering us into a private room. The dynamics among the three of us, myself, Zhou Qing, and Chung Yi, had finally returned to normal. Reflecting on the discord of the previous days was quite exasperating, but thankfully, everything had been clarified and the storm had passed. Tonight was my moment to shine. The private room was already populated by around 10 classmates, all friends of Chung Yi, with whom she maintained a good rapport, both males and females. This group had been present during Chung Yi's birthday celebration at the KTV. Notably absent was Hu Haidong, suggesting that Chung Yi had wisely chosen not to invite that joy-sapping individual. Following the incident involving Zhao Wangye and Chung Yi's prior arrangements, they were particularly gracious this evening, showering me with compliments as soon as I entered. Moreover, everyone was now aware of my confrontation with Wu Yunfeng, and my reputation for having incapacitated him without consequence had reached unprecedented heights of both respect and fear. Wow, Zhanglong looks incredibly handsome today. I've never seen such a handsome guy. He pairs perfectly with our stunning Zhou Qing. When you walked in, I thought a golden boy and a jade girl had arrived. What does it mean to possess a graceful demeanor? Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. The crowd eagerly showered me with compliments, a stark contrast to my previous experience at the KTV, revealing the vast disparities between different realms of social interaction. However, I remained grounded, fully aware that their flattery was merely a facade. I humbly responded, "Oh no, you are exaggerating." Beside me, Zhou Qing's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, we settled down. Chung Yi opened another bottle of wine, and, as we dined, conversation flowed effortlessly. Naturally, the topics predominantly revolved around Zhou Qing and myself. They praised my looks and lauded Zhou Qing's beauty, inquiring when we would make our relationship public, eagerly anticipating our wedding suites. This was a deliberate act of building momentum. Zhou Qing, her face tinged with crimson, urged them to refrain from such talk, insisting that we were merely friends, while I simply chuckled in silence. As the meal neared its conclusion, I exchanged a knowing glance with Chung Yi and quietly rose to my feet, making my way toward the entrance. At the restaurant's doorway, the waiter had prepared a bouquet of roses, artfully arranging candles into a heart shape. Nearby, a violinist stood poised, ready to serenade. Taking a deep breath, I cradled the vibrant red roses in my hands, standing amidst the flickering candles, suppressing my racing heart as I awaited Zhou Qing's emergence, prepared to profess my feelings. 048, the victor and the vanquished, we have long awaited this moment. During my high school years, I harbored such impractical dreams, fully aware that they were mere fantasies, which I carefully concealed deep within my heart. When Zhou Qing began working at the clothing factory, my heart stirred once more, yet I dared not act upon my feelings, choosing instead to cautiously linger by her side. Now, as my relationship with Zhou Qing blossoms, our emotions deepen at a discernible pace, bolstered by Chung Yi, a formidable ally, who empowers me with newfound confidence. At last, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the restaurant, as Chung Yi and several classmates surrounded Zhou Qing, leading her outside. Zhou Qing appeared bewildered, her eyes reflecting confusion, while the others beamed with smiles, urging her forward. Upon stepping out, her gaze immediately fell upon me, astonishment illuminating her features. Beneath the moonlight, With the flickering glow of candles, I stood impeccably dapper in my suit, clutching a bouquet of roses, an image of confidence, affirmed by even the discerning Chung-yi. I offered a gentle smile, my warm gaze fixed on Zhou Qing. Go on, go on. Chung-yi and the others giggled, playfully nudging Zhou Qing. Clearly taken aback, Zhou Qing lingered momentarily, hesitatingly approaching me. She seemed reluctant, her expression devoid of any visible joy. Was it merely an illusion? No matter, the arrow was nocked, and it must be released. Zhou Qing had reached my side, and I spoke first. Zhonglong. Zhou Qing. I interjected before she could continue. With the roses in hand, I spoke softly. I have liked you for quite some time. During our school days, I silently admired you, regrettably lacking the opportunity to confess my feelings. Fate has granted me this moment, bringing you before me once again. Zhou Qing, we have spent several months together, nearly every day, and my feelings have only grown stronger. I cannot let this chance slip away. Today, I must declare my affections. Will you be my girlfriend? As my words flowed, a nearby violinist began to play, his gloved hands creating an atmosphere of exquisite romance, the gentle melody wafting through the air. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? My voice rang with conviction, my gaze earnest. Every person present felt the sincerity of my declaration, erupting into applause, while Chung-yi and the others enthusiastically chanted for us to unite. With the timing, setting, and harmony in our favor, how could this not succeed? I smiled, extending the roses to Zhou Qing. If she accepted them, it would signify her acceptance of my confession, and we would be a couple from that moment forth. To my astonishment, however, Zhou Qing did not accept the roses. Instead, she looked at me with an expression of guilt. You. I was taken aback. Zhonglong. I'm sorry. Zhou Qing murmured, biting her lip gently. A single utterance of I am sorry shattered my heart completely, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over me, leaving me cold and numb to the core. Everyone understands the meaning of an apology. It is only when one is denied that they utter such words, and only when one is rejected do they express remorse. The atmosphere fell abruptly silent. The jubilant cheers and applause from moments ago, replaced by a hushed stillness as onlookers stared at me and Zhou Qing like mute spectators. Chung-yi and the others ceased their clamoring, each of them gazing at us in astonishment, with Chung-yi appearing most bewildered, unable to fathom why Zhou Qing would refuse me. In Chung-yi's eyes, it seemed that my relationship with Zhou Qing was merely a step away from fruition, as if separated by a fragile veil that could be pierced with a mere touch. I shared this sentiment. I had believed that my confession would be successful, yet reality had ruthlessly shattered my dreams. Why? My voice trembled, and my breath grew heavy as I anxiously sought an answer from Zhou Qing. Yet, she remained silent, lips pressed tightly together, her eyes filled with guilt, silently pleading for me to refrain from probing further. But I was unwilling to concede. If my feelings were merely self-delusion, that would be one thing. If I had approached my confession without certainty, I would deserve the outcome. However, the affection between Zhou Qing and me was evident to all. Even Chung-yi had remarked that Zhou Qing had feelings for me. How could this be a one-sided yearning? I implored her to explain, desperate to understand where I had faltered. Zhou Qing remained mute, lowering her gaze in silence. Because you do not deserve it. I yearned to press further. But at that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the stillness, shattering the silence that enveloped us. I turned in astonishment, only to see a figure approaching from the other side of the clearing. It was Wu Yinfeng, clad in a hospital gown, with one leg encased in a cast. He looked disheveled and haggard. Clutching a bouquet of roses, he limped towards me and Zhou Qing, dragging his injured leg with great difficulty. I sensed Wu Yunfeng's intentions and was about to admonish him loudly, but then I paused, questioning what right I had to stop him. Should I confront him physically? What kind of accomplishment would that be for a healthy individual to bully a cripple? Moreover, my uncle had recently reached an understanding with Wu Loxi. We had reconciled. If he did not provoke me, how could I justify attacking him? Chung-yi also realized his intentions and immediately exclaimed, Wu Yunfeng, do you have no shame? Zhonglong has failed. Do you think you can succeed? You are nothing but trash, a scoundrel. What gives you the audacity? Yet, Wu Yunfeng disregarded Cheng Yi's words and continued his uneven approach, firmly positioning himself beside me and offering the roses to Zhou Qing. A murmur of whispers arose from the crowd. No one anticipated such a melodramatic scene unfolding in reality. Two men confessing their feelings to the same woman. A scenario that even a television drama would shy away from portraying. Meanwhile, Wu Yunfeng began to speak. His gaze was equally sincere, and his tone unwavering. Zhou Qing, I am aware of what you have been waiting for all this time. Now I can reveal to you that my engagement with Song Xiaoyu has been annulled, and I shall not marry her. As you know, our family business would falter without the assistance of the Song family. Yet I find that I no longer wish to concern myself with such matters. All I desire is to be with you. Perhaps I will be left destitute. Perhaps I will find myself on the streets, but I refuse to let you slip away. I genuinely care for you and am willing to forsake everything for your sake. Please, let's be together once more. I shall demonstrate through my actions that my heart belongs solely to you, and that my love for you is everlasting. As I listened to Wu Yunfeng's declaration, my mind buzzed with disbelief. The engagement with Song Xiaoyu had indeed been dissolved, disregarding his family's business interests. He was truly laying everything on the line to win Zhou Qing back. You have truly annulled your engagement with the Song family? Zhou Qing gazed at Wu Yunfeng, astonished. Yes, it has been annulled. Wu Yunfeng affirmed resolutely, last night you took care of me, and this morning I resolved that I could not let such a wonderful girl escape my grasp. It turned out Zhou Qing had not returned home the previous night, but had stayed in the hospital to care for Wu Yunfeng. No wonder I hadn't seen her this morning. In that moment, I felt like a complete failure. After all these years since graduation, perhaps I had surpassed Wu Yunfeng in influence, background, and finances. Even now, with my stylish appearance and charming demeanor, I overshadow the injured and haggard Wu Yunfeng. Yet in matters of the heart, I had undeniably lost to him. The moment Wu Yunfeng uttered those words, I recognized my defeat. Indeed, as I listened to Wu Yunfeng's heartfelt confession, I noticed Zhou Qing's eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she had long awaited this moment. She extended a trembling hand to accept the rose from Wu Yunfeng. My heart grew colder by the second. Zhou Qing, you cannot accept him. At that moment, a desperate voice broke through the tension. Cheng Yi cried out, Have you forgotten? He once sent a sharp object to harm you. How could such a man truly love you? Indeed, I had almost forgotten that detail. Wu Yunfeng's cruelty had reached such depths that he even wished to injure the woman he claimed to love. How could Zhou Qing possibly accept him? As anticipated, Zhou Qing's hand hesitated in mid-air, refusing to take the rose from Wu Yunfeng. Wu Yunfeng, sensing the urgency, quickly interjected, Zhou Qing, I have explained this matter to you. I acknowledge that I acted foolishly, consumed by jealousy and anger upon seeing you with Zhang Long, which led me to commit that absurd act. Thankfully, you were not truly harmed. Otherwise, I could never forgive myself. With that, Wu Yunfeng suddenly knelt before her, gasping for breath, and implored, Zhou Qing, please grant me another chance. I vow to protect you for a lifetime, ensuring you never suffer even the slightest harm. Should I, Wu Yunfeng, violate this promise, may I be struck down by thunder and meet a wretched fate. Listening to Wu Yunfeng's fervent oath, Zhou Qing appeared visibly moved, reaching out her hand once more. Zhou Qing. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi cried out once more, You cannot agree to him. That man is exceedingly malicious. The moment you do anything to displease him, he will retaliate with fervent madness. How can you bear to hurt Zhang Long? Do you have any idea of the countless things he has done for you? He was stabbed with a dagger, in excruciating pain, yet he never revealed it to you and still came to pick you up from work. Zhou Qing, a man as wonderful as Zhang Long, should not be overlooked. Compared to Wu Yunfeng, he is as different as heaven and earth. Are you so blinded by your emotions that you cannot see? Only with Zhang Long can you find true happiness. At this point, Cheng Yi continued to argue fervently on my behalf, and I was deeply touched. However, I knew that words were futile. Zhou Qing had already succumbed to Wu Yunfeng's enchantment. Perhaps it wasn't even enchantment. She had always held affection for Wu Yunfeng, only temporarily setting it aside due to the matter involving Song Xiaoyu. Wu Yinfeng turned around, his anger palpable. Cheng Yi, I know you have grievances against me, but we have been friends for so many years. Must you pursue me over one mistake? Besides, is Zhang Long truly as remarkable as you claim? How long have you two even been together? Cheng Yi, Zhou Qing and I are meant to be. Please do not interfere any further. As for how I will treat her in the future, I will prove it through my actions. I want you to understand that I am the one who truly loves her. Bah! Cheng Yi retorted vehemently. What sort of person are you? I see you clearly. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhou Qing will never experience happiness with you. Enough. Cheng Yi's words were abruptly interrupted by a cold voice. Zhou Qing looked at Cheng Yi in surprise. Taking a deep breath, she said, I know Zhang Long is a good man, and I acknowledge all the heartfelt things he has done for me. However, you must understand that being moved does not equate to love, nor can it transform into love. I have liked Wu Yunfeng for many years, and it is not something I can change overnight. Although he has wronged me, he has promised to amend his ways. If you're truly my friend, please respect my choice. Cheng Yi stood in stunned silence. With such word from Zhou Qing, what more could she say? She lowered her head and let out a long sigh. I, too, realized that my chances were utterly extinguished. My heart had grown cold to the core. Zhou Qing then turned to me, her expression filled with regret. Zhang Long, I am sorry. I remained silent, unsure of what to say. In that moment, I felt like the most foolish person in the world, wishing fervently to dig a hole and bury myself, or to turn and flee, disappearing from everyone's sight. Yet, my legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move an inch. Zhou Qing, however, was oblivious to my turmoil. She believed that her apology sufficed. She extended her hand and accepted the roses from Wu Yunfeng. He stood up, albeit unsteadily due to an injury, nearly losing his balance, but Zhou Qing quickly supported him. Be careful. Zhou Qing's voice was filled with compassion as Wu Yunfeng instinctively embraced her. Zhou Qing's cheeks flushed momentarily, yet she did not pull away. They were together now. What was there to be embarrassed about? Previously, Wu Yunfeng had been a complete failure. I had incapacitated him, leaving him with a damaged leg, and even his father, Wu Loxi, could do little but humbly seek reconciliation with my uncle. That evening, he appeared in a hospital gown, dragging his injured leg, a stark contrast to my well-groomed and dapper self. Ultimately, it was he who won the affection of the beautiful woman, rendering me a total failure. Nevertheless, Wu Yunfeng seemed unrelenting in his pursuit of belittling me. Holding Zhou Qing, he turned to me with disdain and said, Zhang Long, do you see? You are utterly unqualified to compete with me. Zhou Qing gently nudged him, clearly wishing to silence him. Yet Wu Yunfeng continued his tirade. I've said nothing but the truth. Zhang Long is nothing but a self-important fool. He thinks a bit of wealth can transform him from frog into a prince? Nonsense. Even in royal robes, he wouldn't resemble a prince. How could any woman ever be attracted to him? Zhou Qing appeared helpless, unable to rein in Wu Yunfeng, and softly urged me, Zhang Long, perhaps you should leave. I kept my head down, silent and motionless. Truth be told, I could easily have knocked Wu Yunfeng to the ground with a single punch, silencing his foul mouth. But what would that achieve? It would only make me the subject of ridicule, labeled as a man who couldn't handle rejection and resorted to violence. The victors are kings, while the vanquished are despised. Wu Yunfeng was indeed the victor, entitled to look down upon and deride me, while I, as the defeated, could only listen and acquiesce. Let him berate me. Perhaps it would awaken me from my delusions, teaching me not to be so self-assured and infatuated. Seeing my silence, Wu Yunfeng grew bolder in his insults. Zhang Long, have you forgotten what you are? Back in school, aside from that fool Li Lei, did anyone ever deign to acknowledge you, you pathetic wretch? Let me tell you, a coward will always remain a coward, never achieving greatness. And don't even think about marrying. No woman would ever love you. Just then, a voice like thunder shattered the atmosphere, belonging to Cheng Yi, who says Zhang Long is unloved. I love him. I, Cheng Yi, love him. Zhou Qing, how could you let such a wonderful man slip through your fingers? I don't know whether to call you blind or what. In any case, if you fail to cherish him, don't blame me for taking him by force. Zhang Long, be my boyfriend. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Chung-yi strode confidently to me, forcefully wrapping her arms around my neck as she kissed me. Author's note: I am a failure. As I typed this sentence, my heart twisted painfully. Perhaps some might find it strange that one would openly declare oneself a failure. As I recline in bed at night, reflecting upon the journey of my life from childhood to the present, I find that the only apt descriptor for myself seems to be worthless. Throughout my youth, my academic performance was mediocre, placing me in a realm of neither excellence nor failure, where I remained unnoticed by teachers and peers alike. This might have been bearable had I possessed a more vivacious spirit or even a modest circle of friends. Yet, solitude has been my constant companion, with scarcely a friend to share my existence. Even when I mustered the courage to engage with others, I was met only with disdain and ridicule, as I felt unworthy of their conversation. My greatest passion has always been reading. I devoured magazines such as Zine, Reader, and Story Club, relishing the tales within, consuming them repeatedly. These publications may be deemed lowbrow, but my circumstances did not afford me the luxury of classic literature. With a family burdened by poverty, I could only indulge in literature when visiting others or when a classmate brandished a magazine, which I would eagerly plead to borrow. Such reading became my sustenance for the spirit, the very foundation upon which I grew, preventing me from succumbing to the abyss of loneliness. Upon graduation, I, of course, did not gain admission into any esteemed university and soon entered the workforce, taking on various roles: car washing, security, selling shoes, serving food, experiencing failure in each endeavor. I damaged a customer's car seat while washing, incurred losses selling shoes, and broke a dish on my very first day as a server. For an extended period, I found myself questioning my capabilities, wondering if I was destined to lead a life of mediocrity. Fortunately, I possess the gift of writing. Since 2011, I have dedicated myself to this craft for 7 years. I am profoundly grateful to all of you who have accompanied me through such arduous times. Your appreciation for my stories has imbued my existence with a semblance of value. After 7 years of writing, I have finally been able to afford a home, albeit in a lesser-known city, and a vehicle, though not of high caliber. Yet, I stand tall, for these achievements are the fruits of my own labor. Without having requested a single penny from my aging parents, I can finally proclaim with conviction, I am not worthless. And it is all thanks to you, those of you seated before your screens, holding your phones, who have bestowed upon me this gift. Aside from my parents, you have shown me the greatest kindness. Thank you, truly, for granting me the courage to continue living and for allowing me to reclaim my place in this world. I yearn to write, to share more stories with you. If possible, I wish to write for a lifetime. If you would, please lend your support. As you know, due to the nature of my subject matter, my novels have struggled to secure significant copyright deals, relying instead on your incremental contributions to provide for my family's daily needs and care for my elderly parents and children. Therefore, once again, I find myself in need of your support. If you still enjoy this story, I kindly encourage you to support the original work on the High-End Reading Network. I promise to present you with an enthralling narrative. The characters, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the enigma surrounding the protagonist's origins will surely not disappoint. Thank you all. I bow to you. Tomorrow marks the first day of the release, and without further ado, I will update 4 chapters. The first chapter will be available at 11:30 a.m., followed by 1 chapter each at 3 p.m., 6 p.m., and 8 p.m. I sincerely hope you will come to read them. Now, let me share the recharge tutorial. For those using the Apple app, please ensure to recharge through the browser and then read in the app, as Apple charges a fee that may be slightly higher than other platforms. If you have any further questions, feel free to contact High-End Customer Service via QQ 281-455-1419 or reach out to me at QQ 45-300-6775. Below are the detailed steps and considerations for recharging on High-End, with a link to the tutorial highlighted in a yellow box. 049, the menacing needle-soft red lips pressed against mine, and in that instant, my mind sparked like a live wire, sending waves of numbness through my cerebral cortex, followed by a complete short circuit. This moment was indeed unexpected. I stood there, utterly dumbfounded. I had no time to contemplate whether Chung-yi was rescuing me or genuinely harboring feelings for me, eager to embark on a romantic journey. As it was my first kiss with a woman, I found myself somewhat entranced by this exquisite moment, as if I had truly ascended to paradise. The allure of a woman's crimson lips was astonishing. No wonder men succumb to the enchantment of beauty, and why so many emperors are reluctant to attend morning court, preferring to linger in the warmth of a woman's embrace. My mind was hazy, teetering on the edge of consciousness, unable to distinguish reality from dream. The bystanders were equally astounded, for the unfolding events were utterly unforeseen. Initially, I had confessed my feelings to one woman, only to be interrupted by another man, and now yet another woman was professing her affection for me. The chaos was bewildering, almost surreal. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was grappling with the incredibility of what had just transpired. Yet, it was my former classmates who appeared most astonished, struggling to believe their eyes. Some rubbed their eyes. Others pinched their cheeks, revisiting the scene multiple times before finally accepting the truth before them. This revelation only deepened their astonishment. The once proud and aloof Princess E had audaciously sought affection, even demanding a kiss from someone. Me, of all people. This was utterly shocking, prompting thoughts of whether the sun might rise from the west the following day. As the central figure in this bewildering tableau, I felt devoid of even the capacity for surprise. Changyi's lips were more intoxicating than any anesthetic, leaving my mind in a daze. I lost track of time until Changyi finally released my lips, gazing at me with affection as she spoke. Zhang Long, I truly believe you are a responsible and dependable man. I quite like you. Would you be willing to be my boyfriend? At that moment, clarity began to return, though my heart continued to race. Gazing at the enchanting Changyi, I found myself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Changyi, have you lost your mind? Exclaimed Wu Yunfeng from aside. To help Zhang Long save face. You've put yourself on the line? Only then did I remember that Wu Yunfeng and Zhou Qing, the recently reconciled couple, were watching the entire scene unfold, witnessing our kiss from every possible angle. I couldn't help but glance at Zhou Qing, eager to gauge her expression. She wore a complex look, her eyes filled with disbelief, though she did not meet my gaze, instead focusing on Changyi. It appeared she, like Wu Yunfeng, assumed that Changyi was acting out of a desire to assist me in salvaging my dignity. Gradually, I began to regain my composure. Indeed, how could Changyi possibly harbor feelings for me? She was merely reacting to Wu Yunfeng's outrageous behavior, stepping in to support me through this predicament. This young woman has always been fiercely loyal to her friends. However, in response to Wu Yunfeng's inquiry, Changyi candidly declared, "Who says I am merely helping Zhang Long save face? In truth, I have harbored feelings for him for quite some time. The moment he shielded me from that piercing blow, I secretly began to nurture affections for him, though I refrained from expressing them out of consideration for Zhou Qing. Even if I, Changyi, were to act in a reckless manner, I would never pursue my best friend's man. Should Zhou Qing and Zhang Long successfully unite tonight, I would undoubtedly keep my feelings concealed, never revealing even the slightest hint, and instead focus on finding love with someone else, ultimately marrying and starting a family. However, now that Zhou Qing has shown disinterest in Zhang Long, it suits my intentions perfectly. Do not blame me for being unrestrained. I cannot afford to miss out on such a remarkable man. Zhou Qing, let me ask you, you truly have no feelings for Zhang Long, correct? In that case, I shall pursue him. Should you later discover that Wu Yunfeng is not the man you thought he was, and Zhang Long emerges as the ideal partner, do not come to claim him as your own." Changyi's words were both assertive and commanding, supported by reason, leaving no room for criticism. In matters of brotherhood, clarity is essential. In sisterhood, one must also be forthright. This is a man you have discarded, and thus I shall claim him. Zhou Qing's expression was complex as she bit her lip and replied, "If you and Zhang Long are together, I will certainly wish you both happiness. To be honest, I think you two make quite the pair, and I would never dream of taking him from you. Last time you certainly did not say so." Changyi interjected, "When I was found hiding in Zhang Long's dormitory closet, you were furious, shedding tears and running away. Can you honestly claim you do not have feelings for him?" My heart tightened as I thought, dear heavens, why bring this up now? Upon hearing this, Wu Yunfeng cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Qing. Our classmates, equally astonished, were unaware of the prior events, but were utterly taken aback upon learning that Cheng Yi had been hiding in my dorm closet, only to be discovered by Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, flustered, responded, "No. I was upset that you two were together without informing me." "So you're jealous then?" Cheng Yi questioned. "Zhou Qing, after all these years, do you think I do not know what kind of person you are? I absolutely refuse to believe you could maintain feelings for one while being involved with another. You are simply not capable of such duplicity." "Zhou Qing, let me reiterate. If you truly do not want Zhang Long, I will take him away." The implication was clear. If Zhou Qing accepted my feelings, there was still time for everything to be rectified, and Cheng Yi would graciously withdraw. Wu Yunfeng looked at Zhou Qing with increased suspicion. Zhou Qing, her head bowed, softly confessed, "Wu Yunfeng is getting married, so I wanted to see what it would be like with someone else. But my heart will always belong to Wu Yunfeng, and that will never change." A smirk of pride crept across Wu Yunfeng's lips. Everything became evident. Zhou Qing indeed had feelings for one while stringing along another. Yet, to be frank, this is not an uncommon fault. Many engage in such behavior, maintaining a backup in case the primary partner falters. "Cheng Yi, you are quite something." Cheng Yi seemed to have more to say, but Wu Yunfeng abruptly interjected, his voice tinged with anger. "Do not attempt to sow discord between me and Zhou Qing. I refuse to believe she would ever be attracted to that worthless Zhang Long. If you have a fondness for him, then take him away. Who would envy you? Zhou Qing would be more than happy to see you take him off her hands." Cheng Yi, usually quick-witted, found herself at a loss for words, her frustration rendering her speechless. She turned to Zhou Qing, seeking her response. Zhou Qing sighed in resignation and replied, "Let us cease this bickering. If you truly like Zhang Long, then be with him. I will genuinely be happy for you. We can still be friends, and the four of us can enjoy outings together, which would be delightful. Wouldn't it?" All right. Cheng Yi realized that expecting Zhou Qing to speak on her behalf was futile. She glanced at Wu Yunfeng and then back at Zhou Qing, offering a bitter smile as she said, "Very well, Zhou Qing, you can be with Wu Yunfeng. Just remember, if this scoundrel mistreats you in the future, do not blame me for not warning you as your sister. Moreover, let us forget about being good friends. The animosity between Wu Yunfeng and me is far too deep for reconciliation. Henceforth, we shall go our separate ways, and there will be no need for further contact." She turned to Zhang Long, "Let us go." Cheng Yi and Zhou Qing have been friends for many years, yet now, due to me and Wu Yunfeng, their friendship was on the brink of dissolution. Cheng Yi turned away, tears glistening in her eyes. Zhou Qing lowered her head, allowing her own tears to fall. The bond between women can indeed be as profound as that among men. I longed to tell Cheng Yi that there was no need for such turmoil between her and Zhou Qing because of me. However, Cheng Yi was more resolute than I, firmly grasping my hand and leading me aside. She called out to our classmates gathered at the restaurant entrance, "Friends, let us celebrate my relationship with Zhang Long. Tonight, drinks are on me at KTV." The group of classmates cheerfully responded with enthusiastic cheers. Cheng Yi pulled me away, and though I was still trying to grasp the situation, uncertain whether she was serious or just playing along, I followed her, eager to leave that place behind. However, as we walked, we suddenly halted. Before us stood a figure, entirely wrapped in bandages. It was Zhu Zi, a dagger clutched in his hand. Some individuals possess an aura of menace, and despite appearing frail, they exude a palpable threat. Zhu Zi was one such person, under the night sky. He stood there as if he had been waiting for me to approach. Though Zhu Zi could not best Air Tiao, he could easily deal with me, and even in his battered state, I sensed that I was no match for him. This is what one might call the fear that lingers long after a snake bite. The moment I laid eyes on Zhu Zi, a chill coursed through me. Instinctively, I urged Cheng Yi, "You go ahead, I will hold him off." Zhu Zi's presence undoubtedly indicated a desire for revenge, and though I feared him greatly, I would not allow him to harm Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi was equally anxious. Her fear of the spike was even greater than mine, for we had both witnessed its terrifying nature. Nevertheless, she clutched my hand tightly and declared, "I want to leave. I want to stay with you." I, in a state of urgency, replied, What purpose does your presence serve? You will only become a burden to me. In a moment of desperation, Cheng-Yi retorted, if I leave, how will you be able to defeat him? Her words held a certain truth. She understood me well, recognizing that even if I were battered and bruised, I was not a match for the Spike. The coldness in the Spike's gaze was palpable as he advanced towards us, his murderous intent almost visible to the naked eye. It was far better for me to suffer alone than for us both to endure harm. Listen to me, quickly leave. I found a compelling reason and, with a determined shove, pushed Cheng-Yi away before lunging towards the Spike. No matter the cost, I was resolute in my intent to hold him off and provide Cheng-Yi with the chance to escape. The Spike raised his knife and charged toward me. The so-called final battle at Yongza Park had only concluded 3 days prior, when Wu Yunfeng and the madman, Cui Zi, saw me out once more. I had anticipated that this matter was far from over. Their notion of reconciliation was merely a verbal pact. One of them was nursing a wounded leg, while the other was wrapped in bandages, yet they still approached me, perhaps believing me to be an easy target. Otherwise, why wouldn't they confront Air Tiao and Zhao Hu directly? That scoundrel Wu Yunfeng not only took Zhou Qing from me, but also intended to beat me down, seeking to trample me beneath his feet. Once again, I felt the urge to train, resolving that after this ordeal, I would certainly follow my uncle's lead and begin to strengthen my physique, vowing never to remain a soft target for others to manipulate. However, with Cui Zi before me, contemplating anything else was futile. I needed to find a way to stall him, for I must ensure that Cheng-Yi remained unharmed. In truth, my thoughts were somewhat muddled at that moment. Cui Zi was indeed coming for me, with no intention of harming Cheng-Yi. Yet, she seemed to share my sentiment, mistakenly believing that Cui Zi's aggression was directed at both of us. Perhaps, unbeknownst to us, we had begun to perceive each other as allies. Aware of my inability to contend with Cui Zi, Cheng-Yi swiftly turned and shouted, Zhou Qing, are you just going to stand by and watch us get beaten? She recognized that only Zhou Qing could rescue me in that moment. Just moments ago, Cheng-Yi had suggested to Zhou Qing that they part ways, only to find herself contradicting that very sentiment in an instant. Of course, this was not the first time she had faced such a contradiction. She seemed unconcerned. Zhou Qing urgently implored Wu Yunfeng, you must make him stop. Wu Yunfeng grumbled in response, I didn't call him here. I have no authority to order him to cease. This has nothing to do with me. My issues with Zhonglong have already been resolved through discussions between our elders, and I won't breach that understanding. Such excuses were utterly without merit. Meanwhile, Cui Zi and I had finally crossed paths. Despite being wrapped in bandages, Cui Zi's speed was undiminished. Just 3 days ago, he had been incapacitated on the ground. It seems there are many with remarkable recuperative abilities in this world, Black Bear being one, and Cui Zi another. As he approached, he swung his blade towards me. There was no way I could muster the strength to block it. I swiftly dodged to the side, recalling that Air Tiao had managed to evade similarly. Unfortunately, il acte artiois refluxus. With a swift motion, the blade grazed my arm, blood instantly gushing forth and staining my sleeve crimson. Zhou Qing, Cheng-Yi cried out again, her tone a mixture of urgency and fear. Yet I must admit, the sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Zhou Qing anxiously urged Wu Yunfeng, you must make him stop. Wu Yunfeng reiterated, I've already told you. He is not someone I summoned. Cui Zi swung again, preparing to stab me. I hastily dodged left and right, but my foot suddenly caught on a stone, and I stumbled, falling to the ground. In an instant, Cui Zi lunged towards me, knife poised to strike, his movements devoid of hesitation. His gaze filled with a cold ruthlessness, as though he intended to slaughter me as one would a mere dog. No, in a moment of desperation, Cheng-Yi, who had sought help from Zhou Qing in vain, suddenly cried out and lunged towards me, collapsing onto my body to shield me from the dagger's blade with her frail back. What are you doing? I was utterly taken aback by the scene before me, never anticipating that Cheng-Yi would act in such a manner. Instinctively, I reached out to push her away. No, she shouted, tears cascading down her cheeks. You protected me once. Now it is my turn to protect you. What kind of logic was this? As a man, I could endure some wounds and recover quickly. But how long would it take for her, a delicate girl, to heal? Moreover, her fair and tender skin would be marred by scars. "Get away," I yelled, pushing her with all my might, but she clung to my neck resolutely, warm tears soaking into my collar, conveying a sense of determination to face death alongside me. In that instant, memories of Song Xiaoyu flooded my mind. She had similarly thrown herself selflessly onto Wu Yunfeng. Her bravery had moved not only me, but also Zhao Hu and the others. Unfortunately, Wu Yunfeng had not cherished her. The assailant, devoid of any compassion, did not even blink as he thrust the dagger towards Cheng Yi, far more ruthless than I could ever be. My eyes welled with tears as I raised my hand, gripping the blade of the dagger. Sharp pain exploded from my palm, blood seeping from my hand. The dagger continued its descent, yet I held on to it with all my strength, letting out a series of anguished cries. Sadly, flesh could not withstand steel, and the blade inched closer to Cheng Yi's back. Simultaneously, Zhou Qing pleaded with Wu Yunfeng, her voice laced with tears. "Wu Yunfeng, make him stop. He will listen to you." Yet, Wu Yunfeng hesitated, claiming he was unable to intervene. In her desperation, Zhou Qing rushed towards us and forcefully shoved the assailant. Though he staggered slightly due to his injuries, he quickly regained his balance, his face contorted with rage as he charged at Zhou Qing. This madman would stab anyone in his frenzy. "Stop!" Wu Yunfeng finally shouted. He could disregard my plight and Cheng Yi's, but he could not ignore Zhou Qing, for she was his girlfriend. The assailant halted, turning back in confusion to look at Wu Yunfeng. Cheng Yi scrambled off me, grasping my bleeding hand and glancing at my injured arm, tears flowing anew. With a swift motion, she tore off a piece of her sleeve, wrapping one part around my arm and another around my hand. Zhou Qing, still in tears, crouched beside Cheng Yi, urging, "You should go to the hospital for treatment. Stay out of it. You don't need to worry." Cheng Yi suddenly shoved Zhou Qing hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. Zhou Qing sat on the floor, motionless, her head bowed as she wiped away her tears. Wu Yunfeng hurried over, limping as he approached to assist Zhou Qing, pointing an accusatory finger at Cheng Yi, exclaiming, "Do you even have a conscience? If it weren't for Zhou Qing pleading on your behalf, would you and that useless Zhang Long still be alive?" "Do not refer to Zhang Long as useless," Cheng Yi retorted, glaring at Wu Yunfeng, her voice dripping with disdain. "He is far superior to you." Straightening his back, Wu Yunfeng scoffed. "What of it if I call him useless? With Zhao Hu absent, he is nothing but a waste, a mere waste." He continued to taunt. "Do you think he dares to utter a single word in protest?" Furious, Cheng Yi raised her hand, ready to slap Wu Yunfeng, but I intervened, knowing that such an action would lead to dire consequences. I shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Wu Yunfeng, is it not merely your reliance on a weapon? I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare?" Wu Yunfeng's response was laughable. He boasted about his father's influence and his weapon, yet claimed I relied on Zhao Hu. He muttered, "Who would engage in a duel with you? Does anyone still do that?" It was evident that he lacked the courage. With a snort of disdain, I chose silence, taking Cheng Yi by the arm to depart. A wise hero does not fall victim to immediate misfortunes. Opportunities for revenge will abound in the future. So why rush? Cheng Yi, with her fiery temper, found it intolerable, but with no recourse, she wiped her tears and cautiously supported me, preparing to leave. However, the weapon suddenly stepped forward, blocking our path. Glancing back at Wu Yunfeng, clearly seeking his command, should we be allowed to pass or not? As Wu Yunfeng opened his mouth to speak, Zhou Qing rose abruptly, tears streaming down her face. "Wu Yunfeng, please do not act this way. They are both my friends. If you wish to strike, then take me down with them." With that, Zhou Qing stepped in front of Cheng Yi and me. For the weapon, this scene was inconsequential. He would have no qualms about piercing through all three of us. Yet, being merely a dog to Wu Yunfeng, he was bound to heed his master's orders. Wu Yunfeng's face was a mask of frustration, clearly angered that Zhou Qing had disrupted his plans. However, having just reconciled with her, he refrained from uttering harsh words. Reluctantly conceding, "Fine, let them go. You best think this through," the weapon warned gravely. "After tonight, seeking revenge will become increasingly difficult." His words held truth. Even I, though not overly astute, recognized the need for caution. Moreover, I had called for Zhao Hu and Tiao, and they would be the ones to suffer. Wu Yinfeng hesitated, but upon seeing Zhou Qing's resolute expression, he finally acquiesced. All right, let them go. My father has just reconciled with them. It would be unwise to escalate matters. But Zhonglong, let me be clear, I did not summon the weapon tonight, so do not hold me accountable afterward. In essence, Wu Yinfeng distanced himself from responsibility, suggesting that if revenge were sought, it should be directed at the weapon, absolving himself of any involvement. I wondered how the weapon felt about this. Casting a glance at him, I noted his expression was inscrutable, clearly indifferent. With Wu Yunfeng conceding, the weapon had no further retorts and could only step back. As Cheng Yi and I strolled towards my vehicle, Zhou Qing attempted to engage Cheng Yi in conversation, yet Cheng Yi paid her no heed. Wu Yunfeng grasped Zhou Qing's hand, preparing to depart alongside Zui Zi. It was too late to leave now. At that moment, a gruff voice suddenly echoed, followed by the swift trajectory of an apple core that soared through the air, striking Wu Yunfeng squarely on the forehead with a resounding smack, causing juice to splatter across his face. Wu Yunfeng let out a yelp, wiped his face, and bellowed in fury. Who was that? It's you old man. The voice resonated from above. The crowd, taken aback, raised their heads in astonishment to behold a scruffy young man perched atop a tall street lamp at the entrance of the restaurant. One leg dangled over the lamp, while the other swung freely in the air, exuding an air of nonchalance. Despite his disheveled attire, his striking features, thick brows, bright eyes, and a pair of piercing glances were complemented by the sound of him munching on an apple. 051 a knife for a knife. And 10 in return Zhao Hu has unexpectedly arrived. Though I had contemplated numerous times that if Zhao Hu were present, my circumstances would not have been so dire, and Wu Yinfeng would not have been so arrogant, I never truly believed he would materialize. After all, he is no deity, capable of descending from the heavens. Yet, Zhao Hu did appear, and in such a startling manner, as if he were indeed a celestial being. For how else could he be perched upon that streetlight at least 7 or 8 meters high? Not only I, but the crowd around us was utterly astonished. After all, none of us had ever witnessed someone seated upon a streetlight in our many years of existence. Even maintenance workers would not casually sit atop such heights. However, Zhao Hu seemed utterly at ease, as though he were lounging on his own sofa at home, embodying an air of nonchalance and freedom. Wu Yinfeng, ever the quickest to react, chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "So it's you, Huzi. Your grandfather, who?" Zhao Hu retorted, throwing an apple core at Wu Yunfeng's face with a sharp thud, juice trickling down his cheek. "Do I know you well enough for you to call me Huzi?" Zhao Hu consumed apples with remarkable speed, finishing one in just a few bites before retrieving another from his pocket, casually wiping it on his clothing before devouring it. Including the 2 earlier, this was his 3rd apple, suggesting he was quite famished, as one would not consume so voraciously otherwise. Wu Yinfeng wiped the juice from his face, managing to muster a smile. "Huzi, are you joking?" Standing nearby, Zui Zi's eyes flickered with a hint of menace, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking, fully aware that he had no standing against Zhao Hu. "Who the hell is joking with you? Call me Hu Yi." Another apple core was hurled, and immediately Zhao Hu retrieved a 4th apple to munch on, leaving everyone astounded as to how many apples he had concealed in his possession. "Yes, Hu Yi." This time, Wu Yinfeng finally learned his lesson, wiping the juice from his face and attempting to ingratiate himself. "Hu Yi, have you eaten?" Zhao Hu this time spared Wu Yinfeng from further humiliation, mumbling through a mouthful of apple. "Can one indulge in such a thing after a meal? Someone invited me to dinner, and when I arrived, the feast was already over." The onlookers, most of whom were unaware of Zhao Hu's background, were perplexed as to why the previously arrogant Wu Yunfeng and the ruthless AZ behaved like obedient dogs in front of this peculiar young man. Only our former high school classmates whispered among themselves, recognizing him as Zhao Hu, the former leader of the vocational school who had later spent time in prison. At this point, Cheng Yi, seated beside me, seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "How can you even say that? I told you to come for dinner at 7. Look at the time now." It turned out that it was Cheng Yi who had summoned Zhao Hu, yet he had clearly arrived late, missing the meal entirely. and somehow found himself atop the streetlight, yet ravenous enough to resort to apples for sustenance. Zhao Hu scratched his head and chuckled, "Apologies, I got caught in traffic." His words were delivered as if he owned a car. Cheng-Yi rolled her eyes, but chose not to delve deeper, aware that this was merely Zhao Hu's nature. The fact that he could show up in crucial moments already brought her immense joy. Wu Yunfeng, still attempting to ingratiate himself, awkwardly proposed, "Master Hu, you haven't eaten yet. Allow me to treat you to a meal? Do you think this is merely about dining?" Zhao Hu finished his fourth apple, hurling the core at Wu Yunfeng's face. "You bully my sworn brother. What do you intend to do about it?" he declared, gesturing towards me. His demeanor was relaxed, yet exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Suddenly, I found myself the center of attention as Zhao Hu pointed at me, and all eyes turned my way. I felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. Indeed, Zhao Hu and I had sworn brotherhood. Though I had thought he might have forgotten, yet he still remembered. "Zhonglong, is he truly your sworn brother?" Wu Yunfeng's face displayed astonishment, clearly struggling to accept this revelation, his expression turning ashen. It was not just him. Our group of high school friends was equally taken aback. After all, I had already shocked them several times recently, first by confronting Wu Yunfeng directly, then embroiling myself in a love triangle with Zhou Qing and Cheng-Yi, and now I was revealed to be Zhao Hu's sworn brother. My mystique among them only deepened. Indeed, why not? Zhao Hu pulled another apple from his pocket and began to munch on it. Frankly speaking, even for an ordinary person, devouring 5 apples in one sitting would be quite a feat. Wu Yunfeng eyed me with suspicion, clearly unable to fathom how I qualified to be Zhao Hu's sworn brother, especially since it was Cheng-Yi who had summoned him during the incident at Yongza Park, a fact he was well aware of. Then enlighten us. How do you plan to resolve this? Zhao Hu finished yet another apple, this time not in haste to discard the core, but instead tossing it playfully in his hand. It was evident that should Wu Yunfeng utter a single incorrect word, that core would be swiftly hurled in his direction. Having already endured 4 apple cores, Wu Yunfeng trembled and swiftly pointed at the prickly one, exclaiming, "It was him. He was the one seeking revenge on Zhonglong. Just moments ago, I even pleaded for Zhonglong. Everyone witnessed it. This has nothing to do with me." He hastily shifted the blame onto the prickly one, a tactic he had employed before. I had encountered shameless individuals, yet none could rival this one. "Is that so?" Zhao, who cast a dark glare at the prickly one, the core still being tossed in his hand. Despite the distance between us, every individual present could sense the murderous intent radiating from Zhao Hu, a young man in tattered clothing, emanating an aura that screamed, "Cross me, and you shall meet your demise." Though the prickly one was deranged, he was not foolish. He glanced at Zhao Hu and suddenly took off running. He dashed away with remarkable speed, akin to a nimble deer, his bindings seemingly having no impact on his agility. Sitting atop a street lamp, Zhao Hu murmured, "Now you wish to flee. Do you truly think it's too late?" I initially believed he would draw a slingshot to confront the assailant, yet he remained composed, seated atop the lamppost, nonchalantly toying with an apple core while a cold smirk graced his lips. The assailant, akin to an arrow released from a bow, abruptly halted, silently gazing ahead. Not far from him stood Urshio, brandishing a cleaver. I told you there would be no escape. Zhao Hu, perched on a lamppost, continued to toss the apple core with a steady rhythm. I was genuinely astounded. I glanced between Zhao Hu on the lamppost and Urshio at the end of the road, a sense of unprecedented exhilaration flooding my mind. I seemed to understand why Zhao Hu had emerged victorious amidst the treacherous environment of vocational school. It was his strategic acumen and clever intellect that rendered him exceptional. There was but one path, Urshio ahead and Zhao Hu behind, leaving the assailant with no avenue for escape. Cheng-Yi, filled with excitement, shouted, "Urshio, finish him off." However, Urshio remained still, perhaps unable to hear her voice. Zhao Hu then remarked nonchalantly, "Long, how many times did the assailant strike you?" It was the first instance he had spoken to me since his arrival, prompting me to quickly respond, "Once." Indeed, it was a single blow, landing on my arm, although my palm bore a wound. It was self-inflicted while grappling with the assailant's blade. Zhao Hu nodded approvingly, stating, "Very well. I am a fair man. If someone strikes my brother once, I shall repay them tenfold. He then bellowed, Ursio, 10 strikes. How remarkably fair, to endure one blow and retaliate with 10. Who would not fear such a Zhao Hu? Following his command, Ursio surged forward in a straight line towards the assailant. I surmised he could not see the assailant. Rather, Zhao Hu had instructed him to charge straight ahead. Soon, Ursio and the assailant clashed. The latter had no choice but to retaliate, raising his dagger in defense. The moment he attempted to block, Ursio seized the opportunity. The gleaming blade in Ursio's hand danced with precision, mirroring their prior skirmish. The assailant was no match for Ursio and lacked even the strength to counter. In a brief span, the assailant was struck multiple times, collapsing to the ground. Precisely 10 strikes, neither more nor less. Once again, he lay battered and bloodied, yet he uttered not a single sound, lying motionless on the ground. The figure we, along with Chung Yi, had regarded as a nightmare was effortlessly subdued by Ursio, exemplifying the stark disparity in their abilities. Simultaneously, a graceful figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, lifting the injured assailant and vanishing without a trace. I recognized her as Du Xiaolan. No one intervened or obstructed her. A series of laughter echoed from above, emanating from Zhao Hu, who clearly reveled in his handiwork. He stood upright on the narrow lamppost, resembling a king among beasts, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. My intuition was correct. At that moment, everyone present, regardless of their familiarity with Zhao Hu, gazed at him with trepidation. Long Zhao Hu once again called out my name. Huh? I hastily responded. Help me find a ladder. Zhao Hu said, appearing quite distressed. It's difficult to get down. I replied, perplexed. Big boss, everyone is currently paying homage to you. Why this sudden predicament? What do you mean it's difficult? And where am I supposed to find a ladder for you? I said, exasperated. If you can't come down, why climb so high in the first place? No, Zhao Hu pointed to the window of the restaurant behind him, explaining, I want to eat and noticed that you all had dispersed. I saw a commotion down below, so I climbed out to take a look, but now the window is shut. I looked up and indeed saw that the window was closed. The entire restaurant had closed for the night. It turned out Zhao Hu had climbed out from there, which was why no one had seen him. I couldn't help but laugh and said, just wait a moment. I'll see if there is a ladder nearby. All right, I'll wait for you. Zhao Hu squatted on the lamppost like a forlorn little monkey. But where was I to find a ladder? I looked left and right, truly at a loss. If all else failed, I could always call for help. At that moment, Wu Yunfeng suddenly said, Master Hu, it's not my business, so I'll take my leave now. I'll treat you to a meal another time. Wu Yunfeng grabbed Zhou Qing's hand, attempting to leave, but with a sudden whoosh, the 5th apple core was finally thrown out, splattering Wu Yunfeng's face with apple juice. Did I give you permission to leave? Zhao Hu said slowly, with an unmistakable tone of authority. 052, do you wish to try once more? Wu Yunfeng found himself paralyzed. Though Zhao Hu was ensnared beneath the streetlight, his seemingly weightless words rendered Wu Yunfeng immobile. Such is the power of reputation. While Wu Yunfeng displayed audacity in my presence, he exhibited utmost submissiveness before Zhao Hu. Tiger Master, Wu Yunfeng grimaced. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. Just a moment ago, I was pleading for Zhonglong. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Zhao Hu impatiently dug at his ear, declaring, I have no interest in your ramblings. Whether you're released or not is determined by my brother. What my brother says is what I say. Wu Yunfeng had no choice but to turn his gaze towards me, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and yearning, clearly hoping for my clemency. Chung Yi, reveling in his predicament, taunted, weren't you just quite arrogant? Keep it up. I was also seething with anger, just moments ago. When the situation favored him, Wu Yunfeng was insufferably arrogant, and now, with the tides turned, he had wilted. I held him in contempt. With a forceful kick, I sent Wu Yunfeng sprawling to the ground and said, So now you know fear? Where's your bravado earlier? Initially, my uncle had reached an understanding with Wu Loxi, agreeing to let bygones be bygones and to maintain peace moving forward. Yet, Wu Yunfeng had chosen to provoke me again. How much disdain did he harbor for me? Seizing this opportunity, I resolved to subdue him thoroughly, ensuring he would not dare to entangle himself with me again. ideally making him scurry away at the mere sight of me, much like he did with Zhao Hu. With this thought in mind, I rolled up my sleeves, preparing to give Wu Yunfeng a proper thrashing. Wu Yunfeng lay on the ground, nursing an injured leg, utterly incapable of rising or fighting back. However, before I could strike, Zhou Qing stepped in front of him, pleading with me, "Zhanglong, please do not strike him." Although I had come to terms with Zhou Qing's lack of affection for me, and had resolved not to remain a foolish romantic, her presence before me made it difficult to proceed with my intentions, let alone push her aside. Cheng Yi shouted from the side, "Hit him, beat him to a pulp, so he won't dare to be arrogant again." Cheng Yi was unequivocally a fierce woman, sharing my disdain for Wu Yunfeng. Zhou Qing turned to her. "Do not be like this. Just now, Wu Yunfeng spared you. He spared us." Cheng Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide. "If you hadn't pleaded for us, would he have let us go? Well, for my sake, could you please refrain from hitting him? He truly knows he was wrong." Zhou Qing bit her lip, her eyes reddening with impending tears. Her feelings for Wu Yunfeng were undeniably complicated. I simply could not fathom why this scoundrel inspired such loyalty. Nevertheless, it was true that Zhou Qing had interceded on our behalf, and even Cheng Yi could not reasonably contest this. She turned her head away, indicating her disassociation from the matter, as she had not been the one to strike. This girl might speak harshly, but her heart was tender. Zhou Qing cast her gaze upon me once again, her eyes shimmering with tears as she implored, "Zhanglong, if you still consider me a friend, please let Yunfeng off this time, will you?" The shift in address was telling. She now referred to Wu Yunfeng simply as Yunfeng, a term that carried an intimate weight. Yet, it was only fitting, as the couple had reconciled. With Zhou Qing standing in the way, I found it impossible to act against him. However, the fury boiling within me had no outlet, so I turned to Zhou Qing and stated, "I can let him go this once. But let it be clear that we are no longer friends. After tonight, neither of us owes anything to the other. We shall part ways." Given how things had unfolded, maintaining a friendship seemed rather futile. Zhou Qing's lips moved as if she wished to speak, yet no words emerged. She lowered her head, fresh tears streaming down her cheeks. I then directed my gaze at Wu Yunfeng and solemnly declared, "I do not wish for there to be a next time. Of course, if there is, rest assured, if you do not end me, I shall certainly end you." Wu Yunfeng visibly shuddered and murmured, "There won't be a next time." I can only hope his words are sincere. I truly wish to never encounter this couple again, longing for them to vanish completely from my life, to fade away into oblivion, never to cross paths again. Zhou Qing softly uttered her thanks and cautiously assisted Wu Yunfeng to his feet. Is this truly the end? Suddenly, Zhao Hu, perched atop a lamppost, slid down the pole with a swift motion and approached us, pointing at Wu Yunfeng. "Are you really letting him go?" We all wore expressions of disbelief. If Zhao Hu could descend on his own, why did he need me to fetch a ladder? Nevertheless, at this moment, no one paid heed to such trivialities, as our focus remained on Wu Yunfeng. He grew anxious once more, fearful that Zhao Hu would not let him off the hook, and quickly glanced back at Zhou Qing, who immediately turned her eyes towards me. With a resigned sigh, I conceded, "Fine, let him go." Zhao Hu chuckled, digging at his nose, and patted my shoulder, saying, "Brother, you are too kind. Being too kind is not always a virtue. I genuinely fear that one day you may meet your demise at the hands of this woman." I replied helplessly, "Leave a thread of hope for future encounters. And please, refrain from wiping your nose on me." "Oh, my apologies." Zhao, who quickly wiped my shoulder and continued, "In any case, you handle this as you see fit. I suspect that Wu Yunfeng will not relent and may come back to trouble you. Just think it through." I turned my attention back to Wu Yunfeng, who immediately waved his hands, insisting, "I won tea. I truly won tea." Regardless of his assurances, with Zhou Qing present, I could not bring myself to act decisively. "You may leave now," I said. "I know you have always looked down upon me, but it's a pity that in our encounters, you have consistently fallen short. I hope you come to understand this fundamental truth. You are simply not my match." Admittedly, my words were somewhat exaggerated. Wu Yunfeng and I had experienced our share of victories and defeats, and tonight, he was the clear victor, having taken Zhou Qing with him. Wu Yunfeng remained silent, his head bowed as he gradually disappeared down the narrow path, supported by Zhou Qing. This matter seemed to reach a conclusion. Any future entanglements would be addressed in due time. Zhao Hu, having never regarded Wu Yunfeng with any seriousness, felt indifferent upon his departure. With a cheerful demeanor, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, Princess Yi initially called to inform me that Zhang Long would be spending the evening with Zhou Qing, inviting me to celebrate. Yet upon arrival, I must wonder, whose wedding are we truly toasting?" As he spoke, Zhao Hu cast glances at my hand intertwined with Cheng Yi's. Instinctively, we released our grip, both our faces flushing with embarrassment. Our classmates gathered around us, playfully congratulating us while inquiring whether Cheng Yi's earlier remarks held any weight, asking if we were indeed going to KTV for drinks. It was uncertain whether Cheng Yi was shy or simply teasing, as she loudly declared, "Let us go. Let us go. What drinks? Who said I was with him?" That was merely to provoke Wu Yunfeng. Indeed, she was truly attempting to salvage my dignity. Upon hearing her words, the crowd let out collective sighs, accusing Cheng Yi of toying with us and lamenting that she had not even invited us as guests. My emotions were tumultuous. I could not discern whether to feel sorrow or relief. However, one thing was certain. I was not exceedingly joyful. Yet I was not particularly disappointed either. This turn of events fell within my expectations, and I could only express gratitude to Cheng Yi for extricating me from an awkward situation. Zhao Hu interjected, "Where are you two playing at? Don't waste my feelings. Since you're both single, why not just make it work?" His proclamation incited the crowd to rally, urging us to unite, insisting that we must drink together this evening. Cheng Yi repeatedly insisted, "Let us go, let us go. This is none of your business. Stop making a fuss." She added, "Zhang Long is injured. We ought to head to the hospital for treatment first." Zhao Hu, lifting my arm, dismissed the matter, stating it was merely a minor injury that did not warrant a hospital visit. I could tend to it at home, having seen greater hardships. Zhao Hu dismissed my small wound as insignificant. I assessed myself and concurred. It was indeed manageable with just a bit of iodine. Cheng Yi inquired if I was genuinely all right, to which I assured her I was fine. As Zhao Hu attempted to stir the crowd, once more a chorus of "Who's-y? Where are you?" erupted nearby. It turned out that Air Qiao, having finished his task, had been left unattended and could no longer contain himself, calling out for Zhao Hu. With a slap to his thigh, Zhao Hu exclaimed, "Oh no, I nearly forgot about my brother. All right, Zhang Long and Yi, you two should have a proper conversation. I believe you're quite compatible. It would be a shame not to be together. I'll take my leave now to escort Air Qiao home. Do let me know once you've settled things. I must be there to celebrate your wedding." Like a whirlwind, Zhao Hu dashed off, his final words trailing behind him as he reached Air Qiao. "My Hu, where have you gone?" Air Qiao lamented, pounding his chest. "Your Hu is right here. Let us go." Zhao Hu tugged at Air Qiao, and they hurried away with fervor. With Zhao Hu's departure, the others felt disinclined to continue their jesting, as none dared to provoke Cheng Yi further. With a wave of her delicate hand, she declared, "All right, that's enough for today. Everyone, please disperse." The crowd, left with no choice, grumbled and eventually scattered. After Cheng Yi confirmed that I did not need to go to the hospital, she tilted her head and asked, "Shall I take you home?" "Sure, but I've had a drink, so I can't drive. Let's take a taxi back." While I was alone with Cheng Yi, my cheeks flushed and my heart raced, rendering my minor injuries inconsequential. "It's fine. I haven't had a drink. Hand me the keys." Cheng Yi reached out to me. I stared at Cheng Yi in astonishment, pondering the events of the evening. Did she really not drink? "I truly haven't," she replied. "I was thinking that since you and Zhou Qing would be together tonight and have been drinking, it would be best for me, the sober one, to drive you both home. But never mind, let us just get in the car." It was indeed unnecessary to bring up Zhou Qing again. Cheng Yi's driving skills were commendable. I trusted her, so I handed the keys over. As Cheng Yi drove me back to the factory, we remained silent. The car enveloped in tranquility, save for the music. Neither of us spoke. Cheng Yi focused intently on the road while I gazed at her beautiful profile, replaying the entire evening in my mind. Truthfully, setting aside the moments that made my heart race, I was genuinely moved by Cheng Yi's chivalrous actions tonight. It was her loyalty that spared me from complete embarrassment. Although it was merely a fleeting encounter, the beauty of the dream we shared was sufficient. I dare not to aspire for anything more. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of the garment factory. I opened the door and said, Thank you for tonight. You can drive the car back. I'll go retrieve it later. Chung-yi nodded. Just as I was about to exit, she called me back. My heart raced, but I feigned indifference and turned back, asking, What is it? Chung-yi smiled at me and inquired, Was tonight's kiss sweet? My mind was somewhat muddled, and I instinctively replied, Sweet, it truly was sweet. My first kiss with a girl was unexpectedly delightful. Then would you like to try again? 053, Chung-yi's secret, do you want to try again? I gazed at Chung-yi in astonishment, unable to fathom that such words had escaped her lips. Meanwhile, my mind raced, pondering whether she was serious or merely jesting. If I confessed my desire, would she retaliate with a sharp slap? Yet to deny such a yearning felt utterly disingenuous, especially considering the enchantment of tonight's kiss. Who could possibly resist the temptation to experience it once more? Chung-yi's eyes sparkled with emotion, and her cheeks bore a faint blush, suggesting she was not jesting. However, the word want remained lodged in my throat, refusing to be uttered. How foolish I must appear. Suddenly, Chung-yi burst into laughter, playfully chiding. Let me rephrase. Do you like me? The inquiry of whether I liked Chung-yi was even more daunting than the previous one. The notion of wanting to kiss her could be rationalized as a mere physiological impulse. After all, kissing a beauty like Chung-yi is a dream for most men. However, to address the matter of affection elevates it to an entirely different realm. Such questions demand careful consideration and cannot be answered lightly. I admitted that moments with Chung-yi had ignited my heart and flushed my cheeks, like the time I was injured, and she tore her strap, or the morning we awoke in each other's embrace. These experiences had stirred primal instincts within me, but they did not equate to genuine affection. I had never contemplated that possibility. Until now, my heart had been wholly devoted to Zhou Qing, convinced that our story would culminate in mutual happiness, certain that she was the one I was destined to love. Yet now, I am one who knows when to cut losses. I recognize that Zhou Qing is no longer worthy of my affections, and I ought to forget her starting today. However, to profess my feelings for another girl at this moment feels immensely challenging. Yet, with such directness from a girl, would it not be disrespectful to decline her affections? I anxiously regarded Chung-yi, utterly at a loss for words. Just then, she suddenly declared, Zhang Long, if you dare say you like me, you'll be in serious trouble. What? Chung-yi's unexpected statement left me bewildered. What could she possibly mean? I stared at her in confusion. Chung-yi sighed softly and lowered her gaze, confessing, Zhang Long, I fear you may laugh at me, but in truth, I was not lying tonight. I have liked you for quite some time. When I first realized this, I was equally taken aback, scarcely able to believe it. You know how I once regarded you, right? Yet, that is how life unfolds. One simply finds themselves drawn to someone without warning. After spending so many days with you, I have come to understand your admirable qualities. Your sense of responsibility and charm make you a paragon among men. Do you have any idea how envious I am of Zhou Qing? To be cherished by a man like you makes her the luckiest girl in the world. However, I must confine these feelings deep within my heart, for Zhou Qing is my dear friend, and I could never think of betraying her trust. Moreover, knowing that such an admirable man as you holds affection for her brings me genuine happiness and heartfelt wishes for her well-being. Truly, I have never harbored any ulterior motives, even when I assisted you in selecting outfits, treating you as if you were my boyfriend. My intentions were innocent. This evening, I presumed you two would be together. While a faint sense of disappointment lingered in my heart, my predominant desire was for your happiness and the hope that you would ultimately embark on the journey of marriage together. Yet, what transpired later caught me completely off guard. In that moment, I felt a surge of anger, not only directed at Wu Yunfeng, but also at Zhou Qing. I found it incomprehensible how she could overlook such a wonderful man like you. This is why I acted as I did, not merely to provoke Wu Yunfeng, but also... Chung-yi seemed momentarily at a loss for words, taking a deep breath before continuing. In any case, Zhang Long, I like you, and I wish for you to be my boyfriend. Since Zhou Qing has stepped back, I believe it unnecessary for me to continue to tread lightly. Of course, there is no need for you to rush your response. I understand how deeply you once cared for Zhou Qing and the lengths you have gone for her. It would be utterly implausible for anyone to suddenly believe you could have feelings for me, unless you were a cad like Wu Yunfeng. This is precisely why Cheng Yi does not want me to express my feelings for her. I nodded in understanding. Cheng Yi continued, I am not in haste for your answer. I recognize that you cannot yet forget Zhou Qing, and while there are other women in your heart, we cannot be together. Whenever you feel you have truly moved on from Zhou Qing and can focus solely on me, do not hesitate to reach out. Do you understand? Cheng Yi possesses a straightforward and decisive nature. She speaks clearly without ambiguity. After hearing her lengthy discourse, I grasped her intent and understood what I must do next. I need to completely forget Zhou Qing and confirm my affection for Cheng Yi before we can truly be together. I nodded emphatically and agreed. Of course, you should act swiftly. Cheng Yi suddenly turned her head away, blushing as she said, You know there are many men pursuing me. If you take too long, who knows who might whisk me away? I chuckled and assured her that I would provide a prompt response. Cheng Yi nodded in agreement, her gaze shifting to my arm and hand as she remarked, When you return, take care to bandage yourself up and remember to disinfect. Understood. You should head back as well, and do send me a message once you arrive home safely. The warmth of being cared for enveloped me, filling my heart with a sweet, comforting sensation as I strode towards the factory. Zhang Long. Huh? I turned back to see Cheng Yi in the driver's seat. She suddenly flashed me a radiant smile and said, Let me share a secret with you. Tonight is my first kiss. What? I exclaimed in astonishment. Haven't you been in numerous relationships? How could it still be your first kiss? You appear so domineering, and adept Cheng Yi let out a scoff, her expression darkening as she replied, I was merely jesting with you. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped away, seemingly quite irate. I was left pondering what had provoked her ire. So, it was merely a jest. I scratched my head, thinking it was evident that it wasn't her first kiss. A girl as beautiful as her must have had countless suitors. As for her first kiss, she likely lost it back in her school days. I, however, was still a novice in that regard. Yet, I found no concern in it. When one genuinely cherishes a girl, such trivialities become inconsequential. I strolled toward the factory. Upon returning to my dormitory, I retrieved iodine and gauze to tend to my wounds. After tending to myself, my uncle called, inquiring about my evening. Before I set out, I had briefed him on the situation, and he was aware of my intention to confess my feelings. There was no reason to conceal such matters, so I recounted the events in their entirety. Given my uncle's fiery temperament, it was predictable that he would erupt in a tirade over the phone, starting with accusations against Zhou Qing for her ingratitude and lack of discernment, expressing disbelief that she could overlook someone like me. He then lashed out at Wu Yunfeng for daring to covet a woman I had my eyes on, followed by a scathing remark about Zai being a complete nuisance who would eventually bring about his own demise. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Attempting to calm my uncle, You're over a decade older than I am, yet your temper rivals mine. My uncle, with a grim tone, replied, I simply cannot bear to see you wronged. Whoever bullies you, I would wish to eliminate. Indeed, my uncle had built his substantial empire through more than mere impulse. It was only when matters concerning me arose that he became this enraged. I reassured him that it was unnecessary. I could handle Wu Yunfeng and Zui Zi myself, and if it were someone like Wu Loxi, then his intervention would be warranted. My uncle agreed, recognizing that at over 30, it was unseemly to squabble with children, as it would tarnish his stature. Of course, he did not solely vent his frustrations. He also praised Cheng Yi, Zhao Hu, and Tiao, lauding me for having found such loyal friends. Especially Cheng Yi, he extolled her virtues, declaring, based on his extensive life experience, that she was undoubtedly a good girl whom I must capture and eventually marry to propagate the Zhang family lineage. I mused internally that I was not even my father's biological son, so what lineage was there to propagate? Naturally, I refrained from voicing such a morose thought. Then, with a hint of mystery, my uncle remarked, Cheng Yi must surely be with you now? Well, I shall not intrude upon your blissful moments, but do remember not to use protection. Strive to have a robust son soon. Before I could respond, he abruptly ended the call. I found it rather amusing. My uncle, who himself was unmarried, was preoccupied with my matrimonial affairs. After tending to my wounds, I washed up slightly and then lay down on my bed to rest, reflecting on the events of the day. Despite being rejected by Zhou Qing, I found myself surprisingly untroubled, all thanks to Cheng Yi's gallant intervention. That night, I fell into a deep, blissful slumber, my dreams suffused with sweetness. The following morning, I awoke early, determined not to forget my commitment to exercise. I sincerely felt that my physical condition was inadequate. While I might be acceptable among the average, I was vastly inferior when compared to someone like Zue Zi. It was imperative for me to strengthen myself, to fortify my abilities, so that when next I encountered Zue Zi, I would no longer be at his mercy. I called my second uncle, knowing he had a daily habit of rising early to train. I wished to join him and perhaps learn a few techniques. Upon receiving my call, my uncle was rather astonished, exclaiming that a moment of spring night was worth 1,000 gold pieces. How could I bear to rise so early? I found myself both amused and exasperated, and thus confessed that I had not spent the night with Cheng Yi. My uncle sighed, lamenting that at my age, I should be more adept at seizing opportunities. Nevertheless, upon learning of my intent to improve my fitness, he expressed his support, albeit noting that at my current level, I was still far from being ready to learn from him. I should first focus on building my endurance. He instructed me to begin by running 10 kilometers with a weighted pack each day, and to return to him in a month. This was certainly a challenge I could accept. I prepared a 5-kilogram pack, and, while the dawn was still dim, ventured out for my run. I sought a nearby park, intending to commence my training there. The park featured an artificial lake with a 1-kilometer loop around it. 10 laps would suffice. As I approached the third lap, I suddenly heard a faint sobbing emanating from the lakeside. It seemed to be a girl. Intrigued, I pondered who could possibly be crying at such an early hour. Following the sound, I ran closer, only to discover a familiar face. Upon hearing the sound of weeping, a sense of familiarity washed over me. As I turned the corner and beheld the figure, I realized it was none other than a familiar acquaintance, Song Xiaoyu. There she sat on a stone by the lakeside, softly sobbing into the water's reflection. It would be an exaggeration to describe her tears as akin to a delicate flower weeping, for such a phrase is reserved for fragile women, and she was anything but. Neither could it be said that she was wailing uncontrollably, as her cries were subdued and restrained. What an indescribable scene it was. What could possibly cause Song Xiaoyu to weep so early in the day? Hesitating briefly, I approached her. Upon hearing her name called, she hastily wiped her tears and lifted her head. Upon recognizing me, she stood up and began to walk away. What an intriguing girl. She disregarded others yet chose to ignore me as well, which was of little concern since I was merely passing by. However, after taking a few steps, she squatted down once more and resumed her weeping. What on earth was happening? Although my connection with Song Xiaoyu was tenuous at best, I could not simply turn a blind eye. I stepped closer and inquired, "What troubles you?" Tears streaming down her face, she seemed eager to unburden herself and stammered, "He has called off our engagement." Suddenly, everything clicked into place. It was indeed true. Yesterday, when Wu Yunfeng interrupted my conversation with Zhou Qing, he had mentioned to her that he had terminated his engagement with Song Xiaoyu. This revelation had allowed Zhou Qing to reconcile with Wu Yunfeng without hesitation. At that moment, I had believed myself to be the most unfortunate soul in existence, only to discover that there were others, like Song Xiaoyu, who were suffering far worse. She was on the verge of fainting from her sorrow, while I had the benevolent Cheng Yi to offer me assistance. Who would come to Song Xiaoyu's aid? Those who offer help are often helped in return. Let this kindness flow onward. Of course, I would not employ Cheng Yi's approach. I lacked the audacity to speak so freely. Thus, I could only offer some verbal consolation to Song Xiaoyu. Sighing, I crouched down before her and said, "Our circumstances are rather similar. I intended to confess my feelings to Zhou Qing yesterday, but Wu Yunfeng intervened." Song Xiaoyu, clearly aware of the situation, sobbed and replied, "Even so, I would never be with you, so spare me your foolish hopes." I was taken aback. Dear sister, who is truly the one lost in fantasy here? In exasperation, I lamented, "I simply cannot fathom what it is that Wu Yunfeng possesses that draws you all to him like moths to a flame." Through her tears, Song Xiaoyu managed to articulate, "It's because he is handsome. You wouldn't understand this feeling." I retorted, "Sister, I am here to comfort you. Yet you keep stabbing me with your words. This isn't quite fair. Nevertheless, I conceded that her reasoning held some merit. To be a scoundrel, one must possess certain assets. Wu Yunfeng's charm and wealth were indeed his weapons for wrongdoing. Sitting down on the ground, I crossed my legs and stated with such behavior, "Do you truly believe your father would let him off so easily? An engagement can be dissolved at whim, but surely Song Danyu would not remain indifferent. Shouldn't there be a confrontation with Wu Loxi?" Song Xiaoyu, being candid, shook her head and replied, "No, my father currently harbors a deep resentment towards your second uncle. He spends his days plotting revenge with Wu Loxi, leaving no room for concern about my matters." It appeared that Song Xiaoyu was aware of the connection between me and her second uncle. However, this was hardly surprising. During the last negotiations at Hailai, her second uncle had bullied Wu Loxi and Song Danyu to such an extent that those two crafty individuals were undoubtedly plotting against him. The notion of united opposition against a common foe was indeed applicable here. With a formidable adversary at hand, it was no wonder that Song Danyu refrained from standing up for his daughter. While I could surmise the situation, I appreciated Song Xiaoyu's sincerity as she recounted it in detail. Of course, her straightforwardness was not a recent development. I had recognized her character from the moment we met. Politely put, she was refreshingly candid. Less charitably, one might say she lacked discernment and was easily deceived. I inquired further, "What do your father and Wu Loxi plan to do about my second uncle?" Although I firmly believed that Song Danyu and Wu Loxi were no match for my second uncle, it would not hurt to glean insights into their schemes. To my surprise, Song Xiaoyu became suspicious. "How could I share that with you?" Oh, so she had shown a flicker of cleverness. Yet, I knew that extracting information from her would not pose a challenge. I gently coaxed her, remarking that given their advanced age, how long could they continue their feud? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to relish their twilight years? Tell me, and I shall persuade them to cease their hostilities. Besides, if your father is no longer preoccupied with battling my second uncle, he might turn his attention to your affairs again. Who knows, he might even bring Wu Yunfeng back, as the Wu family still hopes to rise through your family. Just think, would you truly be willing to sacrifice such a handsome husband as Wu Yunfeng? Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoyu was finally swayed. She once again displayed her genuine nature, revealing the entire plot her father and Wu Loxi had devised. After listening, I was left utterly dumbfounded. These two individuals were indeed malicious and ruthless. If their scheme succeeded, it would spell disaster for my second uncle, obliterating years of his hard work and investments. Thankfully, I had learned of their entire plan from Song Xiaoyu. Otherwise, my second uncle and I would have been caught unawares. In this manner, Song Xiaoyu inadvertently became my benefactor. Naturally, I felt no debt towards her. During our last encounter at Yongza Park, she had claimed to owe me a favor, which I considered settled now. To maintain my rapport with Song Xiaoyu and to extract further information from her, an idea struck me. "Xiaoyu, do you know why Wu Yunfeng doesn't like you?" She asked why. I replied, "Because you are not particularly beautiful." Song Xiaoyu widened her eyes in protest. "Nonsense. My father says I am the most beautiful girl in the world. It's clearly that vixen Zhou Qing who knows how to seduce men. Once I get my hands on her, I shall tear her apart." I could only laugh and say, "Indeed, you are quite attractive. The only drawback is that you're a bit plump. Once a person gains weight, their beauty tends to be obscured. As the saying goes, a pound gained ruins all, wouldn't you agree?" While Song Xiaoyu might believe herself beautiful, she had to concede her weight issue, as it was quite evident. She pinched the flesh at her waist and asked, "Then what should I do?" I declared that from today onward, I would engage in physical exercise, running 10 kilometers around the lake each day, inviting you to join me in this endeavor for weight loss. 10 kilometers, exclaimed Song Xiaoyu, astonished. I struggle to run even 100 meters. You expect me to run 10 kilometers? Absolutely not. I urged her to consider the possibilities. Once she shed the excess weight, she would become the epitome of beauty, captivating Wu Yunfeng to the point of willingly bowing before her. At the mere mention of Wu Yunfeng, Song Xiaoyu's spirit ignited, and with newfound determination, she agreed to commence her weight loss journey today. With great fervor, she began running alongside me. Admittedly, her physique made it quite challenging. While I completed 3 laps, she could manage only one, panting heavily as if she had just emerged from a sauna. Yet, I continuously cheered her on, encouraging her to persevere. Whenever she felt exhausted and reluctant to continue, I would remind her of Wu Yunfeng, that handsome figure, and her motivation would rekindle. By the end of that morning, I had completed 10 laps, while Song Xiaoyu managed 3, her entire body drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just exited a sauna. Remarkable. I can see you've lost a little weight and look more beautiful than before. Capturing Wu Yunfeng's heart is merely a matter of time. Really? She replied, utterly fatigued, barely able to rise, yet brimming with joy. Let us continue tomorrow morning. We set a time to meet the following day and parted ways. Upon returning to the factory, I promptly relayed the events to my uncle. He was quite taken aback, expressing disbelief that those 2 individuals had the audacity to target his clothing factory. Patting my shoulder, he remarked, "Long, you did well this time. Thankfully, you were aware in advance. Otherwise, our hard work over the years would have been in vain." I chuckled, saying, "It's not that exaggerated. Even without prior knowledge, with your intellect, uncle, you would have surely unraveled their plans." He smiled in return, "Perhaps. But your foresight has fortified our confidence, allowing us to mount a counterattack." In any case, we were now privy to the schemes of Wu Loxi and Song Danyu. We merely awaited their next move. Until that moment, we would maintain a facade of ignorance, ready to turn the tables when the opportunity arose. The following morning, Song Xiaoyu indeed returned, continuing our running regimen. From that day forth, we exercised together daily. Whenever she felt like giving up, I would speak of Wu Yunfeng, reigniting her determination. Naturally, I also discreetly inquired about her father and Wu Loxi, ensuring I was informed of every step of their plans and progress, as that remained my primary objective. Days passed in succession, and I did not waver. I exercised daily, as did Song Xiaoyu, who consistently showed up at the park. During these days, aside from focusing on our fitness and gathering intelligence on our adversaries, I also contemplated Cheng Yi's situation. She had stated that I should seek her out only when I could fully forget Zhou Qing. I was striving towards that goal. It was not an endeavor that could be achieved swiftly. Each time thoughts of her surfaced, my heart ached as though pierced by 1,000 needles. There is no remedy for my plight. I have harbored a secret affection for her for so many years, once believing that I had a chance. I was once so close to success, only to be cast down to the depths of despair. The pain is akin to a dagger thrust into my heart. This emotional turmoil is not easily mended. It may seem rather unmanly for a man to be troubled by such heartache. Thus, many men, when wounded, choose to keep their suffering hidden, silently enduring their anguish. I am no exception. Until I have fully recovered from this emotional injury, I cannot seek out Cheng Yi, for that would be irresponsible towards her, and she would not appreciate such a version of me. Therefore, in recent days, my interactions with Cheng Yi have remained lukewarm, consisting merely of occasional text messages to wish her good morning or good night, without any advancement in our relationship. Yet, I'm aware that she is waiting for me. As for Zhou Qing, ever since her reconciliation with Wu Yunfeng, she has ceased to attend work at the garment factory. I presume she has taken up employment at Wu Yunfeng's family company. Such a move is rather irresponsible, considering she is a formal employee at our factory, possessing extensive client information, and the factory has been contributing to her social insurance and housing fund. It is perplexing that she left without a word. She should have at least come to resign properly and handle the necessary procedures. However, she has not come, and I find it difficult to call her. One morning, while I was running breathlessly in the park with Song Xiaoyu, my phone suddenly rang, revealing a call from Zhou Qing. 055, she must not leave. The 7th jade pendant of old affection since that fateful night when Zhou Qing reconciled with Wu Yunfeng. It felt as though she had vanished from my world, never to be seen again. Thus, when she unexpectedly called, it was both surprising and, in a peculiar way, somewhat anticipated. I had resolved to cease all contact with Zhou Qing. However, upon seeing her name flash across my screen, I hesitated momentarily before answering. Of course, I chose not to run any longer. Song Xiaoyu, who had been jogging alongside me, noticed my abrupt halt and turned to inquire, "What's wrong?" I replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I'm just taking a call. You carry on running. I'll catch up shortly." Over the past few days, running with Song Xiaoyu had provided companionship and mutual encouragement during our exertions. She nodded and continued her pace, while I walked to the lakeside to inquire about Zhou Qing's call. Noticing my heavy breathing, Zhou Qing asked what I was doing. I replied, my tone decidedly frosty. I'm out for a run. There was no warmth left in my demeanor towards her. My enthusiasm had long since waned. A spare tire will eventually awaken to reality. No one is destined to remain in that role indefinitely. After a brief silence, Zhou Qing said, I'm at the factory to complete my resignation procedures. Could you come and accompany me? I responded, as for your resignation, once your supervisor has signed, you just need to get Sister Chiao from HR to sign off. There is no need for me to be there. Zhou Qing replied, I came to the factory because you introduced me. Before I leave, I would like to see you just once to bring closure, if you will. There was an almost pleading note in her voice. Reluctantly, I acquiesced, saying I would join her after finishing my run. After hanging up, I resumed jogging with Song Xiaoyu until we completed 10 laps, drenched in sweat. I returned to the factory, took a shower, and changed before seeking out Zhou Qing. Upon arriving at the sales department, I found the sales manager reprimanding her, accusing her of being irresponsible, stating that if she could not come to work, she shouldn't bother showing up at all, and now she was resigning. Where was the professionalism in that? Zhou Qing remained silent, bowing her head in quiet submission. I stepped in, saying, Manager Wang, please don't make things difficult for her. Just sign the paperwork. Although no one at the factory was aware of my familial ties, my close relationship with the boss afforded me a position of considerable influence. Manager Wang refrained from further comment and promptly signed the documents, remarking, your salary will not be disbursed. Consider it a penalty for your absence. Personal favors aside, rules are rules. Zhou Qing accepted this outcome without protest. After all, she was no longer in need of financial support, having secured her place alongside Wu Yunfeng, content to embrace her life as a wealthy wife. Once we exited the sales department, I accompanied Zhou Qing to HR. Sister Chiao from HR, known for her sharp tongue, was bound to have something to say about Zhou Qing's sudden resignation after an extended absence. Yet, Zhou Qing remained stoic, enduring the reprimand with a commendable demeanor. After signing the necessary paperwork, Zhou Qing was completely severed from our garment factory. Standing at the entrance of the HR office, I was filled with a myriad of emotions. Reflecting on how I had first met Zhou Qing here, igniting the dormant strings of my heart and filling my mind with fantasies about her. Now, we find ourselves separated once again. Life, it seems, is akin to a circle. No matter how much we struggle, we inevitably return to the starting point. After signing the papers, Zhou Qing showed no intention of leaving. Standing before me with her head bowed, she softly uttered, Zhang Long, I am truly sorry. My heart ached anew. Memories flooded my mind, recalling a time when Zhou Qing and I were inseparable, starting each day by picking her up for work, sharing lunch in the cafeteria, and later escorting her home. I had held her hand, caressed her face, and embraced her on several occasions, believing we would be together, never anticipating such an outcome. Every recollection sent a pang of sorrow through my heart. To be honest, I despise this version of myself. It signifies that I have yet to fully let go, that I have not entirely forgotten Zhou Qing. How wretched it is to be so sentimental, despite her current state. Why should I still feel this heartache? I ought to be grieving for myself. Yet, regardless of the turmoil within, I maintained a facade of indifference, stating, You have nothing to apologize for. It is merely a matter of different choices. I wish you and Wu Yunfeng happiness. My words were insincere. I do not possess such magnanimity. In truth, I harbor no desire for their happiness. I would prefer their lives to be more miserable than anyone else's, even to the point of begging on the streets. However, Zhou Qing took my words to heart, lifting her head with a smile, saying, Yes, we will certainly be happy. I also wish you and happiness. Perhaps the four of us can go for a drive together. Wu Yunfeng is not as bad as you imagine. Go for a drive together? The mere thought of Wu Yunfeng made me feel nauseous. I self-deprecatingly remarked, That is my work vehicle. I doubt I can take it out for leisure. That's all right. Wu Yunfeng's car is spacious enough for all four of us. If he is unavailable, I can drive. I have been learning to drive recently. Zhou Qing proclaimed with pride, assuming the role of a hostess. I was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Noticing my silence, Zhou Qing seemed to realize her misstep, lowering her head once more, saying, "Let us not discuss that. Zhang Long, how have you been with E lately? I've sent her a few messages, but she hasn't replied." It was to be expected that Chang Yi would ignore Zhou Qing, given her disdain for Wu Yunfeng and her reluctance to engage with his girlfriend. I replied that I was unaware, as I had not seen her recently. "Aren't you too?" Zhou Qing looked at me in surprise. "We're not together." I clarified. He did that to save my face, deliberately performing in front of Wu Yunfeng. "You should know her well. She is always loyal to her friends." I had no intention of elaborating on my situation with Chang Yi to Zhou Qing, so I casually brushed it off. And indeed, we were not together. "Oh." Zhou Qing was not overly surprised. It was evidently something she had guessed. "But Zhang Long, I think you and E make a good match. Why don't you consider pursuing her? You need not concern yourself with my affairs." I interrupted her, saying, "Your formalities are completed. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I have to head out soon." Zhou Qing pressed her lips together, aware that I was reluctant to continue our conversation. Yet she still said, "Please accompany me to find General Manager Zhang. I know he has always valued and cared for me. Before I leave the factory, I wish to sincerely apologize to him." Indeed, my uncle held Zhou Qing in high regard and had granted her numerous opportunities. With a sigh, I replied, "All right, let us go." I escorted Zhou Qing to my uncle's office, but to our dismay, it was empty. The secretary informed us that General Manager Zhang had gone to inspect the workshop. My uncle truly was exceedingly busy, hands-on from top to bottom. Zhou Qing suggested, "Let us wait a little. I still wish to see General Manager Zhang." Reluctantly, I stayed with her in the office. My uncle's office, of course, was not accessible to just anyone, but with my presence, it was no issue. It was spacious and grand, featuring a mahogany desk, leather sofas, a computer atop the desk, and a magnificent painting of galloping horses on the wall. As the largest shareholder of the factory, my uncle often remarked that this office should rightfully belong to me. Yet I knew I lacked the capability to occupy such a position, particularly since my uncle had been performing admirably. After sitting for a while, Zhou Qing's expression suddenly grew uneasy, her hand moving to her lower abdomen. I asked her what was wrong. With a pained look, she replied, "I think my period has started." I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't it too early for that?" During our closest moments, I had become intimately familiar with her habits, even knowing precisely when her menstrual cycle occurred, which had given me the confidence to confess my feelings. "It might have come early. Zhang Long, could you please help me find a sanitary pad?" Zhou Qing often experienced considerable discomfort during her period, and I immediately responded, "Of course. Wait here." I hurried out and rushed downstairs. Fortunately, there was a convenience store at our factory, where I purchased a pack of sanitary pads and brought them to her. After a trip to the restroom, Zhou Qing emerged and informed me that it was not her period. Perhaps it was just a bit of stomach pain. I felt it was a wasted trip. I suggested, "Since you're not feeling well, there's no need to wait for General Manager Zhang. You should return home and rest." Zhou Qing agreed. We descended from the upper floors, and I accompanied her to the factory's main entrance. To my surprise, Wu Yunfeng was waiting in a car. Well, perhaps it wasn't so unexpected. He and Zhou Qing had reconciled, so it was only natural for him to come to pick her up. It seemed Wu Yunfeng's leg had healed enough for him to drive, though I imagined he would still walk with a limp in the future. Wu Yunfeng lowered his car window and regarded me with a challenging gaze. Naturally, I shot him an equally fierce glare, unfazed by any potential confrontation. I would mind giving him another beating if necessary. "Zhang Long, I'm leaving," Zhou Qing called out. She took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned back. Her eyes red as she bowed deeply, her face full of remorse. "Zhang Long, I'm truly sorry, I really am." I cannot fathom the reason behind her extravagant display of courtesy towards me. After all, refusing me once hardly warrants such an elaborate gesture. I hastily waved my hand, assuring her that it was of no consequence, and urged her to depart swiftly. Zhou Qing rubbed her eyes and turned to enter Wu Yunfeng's vehicle. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted behind me, and to my astonishment, my uncle burst forth with his secretary and several security personnel in tow. "Dragon, Do not allow her to leave. He bellowed in a hoarse voice. That wretch has pilfered crucial information from my computer. What? I exclaimed, taken aback, and immediately reached for the door of Wu Yunfeng's car. Yet, it was too late. Wu Yunfeng had already started the engine and accelerated away, leaving me powerless to intervene. A boisterous laughter echoed from the window, as Wu Yunfeng extended his middle finger and proclaimed loudly, "Zhang Hongfei, I entrust you once more with the protection of Zhonglong. But this time, I shall ensure your utter demise." 056 A battle of wits, not of strength, although my uncle shouted in time. I was unable to halt Wu Yunfeng's vehicle. He sped away with Zhou Qing, leaving only a whirlwind of dust in their wake. The air still echoed with Wu Yunfeng's arrogant laughter. Meanwhile, my uncle, along with his secretary and several security personnel, rushed out. Upon seeing Wu Yunfeng's departing car, my uncle shouted frantically, "Quick, pursue them!" A few security guards mounted their motorcycles and gave chase, but it was evident they would not catch up. I inquired about the crucial information stored on my uncle's computer, to which he replied that it was of utmost importance. It contained not only our factory's core technology, but also correspondence with some VIP clients. Its leakage would spell disaster for us. Upon hearing this, I was filled with anxiety, thinking, "Zhou Qing, how could you be so malicious? We once shared a good relationship. No wonder you bowed and apologized to me before leaving. You must have committed a treacherous act." Admittedly, this was undoubtedly instigated by Wu Yunfeng. Yet she chose to act on her own volition. No one held a gun to her head. Zhou Qing's betrayal was heartless, showing no regard for our past connection. The secretary beside me suggested, "Zhang, should we call the police?" My uncle shook his head and whispered, "We cannot involve the authorities." Upon hearing this, I understood that the lost documents included material that could be detrimental to us. This was not surprising. In enterprises of all sizes, there are always unsavory elements beneath the surface, and we were no exception. The secretary, visibly anxious, asked, "What should we do?" My uncle replied, "There's no use in panicking. Let us return and discuss our next steps." The secretary and I followed my uncle back to the office. Meanwhile, on a street in the county, a black Accord sped along, trailed by a few motorcycles that gradually fell behind. Inside the car, Wu Yunfeng glanced at the diminishing motorcycle convoy in the rearview mirror, whistling in triumph and even breaking into song. Today, the common folk are truly, truly joyous. His delight was palpable, his demeanor exuberant. In stark contrast sat Zhou Qing in the passenger seat, her head bowed, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Wu Yunfeng, one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting possessively on Zhou Qing's alabaster thigh, asked, "My dear, what troubles you?" Zhou Qing pressed her lips together, her voice heavy with sorrow as she replied, "I feel so guilty toward Zhonglong. He trusted me so much, bringing me into Zhang's office. And yet I have done this. Yunfeng, perhaps we should return the items. Otherwise, I will carry this burden of guilt for the rest of my life." "Return them?" Wu Yunfeng exclaimed incredulously. "Zhou Qing, are you jesting? His trust in you is foolishness. Why should you feel remorse? Furthermore, he crippled my leg. Avenging me is only right. You cannot turn your back on me." Zhou Qing opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent, lowering her head once more to wipe away her tears. At that moment, her heart was undoubtedly filled with remorse. "All right, my dear." Wu Yunfeng gently patted Zhou Qing's leg. "Once we settle this matter and take revenge for my father and Uncle Song, he will surely acknowledge you, and our future together will be much brighter. If all goes well, we might even marry next year and visit the Maldives, a place you have always longed to see." As Wu Yunfeng painted a picture of their blissful life, Zhou Qing gradually shed her feelings of guilt, replaced instead by hopeful aspirations for the future. She softly murmured in agreement, leaning against Wu Yunfeng's shoulder. In a modest office within a county building, Wu Loxi and Song Dainyu awaited anxiously. This was Wu Loxi's office, simply decorated and rather cramped, with a single computer resting on the desk. Engaged in somewhat dubious dealings, Wu Loxi saw little need for a lavish workspace. Just moments ago, they received word that Wu Yunfeng had succeeded and was en route to their location. A few security guards were pursuing him, but it was of no concern. Wu Loxi ended the call, his face lighting up with joy. This time, Zhang Hongfei is finished, and it will relieve the burden on both of us. Indeed, Song Daniu, round and plump like a meatball, replied, Zhang Hongfei has been insufferably arrogant. Has he become too much for the city to bear? Back when we roamed the streets, we had never heard of someone like him. We owe this success to your son's girlfriend. Without her, it wouldn't have been so easy. Of course, Wu Loxi acknowledged. After all, she had worked with Zhang Hongfei for some time and possesses valuable insights. This is also why I agreed to Wu Yunfeng rekindling their relationship. Old song, once we bring down Zhang Hongfei, I'll ensure Wu Yunfeng casts Zhou Qing aside, and we can still become family. Song Daniu urged, we must hurry. My daughter has been on the verge of madness these past few days, crying and lamenting, losing over 10 pounds. It pains my heart. She was already slender, and now she is even more so. Indeed, my son has suffered a limp. I will not rest until I avenge him. Wu Loxi replied through gritted teeth. As they spoke, footsteps approached. Wu Yunfeng and Zhou Qing had returned. Dad! Wu Yunfeng entered with a beaming smile, greeting them with enthusiasm, more jubilant than during the New Year celebrations. Good son, you're back. Wu Loxi responded warmly. Yes, Dad. Wu Yunfeng called again, swiftly approaching his father and producing a black USB drive from his pocket, proudly declaring, everything is on here. My precious son, you are truly remarkable. Wu Loxi exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he hurried to turn on the computer. Dad, we owe it all to Xiao Qing. Without her, we wouldn't have been able to take revenge. Just a little charm from her, and that Zhang Long turned into a puddle of mush. I always knew he was worthless, huh? By the way, Dad, once this is done, you must agree to my relationship with Xiao Qing. We wish to marry this year. As Wu Yunfeng spoke, he wrapped his arm around Zhou Qing's shoulders, who immediately glanced anxiously at Wu Loxi. Just as Wu Loxi was about to respond, Song Daniu cleared his throat softly, prompting Wu Loxi to adopt a serious demeanor. There is no need to rush this matter. We will discuss it later. Dad, silence. Wu Yunfeng fell silent, while Zhou Qing lowered her head in deference. The computer whirred to life as Wu Loxi inserted the USB drive, intending to access the files within. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced back at Zhou Qing, realizing her status as an outsider, despite having pilfered the files. She felt unworthy to gaze upon their contents. I'll step outside for a moment, she said, wisely exiting the room. Once outside, she crouched down, burying her head between her legs. I must endure this, she thought, resolute in her determination to sacrifice for a future filled with happiness. Inside the room, Wu Loxi opened the files, while Song Daniu leaned closer, eagerly anticipating the revelations. When they initially devised this plan, they had not anticipated such smooth sailing and had even prepared for Zhou Qing to return multiple times to extract something significant from Zhang Hongfei's computer. In this era of information technology, what entrepreneur's computer lacks vital information? With brute force proving ineffective, they resorted to cunning strategy. There are countless ways to undermine an adversary. All roads lead to Rome. The contents of the USB drive remained a mystery, but according to Zhou Qing, it contained crucial information, including evidence of Qifeng's tax evasion. This was undeniably explosive. Armed with this knowledge, toppling Zhang Hongfei would be a mere formality. Wu Loxi, trembling with anticipation, clicked to open the file. However, to his bewilderment, the document was completely empty. What was happening? As he pondered this anomaly, the computer flickered erratically before displaying a bold message. All your files are being destroyed. Countdown, 5, 4, 3. No, Wu Loxi bellowed. There's vital data on this computer. Alas, the device was not voice-activated. Within seconds, the screen plunged into darkness, and despite his frantic attempts to restart it, he was met with an unyielding blue screen. What could have caused this? Wu Loxi gazed at the malfunctioning machine in astonishment, lacking the technical acumen to comprehend the situation. Wu Yunfeng shared his father's confusion. What could it possibly be? Song Daniu scoffed nearby. It's infected with a virus. Someone has played us for fools. This is what happens when you attempt to steal a chicken, but end up losing the rice. Wu Loxi, overwhelmed with rage, realized the gravity of the situation. There were still crucial files to recover. In a fit of fury, he turned and struck Wu Yunfeng across the face. the force of the blow sending his son crashing to the ground, a testament to his seething anger. Stunned, Wu Yinfeng sat there, utterly dazed. A bunch of useless fools. And we thought we could compete with Zhang Hongfei? Song Danyu muttered, standing up to leave. Ignoring him, Wu Loxi began frantically dialing numbers, desperate to find someone to repair his computer. Yet, in this age of limited technological advancement, recovering lost files was a daunting challenge. Get out. Just leave, Wu Loxi yelled, his frustration boiling over at his inept son. Wu Yinfeng had no choice but to step outside. What happened? Zhou Qing, having heard the commotion, inquired anxiously from outside the door. As Wu Yunfeng gazed at Zhou Qing, a fiery rage ignited within him. With a resounding slap, he struck Zhou Qing across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. What have you done? Wu Yunfeng bellowed in a fit of hysteria. You've been played. That Zhang Long has deceived you. What lies within is not the crucial document for chiefing, but a virus. Without taking down Zhang Hongfei, my father has lost a wealth of vital information, incurring devastating losses. And now, a marriage is out of the question. Get away from me. No. Zhou Qing trembled, crawling towards Wu Yunfeng and clutching his leg. Her voice quivering, you must believe me, I have a way out of this, I assure you. At her words, a fleeting thought crossed Wu Yunfeng's mind as he lowered his head, responding, you are right, you do have a way. Leaning closer to Zhou Qing's ear, Wu Yunfeng began to whisper his plan. Upon hearing it, Zhou Qing's tremors intensified as she exclaimed in terror, no, I cannot do that. You must. Wu Yunfeng insisted, cradling Zhou Qing's face as he spoke deliberately. We are now inextricably linked. If one of you falls, the other shall not fare any better. If I am doomed, you will not escape unscathed. Our dreams of marriage and a trip to the Maldives will be shattered, and we will become a laughingstock to Zhang Long and Cheng Yi. But Zhang Long will not be deceived. He no longer trusts me. Zhou Qing hesitated. You can do this, Wu Yunfeng replied darkly. Zhang Long loves you so deeply that he would take a knife for you. If you employ a little cunning, you can certainly ensnare him in a trap. As he spoke, he reached into Zhou Qing's pocket and retrieved her phone. Call him. He is like a dog. Just whistle, and he will come running. Follow my lead, for the sake of our future. Zhou Qing, still wavering, took the phone and dialed. Moments latte. Her expression soured. What is it? Wu Yunfeng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He has blocked me. Zhou Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. He no longer wishes to see me. Damn it. Wu Yunfeng kicked the wall in frustration, then crouched down to whisper in Zhou Qing's ear once more. It does not matter if he does not answer. You can still proceed in this manner. No. Zhou Qing's pupils dilated in panic. I cannot do that. You must, Wu Yunfeng urged gently. Otherwise, we shall both be lost. This is our sole opportunity to turn the tide. It seems that this is not a mere pretense. Meanwhile, my second uncle and I were in his office, bursting into laughter. Of course, it was all an act, intended to make Wu Yunfeng believe that Zhou Qing had indeed obtained crucial information from our factory. We exchanged critiques of each other's performances. I remarked that he resembled Chow Yun-fat, while he claimed I resembled Andy Lau, each one more shameless than the other. The plans devised by Wu Loxi and Song Danyu were information I had gleaned from Song Xiaoyu, and I had long since conferred with my second uncle to formulate a counter-strategy. Although I was mentally prepared, when Zhou Qing truly appeared before me, a profound sadness enveloped my heart. I thought to myself, Zhou Qing, have I not treated you fairly? How could you be so cruel to me? Yet, the more she behaved this way, the more I felt disappointment, and the easier it became to forget her entirely. At that moment, my second uncle suddenly addressed his secretary, asking, is everything recorded? The secretary nodded and handed him a phone. My second uncle opened the video to watch, and I leaned in, discovering that it had indeed captured Zhou Qing's every move. With a cold smirk, my second uncle remarked, with this video alone, we have enough to put her behind bars for a few days. Long, will you send her? The decision is yours. As I observed Zhou Qing's furtive demeanor in the video, I felt a tumult of pain, resentment, anger, and urgency within me, wishing I could pull her out of the screen to demand answers. However, when my second uncle suggested sending her to detention, I hesitated. Should we really proceed with such actions? I refrained from providing an immediate response, opting for silence. My second uncle, unfazed, stated that the evidence was there, and we could act whenever we chose. In parting, he vehemently cursed, "Damn it, that bitch." The term bitch used in reference to Zhou Qing struck me with a pang of sorrow, yet I found myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Truth be told, Zhou Qing's actions were not even as commendable as those of Hong Hong. Since the plans of Song Danyu and Wu Loxi had faltered, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. My second uncle returned to his work, and I resumed my daily exercise routine alongside Song Xiaoyu. Remarkably, she persisted, joining me for our runs each day. Initially, she could only manage 1 kilometer, but soon she progressed to 2 and then 3 kilometers. My initial interest in Song Xiaoyu stemmed from a desire to uncover her father's intentions with Wu Loxi, yet unexpectedly, we became genuine partners. The exercise proved effective. I could distinctly feel an enhancement in my physical stamina, and I appeared more spirited than before, as if imbued with newfound vitality. Song Xiaoyu, too, had shed some weight, at least 10 pounds, I would say. Of course, due to her substantial frame, she still appeared quite plump, but the progress was commendable. We encouraged each other daily, motivating one another to persist. As for Song Danyu and Wu Loxi, according to Song Xiaoyu, they had been rather inactive in recent days, with her father even shunning contact with Wu Loxi. One evening, after fulfilling my second uncle's instructions with a client, I was driving back to the factory when I unexpectedly spotted a girl sitting by the roadside. It was Zhou Qing. Her hair was disheveled, and she appeared rather haggard, with several beer bottles at her feet, swaying slightly, seemingly inebriated. What on earth was happening? What has become of Zhou Qing? Is Wu Yinfeng indifferent to her plight? I hesitated momentarily, yet chose to ignore her, accelerating past her side. Who knows what mischief she might be up to? Why else would she conveniently be on my route back to the factory? After driving a short distance, I could not resist glancing in the rearview mirror. Zhou Qing had collapsed on the ground, surrounded by several disreputable young men who seemed to be conspiring about something. One of them even attempted to pull her arm, as if wishing to take her away. Damn it! I slammed my hands against the steering wheel and, reluctantly, turned my head back to her. Though I harbored hopes that Zhou Qing would suffer, ideally begging on the streets alongside Wu Yinfeng, seeing her truly destitute and in danger of being violated compelled me to rush to her aid. By the time I returned, the young men had already lifted Zhou Qing, preparing to place her into a nearby van. She, inebriated, repeatedly uttered no, no, yet they refused to relent. One of them cheerfully remarked, "Little sister, since you're all alone, why not come and have some fun with us?" I hastily exited the car, shouting, "Stop, put her down." The young men were startled. Seeing me in an Audi evoked a primal fear, but upon realizing I was alone, one of them boldly retorted, "This is none of your business. Get lost. Will you release her?" I drew a steel pipe from my vehicle, glaring menacingly at them. The young men, already on edge, were further intimidated by my defiance and quickly fled, jumping into their van. Zhou Qing glanced at me, slowly toppling to the ground, reaching for a bottle of beer by the roadside, attempting to pour it into her mouth. "What are you doing?" I rushed over and snatched the beer from her grasp. "Don't interfere. Let me drink." Zhou Qing, tears streaming down her face, lunged for the beer once more. "Are you out of your mind?" I tossed the beer aside and grasped her wrist, only to discover her arms marred with bruises, a shocking array of marks. "What happened?" I exclaimed in disbelief. "Who hit you?" "No, no." Zhou Qing seemed to regain some clarity, hurriedly rolling her sleeves down, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Suddenly, a realization struck me, and I gravely inquired, "Did Wu Yinfeng hit you?" Zhou Qing offered no reply, merely allowing her tears to fall. "Tell me, did he strike you?" My urgency mounted as I tightened my grip on her wrist, where she might flee. "Why do you care?" Zhou Qing cried, tears flowing as she shouted at me. "Weren't you ignoring me? Didn't you block my number? I wronged you by rejecting your confession and even exploited you to enter Zhang S' office to steal. So why do you still bother with me? Just let me fend for myself." The rejection of my confession was inconsequential. Everyone has the right to choose. Perhaps we would simply part ways without further contact. However, her exploitation of me to unlawfully enter my uncle's office was intolerable. This was not merely a moral issue. It even bordered on criminality. Had it not been for my soft heart, she would still be languishing in the detention center. Reflecting on the past, my heart hardened bit by bit, and I coldly stated, "You should return home early. It is perilous for a girl to be out alone." With that, I turned and made my way back to the vehicle. However, Zhou Qing collapsed on the ground, clutching a beer bottle and weeping bitterly. In her already pitiful state, this self-inflicted torment rendered her even more like a beggar, at risk of being dragged away at any moment. Frustrated, I slammed my hand against the steering wheel and approached her. "What on earth do you intend to do?" I asked, my tone sharp yet laced with a hint of helplessness. How could such a fine girl reduce herself to this? "Don't mind me." Zhou Qing, inebriated, let her tears flow freely. "The last time I tried to steal information from Zhang, not only did I fail, but I also damaged Uncle Wu's computer. Wu Yinfeng beat me up, yet that wasn't enough for him. He compelled me to devise a plan to lure you out, threatening to have someone deal with you. When I refused, he struck me day after day. He was right. Wu Yinfeng is a scoundrel, and following him would yield no good outcome. But I've already lost you. What should I do? Perhaps it will be better to die." Zhou Qing sobbed while pouring beer into her mouth, white foam spilling from the corners. Listening to her lament, I did not immediately feel pity. Instead, I instinctively glanced around, fearing that Wu Yunfeng might be lurking nearby. Fortunately, he was not. It appeared not to be a trap. Zhou Qing's injuries were genuine, her tears sincere, and her disarray real. If this were a scheme, it was a costly one. With a sigh, I said, "In truth, whether you choose to be with me or not is inconsequential. No one is forcing you to harbor feelings for me. Yet, I treated you well in the past. How have you repaid me?" Thank goodness Zhang had made prior arrangements. Otherwise, I would be the greatest sinner in chiefing. "Have you ever considered my feelings? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" I had longed to confront Zhou Qing with these words, and today I finally had the opportunity. I'm so sorry. Zhou Qing's eyes were swollen from crying. "Zhang Long, I know I was wrong. I feel terrible inside and don't know how to make it up to you. Why don't you just kill me? It might ease my heart." Truthfully, there was a moment when I genuinely contemplated ending her life. But how could that be? I sighed again and replied, "I will not kill you, but I cannot forgive you either. Zhou Qing, I have no words for you. I simply hope, as a former friend, that you find your way back and refrain from associating with Wu Yunfeng, for he will ultimately lead you to ruin. Of course, I do not say this to pursue you. You may be with whomever you choose. Just remember to open your eyes and avoid jumping into the fire pit again. Now, let me take you home. Live well from now on, and we shall go our separate ways." Zhou Qing lowered her head, tears welling up once more. I supported her arm, intending to guide her to the car. No. Zhou Qing shook her head. "I want to go home. I don't want my mother to see me like this." Indeed, Zhou Qing's mother has long been afflicted by illness. Upon witnessing Zhou Qing in such a state, one cannot help but feel a profound sorrow. The mere thought of her mother brings a pang to my heart. I recall the times I would visit Zhou Qing's home, assisting with tasks such as replacing faucets. Her mother treated me with great kindness, almost as if I were a son-in-law. Yet now, everything has changed, and the past feels like a distant memory. I suggested, "Why not return to the factory with me? I can arrange a dormitory for you." Zhou Qing lowered her gaze, murmuring, "How can I show my face there again?" I pressed, "What do you wish to do then? Perhaps we should find a hotel." As she wiped away her tears, Zhou Qing softly replied, "I feel quite dizzy and would like to rest for a while." "You, inferior to a dog, have deep feelings for the 8th jade pendant of old." I readily agreed to the request. With a clear conscience, I had no reason to feel guilty, as I intended no wrongdoing. Zhou Qing could neither return home nor stay at the factory dormitory, so I had no choice but to escort her to a hotel. However, this would be my final act of assistance to her. I vowed never to lay eyes on her again, wishing for her absence from my world. Zhou Qing obediently followed me into the car. I drove to a nearby hotel, helping her out of the vehicle and guiding her inside. Zhou Qing had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, reeking of it, and had even vomited twice in the car. Fortunately, I had prepared plastic bags in advance, sparing me the trouble of cleaning the vehicle later. Zhou Qing was so intoxicated that she could barely walk, and I had to support her as we approached the front desk. I would like to book a room, I stated. 150. We require identification for both individuals, the receptionist replied, casting a glance at the drunken Zhou Qing, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Although Zhou Qing was quite inebriated, she still had enough awareness to retrieve her identification. One ID will suffice. I will take her upstairs and leave, I asserted. Zhou Qing looked at me with a complex expression, yet remained silent. The receptionist was somewhat taken aback, but complied, stating, "Please be quick. Without identification, you cannot stay." I nodded in acknowledgement. Once the room was prepared, Zhou Qing could no longer walk, and I had to carry her, opening the door and stepping inside. The hotel was relatively clean. I placed the inebriated Zhou Qing on the bed and said, "Rest for a while. Tomorrow, you can take a shower and begin anew." After saying this, I intended to leave, but she clung to my neck, refusing to let go. "Zhang, don't go." Zhou Qing gazed at me with longing. "I don't want to be alone." The implication was undeniably clear. "No, I must leave." I firmly stated, "We share no relationship. It is inappropriate for me to remain here." I forcibly unwrapped her arms from around me and turned to exit. Given the things Zhou Qing had done, my current actions were already generous, and there could be no further entanglements between us. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, Zhou Qing called out to me again. I turned back, frowning in inquiry. "Do you know why I was on the road, waiting for you on your way back to the factory?" Zhou Qing's tears began to flow anew. "I was waiting for you. Zhang, I regret my choices. I truly do. I should have heeded Yi's advice. I should have been your girlfriend. If you were with Yi, I would never have sought you out, but you are not. Zhang, I do not know how you perceive me now, whether you think I am excessive or heartless, yet I genuinely realize my mistakes. Can you grant me another chance? I promise to love only you from this moment onward." Tears streamed down Zhou Qing's face, rendering her pitifully vulnerable. The implications were unmistakable. This was the goddess I had secretly admired for so many years. Hearing such words from her lips stirred something profound within me. I was overwhelmed with emotion, my heart aching. If only she had expressed her feelings earlier. Alas, the opportunity has now slipped away. I slowly shook my head. "Zhou Qing, though you have rejected my confession, I do not harbor hatred towards you, merely a sense of sorrow. However, from the moment you exploited me to infiltrate Zhang's office, the possibility of us has vanished forever. Please, take care of yourself, forget me, and also forget Wu Yunfeng. Live your life well." Zhou Qing's expression darkened. Her eyes filled with despair. I was once again prepared to turn away when she suddenly called out, "Zhang." With a swift motion, she tore at her clothing, revealing her flawless skin and delicate pink lingerie. "It matters not that you do not wish to be with me. Tonight, I relinquish myself to you as a means to atone for my past mistakes. I hope you will not harbor resentment towards me in the future, will you?" At this sight, my mind buzzed, and blood surged to my head. This was the goddess I had secretly adored for so many years. I had often imagined her in my arms, and this moment felt like a fevered dream, a culmination of my long-held desires. How could I possibly remain indifferent? "Zhang, come, tonight I am yours," Zhou Qing urged as she reached to unfasten her bra. Until this moment, aside from what I had witnessed in films, I had only seen one woman's body. When I had been injured and in a foggy state of consciousness, she had torn her clothing to keep me awake. Yet, that paled in comparison to the scene before me. Her skin, like jade, exuded an intoxicating allure. Heaven had granted her not only a perfect visage, but also a captivating figure and porcelain skin. I am a normal man, driven by primal instincts, and it was impossible not to be entranced by the sight before me. Yet, I managed to maintain my composure. "Zhou Qing, please don't do this." As she prepared to remove her lingerie, I rushed forward, swiftly lifting the sheets to envelop her securely. With a serious tone, I urged, "Zhou Qing, from this moment onward, regardless of what you face, I hope you cherish yourself and do not degrade your worth." Zhou Qing froze, gazing at me in astonishment. "Will you?" I asked earnestly. Tears streamed down her face once more. "Zhang, I'm so sorry, so sorry." She sobbed, "I know you care for me, but—" My mind swirled with confusion, unsure of her meaning. Suddenly, Zhou Qing cried out, "Help! Someone is trying to rape me." "What?" I staggered back in disbelief, staring at her in shock. Rape? What madness was this? With a loud crash, the door behind me was kicked open, and Wu Yunfeng stormed in with several burly men, rage evident on his face. "Wife, are you all right?" he exclaimed, rushing to Zhou Qing's side, astonishment etched on his features as he looked at her on the bed. Zhou Qing, wrapped in a bedsheet, trembled uncontrollably as she stammered, "I drank too much. Zhang Long brought me to the hotel and even attempted to assault me, tearing my clothes apart." The commotion of Zhou Qing's cries and Wu Yunfeng's furious shouts quickly drew a crowd outside the door, comprising both hotel guests and staff, with even the hotel owner hastily arriving, wiping sweat from his brow and inquiring about the situation. Wu Yunfeng turned to me, pointing angrily, "Zhang Long, are you even human? Unable to win my wife's affection, you resort to such despicable tactics? Thankfully, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have succeeded. Hold that scoundrel down." He yanked Zhou Qing's arm, gesturing to the bruises on it, and exclaimed, "Zhang Long, how could you be so cruel, leaving my wife in this state?" A few burly men who accompanied Wu Yunfeng swiftly surged forward, pinning me to the ground, rendering me utterly immobile. Despite having trained my body for nearly half a month, I found myself surprisingly powerless. Yet, I remained calm, devoid of panic or anger, as I gazed at Zhou Qing, who sat on the bed, sobbing and shaking. I had come to understand everything. Ultimately, it was all a trap. The injuries, the torn clothing, and her being brought into the room were all orchestrated to frame me. Zhou Qing, sitting on the bed wrapped in a sheet I had draped over her, continued to tremble and weep as if I had truly violated her. "Oh, Zhou Qing, your performance is almost too convincing. Your heart is far too wicked. Is this how you choose to treat me? Merely to appease Wu Yunfeng and be with him?" In that moment, my heart irrevocably shattered. I felt a profound sense of disillusionment. No matter how much I once cherished Zhou Qing, I was now thoroughly disappointed to the point of despair. "My goddess, from this day forth, you have fallen from grace. From now on, in my eyes, you are even beneath a dog." A single tear escaped my eye, neither more nor less, signifying a farewell to my former self and to my youth. Crying now? Wu Yunfeng bellowed. "It's too late for that." He lunged at me, delivering a brutal kick to my stomach. "You dare to assault my wife? You must be tired of living." Wu Yunfeng cursed, his eyes aflame with rage, as if he wished to end my life. "Call the police." The hotel owner stammered from the doorway, clearly distressed by the unfolding events. "No need." Wu Yunfeng waved dismissively. "Thank goodness nothing truly happened. Otherwise, I would have made him pay." He approached me, rummaged through my pocket for my phone, and dialed my uncle's number. "Hello, Zhang Hongfei? It's me, Wu Yunfeng." He said nonchalantly, "Damn it, can you refrain from cursing for a moment? Let me tell you, I caught Zhang Long in the act of attempting to assault someone. We have witnesses and evidence. And I'm right here at the hotel. If you wish to prevent your nephew from facing imprisonment, prepare 1 million for my father. Otherwise, you shall find yourself visiting your nephew in jail." Enough said. Ponder over it and return my call shortly. Wu Loxi is already aware of my relationship with my second uncle, and naturally, Wu Yunfeng will also be informed, which is why he dares to threaten my uncle. Throughout this entire exchange, I remained silent, fixating my gaze intently on Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, however, could scarcely bear to meet my eyes, burying her face in her knees and weeping uncontrollably. "Where's my wife?" Wu Yunfeng crouched down, gripping my throat with a menacing glare. "Zhang Long, do you comprehend the gravity of your situation? If your second uncle fails to prepare 1 million, brace yourself for imprisonment." Yet, a peculiar smile crept upon my lips. "Wu Yunfeng, the matter is far from resolved. We have yet to determine who will ultimately prevail." The person playing the zither remarked, "This chapter serves as the 8th jade pendant of old affections. Good night, see you tomorrow." In moments of desperation, even a rabbit may bite. My enigmatic smile and self-assured words undeniably caused Wu Yunfeng to harbor doubts within. After all, this was not his first experience with failure. During his previous attempt to pilfer information, he was equally confident, only to end up injuring himself by lifting a stone that fell back upon him. Wu Yunfeng's lingering apprehension was palpable as he glanced around, and then, with a sudden ferocity, struck me across the face. "Zhang Long, whom do you think you are intimidating? Your attempted violation of my wife, though unsuccessful, merits at least 3 years in prison. Let us see if your uncle is willing to part with $1 million to rescue you. The force of Wu Yunfeng's slap was considerable, drawing blood from the corner of my mouth. It was evident that he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward me. I gingerly licked my lips, tasting the briny, bitter essence of blood. Yunfeng, please do not hit him. To my surprise, Zhou Qing, seated on the bed, raised her head and spoke a rare word in my defense. Yet, even this gesture failed to kindle any semblance of goodwill within me, for her fleeting words paled in comparison to the heinous acts she had committed against me. Stealing information from my uncle's computer threatened to obliterate our hard work and livelihood. And now, framing me for an attempted violation was a ploy to ensnare me in prison. Any single one of these transgressions could irrevocably destroy my life, dragging my uncle down with me. How could a mere phrase outweigh such malevolence? Her actions only intensified my revulsion. It was akin to murdering someone while delicately dressing them for warmth, a display of sheer hypocrisy. Even Wu Yunfeng could not contain his contempt. Shut your mouth. You were nearly violated, and yet you defend him? Have you lost your mind? Indeed, if I had truly assaulted her, it would seem absurd for her to prevent others from retaliating against me. Thus, Wu Yunfeng's rebuke was not unfounded. Zhou Qing dared not retort, lowering her gaze in silence. Turning back to me, Wu Yunfeng continued, Zhonglong, tell me, what fate awaits me? I licked the corner of my mouth once more and replied darkly, Wu Yunfeng, do you recall Zhao Hu's words? When someone strikes his brother, he returns the favor tenfold. The last time at the restaurant, the thug had dealt me a blow, and Zhao Hu had ensured he returned the favor tenfold. I wonder how that thug was faring now. Undoubtedly, he was still nursing his wounds. As Wu Yunfeng had come alone this time, Wu Yunfeng certainly remembered that incident, for the mere mention of Zhao Hu caused him to tremble, revealing the deep-rooted fear he harbored. Among the youth of our generation, fear of Zhao Hu is nearly universal. Nevertheless, Wu Yunfeng squared his shoulders and mustered his courage to say, Zhonglong, do not attempt to intimidate me with Zhao Hu. I do not know what enchantment you have cast upon him to make him pledge allegiance to you. But let me assure you, do not expect Zhao Hu to come to your rescue this time. How do you know Zhao Hu will not come? I inquired, puzzled. Unless he possesses the gift of foresight. Wu Yunfeng gritted his teeth and said, unless he anticipated my arrival today and concealed himself in this room. At this point, Wu Yunfeng found the situation rather amusing and chuckled to himself. But how could that be possible? How could it possibly not be? I retorted, informing him that Zhao Hu indeed resided within these very walls. My words startled Wu Yunfeng, causing him to anxiously glance around, for he was terrified of Zhao Hu. However, he soon realized I was deceiving him, smirking as he remarked, Zhonglong, even at this juncture, you still attempt to bluff me. I must commend your psychological resilience. But what purpose does this serve? Is it merely a delay? After all, you are in my grasp. If your uncle does not bring $1 million, I sighed softly, why do you still not believe me? Ha! Continue your charade. Tell me, where is Zhao Hu? As he spoke, Wu Yunfeng wandered about the room, seemingly toying with me. He approached the wardrobe, flung open the doors, and cheerfully inquired, Zhao Hu, are you in there? The wardrobe was utterly empty. He then crouched down, peering beneath the bed, and called out jovially, Zhao Hu, are you underneath? The space beneath the bed was also devoid of any presence. Wu Yunfeng then moved to the curtains, yanked them aside, and playfully exclaimed, Zhao Hu, are you behind here? His smile froze as a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes emerged from behind the curtain, clad in tattered clothing and holding a phone, seemingly recording the moment. It was indeed Zhao Hu. With a cheerful wave, Zhao Hu greeted Wu Yunfeng, hello, I am here. The sudden appearance of Zhao Hu startled Wu Yunfeng considerably, rendering his face as pale as if he had seen a ghost. Trembling, he took a few steps back, pointing at Zhao Hu, why you? How could you be here? Wu Yunfeng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, still unable to grasp the scene unfolding before him. Zhao Hu, however, did not respond to his query. Instead, he gleefully stepped forward, recording the room, capturing a close-up of Zhou Qing and then of Wu Yunfeng, chuckling, Zhonglong, you're truly astute, having me conceal myself in this room. Otherwise, you would have found it impossible to clear your name. Zhou Qing and Wu Yunfeng stood in stunned silence as Zhao Hu roamed about, filming everyone, even capturing a close-up of me, revealing the blood at the corner of my mouth. Indeed, everything had been meticulously orchestrated by me. On my drive back to the factory, I encountered Zhou Qing, drunkenly seated by the roadside, which struck me as rather peculiar. I could hardly believe she had returned to seek me out. She should not possess such audacity. Had she truly thought I would forgive her for stealing my uncle's information? The only plausible explanation was that Wu Yunfeng had sent her, likely scheming something nefarious once more. Initially, I had no intention of acknowledging her, but upon witnessing a group of unruly youths preparing to make their move, I felt a twinge of compassion. I thought to myself, if she were to be dragged away and assaulted, and I stood idly by, that would be indefensible. Private grievances remain private. Such actions are beneath me. I would sooner see her imprisoned than allow her to suffer such indignities, which would be utterly devastating for a young woman. Nonetheless, I harbor concerns that this may be a trap. Therefore, before my return, I contacted Zhao Hu, requesting him to shadow me and Zhou Qing, to guard against any unforeseen events. If Zhou Qing harbored no malice towards me, that would be one thing. However, should she harbor ill intentions, she must not blame me for my lack of civility. As events unfolded, it became evident to all that it was indeed a trap. The entire episode was meticulously recorded by Zhao Hu, particularly the incidents that transpired within the hotel room. Do not inquire how Zhao Hu managed to gain entry ahead of time. If he lacked even that capability, he would not be Zhao Hu. In any case, I executed this counteroffensive with considerable finesse. Simultaneously, I gleaned a valuable lesson. Some women, like Zhou Qing, should never be engaged with, regardless of whether their actions are coerced or voluntary. Their moral compass is irrevocably corrupted. As I had previously surmised, from this point forward, she shall be regarded as less than a dog in my eyes. Even should she choose to end her own life before me, I would not deign to intervene. Zhao Hu eventually ceased filming, declaring that it was sufficient for the moment. Zhao Hu, toying with his phone, gleefully remarked, "How many years does extortion carry again?" Yes, a minimum of 3. Isn't it? Wu Yunfeng, oh Wu Yunfeng, to demand $1 million so brazenly. You truly are audacious. I proclaimed my intent to present this video to the authorities. Please no. Wu Yunfeng panicked, nervously imploring, "Master Hu, I was merely jesting. Do not hold my transgressions against me. Oh, this matter cannot simply be disregarded. You have falsely accused my brother of attempted rape. Do you truly believe this can be easily resolved?" Zhao Hu continued, engrossed in the video on his phone, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, "Splendid, truly splendid." While the others could not view the video, they could hear our voices. "I hope you cherish yourself and refrain from demeaning your worth. Zhang Long, I am sorry, I am so sorry. Help! Someone is trying to rape me." Then came the unmistakable sound of Wu Yunfeng bursting through the door. "If you wish to keep your nephew out of prison, prepare 1 million for my father." Clear and unmistakable. Zhou Qing bowed her head in shame, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, her tears no longer affected me. Wu Yunfeng, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "Master Hu, we can negotiate this matter. Please do not involve the police." Zhao Hu paid him no heed, still savoring the video. "Seize the phone from him." As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Though Wu Yunfeng was deeply fearful of Zhao Hu, he had no choice but to take risks in this dire situation. At his command, the burly men he had brought surged toward Zhao Hu. To be frank, these men were more robust than Zhao Hu, and, on the surface, it appeared that Zhao Hu was destined for defeat. However, Zhao Hu remained unperturbed. He first tucked his phone into his pocket, then unleashed a powerful punch, sending the first burly man who approached him flying, crashing violently into a chair. Following that, Zhao Hu struck with the swiftness of the wind and kicked with the speed of lightning. In less than half a minute, 4 or 5 formidable men were hurled aside, each collapsing to the ground, groaning and unable to rise. Although I had mentally prepared myself for Zhao Hu's combat prowess, witnessing his agile movements left me momentarily entranced. He was undeniably impressive. To dominate in a vocational school teeming with hidden talents truly required exceptional strength. It reminded me of the time at the Haiyulai restaurant, where Lord Zhao similarly dispatched several young, robust men with his fists and feet. I couldn't help but marvel at the truth that a tiger begets no dog. I pondered when I might attain such skills myself. After defeating those 4 or 5 men, Zhao, who displayed no arrogance. It seemed to him merely an everyday occurrence. He didn't even glance at them, continuing instead to admire the video on his phone, occasionally exclaiming how brilliant it was. Wu Yunfeng appeared utterly dazed and, seizing the opportunity, while Zhao, who was distracted, turned to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" I slowly rose to my feet, blocking Wu Yunfeng's path. Zhanglong fear filled Wu Yunfeng's eyes. "I've stated before that if someone strikes me, I shall return the favor tenfold. This is how Zhao Hu's brothers operate." After uttering this, I swung my arm vigorously, aiming a fierce blow toward Wu Yunfeng's face. Slap, 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 slap. The narrative unfolds as a quintessential tale of betrayal. A woman lures a man to a hotel room, and just as their intentions begin to take a dubious turn, her husband unexpectedly intrudes, seeking to extort money. Wu Loxi has recently encountered a streak of misfortune, with his financial circumstances growing increasingly dire, which prompted Wu Yunfeng to concoct such a scheme in hopes of securing illicit funds to aid his father's resurgence. While this may appear to be a cliché tactic, history has shown that countless men have fallen victim to such deception, and this trend will undoubtedly persist as long as women exist, ensuring that men will continue to be misled. Fortunately, I had been prepared for this eventuality. The situation took a dramatic turn. The once arrogant Wu Yunfeng now resembled a wilted plant. I swung my arm vigorously, delivering blow after blow, and he dared not retaliate, enduring the punishment in silence. After 10 slaps, Wu Yunfeng's cheeks swelled like small mountains, 2 of his teeth flew out, and blood seeped from his mouth and nose. I then delivered a forceful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Throughout this ordeal, Zhao Hu remained detached, engrossed in a captivating video. I picked up a steel pipe that had been brought by the burly men and approached Wu Yunfeng. It seemed he anticipated my intentions, trembling as he crawled backward, his complexion pale as he pleaded, "Please, Zhanglong, don't." However, I felt no sympathy for him. I pressed my foot down firmly on him, targeting his other leg. One strike with the pipe, and Wu Yunfeng would be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. At that moment, a piercing cry interrupted the scene. It was Zhou Qing, who had leapt from the bed and thrown herself onto Wu Yunfeng, sobbing, "Zhanglong, please, we know we were wrong, just spare him." Zhou Qing was on the verge of fainting from her tears. As I was about to disable Wu Yunfeng's leg, it was Song Xiaoyu who had once pleaded for mercy in the same manner, now mirrored by Zhou Qing, exhibiting the same desperation and tone. What was it about Wu Yunfeng that warranted such devotion? The room echoed with Zhou Qing's cries and Wu Yunfeng's pleas. When Zhou Qing jumped down, the bedsheets fell away, leaving her half-clothed and vulnerable, her fair skin illuminated under the light, alluring in its exposure. The burly men, previously subdued by Zhao Hu, couldn't help but glance in their direction, not to mention the onlookers and staff outside who were merely there for the spectacle. Yet Zhou Qing seemed unfazed, clinging tightly to Wu Yunfeng, unwilling to allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. Once a goddess in my eyes, why did she demean herself so shamelessly before another man? I loved and cherished her, not to see her debase herself in such a manner. "Zhanglong, I know you're angry," Zhou Qing cried. "Go ahead and hit me. If it brings you relief, strike me however you wish." I glanced at her smooth calves, tempted to swing the pipe down with all my might. Given her actions toward me, I felt justified in contemplating her demise. Yet, ultimately, the blow never fell. With a clang, I cast aside the steel pipe. Subsequently, I retrieved the bedsheet from the ground and draped it over Zhou Qing, endeavoring to alleviate her disheveled appearance. Thank you. Zhou Qing wept profusely, mistakenly believing I had spared her and Wu Yunfeng. Just as I was about to utter a word, my phone rang abruptly. It was my second uncle calling. Upon answering, I was met with his urgent voice. "Wu Yunfeng, I have prepared 1 million. Where the hell are you? I'm coming to find you." It appeared my uncle, too, could lose control of the situation. I chuckled, replying, "Uncle, it's all right. I'm doing just fine. What is the matter?" My uncle was momentarily taken aback. I recounted the events that had transpired, and upon hearing them, he laughed heartily, saying, "Well done, Long. You're becoming increasingly mature. You are indeed a Zhang." His words left me feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, I was not my father's biological son. What did it matter whose lineage I belonged to? I shifted the topic, asking, "So, Uncle, had I not intervened, would you truly have prepared a million?" "Absolutely," he affirmed. However, his tone grew serious as he added, "I need to stabilize the situation first and rescue you. Of course, I want to let that father-son duo off the hook afterward." I knew well that my uncle was one to seek retribution. I reassured him that everything was under control, and he need not come. I could handle Wu Yunfeng myself. After ending the call, I turned my gaze back to Zhou Qing, who was sobbing uncontrollably over Wu Yunfeng. "There's nothing to thank me for," I murmured, turning away, for I held the evidence in my possession. This couple had attempted to entrap me in their scheme, seeking to extort 1 million from my uncle. We would meet at the police station instead. Extortion, especially under serious circumstances, could lead to a 3-year sentence. Let this affectionate pair serve time in prison. Zhou Qing had previously stolen materials, and I had shown her leniency then. This time, there would be no forgiveness. Wu Loxi might wield considerable influence in the county, but my uncle was no slouch either, and with the crucial evidence I possessed, I could ensure their downfall. As I stepped outside, Zhao Hu followed closely, diligently engrossed in a video, seemingly more devoted now than during our earlier training sessions. Zhou Qing, in a state of despair, bowed her head and wept over Wu Yunfeng, who trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. "Zhang Long, please don't," he cried out desperately. Yet I chose to ignore him and continue my stride. Wu Yunfeng shook Zhou Qing's shoulders, stammering, "Qing, quickly plead with Zhang Long to refrain from reporting us." Zhou Qing remained motionless, silently shedding tears. "Do it now," Wu Yunfeng urged. "Zhang Long cares for you. If you just ask, he will spare us." It was futile. Zhou Qing cried in despair. "He no longer loves me. In his eyes, I am nothing." Her clarity was striking. Yet she was mistaken about one thing. She still held a place in my heart, a position akin to that of a dog. I continued to walk away. "Zhang Long." Wu Yunfeng suddenly erupted in a fit of hysteria, exclaiming, "I have given this woman to you. Please do not report me." Startled, I turned my head. Wu Yunfeng forcefully shoved Zhou Qing, causing her to tumble to the side, the bed sheets cascading down once more. Zhou Qing gazed at Wu Yunfeng in sheer astonishment, her expression utterly dazed. You, Zhang Long, I implore you." Wu Yunfeng disregarded her pleas, sobbing uncontrollably. "I have given Zhou Qing to you. Please do not turn me in. I am no better than scum. I deserve to die." As he spoke, he knelt before me, striking his own face with fervor. Zhou Qing sat on the floor, staring blankly at Wu Yunfeng. I wondered if, at that moment, she harbored even a shred of regret. Had she simply encountered the wrong person, or failed to recognize the right one? Yet, Wu Yunfeng's actions were so juvenile. I had once loved Zhou Qing, but that was a bygone sentiment. Now, I would not even cast her a glance, nor would I entertain any form of transaction with Wu Yunfeng. It was utterly ludicrous. What did Wu Yunfeng take me for, a fool blinded by desire? I scoffed derisively, completely ignoring his outburst, and continued toward the exit. However, as I reached the door, I collided with someone. It was Cheng Yi. "What brings you here?" I asked, astonished. I had not seen Cheng Yi in days, and it was implausible that Zhao Hu had summoned her. Cheng Yi's countenance was grim as she gestured with her chin toward Zhou Qing in the room. I understood. Zhou Qing had sent her message. Realizing that appealing to me was futile, she must have turned to Cheng Yi for help. After all, they were sisters. Cheng Yi could not simply ignore her plight. "What on earth has happened?" Cheng Yi inquired, her eyes surveying the chaotic scene, filled with the weeping Wu Yunfeng and the dazed Zhou Qing. I recounted the entire sequence of events to her. I had resolutely decided that no matter how much Cheng Yi pleaded, I would not show mercy to those two. They had sought to put me in a corner. Why should I spare them? To my surprise, after listening, Cheng Yi did not utter a word but instead stepped into the room and approached the still-sitting Zhou Qing. Cheng Yi picked up the bedsheet from the floor and draped it over Zhou Qing's shoulders. Zhou Qing looked at her, tears streaming down her face once more. Yet, In the next moment, everyone was taken aback. Cheng Yi swung her arm wide and delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Qing. The sound echoed sharply. Zhou Qing stared blankly at Cheng Yi, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I have told you before, this man is not worth your affection. This first slap serves as a rebuke for your foolishness, a wake-up call from a sister concerned for you. With the first slap came a second. Another sharp crack resounded, sending shivers through the room. This second slap is for your disgraceful behavior. Do you not know how Zhang Long has treated you? How could you bear to act so cruelly toward him? Cheng Yi's voice reverberated throughout the small space. Then came the third slap, causing Zhou Qing's nose to bleed, making her appear even more like the battered Wu Yunfeng. I have already told you once, since Zhang Long is a man you cast aside, he shall henceforth be my man, as he is now mine. How could you, as a sister, shamelessly attempt to seduce him? This third slap is a blow to your disgrace. Cheng Yi's voice rose in pitch, clearly laced with unprecedented fury. Yet after delivering those 3 slaps, tears began to fall. Zhou Qing, how have you transformed into this? In a moment of profound sorrow, Cheng Yi's lament echoed throughout the room. The anger she had previously felt was now eclipsed by overwhelming grief. Cheng Yi was no stranger to conflict. In her youth, she had been quite the fierce character, often embroiled in brawls, delivering slaps and tugging at hair as if it were a daily routine. Yet now, her hand had struck the face of her sister. For nearly a decade, Cheng Yi and Zhou Qing had been inseparable companions, sharing dreams, laughter, and even a bed. After 10 years, the depth of their bond was immeasurable, and the sting of her own strikes against Zhou Qing resonated painfully in Cheng Yi's heart. Tears streamed down her face as she grappled with rage, heartache, disappointment, and sorrow. Even during a previous quarrel outside a restaurant, she had not wept so bitterly. Zhou Qing, what has happened to you? You're not this person. Cheng Yi reached out to touch the mark on Zhou Qing's face, the very mark she had inflicted, feeling a sorrow deeper than anyone else could fathom. Zhou Qing remained silent, her eyes devoid of light, as Cheng Yi shook her shoulders, pleading, "Please speak to me. How have you changed so drastically?" The weight of misfortune and discontent surrounded them, and Zhou Qing remained motionless, as if her spirit had departed. What words could she muster? A single misstep had led to a cascade of errors, rendering them both irrevocably lost. Nearby, Wu Yunfeng seized the opportunity to interject, nervously suggesting to Cheng Yi, "Zhang Long intends to report us to the police, which is why Zhou Qing is in such distress. Please, plead with Zhang Long. If he refrains from reporting us, everything will be all right, and Zhou Qing will recover." Silence. Cheng Yi suddenly bellowed at Wu Yunfeng, then picked up a steel pipe from the ground and swung it ferociously toward his face. Oh my goodness. I wouldn't dare to strike someone like that. Wu Yunfeng seemed utterly terrified by Cheng Yi's ferocity, embodying the very essence of a violent woman. A resounding thud echoed as Wu Yunfeng collapsed to the floor, his body crashing against the bed's edge, leaving a vivid red mark on his face. Remarkably, he remained conscious, though dazed and struggling to stand, seemingly at the brink of unconsciousness, too disoriented to utter a word. This blow was enough to leave him with a severe concussion. At last, a semblance of quiet descended. Ordinarily, Zhou Qing would have rushed to check on Wu Yunfeng's condition, but now she remained still, her gaze vacant, perhaps finally understanding the true nature of Wu Yunfeng. With a clatter, Cheng Yi discarded the steel pipe. She glanced at Zhou Qing, sighed softly, and turned to walk towards me. Upon reaching my side, Cheng Yi shed more tears, her eyes red as she looked at me. I could sense her profound sorrow. An intense impulse surged within me. I yearned to embrace her, to offer her some comfort. I wished to convey that my own heartache mirrored hers. I truly extended my hand and embraced Cheng Yi in my arms. To my surprise, she did not resist. Instead, she submissively allowed me to hold her, resting her head on my shoulder and wrapping her arms around my waist. Is this considered the beginning of our relationship? Yet, I cannot guarantee it. I am quite concerned that I might be misinterpreting her feelings. Previously, I had held hands and caressed Zhou Qing, yet that too ended in separation. Under normal circumstances, if Xiao were to witness our intimate display, he would have already begun to tease us. However, he was currently preoccupied, engrossed in a video, occasionally bursting into cheerful laughter. I found myself puzzled. Was the video truly that captivating? Zhang Long. Chung Yi suddenly spoke softly. I have known Zhou Qing for many years, and I understand that she is an exceptionally naive and innocent girl. When she loves someone, she will love wholeheartedly, willing to do anything for them. If she were to be with you, she would exert all her efforts to help you confront Wu Yunfeng. She would comply with your every request. That is simply her nature. In truth, she is not as bad as she seems. Please, for my sake, grant her this one reprieve, will you? I realized that Chung Yi was advocating for Zhou Qing. After all, they had been sisters for a decade. How could she not lend a helping hand? The 3 slaps earlier were, in fact, intended to appease my anger. Chung Yi is undeniably a loyal friend. Despite her sharp tongue, she strives to support her friends. With her pleading, how could I possibly refuse? I was willing to give Chung Yi face and let Zhou Qing off the hook, yet I truly did not wish to spare Wu Yunfeng. However, I found myself in a dilemma. This entire situation was a well-orchestrated trap. To expose Wu Yunfeng, Zhou Qing's involvement was indispensable. They were intertwined, sharing both glory and disgrace. It was impossible to confront one without addressing the other. To act against one meant to act against both. It was unbearably frustrating. Yet, with Chung Yi making her request, what choice did I have? Just moments ago, I had resolved to show no mercy, but Chung Yi's compassion softened my heart. With a gentle sigh, I raised my gaze to the dazed Zhou Qing and the disoriented Wu Yunfeng, stating, this time, I will let you both off the hook. I will refrain from reporting you to the police for now. However, I will retain the video. Should you continue on this path of defiance, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I believed this to be a satisfactory resolution, as it allowed me to pardon them while also maintaining an avenue for future recourse, subtly restraining them from further antagonism, for I could send them to prison at any moment. Indeed, it felt quite satisfactory. After expressing these words, Chung Yi cast a grateful glance in my direction, silently thanking me. I smiled back at her, then took her hand as we made our way outside, with Xiaohu trailing behind while still watching the video. Chung Yi's small hand was incredibly soft, and holding it brought me immense satisfaction. What delighted me further was that she showed no signs of resistance, allowing me to guide her willingly. Ah, what a fulfilling moment. How I wish to share this scene with our former classmates. Today, Zhang Long has his triumph, and I too can hold Chung Yi's hand. This is indeed one of the 3 blooming flowers, a matter of great pride. From Zhou Qing to Chung Yi, this transformation has left me astonished, yet it has undeniably transpired. The twists of fate in life are truly marvelous. Just a few months ago, who could have imagined that the person I would end up with would be Chung Yi? It is unfathomable. Hand in hand, we descended the stairs, occasionally exchanging smiles that radiated genuine happiness, those smiles that emanated from the depths of our hearts. We felt as if our hearts were coated in honey, realizing that being in love is such a beautiful experience. Even the air seemed to transform into a sweet fragrance, filled with pink bubbles. Immersed in our own sweetness, Zhao, who remained oblivious, engrossed in his video, and even stumbled while descending the stairs. Alas, this person is beyond help. We made our way downstairs and exited the hotel, intending to find a place to sit for a while. However, as we stepped outside, both Chung Yi and I froze in our tracks. Zhao, who, trailing behind me, bumped into my back with a thud. What are you doing? He grumbled. I gestured forward, and Zhao, who lifted his gaze. He too was rendered speechless. The road in front of the hotel was crowded with people, at least 20 or 30 young men, each wielding various weapons, pickaxes, machetes, gleaming ominously under the streetlights. Among them stood Wu Laxi and Song Danyu. The 3 of us, myself, Zhao Hu, and Chung Yi, were dumbfounded. It was evident that they were already aware of the situation in the building, hence their imposing display. I suddenly felt a pang of regret, wishing I had summoned my uncle to assist us. We faced each other in silence, the group across from us emanating a palpable aura of hostility, as if they could charge at any moment. Zhao Hu glanced around and whispered to me, I can handle about 10. How about you? I replied quietly, perhaps 2. Zhao Hu scoffed, Your combat prowess is dismal. How can you even call yourself Zhonglong? I thought you were formidable, but it seems you have deceived me. Zhao Hu and I are both warriors under the command of Bao Qingtian, and Zhao Hu should be capable enough while in truth, even claiming I could defeat two was an exaggeration. I thought that if I engaged one of their members in hand-to-hand combat, I might stand a chance. After all, I've been training diligently these past few days. However, given their armament, I surmised my chances were slim. Facing Zhao Hu's disdain, I could only endure, acknowledging my inferiority and humbly asking, "What should we do?" Zhao Hu replied, "Perhaps they are merely passing by and have no business with us. Don't frighten yourself. One should be confident." Zhao Hu's words were indeed wise. Summoning our courage, we stepped forward, prompting the 20 or 30 young men across from us to raise their weapons. We had no choice but to retreat. Zhao Hu nodded. "Well, it's now clear that they are targeting us." I found myself at a loss, so I decided to inquire about their intentions. Surely, they would not resort to troubling a few younger individuals, much like my second uncle would not personally confront Wu Yinfeng. The thought of it spreading would be utterly embarrassing. With this in mind, I lifted my gaze and said, "Uncle Song, Uncle Wu, is there something you wish to discuss?" Wu Loxi took a few steps forward, his tone gentle as he inquired, "Long, has Yinfeng offended you once more?" I truly was unaware of this. Upon my return, I shall certainly give him a proper lesson. We had only recently reconciled. I was taken aback by Wu Loxi's demeanor, yet I feigned composure and replied, "It's nothing. Uncle Wu, we were merely playing around. In due time, we will be friends again, as we were once classmates." Wu Loxi nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Could you perhaps hand over that video to me?" So, it was indeed about the video. I wondered why he was being so courteous. Uncle Song turned his head away, seemingly embarrassed, while the others wore menacing expressions, glaring at me with hostility. It was evident that should I refuse to surrender the video, they would not hesitate to unleash their wrath upon us. In this narrative, it is evident that Wu Loxi's accomplices, Wu Yunfeng and Zhou Qing, devised a scheme to confront me, and Wu Loxi could not possibly be unaware of it. Otherwise, he would not have arrived so swiftly. He even summoned Song Dainyu to witness the spectacle, likely aiming to redeem himself from the previous humiliation of a malfunctioning computer. Unfortunately, once again, he faced failure, which left Song Dainyu feeling embarrassed. However, there was little recourse for him, as I possessed incriminating evidence against his son and was determined to retrieve the video, regardless of the personal cost. It was clear that Wu Loxi was resolute in his intentions, hence his courteous demeanor towards me. Of course, should I refuse to comply, I could expect him to show his true colors. This exemplifies the principle of diplomacy preceding aggression. As I surveyed the ferocious group before me, I realized that our odds of winning were virtually non-existent. After all, Zhao Hu himself had admitted he could handle only about 10 adversaries. As for me, I would struggle to defeat even one, and there was no need to mention Cheng Yi. She excelled at slapping faces but was far from a fighter. This video was of significant importance to me, as it could potentially restrain both Wu Yunfeng and Wu Loxi. If I surrendered it, my efforts would have been in vain. Yet, what alternative did I have? Not only would I face a beating, but I would ultimately lose the video as well. Until Wu Loxi revealed his true intentions, it was prudent to follow his lead. After all, those who understand the times are wise. I turned to Zhao Hu and said, "Huzi, just hand him the phone." "What nonsense is this?" Zhao Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you know how much this phone costs? Do you have any idea how many wild rabbits I had to catch to afford it?" I replied, "I understand, Huzi, but don't worry. I'll buy you a new phone afterward." Zhao Hu scoffed coldly. "Do you think I care about your measly money?" Indeed, Zhao Hu had never placed much value on wealth. However, this was hardly a matter of finances. Wu Loxi hastily interjected, "It's fine. There's no need for you to give me the phone. Just delete the video and let me verify that it's unproblematic." Wu Loxi was still quite polite, though this courtesy was contingent upon our willingness to cooperate. I glanced at Zhao Hu again. He tucked the phone into his chest and defiantly declared, "Impossible. I filmed this video myself, and haven't seen enough of it yet. I will not delete it." The group of young men across from us grew increasingly restless, their murderous intent palpable. Wu Loxi maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "No worries, take your time to watch it, and delete it only when you are finished. I shall wait here. After all, we were the younger generation. Wu Loxi would not resort to hostility unless absolutely necessary. Yet Zhao Hu remained unyielding, shaking his head. No, this video is too captivating. I wish to treasure it for a lifetime. Wu Loxi's patience finally began to wane, his voice darkening. Will you delete it or not? I felt a surge of anxiety, silently urging Zhao Hu not to provoke Wu Loxi. Yet Zhao Hu remained steadfast. I will not delete it, he bellowed, louder than anyone else. Zhao Hu was indeed the type of person who would never relent. You brat. Wu Loxi's voice trembled with anger. Are you forcing an old man to take action against you? Come on then. Who is afraid of whom? Zhao Hu rolled up his sleeves, exuding an air of confidence as he proclaimed, let us see if your frail bones can truly contend with me. To be candid, in a one-on-one confrontation, I firmly believe Zhao Hu could easily handle Wu Loxi. However, Wu Loxi was flanked by 20 to 30 aides. What was Zhao Hu thinking? Such audacity was hardly justified. Could it be that Air Qiao was nearby? I began to scan my surroundings. If Air Qiao were indeed present, there might still be hope. For Zhao Hu once confided in me that with a cleaver in hand, Air Qiao could dispatch 20 foes as though they were mere children. Zhao Hu could take on 10, and with my assistance against one, we would stand a fighting chance. Yet, I did not see Air Qiao. I quietly inquired of Zhao Hu, where have you hidden Air Qiao? Zhao Hu paused, momentarily taken aback. Who said Air Qiao is here? I haven't been in contact with him for several days. I was at a loss for words. If Air Qiao was absent, what bravado was Zhao Hu displaying? Tiger, stop jesting and delete that video, I urged. Zhao Hu shook his head, asserting, my head may roll, my blood may flow, but that video cannot be deleted. Wu Loxi, now thoroughly enraged, bellowed, Zhao Hu, I am in no mood for games. In tandem, the youths surrounding him echoed with thunderous shouts, while Song Danu beside them shook his head slightly, seemingly resigned to the chaos. Amidst the cacophony of roars, Zhao Hu appeared to waver, reluctantly retrieving his phone from his pocket and brandishing it towards Wu Loxi. Say you want this, don't you? Wu Loxi nodded affirmatively. Let me clarify. This is not merely a phone. It is in fact an apple. Do you believe me? Wu Loxi's face exhibited confusion, as if struggling to comprehend Zhao Hu's statement. Not only Wu Loxi, but both Cheng Yi and I were equally baffled. Yet, in a swift motion, Zhao Hu made the phone vanish, replacing it with an apple. Subsequently, he began to munch on the apple, proclaiming, see, I did not deceive you. This is indeed an apple, and that phone never existed. The expressions of those present were a mixture of disbelief and confusion. It was evident that Zhao Hu had performed some trick. His speed was impressive, yet no one could possibly believe a phone had transformed into an apple. We were not toddlers. Wu Loxi, now fully incensed, pointed at Zhao Hu and shouted, seize him and eliminate him. Although assaulting a junior might be somewhat humiliating, it was preferable to relinquishing control to another, even at the risk of ridicule in the future. Wu Loxi was determined to obtain that video. While Wu Loxi singled out Zhao Hu, I could not turn a blind eye. Since Zhao Hu chose to confront them head-on, I felt compelled to stand by him, bracing for the inevitable blows. As for Cheng Yi, I had no desire for her to be harmed, so I promptly advised her, you should retreat into the hotel for safety. What nonsense! We are all brothers, and I shall bear this burden alongside you. Cheng Yi retorted, her determination unwavering. Damn it, who said we were brothers? I wish to be your boyfriend. However, I had no time to voice my frustrations, for Wu Loxi's men were already charging toward us. I could only do my utmost to shield Cheng Yi, positioning her behind me for protection. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu retrieved an oversized slingshot from his pocket, exclaiming loudly, come on, Wu Loxi, I'll make your head bloom first. Such a declaration was unlikely to be mere bravado, for the stone nestled within the slingshot was colossal, at least the size of an egg. The thought of it striking a human skull was utterly terrifying. This was no ordinary slingshot. It resembled a... Wu Loxi appeared to be aware of Zhao Hu's prowess with the slingshot, immediately raising his hand to signal his subordinates to cease. Zhao Hu boasted, the slingshot still drawn high. Let us go, or you'll find it hard to see another year. The slingshot in Zhao Hu's grasp seemed to possess a power comparable to that of a firearm, with strength and speed under his complete. Wu Loxi let out a soft sigh. My heart raced, contemplating whether Wu Loxi intended to set us free. However, reality proved my fears unfounded. Wu Loxi turned toward a shadowy corner behind him and said, I deeply apologize, but I must ask you to step in and deal with this individual. Faintly, I could discern a figure standing in that darkened area, tall and indistinct. Wu Loxi had summoned reinforcements. The person he called upon must surely be a formidable expert. Moreover, Wu Loxi's evident respect for this individual suggested a high status. Anxiety began to grip my heart, and Zhao Hu appeared slightly unnerved, repeatedly glancing toward that direction while frowning. Who are you? Stop playing tricks and show yourself. Gradually, the tall silhouette emerged from the shadows. To my astonishment, it was none other than Prince Zhao. I was utterly taken aback, having never anticipated that Wu Loxi would summon the prince. Zhao Hu was equally astonished, staring blankly at Prince Zhao. How could he not be surprised? After all, that was his father. Cheng Yi, however, was quite pleased, whispering to me, So it was Prince Zhao he called upon. Surely, with your connections, everything will be fine. Cheng Yi would never forget that night when my assistance had led to Prince Zhao's release of her. Thus she firmly believed in the depth of my relationship with him. Yet, in that moment, I could only manage a wry smile and say, I'm afraid this time I won't have a say in the matter. Cheng Yi, puzzled, inquired, Why not? You'll see, I replied. Soon, Prince Zhao approached Wu Loxi, his expression grave as he cast a look in our direction. Although I was aware that we were safe, I still found it perplexing how Prince Zhao had allied himself with Wu Loxi. Wu Loxi awkwardly chuckled. My apologies, Your Highness, but that fellow is indeed a bit troublesome. I need your esteemed self to handle him. He recalled the earlier negotiation, wherein it was agreed that Zhao Hu would lose a leg. Prince Zhao had vowed to see it through, no matter the distance. Despite Zhao Hu's youth, even Wu Loxi found him challenging, hence the summoning of Prince Zhao. In that moment, Prince Zhao fixed his gaze upon Zhao Hu, his demeanor dark and foreboding. No worries. Leave it to me. Wu Loxi chuckled, turning back to glance at Zhao Hu with an expression of self-satisfaction, as if to convey, Young man, your doom is imminent. Zhao Hu, however, remained undaunted, aiming his slingshot at Prince Zhao and boldly declaring, Old man, if you intend to deal with me, come forth. Wu Loxi fanned the flames. Remarking on the audacity of the young man, Prince Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is quite audacious. Yet, his bravado shall not endure for long. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Cheng Yi hastily nudged me, evidently hoping I would interject, but I shook my head in response. I was certain that these two would not come to blows. Just as I pondered this, a swift gust of wind announced the flight of a stone, the size of an egg, hurtling toward Prince Zhao's head. I am his father. This time, even I widened my eyes in disbelief. I was filled with confidence, convinced that a confrontation would not occur, yet Zhao Hu surprised us all with his audacity. What was he thinking, pitting father against son? How could Zhao Hu dare to act so ruthlessly? However, with a resounding crack, Lord Zhao raised his hand and firmly grasped that stone. Truly a testament to his enduring vigor. I let out a slight sigh of relief. Excellent. Wu Loxi clapped enthusiastically from his side, his joy palpable. Simultaneously, Zhao Hu lowered his slingshot, casting a dark glare at Lord Zhao, remarking, Old man, not bad. Lord Zhao coolly replied, Young lad, you're quite impressive yourself. No wonder many deem you my successor. What successor? The retirement kind? Instead of dancing in the square, why are you prancing around here? I'm here to deal with you, you little rascal. This dialogue, charged with tension, struck me as deeply affectionate, one acknowledging the father's resilience and the other praising the son as potential. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Wu Loxi pointed at Zhao Hu and said, Look at that brash fellow, Lord Zhao. You must take him down. Lord Zhao nodded, but refrained from immediate action, instead inquiring of Wu Loxi. Shouldn't we also deal with Zhang Long? Wu Loxi smiled, replying, No need. I've reconciled with Zhang Hongfei, and I want to make things difficult for his nephew. Besides, your relationship with Zhang Hongfei is quite amicable. How could I let you be troubled? Wu Loxi had a way with words, making it sound as if his rapport with my uncle was exceptionally close. Lord Zhao acknowledged ultimately, it's because Zhang Long is Zhang Hongfei's nephew that you are being lenient with him, is it not? Wu Loxi could only concede. That is one way to put it. At this moment, Cheng Yi finally grasped the situation and whispered to me, so, Zhang is your uncle. No wonder he treats you so well. At this juncture, I could no longer deny it and nodded. After all, more and more people were becoming aware of this fact. Cheng Yi was merely one among many. Who would have thought you were a second-generation wealthy kid? Cheng Yi's expression was that of someone who had struck gold, her excitement palpable. I sighed internally, clarifying that I was merely his nephew, not his son. How could I be considered a second-generation rich kid? Almost. Cheng Yi was overjoyed, resting her arm on my shoulder and saying, Xiao Long, take me along on your rise to success. Just don't forget your old friend when you make it big. Though I knew Cheng Yi was jesting, her words sweetened my heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu, growing impatient, shouted across, so are we fighting or not? If not, I'm leaving. Wu Loxi quickly gestured for Lord Zhao to act. Yet Lord Zhao remained still, continuing to question Wu Loxi. If Zhao Hu had an impressive relative, would you spare him? Wu Loxi was taken aback, asking, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. Lord Zhao pointed to himself. I am his father. The Prince Zhao finally revealed this matter. As someone in the know, I felt no surprise, while others displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Song Daniu also gazed at Prince Zhao in disbelief. After all, they had known each other for quite some time. Yet this was the first instance of hearing that Prince Zhao had a son. Cheng Yi appeared utterly dumbfounded, glancing between Zhao Hu and myself, murmuring, you two have hidden this far too well. You haven't regarded me as a comrade at all. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, I would have liked to seize Cheng Yi's head and vigorously shake it, exclaiming, how could we possibly be comrades? Naturally, the most astonished of all was Wu Loxi, who had invited Prince Zhao and was hoping for him to deal with Zhao Hu. What sort of predicament was this? Zhao, Prince Zhao. Wu Loxi was sweating profusely. You must be joking. I am not jesting. Zhao Hu is indeed my son, Prince Zhao asserted, gesturing toward Zhao Hu. If you don't believe me, ask him. Wu Loxi turned to Zhao Hu, who shouted defiantly, I am your uncle, showing no regard for face. See, he is my son, Prince Zhao remarked, unperturbed. Wu Loxi was at a loss for words. Although Zhao Hu had offered no respect, everyone understood that Prince Zhao was not lying. For the resemblance between father and son was striking. They shared the same irreverent demeanor, and upon closer examination, they bore a resemblance of about 60 to 70%. Furthermore, the more one looked, the more alike they appeared. Nearby, Song Daniu sighed, evidently disheartened, and turned to leave. This was his second time being dragged by Wu Loxi to witness such drama, and also the second time he had seen Wu Loxi inadvertently harm himself. When a person is subjected to such misfortune, even drinking cool water feels like a hindrance, and passing gas results in stepping on one's own heels. Even as an observer, Song Daniu felt the embarrassment acutely. Can we now release my son? Prince Zhao inquired sincerely. What could Wu Loxi possibly say? Dealing with Zhao, who was already quite challenging, and adding Prince Zhao to the equation diminished his chances of success even further. Wu Loxi had no choice but to retreat with his entourage, naturally taking his son with him. Wu Yunfeng appeared rather miserable, having to be carried away. The previously tense atmosphere, charged with hostility, dissipated entirely with the arrival of Prince Zhao. Cheng Yi breathed a sigh of relief, as did I, while Zhao Hu, seemingly indifferent, pulled an apple from his pocket and began to munch on it. Prince Zhao approached us. Old man, what prompted you to acknowledge me as your son today? Zhao Hu asked unabashedly. My second uncle had informed me that Prince Zhao, in his youth, had made too many enemies and feared for the safety of his family, thus never admitting to having a son. Zhao Hu had grown up in the wild, and he had always harbored grievances about this situation. Consequently, there was considerable tension between father and son, though it had not escalated to the point of complete estrangement. Prince Zhao chuckled, saying in the past, I worried about others harming you. Now, I worry about you harming others. Due to Zhao Hu's formidable strength, sufficient to ensure his own protection, Prince Zhao no longer harbored reservations about the matter. You need not worry. I am the one who is concerned. Zhao Hu exclaimed, vehemently asserting, this is the pinnacle of my career, and my enemies are multiplying. You are aging, unable to fend for yourself. What if someone were to take action against you? I must look after you, which is quite bothersome. You ought not to acknowledge it today. Prince Zhao, displeased, retorted, you little rascal. Have your wings grown strong enough to dare call me old? If you refuse to concede, shall we settle this with a test of strength? Very well, let us test. Zhao Hu declared, tucking his slingshot into his coat and rolling up his sleeves, ready to engage in a brawl. Prince Zhao mirrored his readiness, shedding his outer garment in preparation for the impending clash. The father and son were poised to fight, resembling two cocky roosters. I, along with Cheng Yi, hastened to intervene. I restrained Prince Zhao, while Cheng Yi held back Zhao Hu. Your Highness, do not stoop to your son's level. He is still young, I implored. Cheng Yi added, Zhao Hu, do not engage with your father. He is aged. Through our entreaties, the tempers of both Prince Zhao and Zhao Hu eventually cooled. Prince Zhao retrieved his coat and remarked, you little rascal, I shall spare you this time, but do not display such arrogance in the future. Know when to concede. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. His counsel was not unfounded. Zhao Hu's obstinate temperament could indeed lead to unfortunate consequences. As Prince Zhao spoke, he turned it apart. Zhao Hu, calling after him, shouted, old man, you are no different. Remember your age and cease meddling in others' affairs. Enjoy your retirement in peace. Zhao Hu's admonition held merit. Although Prince Zhao had declared his wish to withdraw from the limelight, many younger individuals sought his mediation in disputes, and he seemed to relish the role, perhaps embodying the mindset of an old guard. Thus, he remained a familiar presence in various circles. Mind your own business, Prince Zhao muttered under his breath. I have no intention of collecting your remains, Zhao Hu echoed, equally muttering. With Song Darren gone, Wu Loxi departed, and Prince Zhao too had left. Only I, Zhao Hu, and Cheng Yi remained at the hotel entrance. The video was safeguarded, untouched. I exhaled deeply, collapsing on the steps. Cheng Yi also sighed in relief and sat beside me. Zhao Hu, however, appeared unfazed, engrossed in watching videos on his phone. What could possibly be so captivating? Yet in my state of lingering shock, I chose not to address him, nor did Cheng Yi. Let us rest for a moment before departing, I suggested. However, Cheng Yi soon recalled something and inquired, earlier, I saw Wu Yinfeng being taken away by Wu Loxi, but what of Zhou Qing? Her words struck me too. Indeed, where could Zhou Qing be? With only one exit from the hotel, if she had not come down, she must be still inside. What would she be doing? Cheng Yi nudged me, saying, Zhang Long, go check. I grimaced, responding, if you wish to go, then you go. I shall not. My feelings for Zhou Qing have completely dissipated, replaced only by annoyance and aversion. I can scarcely bear to lay eyes upon her. Nevertheless, I decided to investigate. Cheng Yi, unable to shake her concern for Zhou Qing, hurried up the stairs. I remained seated on the steps, resting. However, as time passed, I found myself growing increasingly uneasy, for Cheng Yi had yet to return. What could be the matter? With a sense of foreboding, I informed Zhao Hu and ascended the stairs. Upon swiftly returning to the original room, I discovered the door firmly shut. Just as I was about to knock, I overheard a conversation between Cheng Yi and Zhou Qing inside. Cheng Yi implored, Zhou Qing, please refrain from such behavior. It would not reflect well if others were to witness it. I pondered what Zhou Qing could have done. Then, Zhou Qing's voice emerged, weeping as she pleaded, Yi, please just return Zhang Long to me. If you do not agree, I shall not rise. 064 Zhao Hu, soul shattered in the midst of such a conversation. I was utterly astonished, pondering what kind of antics Zhou Qing was up to this time. I then heard Cheng Yi say, Zhou Qing, now that matters have escalated to this point, do you still find this amusing? I warned you that Wu Yinfeng was unreliable that day. You chose not to believe me and insisted on being with him. Now that I am with Zhang Long, you cannot just intrude. That is unacceptable, and I will not agree to it. Cheng Yi has always been straightforward, adhering to her principles without indulging in pretense. When she says something is not permissible, it truly is not. Previously, I was uncertain about my relationship with Cheng Yi, but hearing her affirm it with her own words filled my heart with sweetness. I remarked that we were not merely friends. Yet, Zhou Qing remained undeterred, sobbing as she said, you know my mother has been ill, and in the future, we will need a substantial amount for her surgeries. That is why I was with Wu Yinfeng, hoping he could assist me later. Now that I have parted ways with him, if I lose Zhang Long as well, I will have no support left. Your family is well off. You can choose any man you wish, but I cannot. I must marry to change my fate, otherwise my mother's life is at stake. Please, for the sake of our years of sisterhood, return Zhang Long to me. Listening to Zhou Qing's words ignited a fire within me. How could she perceive me as some sort of mobile ATM? Now that she has lost hope with Wu Yinfeng, she seeks me out? Simultaneously, I worried that Cheng Yi might relent. After all, she has always been quite loyal, and if she were to act impulsively. Cheng Yi's voice soon rang out. Zhou Qing, why do you always think you must rely on men? With your exceptional abilities, you can earn your own money. I understand your mother's situation. My family is not as well off as it once was. However, when your mother requires surgery, I will do my best to help you. But Zhang Long is not something I will return. There is no such obligation, as he is not yours. What give you the right to demand that? Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, I silently rejoiced, thinking she was absolutely right, without a trace of error. After Cheng Yi spoke, she seemed ready to leave, but her footsteps halted, perhaps detained by Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, in tears, implored, Zhang Long liked me first. He himself admitted he has liked me since school, and that has not changed over the years. How could he possibly change his heart in just a few days? There must be a sense of order. You two are together because of me. How can you be so cruel, taking away the man who rightfully belongs to me? Even if you help me, if you keep your distance from Zhang Long, I'm certain I can win him back. I have never asked you for anything. This time, I'm truly pleading with you. Zhou Qing's voice was laden with desperation and anguish. If I were to guess, she was likely kneeling, having cast aside all dignity. Cheng Yi fell silent. My mind buzzed with anxiety, fearing that Cheng Yi might heed her words and distance herself from me. Cheng Yi is so principled. It is entirely possible she might do just that. I could hardly restrain myself from kicking the door open, ready to unload